Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Reborn in Shinigami, the strongest copy ability 1CA. Chapter 1. Traveling. I'll go. The moment Lu Jin opened his eyes, he was shocked. Gray tiles and white walls, and a giant church-like building not far away, this is it. Ding dong. Congratulations host on starting your journey into the Shinigami world. Your basic attributes are as follows. Name. Lu Jin. Gender, male. Age, 110 years old. Affiliated team, 12th team. Seat, 7th seat in the 12th division. Zanpakuto. White whale. Storage value, 0. So, I've traveled to the world of Shinigami? Lu Jin scratched the back of his head, looking at the silver-white handled Zanpakuto in his hand. Advertisement, Lu Jin. An irritable and anxious voice came from outside the door. Before Lu Jin could react, the door to his room was flung open. The captain of the 12th division, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, had a face as handsome as an Egyptian pharaoh. That guy Zaraki Kenpachi is looking for a fight with you again. If you don't leave, he's going to tear down my technology development bureau. I order you to kill him immediately. Lu Jin was confused. Ni Yinming added expressionlessly, this way you can take over his position as captain of the 11th division. Although he hadn't reacted yet, he had already been kicked out of the 12th squad's barracks. He looked at the sign of the technical development bureau in the wind and finally sighed. However, at this moment, he felt that he was surrounded by an inexplicable murderous aura. The bold and wild laughter behind him made Lu Jin shiver all over. Lu Jin, you made me look for you for so long. Through the warm sunlight, one can see from the shadows cast on the ground that the huge man behind him has raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. The next second, it was about to chop down his neck. The pink-haired girl lying on his shoulder clenched her fists and raised her hands high. Shaojian, charge, charge. Lu Jin turned his head tremblingly, and saw Zaraki Kenpachi with a scar on his face. Shivering, Lu Jin began to cry and ran as fast as he could. Ahahaha, ahahaha. Zaraki Kenpachi looked very excited. The knife in his hand rose and fell, and he swung and chopped quickly behind Lu Jin. If Lu Jin had not run fast, he would have turned into meat paste by now. Advertisement, what deep hatred do we have against you? You actually want to kill me? What the hell is going on? I just crossed over to the world of Shinigami, and before I could figure out who I was, where I was, and what I was doing, I was being hunted. This is too bitter. Go, Shaojian, chase him. Kusajishi Yachiru was still fanning the flames. Zaraki Kenpachi's laughter pierced the sky. The chase lasted for a whole afternoon, and Lu Jin finally realized that he could not escape. When passing by the 10th division, Lu Jin heard Hitsugaya Dashiro, who had just left, say, it started again. Lu Jin closed his eyes instantly and ran faster. After turning several corners, I finally got rid of the savage man behind me. While he was catching his breath, he heard someone from the 10th squad patrol coming over and seeing Lu Jin leaning against the wall, catching his breath. Several people pointed at Lu Jin and laughed. Look at him, he's being chased around by Captain Zaraki again. Panting like a dog, you're really bringing shame to Squad 12. Ha ha ha, Chapter 2. Shame. Lu Jin raised his head and looked at them, his eyes full of malice, but he never expected them to actually come over. One of them punched Lu Jin on the head. You piece of trash, why are you looking at us like that? Don't think you can show off to us just because you're the chief officer of the 12th division. Captain Ni has always been hoping that you would be hacked to death by Captain Zaraki. Every word was so harsh that Lu Jin really wanted to fight back. However, at this moment, a slightly familiar voice was heard. You guys really know what Captain Ni is thinking. Familiar silver-white boots, smooth, slender long legs, and a miniskirt that barely reaches her butt. It's Ni Yinming, vice captain of the 12th division. Seeing the deputy captain coming, the expressions on the faces of several arrogant guys became a little ugly. You guys from the 10th division are really powerful. You even bully the chief officer of the 12th division. Ni Yinming still had the same expressionless face and mechanical tone, but it was so unquestionable. The guys were a little at a loss. They knew very well that they could not beat the deputy captain in front of them. Get out of here now and go and apologize to your captain, or you can come to the 12th division and be a specimen. Advertisement. Ni Yinming's cold words almost scared these people to death. They turned around and ran away. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed on the spot. Ni Yinming looked down at Lu Jin and asked, when did you become such a coward? Cowardly. Unbearable? This word is really hurtful. A man who once could even defeat Captain Zaraki is now being bullied by a bunch of minions. Perhaps I should say you are truly shameful. So Ni Yinming did help Lu Jin, but at present it may seem that it was out of concern for his subordinates, but in fact he still looked down on him deep down. They're right. You're really bringing shame to Squad 12. Every word and sentence is so heart-wrenching. Lu Jin clenched his hands into fists, but before he could respond, the wild laughter rang in his ears again. Ahahaha. Are you here? Advertisement. Lu Jin was instantly frightened, jumped up and started running. Soon, Zaraki Kenpachi ran past Ni Yinming and chased Lu Jin. Ni Yinming stood there without moving, but as I was running, I felt a little uncomfortable. You're really bringing shame to the 12th division. I have thought about this sentence many times in my mind. I'm afraid I can't escape it, so since I can't escape it, I'll just face it. He suddenly stopped, and Zaraki Kenpachi, who was chasing him happily, was startled and stopped as well. Kindness? Although Lu Jin's shoulders were shaking, he held the sword tightly in his hand. Brother, my life depends on you. Ah, come on. Lu Jin pulled out his Zanpo sword, turned around and aimed it at Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, I will defeat you. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Zaraki Kenpachi was extremely happy. After 3 years, you're finally willing to face it. 3 years? Lu Jin was still a little confused, but Kusajishi Yachiru jumped off Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder and stood aside. 3 years ago, Xiaobai was able to beat Xiaojian. He should be able to do it now. Chapter 3. Encounter. Yachiru, do you think I would dare to challenge him if I hadn't grown? Zaraki Kenpachi also drew the slashing knife from his waist and pointed it at Lu Jin in front of him. Since it took you 3 years to dare to fight me, then I will let you see how much my strength has grown in these 3 years. Ah! With a roar, Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto chopped over in an instant. Lu Jin was frightened, but Zinger dodged it. However, Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto chopped down again and again, with such a fast speed and so many times that it was hard to keep up. The moment when the Zanpo knife in Lu Jin's hand met the Jingmu sword, the moment when he put the Zanpo knife in his hand. The system's voice actually rang in Lu Jin's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the shikai of the white whale. Zanpakuto, white whale, shikai. When a Zanpakuto touches another Zanpakuto, it gains the same ability and instantly counterattacks. The abilities that can be copied include Ryatsu, Kido, physical attacks, etc. What the hell? It turns out that the ability of my Zanpadao is to copy the ability of other people's Zanpadao. So at that moment, Lu Jin's Zanpakuto possessed the powerful Ryatsu of Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. In other words, not only did he withstand Zaraki Kenpachi's attack, but he also directly pushed it back. At the same time, Lu Jin took the opportunity to chop Zaraki Kenpachi with a knife. Because it was a copy, Lu Jin's attack method was the same as the enemy's. The enemy in front of him today, Zaraki Kenpachi, was a man known for his brute force. He didn't even know the name of his own sword, and it didn't have any abilities. He just chopped around randomly with the sword. Advertisement. If even such an ability can be copied, then at the same time Lu Jin's Zanpadao also has considerable Ryatsu and attack power. Zaraki Kenpachi took a few steps back, looking at the blood gushing out of his chest. The excitement in his eyes became even more intense. I almost forgot about your ability, Zanpakuto. No wonder I have been wanting to fight you for the past 3 years. Because only when I fight you will you be like me, hacking until I die. If possible, Lu Jin doesn't want this to happen. However, due to the Zanpo sword, his combat ability is to copy the enemy, so during battle, the enemy will think that he is fighting another self. How could a strong man like Kenpachi Neki not enjoy fighting himself? I don't want to fight you to the death. Lu Jin's hand was sweating as he gripped the slashing blade. You should know my ability. I will copy your ability and give it back twice as much. You definitely can't win. That's not necessarily true. Zaraki Kenpachi may be the most confident man in the Jingling court. The battle is still intense. Just like 3 years ago, the battle between the two this time still destroyed most of Jingling court. But unlike 3 years ago, Lu Jin did not defeat Zaraki Kenpachi so easily. Instead, it was the captain who came to stop the fight. The old man said that Lu Jin's salary was no longer enough to repair the buildings they destroyed. The knife in Lu Jin's hand softened immediately, and he turned and left with 2 lines of tears. Zaraki Kenpachi finally respected the old man and stopped acting wildly. Chapter 4. What does it mean? When Lu Jin returned to the Technology Development Bureau, the door was locked as usual. Lu Jin was about to reach out to knock on the door, but then he pulled his hand back. The words that Vice Captain Ni Yinming said did come to my mind. I didn't beat Zaraki Kenpachi this time, and I don't know if I have the nerve to return to the 12th Division. However, at this moment, the door of the Technology Development Bureau was suddenly opened. Ni Yinming stood there expressionlessly. Come in quickly, the captain and vice captain of the 10th squad want to see you. Squad 10, Lu Jin, with a confused look on his face, went to meet the 2 captains with Ni Yinming. But as soon as he entered the room, it was full of people, the same people who made fun of Lu Jin at that time. Before Lu Jin could even stand still, those people quickly bowed 90 degrees. Sorry. Huh? I came to apologize. Hitsugaya Toshiro, as the captain of the 10th Division, was naturally the first to speak. These guys really don't know the rules and are causing trouble for Lu Jin's 7th seat. Lu Jin actually didn't take it to heart at all. If it weren't for their words, plus what Ni Yinming said, he probably wouldn't have been motivated to fight Zaraki Kenpachi. If there hadn't been that battle, how would I have known about my ability to slash with a sword? So maybe this is a good thing. Advertisement, it's okay, I don't take it to heart. Lu Jin smiled and waved his hands. Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly moved closer, and at this moment, her 2 big white rabbits were only 1 centimeter away from Lu Jin. Lu Jin's nosebleed gushed out instantly. Everyone in the room was shocked, and Lu Jin fainted on the ground. Matsumoto Rangaku quickly knelt down and wanted to ask Lu Jin how he was. But the more the 2 lumps of flesh on Matsumoto Rangaku's chest swayed in front of Lu Jin, the more Lu Jin couldn't bear it, and his nosebleed gushed out again. Matsumoto Rangaku almost failed to dodge, and Hitsugaya Toshiro said with a dark face, Matsumoto, you get back. Hey. Why? Lu Jin, the 7th seat, seems to be injured. Matsumoto Rangaku still looked extremely reluctant. Hitsugaya Dashiro's face was extremely dark. If it weren't for you, would he have been hurt? Matsumoto Rangaku was still puzzled. Huh, how could this happen? As he spoke, he moved closer to Lu Jin, and Lu Jin felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Hitsugaya Dashiro was almost fainted from anger. Matsumoto. Under emergency control, Lu Jin finally did not die from excessive blood loss. Matsumoto Rangaku thought he was confused and stepped aside. Hitsugaya Dashiro then seriously brought his team members to apologize to Lu Jin. Lu Jin naturally forgave them quickly, and Matsumoto Rangaku took the group of team members away. Before leaving, Hitsugaya Dashiro actually said, "Your ability is terrifying." Ability is terrifying. What does this mean? Advertisement. After everyone left, Ni Yinming opened the door and came in. I heard you had a nosebleed just now? Ni Yinming asked without any worry in her tone. Before the white man could answer, she continued. Master Ni asked me to help you replenish your energy. Oh. Lu Jin thought to himself that he had been busy all day and was indeed a little exhausted physically and mentally, so it would be good to replenish himself. But when he looked up the next second, he found Ni Yinming taking off her clothes. Lu Jin was completely shocked, his face flushed red as he backed away. No, what are you doing? Lu Jin covered his nose tightly with his hands. My goodness, didn't he want to die from nosebleed? Ni Yinming had already taken off half of her clothes. She turned around and asked in confusion, this is how we usually replenish our energy. What's wrong with you today? What does this mean? What do you mean this is how I replenish my energy on a daily basis? Lu Jin was shocked. How do I replenish my energy? Ni Yinming had taken off all the few clothes on her body, and her white and slender body was exposed to the air. Lu Jin could hardly bear it anymore and had to turn his head away and stop looking at Ni Yinming. Ni Yinming turned around and walked towards Lu Jin. Have you forgotten that I have energy hormones in my body? As long as you do the most ecstatic thing between men and women with me, the energy hormones in my body will be transferred to your body, so that your Ryatsu will recover quickly and the injuries on your body will heal immediately. Sure enough, I guessed right. This must be the idea that the pervert Kuretsuchi Mayuri came up with. No. I feel fine, no need for replenishment. How could Lu Jin bear such a thing? Ni Yinming had already walked in front of Lu Jin. This is Master Ni's order, you must not disobey. No. I don't need to replenish my energy. Lu Jin felt like he was about to be R**D. Chapter 5, Compulsion. Ni Yinmeng's left hand instantly turned into an electric drill. As the sound of the electric drill's current rang out, Ni Yinmeng's face turned even darker. Are you sure you don't want it? Damn it. This is forcing people to do something. If they don't do it, they'll die. At this moment, Lu Jin finally understood what it meant to experience the true meaning of death only when one is infinitely close to death. About an hour later, Ni Yinming put on her clothes with a satisfied look on her face. You should have a good rest and start working tomorrow. Lu Jin lay on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Was he sure that it was Ni Yinming who was transmitting energy to him? Why do I feel like I'm the one being taken advantage of? Lu Jin looked at the ceiling. This world was truly amazing. What will we face next? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ni Yinmeng's transformed physique. What? Lu Jin was just feeling melancholy, but when he heard the voice of this system, he was stunned for a moment. Obtained Ni Yinmeng's transformation system. Nimu is an artificial human created by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, with an extremely complex body structure. It can be said that it contains a large amount of poison and antidote. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be killed, but as long as Kuretsuchi Mayuri is there, it can recover. If one obtains such a body structure, it means that one has basically gained immortality. Advertisement. But why is this? Is it because the two of them had physical contact? There is such a good thing. Lu Jin's mouth corners slightly raised. If Lu Jin is now immortal, then there is no need to be afraid of this or that. Or you can try to see if you really have achieved immortality. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your Ryatsu has reached the vice captain level. Would you like to accept the upgrade mission? Just as Lu Jin was in a daze, the system's voice sounded again. Lu Jin was slightly surprised. Has Ryatsu reached the vice captain level now? It's very good. Except, I believe that if you accept the task, you will get rich rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the level up mission. The level up mission is as follows. Defeat a vice captain level Shinigami to complete the mission. Mission reward. All Ryatsu of the defeated vice captain. Holy crap. This reward is quite generous. Possessing a powerful Ryatsu is extremely beneficial both in combat and personally. Although Lu Jin is very powerful now, his Ryatsu is not enough, which led to him being crushed by ultimate when fighting Zaraki Kenpachi before. If Ryatsu is strong enough to crush others, then it will be completely dominant in the battle. After Lu Jin had eaten, drunk and slept enough, he began to look for a vice captain to challenge. Speaking of the jingling court, there are a total of 12 vice captains, some are strong and some are weak. It is of course easy to challenge the weak ones, but the Ryatsu you get will be relatively less. It's a challenge for the strong. I should be able to defeat him. Advertisement. After all, he at least tied with Zaraki Kenpachi. At the entrance of the 2nd Division barracks, Omaeda Marichio's mouth twitched slightly, and his grip on the potato chips tightened slightly. Soon, the chip bag burst under his crush, and the chips flew all over the sky. "Ah! You damned bug! How dare you challenge me?" Well, Lu Jin still felt that he should start with this guy who looked easy to beat. He had to practice his skills after all. But this guy has a really bad temper. But what I said is the truth. Of all the vice captains of the 13 teams in Jingling Court, I'm afraid you're the only one who bought your position. Look at this outfit, big gold chain and small watch, it looks as lavish as it can be. Time and time again, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a wealthy man. Sui Fon happened to come out of the 2nd team at this time. He seemed to have heard these words and nodded with a look of relief. Finally, someone is telling the truth. "What, Captain? How can you say that to me?" Omaeda Marichio looked at Sui Fon with resentment. "Someone is bullying your vice captain, shouldn't you help me?" "Help you? The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn." Sui Fon left these words and left with the wind. I'm afraid that in the entire Team 13, the one who most hopes that his vice captain will die is Sui Fon. This guy Omaeda Marichio. How weak must he be to be so disliked by his own captain? Omaeda Marichio clenched his fists behind Sui Fon, muttering something to himself. "Hey, if you have time to curse your captain, why don't you think about how to defeat me?" Lu Jin drew out the Zanpakuto and aimed it at Omaeda Marichio. Chapter 6. Hidden Strength. Omaeda Marichio was startled and stepped back. "What the hell, you guy, what do you mean by this?" "Literally, I want to fight you." Lu Jin felt a little headache, almost forgetting that this was a cowardly guy. When faced with a battle, he wipes away tears and runs faster than anyone else. Sure enough, Omaeda Marichio almost retreated back to the gate of the 2nd Division barracks. "You just fought Captain Zaraki the day before yesterday." "Don't think I don't know. You two fought almost to a draw. If it weren't for the old captain showing up, who would have won or lost is still uncertain." So what? The news of the battle between Lu Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi had indeed spread fast and far. Omaeda Marichio was trembling all over. "Captain Zaraki is such a jerk. Even our captain might not be able to defeat him. If you can even draw with Captain Zaraki, wouldn't I be courting death if I fight you?" This guy is right. Quite self-aware. But you're such a coward, a wimp by nature. "Does your father know?" Lu Jin retracted the Zanpakuto, looking disdainful. "I heard that the former 2nd Division vice captain, Omaeda Nozomi, was a formidable figure. He never flinched in battle, and I don't know how many contributions he made to protect the Seirei. How come, as his son, this is all you're capable of? You're really embarrassing him." What Omaeda Nozomi hates most is when people compare him to his father. At this moment, he was already shaking with anger, and the flesh on his face was trembling. "Say it again? No matter how many times I say it, you're not worthy of being his son." Lu Jin waved his hands, the disdain on his face evident. "If you weren't his son, how could you possibly have gotten the position of vice captain of the 2nd Division? They say a son inherits his father's legacy. And now, so many people are laughing at you behind your back. You're nothing but a useless loser, a parasite of the Jingling Court. Advertisement, smash him, 5 elements head." The Zanpakuto in Omaeda Marichio's hand instantly turned into a meteor hammer and flew straight towards Lu Jin. Wow, this guy is really angry. After all, he was a guy who couldn't keep his cool. Lu Jin didn't dodge his attack, but drew out his sword and faced him head-on. The moment the white whale touched the 5 elements head, it instantly turned into a meteor hammer and flew towards Omaeda Marichio. Omaeda Marichio was stunned at the time and had to roll and crawl to avoid the attack. "What's wrong with your Zanpakuto? Why is it the same as my boxing head? Since you have heard about my battle with Captain Zaraki the day before yesterday, haven't you heard about my Zanpakuto ability?" Lu Jin thought that this matter was no longer a secret. Omaeda Marichio looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Jin then remembered that Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto did not have shikai abilities. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Captain Zaraki's Zanpakuto can be shikai, but just slashes randomly, so it's reasonable that my Zanpakuto's ability is not so obvious." Lu Jin smiled, but his smile was somewhat strange. "But now that I'm fighting you, perhaps it won't be a secret anymore." Omaeda Marichio was still in a daze, but Lu Jin's Zanpakuto attacked again. Omaeda Marichio was stunned for a moment, because all of Lu Jin's fighting methods were the same as his own. Advertisement. All the abilities of the sword in his hand are almost the same as his own 5 elements head. Whether it is the combat mode, attack moves, or even striking ability, they are almost exactly the same. This made Omaeda Marichio a little scared and panicked, because it was like fighting with himself. Lu Jin didn't take Omaeda Marichio seriously at all. This guy's strength is just so-so. As the battle continued to intensify, Omaeda Marichio was finally defeated by his own ability. At the moment he squatted on the ground gasping for breath. Lu Jin originally planned to give Omaeda Marichio the final blow, but unexpectedly discovered that the ryatsu of this final blow was extremely great, and Lu Jin almost couldn't stop it. Lu Jin sheathed the Zanpakuto, walked forward, and squatted down. "So you've been lying all along." "What do you mean by that?" Omaeda Marichio was covered in wounds and almost had no strength to speak. Lu Jin sneered. "My Zanpakuto's ability is not only to copy the ability of others' Zanpakuto, but also ryatsu. If I hadn't taken back the white whale just now, you might have been killed by the powerful ryatsu contained in your own Zanpakuto." Lu Jin finished his words and stood up to leave. Omaeda Marichio's eyes were filled with hostility, yet so secretive. Ding dong. Congratulations host for completing the mission. Get the Ryotsu reward. Chapter 7. Strange Lu Jin instantly felt that the Ryotsu all over his body increased by more than 10,000 times. This damn kid really has a lot of secrets hidden. The Ryotsu in him is definitely not inferior to any vice captain level person, but this guy has been playing dumb and pretending to be a weak coward. Why is this? If it weren't for his ability with the broken sword, and the system task he received this time, he would have accidentally chosen such a special guy, and he would probably never have dug up this treasure in his entire life. Or if he doesn't want to, he can release Ryotsu himself, and everyone else will have to treat him as a weakling who can't even beat a few seats from the other team. This guy deliberately concealed Ryotsu's strength. I'm afraid there is some hidden secret. But forget it, that's his own business. Lu Jin has made a lot of money this time, not bad. On the way back, I felt full of strength, but the next second, he was blocked by Soi Fon. Hey. Soi Fon looked at Lu Jin expressionlessly, but his eyes were filled with malice and murderous coldness. Did you hurt Omaeda? Ah. Lu Jin was a little confused about what Soi Fon was going to do. The relationship between the captain and the vice captain was usually the most plastic. Advertisement Soi Fon, however, drew out his Zanpakuto the next second and aimed it at Lu Jin. Captain Soi Fon, what do you mean? Lu Jin crossed his arms, somewhat bewildered. Are you planning to avenge your vice captain? If I remember correctly, weren't you there when I challenged him just now? You were actually hoping for his death. You talk too much nonsense. Soi Fon did not answer Lu Jin's question, but rushed forward directly. Lu Jin was too lazy to draw out the Zanpo knife to resist, and fell down directly holding the scabbard. Sui Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Who are you looking down on? I don't mean to fight Captain Sui Feng. Lu Jin didn't want to waste time at all because he hadn't received any mission and didn't know what Sui Feng's physique was like or whether it would be beneficial to him. Sui Feng smiled coldly. Are you afraid of dying in my hands? Alas. Captain Sui Feng, you're a bit too confident. Lu Jin sighed. I'm just afraid. If I defeat you today, people outside will laugh at you. Shameless. Sui Feng increased the strength of the slashing knife in his hand. After all, he was a captain-level person. Even though his lingya had increased a lot, he couldn't resist the slashing knife in his hand so easily. What's more, it's the Zanpakuto that hasn't been unsheathed yet. Lu Jin was so shocked that he took several steps back. It's not worth it to seek revenge on me for a vice captain who lied to you and hid something from you. What do you mean? Sui Feng frowned slightly and stopped attacking. Advertisement Lu Jin knew that the guy must have deceived everyone, including his captain. Omaeda Marichio's father, Omaeda Nozomi, was the previous vice captain of the 2nd Division. Given Omaeda Marichio's own abilities, everyone thinks he's only become the current vice captain of the 2nd Division simply because he's inherited his father's legacy. Sui Feng agreed with this statement. After all, he knew very well how weak his vice captain was. So what? My own abilities are relatively weak, but that's not a big deal. After all, I'm following in my father's footsteps. But Captain Sui Feng, have you ever considered how Omaeda Kiyoshi could possibly be the vice captain of the 2nd Division if he wasn't capable enough? Lu Jin smiled slightly, looking at Sui Feng, whose face was livid. A son can't be much worse than his father, right? After all, he inherited the true teachings. Moreover, most of the Shinigami in this family model are terrifyingly strong. Captain Sui Feng, you should think carefully about whether some of them are hiding their strength. Lu Jin didn't dare to say whether he had suffered no damage at all in this battle. After all, that guy had dealt him a fatal blow. Fortunately, the ability of the sword was similar, so I dodged it. If it were someone else, they would probably have died under that guy's knife. But judging from the strength that guy usually displays, I'm afraid any capable guy would find it incredible. Sui Feng had always been a woman of great wisdom. After hearing these words, she fell into deep thought. After a long time, she put away the Zanpakuto in her hand. Captain Sui Feng, please don't think I'm bullying your vice captain. I was seriously injured this time, and your vice captain. I think he's almost recovered by now. Advertisement Chapter 8. Injury for someone as powerful as Ryotsu, the minor injury was absolutely nothing, and losing the battle was just intentional. Even in real combat on a normal day, it is not possible to reveal one's true strength, let alone this kind of battle that has no meaning or necessity at all. The reason why Omaeda Marichio doesn't like going to the battlefield and doesn't like dueling with others is that he is afraid of exposing his true strength. If he fights seriously, the enemy will be able to feel that his strength is not limited to that. Maybe you should fight him if you have a chance. Lu Jin didn't think that Omaeda Marichio could not beat Sui Feng. Sometimes you can't just look at things superficially. Sui Feng frowned slightly. The captain is looking for you. It turns out that Sui Feng came here to inform me, so why make things so awkward? When we arrived at the headquarters, Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had been waiting for a long time. You're here. The huge 1st Squadron barracks was empty except for word 1 on the wall and an old man standing under the word with his back to Lu Jin. Lu Jin was full of doubts. What did this old man want from him? I wonder what the captain wants to see me about. Advertisement, I heard that recently you not only fought with the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, but also secretly went to find the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Omaeda Marichio, and injured him? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment. Didn't the old man know about his duel with Zaraki Kenpachi? If he hadn't stopped them personally, the fight would have lasted until the end of time, and the entire jingling court might have been destroyed. Why is he bringing this up now? Or is the root of this matter the fight he just had? Yes, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni slowly turned around. Your abilities are truly terrifying. If possible, I hope you never have to fight again. What? Lu Jin was stunned when he heard this. Was this old man joking when he said he hoped he would never have to fight again? Captain, what do you mean by that? For a Shinigami, if he's not allowed to fight, wouldn't it be like killing him? What is a Shinigami's duty? To protect the Soul Society and the Seirei. How to protect it? Of course, by fighting. Advertisement. Literally. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni opened his eyes slightly. I don't need to explain the power of your Zanpakuto. You know it very well. If a Zanpakuto continues to wreak havoc in our jingling pavilion, I don't know how many people will suffer and how much unrest it will cause. This Zanpakuto has now been classified as dangerous, so I hope you won't fight again for a while. Lu Jin tightly grasped his Zanpakuto. He didn't want to fight anymore because he couldn't find the ability. How could this be possible? Each Zanpakuto has different abilities, and the Zanpakuto possessed by each Shinigami is the foundation of combat. If the ability of the Zanpo knife is not for fighting, then it must be for saving people. If it cannot do either of these, what is the point of this Zanpo knife and this ability? Captain, I don't agree. I want to fight. If even fighting is prevented, then being a Shinigami is meaningless. Although his fighting spirit was always beating, it was obvious that the captain could not understand this feeling. Because for the captain, what he needs to do now is to protect the entire jingling pavilion, and he does not want anything to go wrong from now on. Before this, the captain had never thought that the person in front of him was a dangerous person. Even though he was judged to be the 7th seed of the 12th division, it was just a title. There were 3 divisions in the entire Seirei, and the abilities and responsibilities of each team were very different, so even the captains of each team and their subordinates had different abilities. For example, the 11th division is a combat team. Even if you randomly pick out a member of this team, he is much stronger than the chief officer of the 4th division, which is a medical team. This is because most of the members of the 4th division are mainly responsible for treating patients and they will not easily get involved in combat. Most of their Zanpakuto are Vakito type. Compared with the attack type Zanpakuto, the Keto type Zanpakuto is like heaven and earth. In a similar way, the 12th division has always been responsible for experiments in science and technology within the entire 13th division, so the 12th division is also known as the Technology Development Bureau. Chapter 9, Peace. This team is not responsible for fighting on a daily basis. Most of the members in the team are very smart, with extremely high emotional intelligence and IQ. However, their slashing swords usually rely on themselves to help them with their daily experiments. In battle, their slashing swords are really useless, or if they don't fight directly, they will not be rated as dangerous. But there was a problem. The man standing in front of the captain, Lu Jin, had a very powerful Zanpakuto, and his abilities were extremely rare. The previous battle with the captain of the 11th division, Zaraki Kenpachi, was not worth mentioning. After all, that guy just liked fighting and killing, chopping and stabbing, so anyone who was considered strong by this man would be accepted to fight. The captain had already known this for a long time. After all, the captain had accepted a battle invitation before, but was rejected by the captain. The captain is no different from others and will never do those things lightly, but at the same time, it should be understood that most of those who are qualified to fight with wooden sword aid can be judged as strong, and everyone who fights with Zaraki Kenpachi will be carefully examined by the captain to see if they will be judged as dangerous. So Zaraki Kenpachi himself is a very dangerous man, but fortunately Zaraki Kenpachi does not know how to use the Zanpakuto. The knife in his hand is not a Zanpakuto at all, it can only be regarded as a piece of scrap metal. But of course, even if it is scrap metal, it depends on whose hands it is. This piece of scrap metal played the ultimate role in the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi. He used this so-called Zanpakuto and killed countless people, so he achieved the status he has today. The Seirei has such a rule, especially the 11th opposition. As long as you kill the previous captain, you will become the captain of this team. This man's ability was beyond Xiaoshu's control. Even though the captain had once classified this man as dangerous and had personally talked to Zaraki Kenpachi and told him not to continue fighting, Zaraki Kenpachi did not take such warnings seriously at all. Because for Zaraki Kenpachi, if he doesn't fight, what's the difference between that and taking his life? So the jingling court is a little peaceful now. I, an old man, can predict that many things will happen in the near future. Among these many things, there are also too many things that are troubling. The entire 13th team has generally declined in ability because of a long period of peace. There are very few people like Zaraki Kenpachi who have sufficient abilities and are constantly improving. That is why the old man is particularly tolerant of Zaraki Kenpachi. Tolerance is one aspect, but secondly, this guy is really disobedient. No matter how many times he is warned not to continue fighting, he completely ignores him. The old man is really helpless. But the difference is that Lu Jin is very aware of his situation, and for some reason this guy has become more and more timid and afraid of trouble. He rarely fights with others and just finds a corner to do his work. If the old man had not appeared in time to stop the battle, the losses would have been huge. The buildings would have been fine, but at the same time, many people with ulterior motives would have noticed that these two different beings might target them. The old man did this for their own good. I always feel that there is someone watching and observing these things, and this feeling may be something only the old man can predict. After all, among the 13 teams in the entire Jingling Court, it must be admitted that the strongest one is the old man's Ryujin Jaka. Apart from this, I really can't feel any other different existence. The reason why the old man warned him not to continue fighting was that he hoped he could hide his brilliance and bide his time. I understand everyone's desire to fight, but Jingling Court is so peaceful and tranquil right now. Why do you still need to fight? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, the current Team 13 is indeed the most peaceful period. Apart from some provocative people, the only thing left for these Shinigami is the daily work, which is to kill the infinite hollows. Chapter 10. But those virtual ones can be dealt with by even an ordinary team member, so naturally there is no need for them, the chief officers, or even the deputy captains and above. This also led to everyone being very relaxed, and even everyone's bones were very loose, so it was not impossible for them to want to fight or challenge their colleagues. The only big difference is that for some people it is a sparring match, while for others it can be called a real battle. Then such people can be stopped. Lu Jin could perhaps be classified as one of these people. Perhaps he wanted to spar with others in martial arts, but because of Zanpakuto's abilities, it ultimately turned into a fight, and he might even hurt others during the process, and it's not impossible that their lives might be in danger. If he had directed his wrath at ordinary team members, it would have been fine, but the vice captain, especially the vice captain of the second squad. This is like walking into someone's trap. You can provoke some people at will, but not others. After all, his father is powerful and influential. In addition, the old man is also truly aware of the power of this Zanpakuto. When facing the enemy, he is of course speechless and can defeat the enemy. But now this Zanpakuto is facing his own people. This is the thing that the old man cannot accept the most. Don't fight without my permission. The old man was so resolute that Lu Jin knew he had no room for rebuttal and immediately withered. But you are depriving me of my rights, my personal rights. I'm not that kind of person to deprive you of your rights. The captain raised his eyebrows and said, I'm doing this for your own good, kid. Think about it slowly. The old man said this and waved his hand. The deputy captain beside him made a gesture of invitation. Lu Jin knew that he was ordering him to leave. He left the headquarters dormitory in disappointment, walked under the white bricks and black tiles, looked at the clouds in the sky, and finally sighed. The weather is so nice today, why am I not in a good mood? I lowered my head and saw the turbulent waves in front of me. Advertisement: a pair of soft cotton balls with a necklace appeared in front of him. Lu Jin's nosebleed gushed out instantly and he fell to the ground. Matsumoto Rangaku stood up straight with a strange look on his face, looking at the man in front of him with some confusion. Are you okay? Lu Jin, the seventh seat. Lu Jin just lay on the ground like this for a long time before he slowly got up. He wiped the blood gushing out of his nostrils, swallowed his saliva, and felt that he was too embarrassed. This was not the first time, so why was he still like this? He shook his head and thought, forget it. In the future, there will be more encounters. If he is like this every time, it would be too much for people to look down on him. After all, he is a man full of vigor and vitality. He can't stand seeing such a sexy figure. He will bleed from the nose. Otherwise, he might die from excessive nosebleeds and blood loss one day, which would be a disservice to his powerful Zanpakuto. He quickly stood up and looked at Matsumoto Rangaku with an embarrassed look on his face. It's okay, it's okay. You just came out of the headquarters. Did the captain scold you? I heard you challenge Vice Captain Omaeda? This is now known to everyone, and everyone knows about it. At this time, everyone was wondering whether he was scolded. How could a conservative person like the old man allow such internal strife to happen? The old man can tell at a glance whether it is an ordinary sparring match, and naturally there is a ranking of high and low. Lu Jin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Maybe I've been a little arrogant lately, so I deserve a scolding. It wasn't him who was arrogant, but the system he possessed. Unless he had tasked him with challenging the vice captain, the following events wouldn't have happened. In the end, while he received a reward, he was also banned from combat. So, what was the point of having such a powerful Ryatsu? Was he just showing off to these people, to scare them? Of course you don't deserve to be scolded. Why don't you go and spar with Vice Captain Omaeda? If you want, you can go and spar with our captain. He's always so arrogant and thinks he's the best. Matsumoto Rangaku pointed his index finger at his lower lip. The old man has been meddling more and more lately, and he has to intervene in matters like this. Oh, it's okay. I won't bother your captain if it's okay. Are you going to the headquarters? Lu Jin also wanted to challenge Hitsugaya Dashiro. If he happened to catch up with the task released by his system, then Hitsugaya Dashiro's Ryatsu would be different from others. It is an extremely powerful cold Ryatsu. Anyone who sees it would probably want it. Chapter 11. Boring, but now, fighting is forbidden. Even ordinary sparring is not allowed. Otherwise, if you don't listen to the captain's words, the consequences will be even more disastrous. It can be seen that the old man is already a little unhappy, so it's better for you not to put yourself in trouble. Matsumoto Rangaku shook his head. Why would I go to the headquarters? I came here specifically to see you. I heard that you were summoned to the headquarters after the fight with Vice Captain Omaeda. I was a little worried that you might have been reprimanded, so I came here. Did he come to see me specifically? Feeling touched, Lu Jin's face was a little shy, and he felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to have worried you. But just as he finished his words, a slender palm slapped his face, and he was instantly spun 180 degrees, and the whole person was knocked into the wall beside him. When I came to my senses, I heard a cold voice. The captain asked me to pick you up and take you back to the Technology Development Bureau. I didn't expect you to pick up girls on the way. It seems that the captain is right. It's time to throw useless and dishonest people out of our Technology Development Bureau. The tone was so familiar that he didn't need to react to know it was his vice captain, Ni Yinming. Matsumoto Rangaku was also shocked. Vice captain, you're so violent. However, Ni Yinming ignored Matsumoto Rangaku who was standing beside him. Instead, he grabbed Lu Jin by the collar and stole him out from behind the wall. Deputy Captain Matsumoto, I'm so sorry that our team member has caused you trouble. I'll take him back. Matsumoto was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, the two men had already disappeared right before his eyes. Matsumoto felt a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I'm not causing any trouble. I came to see him specially. Before we could say a few words, he was taken away. I feel a little disappointed, and what's wrong with the vice captain lately? His temper seems so strange. He's usually a very gentle person. Meanwhile, Ni Yinming kept dragging him on the ground by the collar of his neck. Although Lu Jin felt uncomfortable, he dared not say a word. He didn't know what he had done wrong to be treated like this. However, when he thought about it, challenging Vice Captain Omaeda was something he shouldn't have done, so it was only natural that he was treated like this. He had already been scolded by the captain, and he was afraid that the captain would scold him as well when he returned to the team. No, that's not just a scolding, that would be a nightmare. Sao, who told you to get so close to another vice captain? Advertisement, Lu Jin wondered who this sentence was referring to. Who was so close to the other vice captain. Was it Omaeda or Matsumoto Rangaku? Before he could react, he was slapped in the face again. Don't be fooled by Vice Captain Omaeda's usual image of being a foodie. Do you really think that a seat officer like you can challenge any vice captain? If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be the vice captain. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be the vice captain of the second rice team? You're really overestimating yourself. I clearly won this competition, but why do all I hear now are complaints? But if you think about it carefully, Omaeda's strength is indeed strong enough. After all, he was almost killed by his own strength. This point must be made clear. After all, I am still suffering from serious injuries all over my body. Just like a chicken, he was carried into his room and thrown into it. He couldn't stop and was stuck to the wall. Before he could react, Ni Yinming came over and grabbed his shoulder, forcing Lu Jin to look at Ni Yinming. You've been badly injured, let me take care of you. No way, again. Who can stand this kind of thing all the time? After all, he is a normal man, and normal men have normal physiological reactions. Although Nian Yinming is just a robot, there is no part of her body that has been artificially made, and she does not look like a normal woman. Any man would probably have a normal physiological reaction when faced with such a female robot. Deputy Captain, I can take care of myself, there's no need. He clearly wanted to refuse again, but the moment the electric drill sounded, he was like a body without a soul, at the mercy of others. He watched his clothes being taken off one by one without any reaction. Compared to death, there is nothing wrong with enjoying the body. Chapter 12. Helpless. About an hour later, the spiritual practice ended, and all of Lu Jin's injuries were healed. Looking at Ni Yinming, who had just put on her clothes, he thought to himself, if he wasn't a robot, he might really fall in love with him. Forget it, Ni Yinming is a female robot created by Kuretsuchi Miyuri. All her memories and thoughts were also created by Kuretsuchi Miyuri. So everything Ni Yinming does and says now are all what Kuretsuchi Miyuri thinks and says. When I thought of Kuretsuchi Miyuri's face and her yellow teeth, I felt so sick that my stomach started to churn, and the little enjoyment I had just had disappeared. Nemune. However, at this moment, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri's big face appeared in front of the two of them, and called out Nemune's name. I was still daydreaming just now, but now seeing this face I really couldn't help it and almost vomited. Sao. Why are you here again? Kuretsuchi Miyuri was naturally a little unhappy to see Yin Yinming here. Do you know that I have been looking for you for a long time? Where have you been? Ni Yinming obediently walked in front of Kuretsuchi Miyuri and said, he is injured. I will take him back to heal him. What does it have to do with you whether he gets hurt or not? Kuretsuchi Miyuri glared at Lu Jin fiercely. If you can't even beat that damn guy Zaraki, you might as well just die. At this time, I wanted to say, if you can do it, you can do it. But of course, if I said this, I'm afraid I would be bombarded with requests the next second. I had better obey. Although the smile on my face couldn't be fake. But it still has to be maintained. After Ni Yinming was taken away, he began to daze. What should he do in the days ahead? Even though he was now the 7th seed of the 12th division, his most important task was not to spar with others or fight. However, one of the reasons why he was ridiculed by the 12th division before was because his Zanpakuto had nothing to do with the experiment. Advertisement looking at the experiments they do all day long, or the scientific and technological knowledge, it gives me a headache just looking at them. How am I supposed to fit in? Integrating into it is secondary. The most important question by far is how to spend the rest of the days. After Ni-Yin's dream rest, her body had mostly recovered, but she still needed some rest. For most of the following time, she was the one who didn't even leave the room. Although his teammates would always say some unpleasant and weird things when they passed by his door, he just turned a deaf ear to them. During this period, Ni Yinming came a few times, and the other one was Matsumoto Rangaku. Ever since the previous incident, Matsumoto always thought that his current situation was all caused by what happened before, so he felt guilty and would come over to comfort him from time to time. No matter how he tried to explain himself and said that this had nothing to do with the incident, Matsumoto Rangaku didn't believe it. In the end, she decided to give up further clarification with Matsumoto Rangaku, as she always felt that it was meaningless. However, over time, the relationship between the two became very good, which was a good thing. But for some reason, when the relationship between the two became better, Ni Yinming became very angry and repeatedly warned Matsumoto Rangaku not to care more about their teammates. But how could Matsumoto Rangaku be frightened so easily? No matter what Ni Yinming said, Matsumoto Rangaku pretended not to hear it. He usually came when he was supposed to, and was never afraid of anyone. But the most awkward one was Lu Jin, caught in the middle. With both beauties so concerned about him, and him nearly causing a fight between them, should he be happy or upset? If he were to judge based on their figures, Matsumoto would have won, but if he were to judge based on intimacy, Ni Yinming would have been the winner. So, which of the two should he lean towards? Perhaps it was because he had not been sparring with others recently, so his mind was on the two beauties. This was actually an extremely inappropriate thing to do, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, if you have nothing to do when you are free, it would be too leisurely if you don't find something to do. Although as the 7th seed of the 12th division, there should be a lot of things to do on weekdays, but in fact, it is not the case. Because each member of the 12th division has his own responsibilities, everyone has things to do. On the contrary, with his ability, he is not worthy of having his own laboratory, nor is he worthy of assisting the captain. So if he does not fight on weekdays, he can only stay in his room to recuperate, right? But Lu Jin certainly couldn't give up so easily. Even if he was stopped, he still had to fight and do what he wanted to do, instead of just leaving it to fate. Chapter 13. Regaining strength during this period of time, Lu Jin has been almost conserving his energy. Although he has not looked for others to compete in battle, he still has a lot of tasks issued by the system. This time when I opened the taskbar, I found that there were no less than 10 tasks accumulated in it, and each one was related to combat. I finally sighed. The old man ordered me not to fight with Zanpakuto anymore. I could only accumulate the tasks for now and find a suitable time to do them. Today was the same sunny day as usual. Looking at the good weather outside, Lu Jin sat on the bed feeling a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how many days and nights he had been lying in bed without moving. He had spent almost all these days in bed. Team 12 is also known as the Technical Development Bureau, so there are many things to do every day, but no one will come to find him. Because everyone thought that with his strength, being the 7th seat was already good enough, and it was impossible for him to help everyone. Except for Ni Yinming, the vice captain who would care about him on weekdays, the other team members treated him as if he did not exist, never considered him as the 7th seed of the 12th division, and did not have much respect for him. Although I felt very sad at the beginning, I felt that it was no big deal over time. Now I can't fight and can't prove myself, and the Zanpo knife is not related to science and technology, so naturally I can't help the Technology Development Bureau. It's no big deal if other people look down on me, I'll just get used to it. Matsumoto Rangaku just came yesterday, and she probably won't come again today. As for Ni Yinming, she hasn't come for 3 days and nights. Lu Jin is now living a mixed life, and his only hope is these two beauties. Looking at the Zanpo knife which was already covered with dust at the head of the bed, he couldn't help but sigh again. But at this moment, a figure suddenly floated in front of the window, and behind it were many guys wearing Shinigami costumes chasing after him. What is going on? Those guys were still shouting things like, "Don't run, chase them quickly." I thought they were playing a game of house, but the next second, I found that the lights on the roof began to shake. Not long after, the house collapsed, and a man fell from the sky. Although this guy was wearing a spa outfit, he had never seen him before. It's an orange-haired boy. You look at me, I look at you, the two of us staring at each other in silence. After a long while, the guy rubbed his butt. It hurts so much. Don't run. At this time, the group of guys outside the window were still playing the cat and mouse game, but no one knew who they were chasing. Lu Jin lifted the quilt, got out of bed, squatted in front of the chrysanthemum boy, and poked his face. Who are you? Why did you smash my roof? EMMM. The childhood friend didn't seem to know how to answer this question, and the two continued to look at each other in silence. Important and urgent notice. Important and urgent notice. A traveling disaster has invaded the Jingling Court. A traveling disaster has invaded the Jingling Court. All Shinigami present, including team members, chair officers, vice captains, and captains, are to urgently lift their restrictions and fight any traveling disasters they encounter. The following are the appearances of each traveling disaster. One of them is a young man with orange hair. Neither of them listened to what was said next, but all the characteristics were extremely consistent with the orange-haired boy in front of them. Lu Jin blinked at the orange-haired boy in front of him. Did you just hear that? The urgent notice said that we can lift the taboo to fight him. Travel disaster. The orange-haired young man. Orange hair. Chapter 14. No, shit. The orange-haired young man in front of him seemed to realize something and scrambled to his feet. He turned around and tried to run, but was grabbed by him. You came to me on your own, how could I let you go? I haven't fought in almost half a year, you have no idea how much my hands are itching. If he had not been warned by the old man back then, he would not have wasted the past 6 months in bed. Except for the occasional short but beautiful time spent with Ni Yinming, the rest of the time was almost wasted. Finally, I can fight and find one of the tasks piled up in the system. Find anyone of similar strength to fight, and you can not only get their Ryotsu, but also another healing spiritualist, Matsumoto Rangaku. In other words, if he gets hurt again or needs spiritual practice in the future, he can not only sleep with Ni and Meng but also get out of the mess. Although Matsumoto Rangaku has been extremely concerned about him these days, the two of them have only reached the point of holding hands. Matsumoto Rangaku rarely stays here for too long. After all, staying in other teams' dormitories for too long will have some impact. It is precisely because of this that Lu Jin has always felt that this matter is a hurdle in his heart. He really wants something to happen between him and Matsumoto Rangaku. Every time he practices spiritual cultivation with Ni Yinming, he even thinks of Matsumoto Rangaku's face in his mind. Although this is a bit excessive, he still can't help it. Men are like this, they are never satisfied and always want more. But no matter what the reward for this mission is, at least I can fight now, which is a good thing. If I make a contribution this time, maybe the old man will lift his taboo. This is very possible, so I am particularly excited at this moment, and I refuse to let go of the orange-haired boy. The orange-haired young man in front of him didn't seem to want to fight at all. He started to run, but he found that the man in front of him was holding his collar very tightly, making it impossible for him to run away. Brother, please let me go. I don't want to fight here yet. Although they had prepared themselves mentally when they came here and knew that fighting was inevitable, their primary goal was to find Rukia Kuchiki first and fight. If it could be avoided, they naturally did not want to waste time here. Although Lu Jin didn't know why they came or what they wanted to do, these were not important at all. What mattered now was that he could finally fight, and the dusty Zanpakuto could finally shake off the dust on its body. You came to me on your own. If I let you go now, I'd be so sorry for myself. You don't even know how I've been going through the past 6 months. No matter what, I can't let you go. So, I'm so sorry. As Lu Jin spoke, he pulled his childhood friend and jumped out of the big pit he had just been transferred to. After all, this was his own room, and he would have to use his own salary to repair it later. If the two of them fought here and made the house even more broken, wouldn't it cost a lot of money to repair it? It would be better to find an empty place and destroy as few buildings as possible, so that less money would be spent in the future. Chapter 15. Preparation. Not long after, the two men came to an open space. Lu Jin had already prepared to start a battle of the century. After all, he had not taken action for a long time and was really itching to do so. But the guy in front of him didn't seem to intend to start a fight with him. Instead, he looked like he had something on his mind and kept looking back at the place where Rukia was imprisoned. The main purpose of the invaders this time was to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, but the problem was that he had been living in his own world recently and rarely went out, so he had no idea what mistake Rukia Kuchiki had made and why he was locked up. At this time, he was naturally confused. I came here to fight you, and you kept looking away. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? You don't look like a bad person to me. I don't want to fight, so just let me go. Although he had already prepared himself mentally before coming here and knew that he would have to fight, he was still afraid of fighting and didn't want to fight at this moment. After all, once the fight started, it would be endless, and it would be unknown when Rukia could be rescued. Their main purpose now is to save people rather than fight, so naturally they don't want to waste time on such things. If they have to waste time, it is better to fight quickly and decisively. You should have heard the announcement just now, right? Lu Jin couldn't let the fat piece of meat he had in his hand slip away like that. He raised his Zanpakuto in his hand and said, "After all, I am an official. If I let an intruder like you escape, I will definitely be punished. So this has nothing to do with being a good guy or a bad guy. I must stop you." Although he said this, in his heart he just wanted to fight. After all, the Zanpakuto had been gathering dust for such a long time, and now he was really itching to fight. In that case, it seems there's no way to escape. Although he was extremely reluctant, he finally sighed. Before that, let me tell you my name. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Lu Jin. It was basic respect to state your name before a fight. 7th seed of the 12th squad. Advertisement. In fact, according to the allocation of seats, the 7th seed is not considered a strong one at all. However, each team has its own standards for allocating seat officials, and most of them are different. For example, if the 4th division is a medical team, then those with excellent medical skills will be assigned to the front, and those with poor medical skills will be assigned to the back. Their assignment has nothing to do with their combat effectiveness. As for the 12th division, the main thing for them to be assigned is their technical manufacturing and scientific capabilities. Although Lu Jin has strong abilities, he is not very good at this aspect, so he has no way of becoming a higher-ranking officer. Being able to become the 7th seed is already good enough. But this does not mean that his fighting ability is not strong. There's no other way. Kurosaki Ichigo picked up his Zanpakuto from behind. The knife was not in the scabbard, but was wrapped in bandages. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo grasped the handle, the bandages on the Zanpakuto blade all loosened. Kurosaki Ichigo pointed the Zanpakuto at Lu Jin. "I've learned your lesson." In the next second, the two men rushed towards each other with their Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo was actually quite confident. Not only had he received a lot of training before coming here, but at least in his previous life, his strength was still pretty good. So in the end, he was defeated by Abarai Renji once, but it was precisely because of this defeat that he kept practicing hard. I guess it won't be the same strength as before. The Shinigami in front of me seems a little different, because each Shinigami's Zanpakuto has its own abilities, including the initial release and the final complete release. Normally, when the Zanpakuto is first released, only half of it is released, and only when it is fully released can all its abilities be mastered. However, the Zanpakuto in the hands of the man in front of him turned out to be the same as the Zanpakuto in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. And in the next second, all the Ryotsu released by Kurosaki Ichigo were rebounded. The man in front of him was using the same moves as himself, as if he could replicate himself. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely stunned and took several steps back. How did you do that? Chapter 16. Everyone has their own abilities. Everyone's Zanpakuto has its own unique abilities. Lu Jin seemed to have long been accustomed to the surprised expressions of others during their battles with him, because this was not the first time. Almost everyone would be extremely surprised the moment they discovered their abilities during the battle with him, because they had never imagined that there would be someone who could completely replicate their abilities. Why do people say I become stronger when facing strong opponents and weaker when facing weak ones? Because that's just my ability. Lu Jin imitated Kurosaki Ichigo and carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders. Do you know what a complete replica is? There is such a power. Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his unwillingness to believe it. After all, in the entire Shinigami world, no matter how powerful a person is, he should not have such a powerful power. Copying the strength of others is equivalent to fighting against yourself. No matter how strong you are, he will become as strong as you. Facing such a person, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to defeat him. Because you can't win. You yourself say that the most powerful enemy in this world is yourself. When you really face yourself, you know in your heart that it is impossible to win. You know very well that I can't beat you. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little disappointed. He turned his head and looked at the place where Kuchiki Rukia was imprisoned again. He felt that he might be delayed here. However, Lu Jin shook his head. In everyone's heart, he is the strongest enemy, but he is a hollow one. You can't really fight against yourself, but now you have met me. I have materialized the enemy in your heart. Defeating me is defeating you. No one knows how strong you are better than yourself. So defeating me is just a matter of overcoming a hurdle in your heart. How can you definitely lose? If some people really lose in a fight, it only means that they cannot overcome the hurdle in their hearts, because most of the time it will end in a draw. They all knew that his ability was to copy the abilities of others, but they didn't know that every copied ability could be possessed by him. When fighting against each enemy in his Zanpakuto, he was not only able to use the abilities of the person he was fighting, but could also use all the abilities he had copied. If he used all those abilities, no one could defeat him. Lu Jin simply didn't want to do that, because doing so would not only ruin his reputation, but would also make many people lose confidence in themselves. On the contrary, if they thought that once they had overcome the hurdle of defeating him, then defeating anyone else would be a very easy thing, then perhaps everyone would feel much better. It's not as simple as you said. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed a little frustrated. In fact, he felt a little forced to come here to save Rukia. It was not what he wanted, but he had no choice. He watched helplessly as this very important girl of his was taken away. No matter who it was, no one would be able to understand this feeling so easily. Instead, they would feel very sad. That's why I made up my mind to rescue Rukia no matter what. But it doesn't mean that I can accomplish it just because I have made up my mind. Instead, I only now realize how difficult it is. Why didn't I think about it then? Now I realize that the road ahead is full of difficulties, and it is impossible to overcome all these difficulties so easily. Lu Jin was looking forward to this battle very much because Shu Jing did not fight, but he was disappointed when Kurosaki Ichigo acted very frustrated and did not want to continue fighting. That tower, is the person you want to save imprisoned in it? Lu Jin held the Zanpakuto that was exactly the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's in his hand and pointed to the tower in the distance where Rukia was imprisoned. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head and looked at the tower, feeling a little sad. Yes, the people inside were the ones he wanted to save, but even so, it did not mean that he could overcome the difficulties and obstacles ahead to save Rukia. I still remember how badly I lost against Aburai Renji. At that time, I should have known very clearly that everything was not that simple. Chapter 17. Innocence, but I still naively believed that I would be able to grow through hard work, and then I rescued Rukia. Now I realize that I was just overthinking. How naive. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his head and looked at the tip of his sword. How could a man who couldn't even beat him, a man who couldn't even overcome the hurdle he had to overcome, say who could he save? Lu Jin transformed his Zanpakuto back to its original form and sheathed it. If you can't even get past me, the road ahead will be filled with difficulties and obstacles. It will be almost impossible for you to save the people you want to save. Having said this, he turned and prepared to leave. I thought this invader was very powerful, but it seems that he is just so-so. He even caused the entire jingling court to panic, but it was completely unnecessary. This was undoubtedly looking down on them. Although this group of people felt very sad, they couldn't vent their feelings with their hands clenched into fists, because now they were exactly as they said, completely powerless. But when he had walked about 10 steps, the Ryotsu behind him suddenly became stronger, even a little scary. Lu Jin slowly stopped walking, but did not look back. The man behind him finally spoke in a low voice. I will never give up so easily. I came here to rescue him. If I can't rescue him, then even if I die, I will be willing to do it. Huh? This is what an invader should look like. The Zanpakuto in his hand once again turned into a hostile Zanpakuto, and the sword was carried on his shoulder. He turned around and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo looked like he was ready to enter combat. 12th Division, 7th seat. If I can't even beat you, then those vice captains and captains in front. How am I supposed to face them? Kurosaki Ichigo had done a series of homework before coming. There are a total of 13 teams in the entire Shinigami world of Seirei, and these 13 teams each have their own captain, vice-captain, as well as officers and ordinary team members. Therefore, the strength of these 13 teams is almost the same, but each of these 13 teams has its own responsibilities, so their combat capabilities are still uneven and there are certain differences. If we meet ordinary members of the 11th Squadron this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them so easily. This is the difference. After all, the 11th Division is the team that is mainly responsible for combat, while the other teams are responsible for other duties and may be relatively worse in combat. However, Heiichi Yihu knew that the 12th Division, also known as the Technology Development Bureau, was mainly responsible for some scientific research and development of the Seirei. All the officers and team members in it were mainly responsible for some things such as technology development and research, and were not mainly responsible for combat, so these characters in this team might be weaker in combat. The 7th seat means there are many people ahead of him. The Prime Minister can only be described as average, but his so-called average ability is still so terrifying. So what about those people ahead of him? The long road ahead is always a bit nervous and fearful, but he must face the Black Chess medical guidance. The road ahead is very, very difficult to walk, so he must be mentally prepared for a series of things so far. Otherwise, there is really only one way out. Don't look down on me, although I am only the 7th seat in the 12th Division, but my strength is more than that. Lu Jin was also very helpless about this matter. Although he didn't know how their level was ranked, he always felt that this positioning of himself was a little inappropriate. But never mind, these things can always be done slowly, and they don't necessarily have to be finalized at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, I don't mean to look down on you. I just think that there will be many powerful people waiting for me after this. If I can't even defeat you on this road, how can I face others? Chapter 18. No regrets. To put it bluntly, you still look down on me. Lu Jin muttered, but he showed no mercy, and the fight between the two was about to break out again. The sparks of war did not stop. The next two people started fighting seriously, which made people realize that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was not that great. He just stopped because he was afraid, but this does not mean that that is Kurosaki Ichigo's full strength. When Kurosaki Ichigo really puts his heart into it, he is a cockroach that is immune to death. It is clear that he is about to use up all his strength and fall down every time, but he always stands up with a head full of blood with a call from Kurosaki Ichigo. In the end, Lu Jin still gave up the fight. The two men lay on the ground at the same time, looking at the starry sky in front of them. They fought from day to night. The battle lasted for a whole day, but in the end there was no result. Both of them were seriously injured, especially Kurosaki Ichigo. Although he came here with high spirits, this battle almost exhausted all his strength and his strength was seriously injured. Lu Jin had no intention of becoming an enemy of Kurosaki Ichigo. He just wanted to do something bad, so he took Kurosaki Ichigo back to his own dormitory and planned to treat him. Although his abilities were average on a daily basis, he was still able to provide ordinary treatment. In addition, he secretly asked the members of the 4th Division who were on good terms with him to come and help. Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries were quickly treated and were slowly healing. When Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, it was already the second night. Kurosaki Ichigo found that the person accompanying him was the man he had fought with before. He was shocked for a moment and spoke after a long time. To you, I am an invader and a disaster. Why are you saving me? Perhaps the black player Ichigo couldn't understand. After all, they were nominally enemies. Advertisement Lu Jin sat at the table on the Kong, leisurely drinking his tea, and looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo. Many of us strongly disagree with the treatment of Rukia this time, so we are very welcome for you to come and rescue Rukia. However, we are all members of the 13th team of the Jingling Court and the chief officer, so we must accept the orders issued by the higher-ups. Fighting with you is inevitable. As for saving you, it was a spontaneous act in my heart. After all, we have no grudges or hatred, and we don't have any deep hatred. Seeing that you were so badly injured, I can't just watch you die. Everyone is truly kind in their heart. Even if the person in front of them is their enemy, they will not really treat him as an enemy. After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little touch. Then he looked at his tightly bandaged arm and asked, how long has it been? A whole day and night. Lu Jin put down the teacup in his hand and thought about himself. He was seriously injured at that time. When the vice captain Ni Yinming knew about it, he rushed to treat his injuries. His face turned red. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo was still unconscious beside them when he did such an embarrassing thing. It really felt a little, it's hard to put into words. But it was a good thing for him. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused. Why are you blushing? Nothing. How do you feel? Lu Jin quickly pulled himself out of his memories and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. I've asked someone to treat your injuries. It should be almost healed now, but you still have to feel it yourself. It shouldn't be a big problem. Kurosaki Ichigo stretched his muscles again and felt that he had almost recovered, so he put on his clothes and wanted to leave. Lu Jin knew the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo came here, and knew he couldn't stop him, so he didn't try to stop him. He just said, there will be many people blocking your way on the road ahead. Good luck. You won't be punished by your superiors for doing this. Before leaving, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little sorry. Did I cause you any trouble? It's okay. I just followed my heart. The tower doesn't look far away, but it's actually quite far from here. You'll meet a lot of people along the way. They might be strong or weak, but they'll all treat you as an enemy. But they won't save you after injuring you like I did, so I can only advise you to be careful. Lu Jin doesn't think what he did was wrong and doesn't regret it. Chapter 19. Thanks. Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his gratitude and left through the window. At this moment, Naimung opened the door of his room. Looking at the window that had just been opened and had not been closed in time, Naimung knew clearly what had just happened. He just cleared his throat and said indifferently, "The captain is looking for you. I didn't expect it to come so soon." Lu Jin had already guessed that the fact that he treated Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries would be known to others soon. After all, he was doing it openly and not secretly. However, he did not expect it to spread so quickly, and the captain already knew about it. Ni Yinming did not object to this matter, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing. She was just a little worried. "You did such a good thing, the captain will not let you go." "I believe the old man is not someone who won't listen to any advice." Lu Jin stood up, patted his butt, and stretched himself lazily. "The worst that can happen is that we will be punished together. What's the big deal? For almost half a year, you haven't even had the chance to compete with others. Isn't it hard?" Ni Yinming has been by his side for such a long time, and can see the depression and determination in his heart. To be honest, the old man just took his chance to fight. In fact, this is not a punishment at all, it is just as it should be, so the old man cannot be blamed for this kind of thing. But what happened before is very different from what is happening now. This time, the invaders are a very important emergency for the entire Jingling Court. All the members of the three teams are trying to capture these invaders. As a member of Jingling Court and also a chief official, Lu Jin not only did not help Jingling Court to arrest these people, but also sent the invaders away after treating them. When the old man knew about this, the consequences would naturally be unimaginable. I believe the old man would be very angry. Lu Jin had already prepared himself mentally for being scolded and punished. "Don't worry too much about me, I won't die." Advertisement. No matter how big the mistake is, it is not a capital crime, so there is no need to worry too much. Ni Yinming didn't say anything else, but just leaned aside and waited for him to walk out of the room. On the way to the headquarters, both of them were unusually silent, and the road seemed very long, not as fast as usual. After a long time, he finally arrived at the door of the headquarters. After hesitating for a long time, he went to call out. The person inside seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When he saw it was Lu Jin, he quickly let him in, while Ni Yinming was waiting at the door. "Do you know what I asked you to do?" It was the same scene again. In the empty squad room, the old man stood under a large coat with his back to him. Looking at the captain's uniform of the first squadron on the old man's back, Lu Jin sighed. "Kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you." "Why would I kill you?" The old man stroked his beard and turned around. "You just let a travel disaster go, it's nothing." "What?" This time I was a little shocked. How could the old man be so considerate? He wasn't like this usually. I always feel that there is something wrong here, but I can't really put my finger on it because it's so rare to see the old man like this. "You called me here to punish me, didn't you?" Lu Jin looked at the old man in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. "Now the entire 13th team is mobilized to capture these people, and I let him go. I think this must be a very serious matter for you, Captain." Chapter 20. Knowing. I already know about the battle between you two, and I understand your strength. The old man seemed to be talking about something else. Although your strength is strong, you always hide something. So I called you here today to give you a mission. "What mission?" The old man never mentioned choosing a method again, so I wondered, could it be that the old man had called me here today because I let the intruder go? If he didn't punish me for such a serious matter, then what exactly did the old man want? It was even more strange and incomprehensible. "Your strength should not be underestimated. Anyone with eyes can see it, so I will give you one chance. You can challenge your captain. If you win, you will replace him. If you lose, then letting the invader go is no small matter. I will definitely punish you severely." It turned out that the old man really saw his own strength and was unwilling to let a talented person go so easily, so he gave him such a chance. It was just to challenge his captain, which was not a simple matter. Each of the 13 teams had its own captain, and most of these captains were very strong, but the ability of each captain was very different. Just like the captain of the 13th team, Jishiro Yukitaki, because of his illness, it was difficult for him to exert his full strength. This kind of person seemed to be a good challenge. But this is also due to his physical condition. His own strength is still very strong. Those who can become captains of the entire Team 13 are not simple people. They all have certain strengths to be able to become captains of their teams, and these people are not so easy to challenge, especially the captain of Team 12, Kuretsuchi Mayuri. This guy can be said to be the most terrifying among the captains of all 13 teams, because the ability of his sword is very different. In addition, he is the director of the Technology Development Bureau and has been called a genius before. The things he invented can be used in combat, and in combat, you never know what he is going to do in the next second, so if you challenge such a person, the consequences can only be said to be unimaginable. The others were fine, but his captain. Lu Jin was really skeptical about this matter and didn't dare to agree to it so easily, but at this moment the system's voice rang out again at the right time. Ding dong. The system has issued a task. Host needs to defeat the captain of his own team. Reward. All Ryatsu of the 12th squad captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri as well as all his abilities and experimental results. Sao. Advertisement. The other things are fine, but all the abilities and experimental results are definitely not to be underestimated. He has conducted so many experiments over the years and naturally produced many useful things. If all these things can be obtained, then I don't know how much help it will be to his future battles. Even for this, he has to take on this task. Even if the road ahead is a dead end, you still have to give it a try to know whether you can get through it or not. Accept the task. He silently told himself to accept the task, but the old man in front of him seemed to have been waiting for a long time, with an impatient expression on his face. He finally answered the old man, "Since the captain has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. I knew you were ambitious and had a big appetite. I'm looking forward to hearing good news from you." In fact, the old man has always been a rather old-fashioned and lifeless person. The current captain of the 12th Division, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, was once a big sinner in the entire Seirei. He was also imprisoned in the dungeon and was not released for a long time. Until the former captain of the 12th Division was expelled from Seirei due to some incidents and never came back, the position of captain of the 12th Division was vacant, so there was no way to find the current captain, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, this genius, to replace him. If there was anyone else who could do it, the position of captain would never have gone to Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but there was nothing else that could be done. Because each team captain has his own responsibilities, his own team mission and his own abilities, the captain of Team 12's mission is to become the director of the Technology Development Bureau and create things that are beneficial to the Seirei. This is a task that not everyone can undertake, and simply having strong abilities may not be enough to accomplish it. Therefore, the position of captain is almost inherited from ancestors or can only be replaced by someone who meets some ghost. Chapter 21. Before the challenge. As for why he was chosen by the old man and became the one who could challenge Kuretsuchi Mayuri, there was only one reason. That is because he was attracted by his ability to copy. After all, up to now, there has never been a person with special abilities like him. Lu Jin couldn't help but think so narcissistically in his heart. As he thought, his thoughts showed on his face, which made the old man next to him laugh and cry. The old man frowned and snorted coldly, "You don't need to be so proud. If you fail this challenge, what belongs to you will not be given to you, and the punishment will be more severe than you can imagine." Lu Jin came back to his senses and coughed dryly. He didn't dare to make any promises and could only smile awkwardly. "Don't worry, old man. Although I may not win, I won't lose so easily either. Just wait for my news." After saying that, Lu Jin turned around and left quickly under the old man's disgusted gaze. His back looked unusually cool as he left, but after he left, Lu Jin couldn't help but look downcast. "Oh, how could I be so ungrateful that I had to cause such a mess? If I hadn't been soft-hearted, this wouldn't have happened." Lu Jin really wanted to slap himself. What a hero he was trying to be. Now look what he did. He got no benefits and still had to bear the responsibilities. He was walking dejectedly when suddenly someone stopped him. Lu Jin was feeling upset and didn't even look up to see who it was. He just waved his hand impatiently. "There's no time to fight now. Move aside or Lousy will beat you up." After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave, but his ears suddenly hurt. Hey, what's going on?" Lu Jin was about to curse, but when he looked up, he found that the person in front of him was Ni Yin Meng, and the curse words on his lips disappeared in an instant. "What? Why don't you say anything?" Ni Yin Meng pinched Lu Jin's ear and waved his left arm, which had turned into an electric drill, threateningly. Lu Jin couldn't help but shudder when he saw his half-smile. He smiled awkwardly. Nothing, Deputy Captain, how come you have time to come to see me?" Lu Jin tried his best to ignore the pain in his ears and put on a flattering smile. It's not that he is a coward, he really doesn't dare to confront such a violent woman, especially a woman with whom he has had so much intimate contact. Although Ni Yin Meng is not a real person but just a robot, Lu Jin is still used to treating her as a human. "Advertisement, I heard that you were called over by the headquarters. How was it? Did he do anything to you?" Ni Yin Meng let go of his hand, looked Lu Jin up and down, and asked about the purpose of today. I'm fine. What can happen to me? The old man can't do anything to me." Lu Jin was still confident at first, but later when he thought about challenging the captain, his tone couldn't help but feel a little weak. Ni Yinming looked at Lu Jin suspiciously, somewhat unconvinced. "Is that all? Why don't I believe it?" Then, she narrowed her eyes dangerously, with a threat in her eyes. "Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you right here today." Lu Jin. Look at what kind of vicious words he is saying. Why is he going to kill himself here? Although he kept complaining in his heart, he was very honest in his words. Lu Jin nodded obediently. "I believe it. This matter is related to the captain. I'm going back to find the captain now. Do you want to come with me?" Ni Yinming was stunned when she heard this, but still nodded. "I'll go with you." She was more curious about what Lu Jin wanted to talk to the captain about. After all, judging from Lu Jin's embarrassed look, this matter should not be trivial. Lu Jin did not refuse Ni Yinmeng's following. Anyway, the fact that he was going to challenge the Captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri would not be concealed. It would be better for him to confess it himself than to let others know about it. However, he didn't dare to say it directly now, for fear that Ni Yinmeng would knock him out and stop him. The two chatted all the way to the team's residence, and happened to meet Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who was out basking in the sun. Kuretsuchi Mayuri flexed the research gloves in his hands. He looked up when he heard the voices and saw two people walking side by side. He raised his eyebrows. "Hey, how come you two have time to come here? Are you missing something again? I don't think you came here for a stroll, right?" Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked fierce, as if she did not welcome the two people's arrival. But in fact, Lu Jin knew very well that he was the only one who was not welcome. With this idea in mind, Lu Jin became more determined to challenge Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Anyway, he looked down on him. Since that was the case, he might as well prove to him that he, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, had no right to look down on him. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Lu Jin quickly stepped forward, and without waiting for Ni Yinming to speak, he made a gesture, took out the Zanpakuto and roared loudly. Captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri, I challenge you today. The sound was deafening, as if the louder the sound, the more confident one would be. At the beginning, it was not that Lu Jin really wanted to challenge, but Lu Jin really disliked Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Lu Jin's sudden shout scared everyone present. They didn't expect Lu Jin to suddenly make a challenge. Everyone present knew the strength of Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but they did not know how strong Lu Jin was, so they always thought that Lu Jin could not beat Kuretsuchi Mayuri at all. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was also stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected Lu Jin to openly challenge her in front of so many people. Don't worry, I won't challenge you. You are weaker than me. What's the point even if I defeat you? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very arrogant. That is true, and it is true. Kuretsuchi Mayuri is currently the most powerful person in their team. If he could be defeated easily, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's reputation would not have spread so far. Even so, what's the point of it being difficult? How do you know I can't beat you? You don't even dare to fight me. What's the point of saying these empty words? Lu Jin said coldly. It wasn't that Lu Jin was deliberately trying to cause trouble, it was just that Kuretsuchi Mayuri had gone too far and he had disliked him for a long time. But it has to be said that Lu Jin's decision to openly challenge this is indeed not very rational. Everyone on the field thought that Lu Jin said such words in the heat of the moment. Only Lu Jin himself knew that he had to fight to the death with Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Don't try to provoke me. Whoever wins in the end, even if we don't fight, you all know that I will never fight you. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said this, but Lu Jin still refused to give in. At this time, Ni Yinmeng also noticed the tension on the field. If this continued, even if the two people did not compete, they would definitely fight in the end. Stop arguing. Even if you two start fighting, it won't do you any good. Let's leave it this way for now. Ni Yinmeng said. How could Lu Jin be willing to accept this? Moreover, this was a task assigned to him by the captain, and it would definitely not work if he didn't complete it. The most important thing is that Lu Jin doesn't think that Kuretsuchi Mayuri can beat him. No matter how powerful Kuretsuchi Mayuri was before, hasn't she rarely competed with others? I'm just asking you if you dare to compete with me. Lu Jin's attitude was very tough. Chapter 22, Challenge. It seems that as long as things today don't go according to Lu Jin's wishes, he will never give in. Ni Yinmeng was there trying to get Lu Jin to give in, but no matter what, Lu Jin just wouldn't give in. It seemed like he was determined to fight to the death with Kuretsuchi Mayuri today. No, what exactly do you want to do? Are you trying to cause trouble? Ni Yinmeng was also a little annoyed. Logically speaking, Lu Jin is definitely not such a person. Why is Lu Jin so determined to compete with Kuretsuchi Mayuri? Lu Jin was now intent on competing with Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and didn't care what Ni Yinmeng said at all. Instead, he looked at Ni Yinmeng angrily. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't say too much over there. I asked this matter to Kuretsuchi Mayuri alone. In front of so many people, Lu Jin wanted to compete with Kuretsuchi Mayuri personally, and he even provoked Kuretsuchi Mayuri in his words and deeds. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's expression obviously turned unhappy. If Kuretsuchi Mayuri didn't agree this time, others might think that Kuretsuchi Mayuri was really afraid of him. But if Kuretsuchi Mayuri agreed, she would still be unwilling to do so. Why should whatever he says be the truth? Is it not allowed even if I don't want to compete? Naturally, Ni Yinmeng couldn't let Lu Jin do this, so she directly stood between Lu Jin and Kuretsuchi Mayuri. However, Lu Jin was very anxious at the time and did not pay any attention to Ni Yinmeng at all. He pushed Ni Yinmeng away and actually injured Ni Yinmeng. Seeing that he was in the Nirvana dream, Lu Jin's face was not very good, but he did not say anything. Ni Yinmeng looked at Lu Jin at a loss, as if she didn't expect Lu Jin to attack her. Kuretsuchi Mayuri finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to attack Lu Jin directly. Alright, since you're looking for trouble, then I'll satisfy you. Don't let me beat you up and make you cry for your parents. Lu Jin had just wanted to come over to see Ni Yinmeng, but at this time Kuretsuchi Mayuri suddenly attacked, and Lu Jin had no time to react quickly. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's moves this time were very fierce. Lu Jin did not expect Kuretsuchi Mayuri to be so powerful. He was unable to resist for a while, but soon Lu Jin thought of a way. Anyway, he has this ability, so after Lu Jin copied Kuretsuchi Mayuri's ability, he kept fighting according to Kuretsuchi Mayuri's own moves. Advertisement. But even so, the two ended up in a draw, until the last time when Kuretsuchi Mayuri seemed to see something and knocked Lu Jin several meters away. Lu Jin was beaten so hard that he covered his chest and coughed several times. It was obvious that he must have suffered internal injuries from the beating from Kuretsuchi Mayuri just now. Lu Jin looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri in disbelief. He had clearly copied the same abilities as him, so why did he lose? Because Lu Jin used the same moves as his opponent, he did not expect to defeat him, but he did not expect that he would be seriously injured. He covered his chest and stepped aside. Lu Jin knew that he couldn't confront the opponent head-on now, so he had to think of some other tricks. However, Lu Jin had been seriously injured just now. It was impossible for him to think of other ways now. After all, the opponent was so powerful, it was already good enough for him to be able to take the attack. It is rare to see someone like Lu Jin who has taken so many moves here. However, Lu Jin also found it quite strange. After all, he had always fought according to the opponent's fighting style. He did not expect that in the end he would be the only one seriously injured. At this time, Ni Yinmeng saw that Lu Jin was injured and hurried forward. What's wrong? Are you okay? Ni Yinmeng didn't care about the injuries on her body. She quickly tidied herself up, then walked over quickly and asked anxiously. After saying that, Ni Yinmeng walked forward to check Lu Jin's injuries. In this battle with the two opponents, Lu Jin was seriously injured. Ni Yinmeng was shocked after taking a look at Lu Jin's wound. Actually, you can't go head to head with your current opponent like you did just now. Even if you learn all the moves from before, you may not be able to defeat him. Ni Yinmeng said to Lu Jin earnestly. Losing naturally brings its own dignity. Although Lu Jin lost, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. He smiled and said to Ni Yinmeng, "Oh, it's okay. Losing is losing. The worst that can happen is just a punishment." Although he said it very casually, he was indeed a little helpless in his heart. If possible, he actually didn't want to bear the punishment. After all, looking at the old man's expression, it was obvious that the punishment was not simple either. "Don't talk about it for now, let me treat your wound first," Ni Yinmeng said. "I will heal your wounds now. Don't move around. It's too late. You'd better not continue fighting," Ni Yinmeng said to Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin did not refute what Ni Yinmeng said, he did not nod either. After all, what happened next was not decided by Lu Jin alone. Advertisement. If he could control it by himself, Lu Jin would rather lie on the bed like a salted fish for the rest of his life than continue fighting. After all, being injured is not a pleasant feeling, and he has to pretend to be calm on the surface, which makes it even more uncomfortable. Ni Yinmeng seemed to have noticed Lu Jin's expression, sighed and said nothing, and then the two of them began to practice spiritual cultivation. After the spiritual practice, Lu Jin really felt that his body had improved a lot. At least the pain he had suffered from fighting was gone now. Lu Jin suddenly said, "I'm ready to give up this task. It's too difficult for me. I might as well give it to someone else." He is a very self-aware person, and Lu Jin is unwilling to make things difficult for himself. If he has no way to do it, it would be better to hand the task over to someone else to avoid both of them getting hurt in the end. "But if you say that, you have to tell the captain," Ni Yinmeng said. Lu Jin sighed, not knowing how to start the conversation. At this moment, the captain, who had arrived out of nowhere, waved and called Lu Jin over. Lu Jin probably knew what the captain had told him to do, and although he felt helpless, he still walked over obediently. "You know why I called you here, right? I heard that you want to give up this mission," the old man asked with a smile. Finally having this opportunity, Lu Jin nodded obediently. "Yes, I find this task is still a little too difficult for me, so you should let someone else do it. No matter what the punishment is, just tell me." The old man looked at Lu Jin's expression and nodded. He seemed to admire Lu Jin very much. "Ah, it's good that you have this courage. I have seen your ability. I will not punish you this time. You can continue to stay here." Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and retreated without saying anything else. When Lu Jin returned, he saw Rukia being executed. He wanted to stop it, but he also knew that this matter was no longer under his control. Now he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he rescue Rukia? Even so, Lu Jin was still constantly thinking of ways. At this time, everyone came here and seemed to be watching from the side. Suddenly, just before the execution, a man suddenly jumped out, and Lu Jin recognized that man as Kurosaki Ichigo. He was invincible here, and all those who blocked his way were beaten back by him. In this way, he rescued Rukia along the way. Lu Jin was relieved when he saw this scene, but he was still a little worried about the two of them. Chapter 23, Confrontation. However, at this moment, the conflict among several team captains intensified. "Haha, if you want to play, then I'll play with you," said the captain of the 13th squad, Jashiro Yukitaki. "HMPH, take me with you. We can't have fun with so few people." However, at this moment, the captain of the 8th team, Hiraku Shunsui, also stood up and said, "Haha, why don't you all come and play with me, an old man?" The captain next to him, nicknamed the Old Man, also walked forward with a wave of flames blasting around him. Everyone felt as if the air around them had become scorching hot, and the hot air was in their breath. "Boy, come and play too." The old man suddenly turned to Lu Jin and said. "Huh." Lu Jin looked a little shocked when he heard that. After all, if you join this kind of fight, isn't that the same as going in to die? He immediately became cowardly and said, "Forget it. The injury I just got from the fight hasn't healed yet. I'll play with you guys after I'm better." After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave. But soon, a wave of fire erupted from the old man's feet, and he leapt in front of him and said, "This is not up to you. HMPH. Just have some fun." Captain of the 8th Division, Hiraku Shunsui, came out and looked at him with a high-spirited look on his face. "I have long wanted to compete with him to test the gap between us. How could I miss this rare opportunity?" "You're not good enough yet," the old man said, then took out Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and waved it towards Hiraku Shunsui. A tornado of fire attacked him. Upon seeing this, Hiroku Shunsui immediately pulled out the double swords, Kaden Kyokutsu, from behind him, holding one long and one short sword in his hands. He immediately rushed towards the fire tornado, and saw countless ghosts coming in and out of the two swords, one after another rushing towards the fire tornado. Bang! The collision between the two forces immediately made a loud noise, and the fire waves blew around. The captains of the squads immediately felt the air getting hot. Even Lu Jin couldn't help but take out Zanpakuto, copying the old man's ability to resist the burning sensation. Hiroku Shunsui's face was filled with solemnity. The fight just now made him realize that he alone could not defeat the man in front of him who was covered in flames. Advertisement. I'm here to wish you a happy new year. At this time, the captain of the 13th squad slowly walked out and stood next to his good friend Hiroku Shunsui. He held the Zanpakuto in both hands and didn't dare to be distracted easily. He looked at the old man in front of him with a serious expression. Go back quickly, this is my one-man show. Hiroku Shunsui said quickly when he saw this. After all, it is better to take the risk alone than to let your good friend take the risk with you. How could I let you fight alone? Stop talking nonsense and fight properly. Jashiro Yukitake held the weapon in his hand and looked at the old man in front of him nervously. Seeing this, Hiroku Shunsui naturally didn't say anything more and could only hold the Huatian Wugu in his hand tighter. Go! Jashiro Yukitake roared and rushed out first. He leapt into the air, raised Zanpakuto with both hands, and chopped it down towards the old man. Seeing this, Hiroku Harufu flashed and rushed out, running continuously on the ground. In an instant, he came in front of the old man, with the Watian Wujiyu sword in his hand, showing his ghostly charm, and chopped at the old man from bottom to top. The old man saw the situation from outside and there was no panic on his face. Flames slowly appeared on the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka in his hand. In an instant, the flames became stronger and stronger, immediately wrapping itself up. The attacks of the two captains were immediately blocked by the fire shield. Suck! Jashiro Yukitake clenched his left hand and attacked the fire cover directly. After a moment, he absorbed all the energy on the fire cover. He raised his right hand high, and Zanpakuto sent the energy he had just absorbed towards the old man. But a smile appeared on the old man's face. Explode. Soon, the flame energy just now exploded, and the fire wave swept over Jashiro Yukitake, and in an instant his whole body was engulfed in flames. Collect. At this moment, Lu Jin rushed up with the white shark in his hand and absorbed the flames on Jashiro Yukitake's body. I thought you wouldn't come. The old man said to Lu Jin with a smile on his face. Hey, aren't you here to ask for advice? Advertisement. Lu Jin knew that these two captains would probably not be able to beat the old man. Instead of waiting for the old man to deal with them and then come to him, it would be better for him to join the fight himself. Maybe there would be a chance of winning. The old man on the field was surrounded by flames, looking at the three people in front of him with a playful expression. Lu Jin and the two team captains looked at the people in front of them nervously. What should we do now? The old man's Zanpakuto's attack power is too strong. Didn't you copy his ability? Are you sure you can deal with him? Hiroku Shunsui looked at Lu Jin and said. I don't know either. Let's try it later. After Lu Jin finished speaking, the white shark in his hand was filled with flames. The power of the fire wave was almost the same as that of the Lu Ren Ruahuo in the old man's hand. Go! Hiroku Shunsui roared, waving the Huatian Wakabone in his hand continuously. Ghosts kept attacking the old man. Seeing this, Jashiro Yukitake appeared on the left side of the old man in a flash. The Pisces carp sign in his hand flashed, and a force surged out, sweeping towards the old man. The Zanpakuto in Lu Jin's hand flipped out, and a fiery power of fire emerged. He leapt up and appeared in the sky, and the power of fire in his hand surged out. A wave of flames slashed towards the old man. The old man looked at the three-way trap in front of him and shouted fiercely, dissolve everything. A huge flame power surged out from the Zanpakuto in the old man's hand, and the hot flame power continued to radiate in all directions. Fireball. In an instant, a spherical fireball hit the three people, and the attacks of the three people hit this huge fireball. In an instant, a gust of fire blew away in all directions, and the ground was faintly charred and black. The three of them immediately pushed back and looked solemnly at the old man in front of them whose shirt was still on fire, and a sense of tension emerged in their hearts. Lu Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw that even if he had joined in, he still had no way to beat the old man in front of him. He began to feel anxious, as he saw the three people on the field all holding Zanpakuto and looking nervously at the old man in front of them. The battle situation was at a stalemate for a while. Chapter 24. Defection. However, just as they were confronting each other, the captain of the second squad, Soi Fon, hurried over. He said to the captain general, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, it's bad. The captain of the 5th division, Aizen, along with the captain of the 3rd division, Ichimaru Jin, and the captain of the 9th division, Tusen Kanami, have defected from Soul Society. What? The old man couldn't believe it when he heard it. After all, these three people were the captains of Gote 13. Now he wants to defect from Soul Society, how can he believe it? However, as the commander-in-chief of the covert mobility, Sui Fon cannot deceive himself. What's the situation now? The old man asked hurriedly. The captains of other squads have already gone over to stop them. They should have been engaged in a standing fight. Why did they sentence him to escape from Soul Society? The old man asked. Sui Fon, the captain of the second squad, shook his head, his face filled with confusion. I don't know either. He was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly he took this opportunity to defect. Luckily, someone noticed, otherwise he would have left by now. Impossible, Aizen is not that kind of person. Hiraku Shunsui walked out and said with a look of disbelief on his face. That's the truth, Sui Fon said helplessly upon seeing this. After all, the fact now was that Aizen had indeed defected from Soul Society with the other two captains. I don't believe Lan Rao is such a person. He must have some unspeakable secret. Jashiro Yukitaki naturally came out and said. No matter what his hidden secrets are, what he's doing now is making him an enemy of the entire Soul Society. We must capture and interrogate him first. Sui Fon looked at the old man seriously and said, after all, defecting from Soul Society is not a small matter, and he should be caught and interrogated no matter what. The old man didn't know what to feel when he heard this. After all, they were all captains of the Gote 13 and had experienced countless life and death together. Now that I heard that he was actually going to defect from Soul Society, I felt extremely bitter. Lu Jin was even more shocked when he heard the news. He remembered the first time he saw Aizen, and her beautiful face was still imprinted in his mind. But now he heard the news that she had defected from Soul Society. Whatever. Let's wait until we meet Aizen in person before making a decision. Lu Jin stood up and said. Advertisement. Sui Fon glanced at him curiously. His reputation had long been spread in Soul Society. The Zanpakuto in his hand had the ability to copy other people's abilities. Now, when everyone was immersed in discomfort, he stood up and spoke. A little bit of goodwill arose in his heart for him. Okay, let's go check the situation first. The old man said when he saw this. So where are they now? Hiraku Shunsui stepped forward and asked. Several squad leaders have already stopped them at the edge of Soul Society. Sui Fon said. Then let's go quickly, it will be too late if they escape. Lu Jin said quickly. Okay, follow me. Sui Fon nodded upon seeing this and rushed towards the direction where Soul Society was besieging Aizen. Just like this, the farce ended with the rebellion of Aizen and other three captains, but the old man felt even more upset at this time. Looking at the Soul Society that kept coming into view in front of him, he became more and more unwilling to believe that Aizen, who was laughing and talking happily beside him, would actually betray Soul Society. On the other side, at the edge of Soul Society, there were only the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Sajin, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the indispensable captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi. The three of them held their Zanpaku swords and confronted the three people who wanted to defect from Soul Society with anger on their faces. Aizen, why did you defect from Soul Society? Hitsugaya Toshiro stood up and said sadly. Haha, you will understand it later. Aizen immediately showed a weird smile on his face, and said again while looking at the three people in front of him. If you're willing to move aside now, I can forgive you for what you did. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu in Aizen's hand continuously emitted wisps of mist, which slowly spread around. Did you know that defecting from Soul Society is a capital offense? I saw Komamura Sajin walked up and said, with Zanpakuto Tianju in his hand, and his spiritual power continued to burst out with amazing energy. He looked at the three people in front of him with a bad face. Seeing this, Ichimaru Jin of the 3rd Division and Tusen Kanami of the 9th Division both held their Zanpakuto in their hands and looked at the three people in front of them with vigilance. Without the slightest hesitation, they said, haha, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them on the spot. Zaraki Kenpachi, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at the three people in front of him with a fighting look on his face, and the spiritual power in his body was constantly agitated. Advertisement. They looked like they were ready to attack at any time. Seeing this, Aizen mobilized his spiritual power and the illusion above Zanpakuto attacked the three people in front of him. After a moment, the three of them were in a fantasy world. Is this an illusion? Komamura Sajin said as he looked at the scene in front of him. HMPH, a mere illusion is nothing to worry about. Hitsugaya Toshiro sneered and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. A cold breath emerged, as if the air was about to be frozen. He waved his hand towards the illusion, and Zanpakuto waved it. In an instant, the illusion was frozen with a layer of ice mist. A moment later, the illusion began to crack, and the figures of the three captains reappeared, looking at Aizen and the other two in front of them. Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but want to fight, so he rushed forward and chopped the Zanpakuto in his hand towards Aizen. Seeing this, Tusen Kanami went straight to meet him. You think you can stop me? Zaraki Kenpachi said and then poured all his spiritual power into Zanpakuto. An even greater force pushed Tusen Kanami back, and he turned around and attacked Aizen. Seeing this, the other two captains also rushed forward with Zanpakuto in hand, attacking Aizen with both hands. Aizen's mouth corners curled up, and an illusion emerged again, but this time Aizen was also in the illusion. Hitsugaya Toshiro also became confused when he saw this. It's better to be careful. Komamura Sajin nodded with Zanpakuto in hand, looking at Aizen in front of him with a wary look, but Zaraki Kenpachi didn't pay any attention to it. Holding the Zanpakuto, he rushed directly towards Aizen in front of him. With a single slash, Aizen's figure became illusory. Then it emerged again from other places, but at this moment, a force of fire appeared in the illusion, and the illusion collapsed after a moment. Standing outside were the old man who dared to come and several more Jongs, with Lu Jin standing behind them. Why did you defect from Soul Society? The old man asked Aizen angrily. Chapter 25. Being the captain. Aizen looked at the furious old man in front of him, but an arrogant smile appeared on his face, and the madness and cruelty in his eyes were fully revealed. You are too naive, that's why Soul Society has become what it is now. The old man was puzzled when he heard this. He looked at her with a pair of wrinkled eyes and asked, is there something wrong with the Soul Society now? Upon hearing this, Aizen's face turned even more frantic. He looked at the old man with only resentment in his eyes. What's wrong? Soul Society has been on a downward spiral under your leadership. Downhill. The old man became even more confused upon hearing this. Soul Society is thriving right now. Why do you say that? Prospering. Pa. Look at the Soul Society now, is it still the same as before? The world before us had no respect for the Soul Society at all. After hearing this, Aizen couldn't help but roll her eyes, which was not in line with her image, and her disgust was expressed clearly. Hearing this, the old man understood that she wanted to defect from Soul Society and attack the present world. Don't be delusional. I won't let you do that. The old man guessed what she was thinking and said immediately. Ha ha ha. Aizen smiled and looked at him jokingly, saying, do you think it's possible for you to stop me? As soon as she finished speaking, Aizen's spiritual power immediately emerged, and a colorless and odorless wave slowly emerged from her body. Then you can try. The old man was holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and flames erupted, constantly circling around the old man. Seeing this, the other captains also held Zanpakuto in their hands and looked at the three people in front of them with vigilance. You guys think you can stop me? That's wishful thinking. Waves burst out from Aizen's body, and a huge illusion surrounded the old man and others. Among them was naturally Lu Jin. He immediately copied Aizen's ability with the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed it towards the illusion. The illusion cracked in an instant. When everyone reappeared, there was no sign of Aizen and the others. They had already run out of Soul Society and disappeared without a trace. The old man saw this and knew that he could no longer pursue them. He could only sigh helplessly and said to everyone, hey, from today on, we will hunt down these three people to the end. Yes. The other captains responded upon seeing this, but the expressions on their faces were all unhappy. After all, they came here to stop Aizen and others from defecting from Soul Society, but they didn't expect that they would escape in the end. Advertisement, hey, you guys should get things in order. Lu Jin, come with me. The old man turned to everyone and said, then called Lu Jin aside. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked over with him. Looking at the old man's tall back, a trace of loneliness appeared on his face. It seemed that this defection must have been a big blow to him. A moment later, the old man brought Lu Jin to the meeting hall of the Gode 13. Please sit down, he said to Lu Jin in front of him. Hearing this, Lu Jin sat down, but he looked puzzled, wondering why he was called here. It seems that only the captain and vice captain of Team 13 can enter this conference room. Do you have a lot of doubts in your mind now? The old man naturally saw the doubts on his face and asked. Lu Jin nodded quickly and said, I wonder why you called me here. Through the competition just now, I am very convinced of your strength. The old man praised Lu Jin. The recent confrontations with Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki must have changed the old man's opinion of his own strength. Lu Jin immediately showed a smug look on his face and said, of course, my strength is as formidable as you can see. Oh, since you are so capable, are you willing to be just a team member? Seeing this, the old man said in a coaxing manner. Lu Jin followed the old man's words without hesitation and said, of course I don't want to. I'm so strong, it would be a shame for me to be a team member. Okay, then I'll promote you to squad leader. The old man smiled and said to Lu Jin. Huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face was filled with shock. After all, how could he become the captain just like that? I don't want to be one. It would be much better to be a team member and slack off. Why should I be a captain and work so hard? Ahem. An awkward smile appeared on his face. Advertisement. Well, I think my ability, should still be tested. Others won't be convinced if I become the captain just like that. It's okay. I've already examined your strength. If anyone isn't convinced, just let them come to me. I won't say anything if they can fight me for a few moves. The old man patted Lu Jin on the shoulder and said, as if he had decided on him. Lu Jin was speechless. Apart from the squad leader, anyone who fights with you will have to stay in the hospital for a few days. What do you think? You can tell me what you think. I won't force you. The old man looked at Lu Jin with a smile on his face and said, spiritual power surging all over his body, as if he would tear him apart on the spot if he didn't agree. Lu Jin felt that the air had become hot and every breath he took was accompanied by heat. I agree. Isn't it okay if I agree? Lu Jin said helplessly. He had no choice but to agree with this attitude. It seemed that his dream of being a salted fish would never come true. Seeing this, the old man's smile became even more pronounced, but a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. After all, the defection of Aizen's 3 captains has resulted in 3 fewer captain positions in the Gode 13. Now the only person suitable for the captain position is Lu Jin in front of him. You can be the temporary captain of the 3rd squad first, the old man said to him with a look of trust on his face. Lu Jin was puzzled when he heard this. Temporary captain? What's a temporary captain? Isn't he just the captain? It seems that I am just a substitute and the reluctance is revealed on my face. The old man laughed when he heard this and said, being a captain is not that easy. You can be the temporary captain of the third squad first. Lu Jin had no choice but to do so after hearing this. After all, it was not up to him to decide. Chapter 26. Assessment 1. Then how can I become the official captain from a temporary captain? Lu Jin asked the old man in front of him. As long as it passes the review, it can naturally become official, said the old man. Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard that. What's the review? The old man said slowly. The review is done by several captains from other squads checking and approving. But these reviews will not be easy. You will face some more difficult problems. You must pass both civil and military tests to become an official captain. The old man continued without any expression. He didn't show any special expression, but Lu Jin almost jumped up. These words stirred up a great uproar in Lu Jin's heart. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes revealed disbelief. There was even a document for this review? What does a document generally need to be reviewed for? Lu Jin asked immediately. The old man said mysteriously, I don't know about that. This is for the squad leader who will review you. Lu Jin immediately turned to the old man and said, when can the review begin? Oh, the old man was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Lu Jin to be so impatient. After all, he had already told him about the difficulties in the review, but he didn't expect him to start the review so soon. He immediately said, you can start whenever you want. Okay, let's start now. Lu Jin looked as if he was already prepared and said to the old man with confidence. Once you join, you can't withdraw from the review, otherwise you will be boycotted by the captains of other teams. Do you understand? The old man said to him earnestly. Don't worry, it's just an audit. Lu Jin's face was full of confidence, as if he didn't take this audit seriously at all. Okay, then you go back and wait for a while. I'll call you after I've made the arrangements, the old man said to him. Advertisement, okay. Lu Jin said and walked out with confidence on his face. As soon as he reached the door, the confidence on his face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face. Looking at his attitude just now, he regretted it deeply. He should have known not to pretend. Now he was embarrassed. Since he had already agreed, Lu Jin had no choice but to go back and start making preparations. How is it? I heard that Aizen defected from Soul Society. As soon as I got home, Ni Yinming came up and asked. Oh, don't mention it, they have already escaped. Lu Jin responded after hearing this, and felt a headache when he thought of that scene. So many captains and the old man couldn't keep them. Why did Aizen defect? Ni Yinming's voice sounded again with a hint of doubt. I don't know either, but it seems like you're not very satisfied with the current Soul Society. Lu Jin said Kaido when he saw this. With 3 captains defecting at once, it looks like there will be a lot of people vying for the captaincy. Although Ni Yinming was a robot, he sighed in a very human way. Now there are only 2 captain positions left, said Lu Jin. Ni Yinming was a little confused when he heard this. How could the captain position just be vacant? Who is the new captain? The captain of the third squad is both far away and right in front of us, Lu Jin said helplessly, recalling the conversation with the old man. He felt helpless in his heart that he was forced and bribed by the old man to become the captain. What? Ni Yinming was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Lu Jin in disbelief and said, Are you sure you are not kidding me? The hand in his hand had already turned into an electric drill, and he kept waving it. I really didn't. I just finished talking to the old man, Lu Jin said. After all, he didn't dare to joke about such things. However, at this moment, a figure appeared at the door. It was the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu. She walked in and said to Lu Jin, Come on, this old man has arranged for me to be the captain of your first review. Advertisement, I'll go review it first, Lu Jin said to Ni Yinming after hearing this, and then followed Unohana Retsu out. What will our first review be about? Lu Jin walked up to her and asked. This one is very simple. You'll know when you go there later, Unohana Retsu said with a smile on his face. But in Lu Jin's eyes, this smile seemed to have some malicious intent. By the way, how many times do I need to review it? Lu Jin asked at this time. After all, he was always nervous when talking to the old man, let alone asking these questions. At this time, Unohana Retsu looked at him with some confusion and asked, Didn't the old man tell you? No, Lu Jin shook his head and responded. Oh, we have to do everything. Unohana Retsu complained, then looked at Lu Jin again and said, Everyone who is about to become a captain will go through 4 assessments and be reviewed by the most senior captains of the Gode 13. I am one of them. Lu Jin understood what was going on after hearing this, and then followed her into a hall. He saw a table placed in the empty hall, with pens and ink neatly arranged on it. Okay, your first competition is that, Unohana Retsu said to Lu Jin while holding something on the table. Lu Jin walked in the direction of her finger and looked at the table. Apart from the blank paper, there was only pen and ink. What should I do? Lu Jin immediately became confused. You can start answering the questions now. I won't talk to you anymore, Unohana Retsu said and sat aside without saying anything. Lu Jin was confused at this time. There was nothing blank on the paper, so where was the question? He picked it up and looked at it. After a moment, he looked at it helplessly, not knowing what to do. What is our origin? However, at this moment, Unohana Retsu said, and then he kept silent again. Origin. The origin is spiritual power. Yes, spiritual power. Lu Jin immediately circulated his spiritual power towards the blank paper. After a moment, questions began to slowly emerge on the blank paper. Huh. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, looked at Unohana Retsu with gratitude, and then began to look at the questions on the paper. Chapter 27. Assessment 2. Lu Jin looked at the title on the paper and immediately felt a headache because it contained the history of Soul Society over the years. But these were not what Lu Jin was good at. Looking at the complicated 8-gate questions above, he didn't know where to start with the pen in his hand. He had to keep checking the paper, hoping to find questions that he could answer. In the end, he found that the white paper was still as white as before after he finished answering them. Lu Jin could not answer many of the questions on it, so he had to write down the answers to those that he could answer. Here you go. You've finished answering. Lu Jin picked up the paper and handed it to Unohana Retsu. Huh? He was listening intently with his eyes closed. Seeing Lu Jin finish the test so quickly, he was shocked. He stood up and took the test paper to check it. What's the difference between doing it and not doing it? Looking at the few questions scattered on the paper, Unohana Retsu's face was a little speechless, and she didn't know what to do. How about it? How'd I calculate this? Lu Jin looked at her with an embarrassed look on his face. After all, he naturally saw the expression on her face. Wait a moment, let me calculate the score. Unohana Retsu picked up the paper and began to check the questions on it. After a moment, Unohana Retsu's face was also a little surprised. After all the questions that Lu Jin wrote down the answers to were correct, and there was not a single wrong one. You answered all the questions correctly, but unfortunately you were 1 point short of passing, Unohana Retsu said to Lu Jin. Huh? Lu Jin didn't expect that he hadn't answered so many questions and was still 1 point short of passing. Although there was no expression on his face, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. Just as Lu Jin was feeling lost and regretting not studying the culture of past dynasties, Unohana Retsu spoke again. But do you remember why there was no title on your paper at the beginning? Lu Jin nodded and said, remember, because the question needs to be covered with spiritual power in order to appear. Advertisement. Unohana Retsu smiled upon hearing this and said, yes, normally no one can solve this kind of thing, but the old man solved it single-handedly. Lu Jin was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the old man was the only one who solved this problem, while the others who came to review it were unable to solve it. Although I gave you a hint, I can add this point to help you pass, Unohana Retsu said again. What? Lu Jin was shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect that this could add 1 point. With this 1 point, he would just pass. A happy smile immediately appeared on his face, and he looked at Unohana Retsu with joy and said, thank you, Captain of the 4th Division. Okay, then hurry up and take part in the second round of assessment. Go to the room in front and someone will be waiting for you. Lu Jin looked in the direction of her finger and saw a passage in front of him. He walked towards the passage and opened the door, and another hall appeared in front of him. He saw that the captain of the squad sitting in the hall was Kyoraku Shunsui, with whom he had fought before. Kyoraku Shunsui looked in Lu Jin's direction and said, you're here? Seeing this, Lu Jin also walked over, sat next to him and responded, yeah. Seeing this, Kyoraku Shunsui picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Lu Jin and Du. It looked like two old friends chatting, and it didn't look like an assessment at all. What are you going to examine me about? Lu Jin picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Ha ha ha, just chatting. Kyoraku Shunsui also picked up the teacup in front of him, and a stream of sweet tea went into his mouth. Why do you want to be captain? Kyoraku Shunsui slowly placed the teacup on the table, looking at Lu Jin with curiosity in his eyes and asked. Lu Jin naturally didn't treat him as an outsider, so he said helplessly, it's all tears if I say more. Anyway, I have to be the captain no matter what. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui understood what he meant after hearing this. It seemed that the position of squad captain was vacant, and the old man forced him to take on the position of captain of the 3rd squad. You are now strong enough to be a captain. Kyoraku Shunsui said again, recalling the last time he fought with the old man. Lu Jin was able to help them fight the old man on equal terms, which made him recognize his strength. Ha ha ha, as for the strength, I think it's okay, Lu Jin said with pride when he heard it. After all, his Zanpakuto white shark has the ability to copy, so no matter who it is, he will be evenly matched with him, which will at least help him to be invincible. Ha ha ha, young people just need this kind of arrogance, but once you become the captain, it's not just about you. You still have teammates who need you to be responsible. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at him solemnly and said, then picked up the teacup in front of him again and took a sip. After hearing this, Lu Jin also knew that if he became the captain of the 3rd team, he would not be able to do whatever he wanted in the future, and he and his team members would have to be responsible. Don't worry, I will know what to do next. Lu Jin also picked up the teacup in front of him and took another sip. Well, what do you think about Aizen sentencing Soul Society? Kyoraku Shunsui's question at this time made Lu Jin stunned. After all, this matter is not big or small, as long as we catch them back. But if Aizen does something bad outside, then this matter will become a big deal. Things are not settled yet, and everything that happens afterwards is unknown. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jin told him what he was thinking. Kyoraku Shunsui nodded upon hearing this, looked at him with satisfaction and said, yes, this is what a captain should think. Don't jump to conclusions before everything is settled. Lu Jin nodded. I'll keep it in mind. After all, the captain of the 8th division had been the captain for 100 years before him, so his words must be kept in mind. Kyoraku Shunsui picked up the teacup again, drank the remaining tea in the cup, and said to Lu Jin. Okay, go to the next level, you have already passed this level. Chapter 28. Assessment 3. A cup of tea and a few words were enough to get him through. Lu Jin knew in his heart that Kyoraku Shunsui must have gone easy on him, so he said to him, thank you. But Kyoraku Shunsui didn't think that he had done anything great. He waved his hand and said, you can be the captain. I am just acting according to what I think in my heart. Kyoraku Shunsui said slowly. When Lu Jin heard this, a feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Okay, hurry up and go to the next review. Kyoraku Shunsui naturally saw the look on his face, and in order not to let him feel too burdened, he said it immediately. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked towards a passage behind him. After a moment, he found that it was no longer the hall, but an empty space. The captain of the 13th Division, Jashiro Yukitaki, was standing in the middle of the space, holding a double carp in his hands. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked over and asked, is this review a competition? Jashiro Yukitaki turned his head, nodded, and said, yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin summoned the white shark in his hand. Seeing this, Jashiro Yukitaki rushed forward in a flash. The sign on the Pisces carp rang, and the Zanpakuto in his right hand immediately emerged with a huge wave of power and slashed towards Lu Jin. White shark copy. Lu Jin immediately raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and instantly the energy on Jashiro Yukitaki's Zanpakuto was absorbed. A moment later, Lu Jin released the absorbed energy again. Jashiro Yukitaki naturally knew the ability of his Zanpakuto, so he immediately faced this power alone, and with a wave of the Zanpakuto in his hand, he offset this energy. Jashiro Yukitaki looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. It seemed that the only way to compete next was to use spiritual power. He immediately raised his hands, and two knives, one long and one short, were drawn left and right, attacking Lu Jin. Lu Jin naturally knew that now they could only compete with hard power, and the competition was about whose spiritual power could last to the end. Immediately, he quickly swept out with his right hand, blocking the long sword that was attacking from Jashiro Yukitaki, and then took a leap for his life. Advertisement with a somersault, he drew a perfect arc in the air and landed steadily behind him. A white shark appeared in his hand, and he slashed quickly behind him with a knife. After all, he was Jashiro Yukitaki, who had rich combat experience. He swung the short sword in his hand from bottom to top, blocking the attack of the white shark immediately. He raised his other hand and stabbed behind him. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately flipped the white shark in his hand and slashed towards the oncoming blade. Sparks flew when the two blades collided, and then Lu Jin kicked out. Seeing this, Jashiro Yukitaki held his two swords across his chest and rushed forward to meet the kick. Lu Jin used the force to fly backwards. Beads of sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Lu Jin looked at Jashiro Yukitaki in front of him with a nervous expression. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have probably lost. This Jashiro Yukitaki is indeed very experienced in fighting. On the other side, Jashiro Yukitaki was not having a good time either. Because of his physical condition, the fight he had just experienced had made him gasp for breath. At this time, Lu Jin seemed to have noticed this scene, and a plan immediately emerged in his mind. Then he ran towards Jashiro Yukitaki with the white shark in his hand. However, at this moment, Zanpakuto was raised and rushed towards his back, but Jashiro Yukitaki immediately turned around to block it. Seeing that his attack failed, Lu Jin immediately left the battle circle and circled around Jashiro Yukitaki at a rapid speed again. He kept making sudden attacks like this, and when he failed, he would retreat again and again. After a while, Jashiro Yukitaki was already kneeling on one knee with a face full of sweat. Seeing this, Lu Jin stopped and said to him, "Do you want to continue?" Jashiro Yukitaki said helplessly, "No, you passed this level." As he spoke, he was still gasping for breath. "Why did you become like this?" Lu Jin asked the question in his mind at this time. After all, as the captain of the squad, it was impossible for him to become so weak after a fight. Jashiro Yukitaki slowly stood up, wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Lu Jin and explained, "This time it's because of my health that I'm like this." Advertisement. Lu Jin understood immediately after hearing this, but he was also somewhat relieved. If it weren't for Jashiro Yukitaki's physical condition, he would probably have to go through a tough battle today. "Okay, if you go further inside, you will reach the last level." Jashiro Yukitaki pointed to a passage behind him. Just as Lu Jin was walking towards the passage, Jashiro Yukitaki said again, "Be careful on the last level, it won't be easy." Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard this. Who is the examiner for the final round? "Don't you know that in this review, you are the foremost senior members of the Gode 13? Jashiro Yukitaki said. "I know. Lu Jin Kaido. After all, Hana Retsu had already told him about this matter." "Then who do you think has the most experience?" Jashiro Yukitaki asked darkly. "Old man." Lu Jin immediately thought of someone when he heard that. Not to mention the 13th Division, even in the entire Soul Society, the old man might be the one with the most seniority. Sure enough, Jashiro Yukitaki nodded and said, "He will be the examiner for your final round." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face showed some helplessness. After all, if the last level was the old man, then it would definitely not be so easy to fool him. But now he had no choice but to go ahead and immediately walked into the passage. Before entering, I could already feel the oncoming heat wave. The further I walked into the passage, the more I could feel the burning sensation in the air, just like being exposed to the sun. Lu Jin's whole body was covered in sweat, even his hair was wet, but he still gritted his teeth and walked inside with firm steps. After entering, the old man was sitting in the middle, emitting hot energy from his whole body. Even in the hall, he was like a furnace. Lu Jin knew that this level might be difficult to pass. Chapter 29. Captain-elected Lu Jin looked at the old man sitting in the hall with great dignity, and his face became solemn. He slowly drew out the Zanpakuto white shark and looked at him vigilantly. Ha ha ha. Why are you so nervous, little brat? The old man joked when he saw his serious face. Ha ha, I didn't, you must have seen it wrong. Although Lu Jin said this, the expression on his face betrayed him. The old man stood up and said to him, the review for this level is very simple, don't be so nervous. Hearing this, Lu Jin looked at the old man with suspicion. It would be a trick if it was simple. He would not believe what the old man said so easily. Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me what the review content is, Lu Jin said to the old man. After all, he would tell it sooner or later. Instead of keeping it a secret and making himself nervous, it would be better to just say it directly. The flames on the old man's body became stronger, and a force of fire spread out to the surroundings. He took out a stick of incense from behind him and rubbed it between his fingers. A flame shot out and he said to Lu Jin, as long as you can survive this stick of incense under my attack, you will pass the review. After the old man finished speaking, he lit the incense in his hand and put it aside. Lu Jin looked at him speechlessly after hearing this. Is this what you call simple? He remembered that last time, he and two squad captains were able to tie with the old man. This time he was facing him alone, even though his white shark had the ability to copy and could copy the old man's fire power. But the gap in spiritual power was not something that Zanpakuto could make up for. Lu Jin looked at the incense stick behind the old man that was burning extremely slowly. Since the review will be passed after the incense is burned, why not just wait until the incense is burned and not fight with the old man? Thinking of this, Lu Jin stomped his feet and ran behind him. Da! A crisp sound was heard, and the old man held Ryujin Jaka in his hand. With a snap of his fingers, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky in front of Lu Jin. Advertisement, fight. He raised the white shark in his hand and chopped it towards the pillar of fire. The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky was immediately split into two halves. There was only a faint smile on the old man's face. Explode. Only flames were seen in the air being split apart by Lu Jin. Bang, 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 like firecrackers, they kept exploding around him. Fire shield. The power of fire emerged from the white shark, and a fire shield wrapped Lu Jin in it. The explosions of the surrounding flames continued to affect the fire shield. Lu Jin, who was in the middle of it, was not hurt at all. The explosion dissipated, leaving only clouds of smoke in the sky. The old man held the Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and a tornado of fire surrounded Zanpakuto and immediately struck towards the smoke. Flames swept across the sky, and the fog evaporated in an instant, but there was no trace of Lu Jin at this time. I saw that he had already run to a farther place. I took a look at the incense stick and it was just past the top. Old man, are you kidding me? Why is this incense burning so slowly? The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, this incense has no merits, it just burns slowly. Don't run away, come and fight me. Lu Jin was speechless after hearing that. This fool wouldn't run away. If he went to fight with the old man, he would probably be pinned to the ground and beaten by him. He immediately rushed towards the edge of the hall without slowing down. Seeing this, the old man didn't want to let him go, so he jumped up and rushed towards him. He was in a state of being bathed in flames, with the Ryujin Jaka in his hand swirling around like a tornado of fire. It was so fast that it caught up with Lu Jin in an instant. A wave of fire from the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed forward, and Lu Jin naturally felt the heat wave behind him. Immediately, a wave of heat erupted from the white shark in his hand, and a tornado of fire slowly rose around his body, offsetting the slash behind him. Advertisement. Seeing this, the old man chased after him relentlessly, waving the Zanpakuto in his hand. In an instant, dozens of slashing attacks appeared behind Lu Jin, all attacking him. The heat wave behind him made him feel a huge crisis, and he immediately stopped. With the blessing of spiritual power, a stronger flame burst out from the white shark in his hand, and at this time Lu Jin was like a fire god of war. Bathed in flames, he slashed at the dozen or so flames, then gently swung the white shark in his hand, boom. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of fire erupted in the sky and spread in all directions. The old man looked at the smoke in front of him and immediately started to chase after it. He saw Lu Jin's fiery figure appear in his eyes, holding the white shark high in his hand and slashing towards his face. The old man was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that Lu Jin not only didn't run away, but also dared to take advantage of the fog to attack him first. However, the surprise disappeared in an instant. A wave of fire erupted from the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. The strong energy blew away the fog in front of him. The old man immediately raised his hand and waved to meet Lu Jin's white shark. At this time, a smile appeared on his face, and then with the powerful blessing of the old man, he rushed out behind him. Seeing this, the old man shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by him at such an old age. Okay, you have reviewed it, don't run away again. Lu Jin heard this and looked over. He saw that the incense had burned to the end and the sparks disappeared after a while. From now on, you are the captain of the third team, the old man said when he saw this. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that and walked outside. He saw that all the team captains were outside the hall. Except for those vacant positions, everyone else was there. Congratulations. Kyoraku Shunsui and Fuju Shishilong came forward to congratulate him. When some people are happy, others are worried. Lu Jin's former captain, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, looked at him with disdain and said, "You're worthy of being captain? Is the standard of selecting captains this low these days? I think anyone can be captain." Lu Jin looked over with a bad face when he heard that. "What are you looking at? I'm talking about you." Kuretsuchi Miyuri began to mock Lu Jin, implying that he was not worthy of being the captain of the third squad. Chapter 30. Celebration. At this time, Lu Jin was looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was constantly mocking him in front of him with an angry face, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. "What? You want to fight?" Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto behind him, looked at Lu Jin provocatively, and turned his palm over and the white shark appeared. "It seems that I didn't beat you enough last time. Do you want to embarrass yourself again now?" Lu Jin said. Just as a fight between the two was about to break out, Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku hurriedly walked up and said, "All right, you two are captains of the squad. How can you behave in such a state? How can you set a good example for your teammates?" HMPH. Upon hearing this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri gave Lu Jin a vicious look and left. Lu Jin was naturally not willing to be outdone and gave him a fierce look in return. "Congratulations, from now on you are the captain of the third team," the two said to Lu Jin. However, compared to Ni Yinmeng's pure happiness, there was a hint of imperceptible sadness in Matsumoto Rangaku's eyes. Seeing this, Lu Jin knew that she must be thinking about the former captain of the third team, Ichi Jinmaru. They had been childhood sweethearts and liked each other. No one knew why Ichi Jinmaru followed Aizen to defect from Soul Society. "Don't worry, I will bring him back," Lu Jin said to Matsumoto Rangaku, and her face quickly returned to normal after hearing her words, and the sadness in her eyes was also hidden. "Okay, we've even organized a celebration for you." Ni Yinming naturally knew what Lu Jin meant by this, and immediately shifted the subject to focus the two of them elsewhere. "Huh?" Lu Jin was a little shocked when he heard that. "I didn't expect that even though I just became the captain of the third squad, Ni Yin actually held a celebration party for me." I immediately said to her, "Thank you for taking so much trouble to hold a celebration party for me. I feel so embarrassed." However, there was no shyness on Lu Jin's face. Instead, he looked eager to know where the celebration would be held. HMPH, this wasn't just my idea, it was also Matsumoto Rangaku's idea. Advertisement. Ni Yinming pushed Matsumoto Rangaku out from beside her. Lu Jin naturally knew why she did this. After all, the captain of the third squad was originally Ichi Jinmaru. "Okay, there's no need to say thank you, let's go to the celebration now." Matsumoto Rangaku was the first to come out, and Lu Jin walked over accompanied by Ni Yinming. A moment later, they followed them to a central hall, which was packed with people. Everyone was sitting at the table, joking with each other. However, at this moment, Lu Jin immediately grasped the white shark tightly in his hand, with a look of being ready to attack at any time, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. "What's wrong?" Ni Yinming and the other person stopped and looked at Lu Jin with confusion, not understanding why he made such a gesture, as if he was facing an enemy. "Prepare for battle, there are intruders." Ni Yinming and the other two followed Lu Jin's gaze and saw only a few invaders. They were sitting at the table chatting about something. The two of them looked at Lu Jin speechlessly. Ni Yinming came out and said to Lu Jin, "Okay, let's go in first. I'll explain to you later. So many people are already here, and you, the protagonist, are still not here. That's not right." After saying that, he ran behind Lu Jin and pushed him forward. When everyone saw Lu Jin, they cheered and were excited that he became the captain of the third squad. Ni Yinming pushed him onto a podium in front of the celebration, then walked over, picked up the microphone, and said loudly to the crowd, "Today is the day Lu Jin becomes the captain of the third squad. Everyone, please cheer and rejoice." Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience cheered continuously. "Okay, now please invite Lu Jin to come up and say a few words." Ni Yinming walked up and handed him the microphone. Advertisement. Lu Jin immediately took the microphone, stepped forward, and said to everyone, "Haha, I didn't want to be the captain of the third squad this time, but the old man was so enthusiastic and insisted on asking, so I had no choice but to accept." However, at this moment, he caught a glimpse of the old man from the corner of his eye. He looked at him with a smile on his face and immediately changed the subject and said, "Well, it's also to be considerate of him, right? We should have this concept of respecting the elderly and loving the young since we were young." When everyone heard this, smiles immediately appeared on their faces, and they looked at Lu Jin as if they were enjoying a good show, and so did Ni Yinming. He probably never expected that almost everyone in Jingling Court would come to participate in this celebration. Some of them knew Lu Jin, some were curious and wanted to see what was so difficult for someone who was promoted to the position of squad leader so quickly, and some just came to join in the fun. Regardless of their purpose, this celebration was a great success. "Everyone must eat, drink and have fun," Lu Jin said to the people below, then walked down and headed towards the table where the old man was sitting. "Hey, kid, I think you were very powerful just now," the old man said to Lu Jin with a smile on his face. "How can that be? Isn't it just relying on your reputation?" Lu Jin laughed when he heard that. "Congratulations on becoming the captain of the third division," Yuno Hana Retsu said at the table. "Ha ha ha, Thank you, this is all thanks to your kindness. Lu Jin said when he saw this, remembering the first review, when he was eliminated just by 1 point. Lu Jin felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Yunohana Retsu had not let him go and gave him a point, there would probably not have been such a successful celebration. This is all your own credit. Yunohana Retsu said to him. After all, she was just giving him a reminder. However, at this moment, several figures walked in. Lu Jin looked and saw that they were several invaders who walked into the celebration party, sat casually at a table and started laughing. A puzzled look appeared on Lu Jin's face. Chapter 31. Friendly Relations. The relationship between us and them is no longer as tense as before. It's almost relaxed, Yunohana Retsu explained when she saw Lu Jin's confusion. Thinking of what had happened, Lu Jin was shocked. After all, could it be eased like this? Why did they do that? The old man then explained, because Aizen betrayed Jingling Court, we just happened to reach a consensus with them, and our relationship is slowly developing towards a better state. Lu Jin understood what was going on after hearing this. After all, the invaders' goal was the same as ours, which was to capture Aizen and other defectors. Since they had the same goal, they could naturally reach a consensus. What happened before? Lu Jin seemed to be hesitant to speak. After all, what happened before was still fresh in his mind and could not be forgotten just by reaching a consensus. The previous misunderstandings have been explained. Now why not invite them to your celebration party to improve the relationship between the two sides? The old man continued. Lu Jin understood after hearing this. But they still can't quite fit in here. Hiraku Shunsui said this, and Lu Jin looked over when he heard it, only to see that at the table where the invaders were, they were the only ones there. The rest of the people had no intention of sitting at the same table with them. At this time, Rukia's figure appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. Isn't she imprisoned and punished? Quote. The old man was speechless and looked at Lu Jin as if he was an idiot. The relationship has already eased, so why should we keep this a secret? Hee. Lu Jin scratched his head when he heard that, and smiled brightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, such an idiotic question actually came out of his mouth. Advertisement. Go over and talk to them. Haven't you had any contact with Kurosaki Ichigo? The old man said to Lu Jin. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the old man would send him to be the link of friendly relations between the two sides. But when he remembered his interactions with Kurosaki Ichigo, he walked towards their table. Eat well, drink well and have fun, everyone. Lu Jin sat down at the dining table and said to everyone. Congratulations on becoming the captain of the 3rd division. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed heartily upon seeing this, and the next few people also congratulated Lu Jin one by one. As there were so many people around, they didn't feel comfortable going up to congratulate him, so they planned to find Lu Jin to congratulate him individually after the celebration. However, they didn't expect Lu Jin to come over on his own initiative. Thank you, Lu Jin responded with a smile. Are you okay? He then asked Rukia. After all, he had witnessed all those cruel punishments, and now sitting together, he felt a little guilty. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Rukia said generously when she saw this. After all, she also saw the guilty look on Lu Jin's face. Okay, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Kurosaki Ichigo also spoke at this time. After all, the relationship between the two sides has become friendly now, and it is enough to explain the past things clearly. Let's go and have some fun. It's not fun to just sit here all the time. Lu Jin said to everyone. Everyone looked helpless. After all, when they first came in, only people they knew were sitting here, and no one from Jingling Court sat next to them. Now if they didn't sit here and walked out, they would feel a little awkward and embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Jin naturally knew what they were thinking and had to walk out. A moment later, Ni Yin Meng and Matsumoto Rangaku were seen being brought over by Lu Jin. Seeing this, they knew what he was going to do, and walked straight up to Rukia and started talking. More and more people from Jingling Court gathered around them, laughing at them. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw this, he knew that Lu Jin must have gone out for them, and immediately said to him, thank you. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin waved his hand and said with a smile, it's a small matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, what are your plans after becoming the captain of the 3rd division? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Lu Jin. He was a little confused when he heard that. Yes, what happens after becoming the captain of the 3rd squad? He really didn't have any plans. After all, it was the old man who forced him to take the position in the beginning. He passed the assessment in a confused manner and became the captain of the 3rd team. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Lu Jin couldn't think of anything, so he asked Kurosaki Ichigo. Let's find Aizen and the others first, and let the rest take its course. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Hearing this, Lu Jin also felt that this was a good idea. Let things take their course in the future. Let's go and have some fun, Lu Jin said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Okay. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo followed him and walked around the celebration. As the people from Seraite kept greeting him, more smiles appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Wow, you are Kurosaki Ichigo, right? At this time, a member of the Seraite 13th team walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo, looked at him with admiration and said. After all, the incident from last time still lingered in his mind for a long time. The image of Kurosaki Ichigo holding the haki of Zanpakuto was retained in his mind. He had felt embarrassed before because there were so many people around, but now that he saw Kurosaki Ichigo walking in front of him, he naturally had to come up and greet him. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the enthusiastic person in front of him and felt a little embarrassed. Well, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, what's wrong? The team member immediately asked, can you sign an autograph for me? Kurosaki Ichigo's face flushed, and a hint of shyness appeared. Okay, where is the signature? Seeing this, Lu Jin spoke directly, and the team members quickly took out paper and pen and handed them to Kurosaki Ichigo, and then he signed his name on the paper. In this way, with the help of Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo and his friends became good friends with the people from Jinglingting. Chapter 32, Reluctance. Lu Jin was very happy when he saw them having so much fun together, but they were invaders after all and could not stay in Jingling Court for too long. Once the channel between Soul Society and reality is repaired, they will naturally leave here, but the distance between them and the repair of the channel is limited. It still takes some time. Now Lu Jin just wants to make the relationship between the two sides more friendly. What's wrong? Aren't you happy for me that I became the squad captain? However, at this moment Lu Jin saw Kurosaki Ichigo walking towards him with a depressed look on his face. Of course not, I will definitely be happy if you become the captain. Kurosaki Ichigo forced a smile on his face and said to Lu Jin. Then what's wrong? Why do you look so depressed even though you're happy? Lu Jin had a hint of confusion on his face, not knowing why he was so depressed. Hey, the people in the Jingling Court are already repairing the passage between Soul Society and the real world. I believe the gate to the real world will be repaired soon. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, looked at Lu Jin with a reluctant look on his face and said, after all, the gate to the present world has been repaired. Then they had to leave Jingling Court and return to the real world. Well, it's not like you're leaving and never coming back. Come back and take a look if you miss this place. Lu Jin naturally saw the look on his face and immediately comforted him, even though the gate to the present world had not been repaired. However, the passage between Soul Society and the real world still exists. It's just that it is a little difficult for people in the real world to come here. But it is just a difficulty, not that they cannot come back. I know that too, it's just that we've been doing good things for so long, and I feel a little reluctant to let you go. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Lu Jin with a sad expression on his face and said, after all, everything that happened in Jinglingting during this period was still vivid in his mind. What's more, the relationship with the Shizu 13th squad has just been eased with great difficulty, and I feel reluctant to leave so soon. Don't worry, we will all remember you. Lu Jin patted his shoulder and said, let's go, everyone is waiting for you. Rukia and others were seen sitting at the table, happily chatting with Ni Yinmeng and others with laughter on their faces. The group of people were talking and laughing. Kurosaki Ichigo also followed his gaze, and when he saw the scene in front of him, the feeling of reluctance in his heart became even stronger. Okay, let's go over there too. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the table. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo followed him. Advertisement. Hey, you are the protagonist of this celebration, don't run around. Ni Yinmeng said as soon as she saw Lu Jin. I'm just taking a walk. Lu Jin quickly opened his mouth when he saw this. And you, I didn't realize you still have admirers now. At this time, Matsumoto Rangaku came out and said that she had naturally seen the scene just now. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head with a shy look on his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, stop teasing him. Lu Jin came out and helped him resolve the embarrassment. By the way, is the gate to the real world under repair? Rukia asked with a puzzled look on her face. Well, it will be repaired soon. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up and said, with a hint of reluctance on his face. Upon hearing this, the invaders all showed a look of reluctance on their faces. After all, once the passage to the real world was repaired, they would have to leave Soul Society and return to the living world. Alright, let's take this opportunity to have some fun. Lu Jin said, breaking the sad atmosphere on the court. The sadness on the invaders' faces disappeared and everything returned to normal. Even if it's repaired, it's not like I can't come back. I can come back when I miss you guys. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also stood up and said. However, the invaders all understood that it would be very difficult to cross into Soul Society through the channel of the mortal world. Okay, we will come to see you from time to time, don't worry. Lu Jin also spoke at this time. After all, it is very easy for Soul Society to travel to the real world. Upon hearing this, the invaders' expressions returned to normal and they began talking and laughing again. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards Lu Jin and said, let's go out for a walk. Lu Jin looked a little puzzled when he heard that. Advertisement. Where are you going? Although he was confused, he still followed Kurosaki Ichigo and walked outside. Let's go see when the passage will be repaired. Kurosaki Ichigo was seen walking towards the passage to the real world. Lu Jin was a little confused. After all, if the passage was repaired, someone would definitely be sent to inform him. Why would he go and see it? Does it matter when the access road is repaired? Yeah, Kurosaki Ichigo Kaido, it is indeed very important to him when the passage will be repaired. After all, He still has something to do, if there is still some time left for him before the passage is repaired. Then he would deal with this matter, and Lu Jin naturally didn't know what he was thinking. What's wrong? Are you going to do something? Let's go and take a look first. Kurosaki Ichigo quickened his pace and rushed towards the passage to the real world. Although Lu Jin was confused, he still followed and saw two figures, one black and one white, rushing towards the passage like two beams of light. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the passage. They saw a huge passage with energy fluctuating in front of the door. At the same time, there were dozens of people repairing the door continuously, adding spiritual power to the door and constantly repairing it. What are you going to do now? Lu Jin said, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Let's go and take a look first. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards the passage door, and immediately felt a force of attraction coming from the door, constantly pulling towards his body. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that the portal would be repaired soon, and the current attraction was a good proof of this. Let's go. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knew in his mind when the passage portal would be repaired, so he turned around and left. Quote. Lu Jin was indeed a little confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Where are we going now? Just follow me. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Lu Jin had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 33, Competition. Lu Jin followed him and walked towards a remote courtyard in Jingling Court. What are you doing here? Lu Jin looked at the shabby yet spacious courtyard in front of him, feeling somewhat confused as to why Kurosaki Ichigo brought him here. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo indeed move towards the stone bench beside the courtyard and sit down. Do you remember what happened during this period? Lu Jin didn't know why he said this, but he still walked over and sat down on a stone bench next to him. What happened during this period is so vivid in my mind. I admire your behavior very much. Lu Jin recalled that he held the Zanpakuto alone and fought against the entire Jingling Court in order to rescue Rukia, and admiration arose in his heart. Ha ha ha, it's all for important people, not worth mentioning. But you make me look at you with new eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him and smiled. If it's not worth mentioning that one person dares to fight against the entire Jingling Court alone, then I'm afraid there's nothing worth mentioning. Lu Jin continued. That's better than daring to confront the old man. Kurosaki Ichigo also said at this time, only to see Lu Jin's face a little surprised. He didn't expect that he actually knew it. It's not a secret. Besides, many people already know about what happened that day. Kurosaki Ichigo said. After all, what happened that day spread very quickly, so it was not surprising that Kurosaki Ichigo knew about it. But why did you bring me here? Lu Jin asked the doubts in his heart at this time. After all, this place is too remote. The gate to the real world will be repaired soon, and then I will leave here. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Lu Jin was still a little confused. After all, invaders could not stay in Jingling Court for too long, but what did this have to do with bringing him here? I want to compete with you. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally saw the doubt on his face and spoke out. At this time, he drew out the Zangetsu, a high-spirited aura emerged, and the fiery fighting spirit in his eyes kept beating. Lu Jin naturally understood what had happened when he saw this. He just flipped his palm and the white shark appeared in his hand. Advertisement. I won't show mercy. Me too. Kurosaki Ichigo said, and then he shot towards Lu Jin like a cannonball. The Zanpakuto in his hand showed a hint of coldness, and stabbed towards his chest. Lu Jin looked at the knife shadow that was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, and swung the white shark in his hand horizontally, then rushed forward. When the two knives were about to collide, a tense and solemn look appeared on the faces of both men. Ha! Both of them shouted loudly, and their spiritual power continued to increase. Bang! A huge sound was heard, and the two of them flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Lu Jin inserted the white shark into the ground. A horizontal groove about several meters long appeared, and his figure barely stopped. He immediately drew his sword and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo's flying figure. The white shark in his hand was surging with spiritual power. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally saw this scene and kicked the wall behind him with both feet. He was seen rushing towards Lu Jin quickly, holding the Zangetsu sword in both hands, with the fighting spirit in his eyes not concealed at all. He struck the white shark fiercely, and a dark crescent-shaped slash came out. Seeing this, Lu Jin's ability to copy the white shark in his hand emerged. He waved the white shark in his hand with one hand, and an identical slash flew out. Two slashing blows appeared in the sky, collided and cancelled each other out, and the surrounding air was suppressed by a wave of air. A strong wind wave hit the two of them, causing them to step back a few steps. Seeing this, Lu Jin waved his hand and made a cross cut, attacking Kurosaki Ichigo. Just as he stabilized his body, he saw a dark cross cut in front of him, heading straight for his face. Even though Zangetsu was across his chest, the moment the slash touched him, a huge spiritual power swept through his whole body. Ah! He shouted quickly, took a step forward and swung out the Zangetsu in his hand fiercely. The cross cut disappeared completely under Kurosaki Ichigo's slash. Advertisement. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead. But Lu Jin certainly wouldn't give him a chance to rest. He suddenly appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo and slashed at his back with the white shark in his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was now nervous again. Feeling the pressure of spiritual power behind him, he immediately rolled over and barely avoided the knife from behind. At this moment, a horizontal groove of a knife suddenly appeared at the place where he was just now. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up without thinking and raised his hands, then slashed out with several blows. At the same time, his body ran towards the distance. Seeing this, Lu Jin swung his hands and made several identical slashes to meet the attack. His figure flashed and he chased in the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was flying. I saw two figures, one black and one white, chasing each other on the field. From time to time, several slashes collided and bombarded the courtyard. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was flying in front, just stopped. He held the Zangetsu sword in both hands and slashed fiercely at Lu Jin who was running behind him. No trace. Lu Jin saw the black light of the white shark in his hand suddenly appear, and facing the sudden knife, he immediately met it. I saw a pitch-black blade light emerging from the white shark like a huge shadow, and smashing down towards the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a strong sense of crisis, and immediately retracted Zangetsu and dodged behind him in a few flashes. Suddenly, a long horizontal ditch appeared on the ground. Lu Jin chased after it again. However, White Shark's ability is to copy, so naturally Kurosaki Ichigo can also use what he uses. In this fight, both of them use the same moves, and they don't hold back in any move. The two figures were constantly fighting in this small courtyard, and the bigger they got, the more intense the fight seemed to be. It seemed as if both of them found real pleasure in this stand-up fight. After the battle, both of them were panting and sweating profusely. But the look in their eyes when they looked at each other was as sincere as that of friends. Chapter 34. Farewell Party. Time unknowingly came to the day when the door to the reality channel was to be repaired, and Lu Jin found Kurosaki Ichigo. Are you leaving tomorrow? Kurosaki Ichigo showed a reluctant look on his face when he heard that, but the passage had been repaired, so they naturally could no longer stay in the jingling garden and had to return to the real world. Okay, let's call Rukia and the others and go. Lu Jin said. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused when he heard this. Where are we going? Lu Jin said mysteriously, don't ask so many questions. You'll know when you get there. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to walk into the house and call out Rukia and others. What's wrong? Rukia asked Lu Jin with some confusion on her face. It's nothing, just follow me. Lu Jin was walking in the front, and the people following behind him had some doubts on their faces. However, despite this, they continued to follow Lu Jin's steps and walked forward. After a while, a house appeared in front of everyone. What is this place? Kurosaki Ichigo walked up and stood side by side with Lu Jin, looking at the gloomy and cold house in front of him with a puzzled look and asked. You'll know once you go in. Lu Jin pushed them forward, while he walked at the back. Everyone looked at the dark place in front of them, not knowing what was inside. They turned around and looked at Lu Jin's relieved expression, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk inside. Bang bang bang. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo and others walked into the house, the lights were turned on, and a group of people, led by Ni Yinmeng, fired salutes at Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Bang. At this time, a louder cannon sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo and others looked back and saw that it was Lu Jin who was holding an even bigger salute behind them. Sparkling chips fell from the sky. Advertisement. This is a banquet prepared for you. Lu Jin walked up and said. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't quite understand what he said. What party? Quote. Lu Jin was speechless after hearing this. Can't you tell this is a farewell party for you? Oh ha ha ha, thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo finally understood and immediately thanked everyone in front of him. Happy expressions appeared on the faces of the others as well. After all, they had never expected that the people from Jingling Court would actually hold a farewell party for them. I thought that when I left, Lu Jin would at most bring some people to see me off and that would be it. Let's go in quickly. Lu Jin said to everyone and pulled them into the dining table in the house. I saw it was covered with delicious food of all kinds. We're about to leave, would you like some drink? Lu Jin asked Kurosaki Ichigo with a bottle of wine in his hand. Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. He took the wine and poured himself a glass. Boys drink wine, girls drink juice. Lu Jin took out a few more bottles of juice and handed them to Rukia, Ni Yinmeng and the others. The banquet began, and everyone was eating, drinking and chatting at the table. Be careful when you go back this time. At this time, Lu Jin held a glass of wine in his hand and clinked it towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry. He gave him a reassuring look and touched the wine glass in his hand to him. A crisp sound was heard, and the two of them raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. A blush instantly appeared on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up again, picked up the bottle, and poured a glass for himself and Lu Jin. I haven't had much fun with you lately. I hope it will be the same next time we meet. Kurosaki Ichigo raised the wine glass in his hand after he finished speaking. Lu Jin greeted him again and said, Don't worry, our friendship will never change. Advertisement. Then they raised their heads and drank. After a few glasses of wine, their faces became even more rosy, and there was a hint of drunkenness in their eyes. Hey, remember to think of us when you go back. At this time, Matsumoto Rangaku walked over, holding a glass of juice in his hand and said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry, I will. Kurosaki Ichigo responded. Come on, have a drink. Matsumoto Rangaku drank the juice in his hand, then picked up the bottle and poured some more wine, then raised his glass to Kurosaki Ichigo. Quote. He hadn't digested the last few glasses of wine yet, and if he drank any more now, he might not be able to control the alcohol. But seeing that Matsumoto Rangaku, a girl, was drinking, he couldn't refuse immediately. He took the glass in his hand, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo had just taken a sip of wine when his brain began to feel dizzy. There was a blur in his eyes, and the scene in front of him flickered. After a while, he fell on the table and fell asleep. Quote. Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku looked at each other helplessly. His alcohol tolerance was too poor. What should we do? Matsumoto Rangaku asked Lu Jin with a slightly red face. Let him sleep here for a while. He has been too tired recently and it is a rare opportunity for him to relax. I will take him back after the banquet is over. After saying that, she took off her clothes and covered him with them. Seeing this, Matsumoto Rangaku ignored him, but at this moment an uncomfortable figure appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. Unlike the happy expressions on the faces of others, although Rukia had a smile on her face, there was a hint of sadness hidden inside. What's wrong? Lu Jin walked over and asked. Rukia was surprised by this sudden question, a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? I mean, what's wrong with you now? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jin explained. No, Rukia said quickly, but the sadness in her eyes could not be hidden. What happened? Lu Jin asked, naturally noticing the sadness in her eyes. Nothing. Rukia acted very naturally, without any sadness in her words. Seeing this, Lu Jin didn't know what to do. After all, it seemed that Rukia didn't want to say it. Chapter 35, Repair completed. The next day arrived as promised, and the gate to reality had been repaired. The passage leading to the gate to reality was densely packed with people from the jingling court. This group of people were obviously here to see off Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. They were seen standing in front of the gate of reality, looking back and looking at the people from Jinglingting who were seeing them off, their hearts filled with reluctance. Okay, let's go. Lu Jin walked up and said. Kurosaki Ichigo walked over with his arms open and gave him a big hug. I'm going to miss you guys. The others also came over, and Rukia hugged Ni Yinmeng with a look of reluctance in her eyes. Okay, let's go. Although Lu Jin and others were reluctant to leave, they could not stay in Jingling Court for too long. Now that the door to reality has been repaired, it would be better for them to leave as soon as possible. Yeah, Kurosaki Ichigo responded and let go of his hands casually. Let's go. Then he said to Rukia and others. I saw several figures slowly disappear into the door of reality one after another, and they were no longer seen. In the end, only Kurosaki Ichigo was left outside the door. He turned around and took a deep look at the group of people in front of him, raised his right hand and waved it vigorously, then turned around and left. Let's go back too. There was naturally some reluctance in Lu Jin's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. After seeing them all go in, he said to Ni Yinmeng and others around him. Then the group of people walked back. After experiencing many twists and turns, everything seemed to have returned to calm and nothing happened again. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner as usual, and taking advantage of these few days, Lu Jin also spent a few relaxing days. Ah, so boring. Lu Jin complained to Ni Yinmeng beside him with a toothpick in his mouth that he had taken from somewhere. Is it boring? Ni Yinmeng said with a strange smile on his face. Lu Jin felt a little scared when he saw the smile on her face. Advertisement. It's not boring anymore, it's interesting. He forced a smile on his face and said to Ni Yinmeng. That won't do. What you just said was boring. Seeing this, Ni Yinmeng continued to pester him, as if she didn't want to let Lu Jin go so easily. A helpless look appeared on Lu Jin's face. Who told him to be so complaining? He still remembered that he complained to her out of boredom 2 days ago, and she actually asked him to memorize the rules of Jingling Court. It almost cost him his life. I wonder what tricks she will play this time. What? You said you were bored. You should thank me for helping you relieve your boredom. Lu Jin's face immediately showed helplessness, and a stream of spiritual power gathered at his feet. He turned around and wanted to escape. Ni Yinmeng had already sensed his movements and immediately reached out and grabbed him, lifting him up. Lu Jin's feet kept flapping in the air, but his figure did not move a step away from where he was. Hey, little girl, what are you going to do? Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately became timid and began to beg for mercy. Nothing, I'm just taking you to a place. Ni Yinmeng's smile remained on her face, as if she thought that what Lu Jin was about to experience was happiness. Then you have to put me down first before I can go with you. Lu Jin looked at his legs swinging in the air with some helplessness. I can put you down but you must not run away, otherwise, hee. Ni Yinmeng said. Lu Jin looked at the humming electric drill next to his neck and said immediately, don't worry, I promise I won't run away. Seeing this, Ni Yinmeng let him go. Where are you going? Lu Jin knew he couldn't run away, so he continued to run away without interrupting and asked Ni Yinmeng. Just follow me, Ni Yinmeng said and walked out first. Lu Jin had no choice but to follow him. After a while, a huge hall appeared in front of them. Lu Jin was a little confused as he looked at the scene in front of him. Why did you bring me here? Advertisement. Ni Yinmeng put on a smile and said, "You'll know once you go in." Then he walked in. Lu Jin looked at him suspiciously and followed him in. He saw many training tools inside. "You don't want me to come here to train, do you?" Lu Jin said with a bitter look on his face. He had just spent a few days relaxing, so why did he have to start training again? "Don't forget that you are the captain of the third squad. Your teammates are all training hard. Wouldn't it be bad if you just play and have fun every day?" Ni Yinmeng took him into a room, which was full of mechanisms. "Just play in here for a while." Quote. Lu Jin was speechless when he saw the numerous and powerful mechanisms inside. Is this playing? This is probably playing with his life. He was about to discuss whether he could skip the training. "Okay, I'll open the door for you to come out in an hour." Ni Yinmeng's unyielding attitude shattered Lu Jin's only remaining hope. Her eyes were full of resentment as she looked at Ni Yinmeng like a shrew, but she just walked out as if she didn't see anything. Bang! He walked outside the door and opened the mechanism in the room. With a sound, the door was closed tightly, and the mechanism in the room continued to operate. Lu Jin took a deep breath while looking at the dark space, then pulled out the Zanpakuto and held it tightly in his hand. He looked around with a vigilant look on his face, and in an instant, he saw a spear rushing towards him. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed it out, cutting the spear into two halves before it got close. Then, one hidden weapon after another flew towards Lu Jin. "What's wrong? Are you still bored now?" An hour later, the door was slowly opened, and Ni Yinmeng asked with a smile as she looked at Lu Jin, who was sweating and panting. He gasped again. No, I'm not bored at all. It's okay as long as it's not boring. Otherwise, you can do it again. Ni Yinmeng said when seeing this. Quote. Lu Jin was speechless. If they stayed in this room for another hour, someone might die. However, at this moment, a figure ran towards the two of them quickly. "Captain, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time." "What's wrong?" Lu Jin asked the team member in front of him. Chapter 36. Order. "The captain is looking for you," said the team member. Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard that, but despite his doubts, he still rushed over without stopping. "What do you want from me?" A moment later, Lu Jin appeared in front of the old man. "The people I sent out found traces of Aizen." The old man responded. "What?" Lu Jin was a little shocked when he heard this. After all, Aizen and others had been hiding very well since they defected from Soul Society. He didn't expect that his traces would be discovered this time. "Where? They have now escaped to another world," the old man responded. Aizen brought the people around him to the real world, and the old man sensed this. "What a powerful Ryutsu, this is really not right," said the old man. Lu Jin didn't expect that he could have relaxed a little, but there would be a bad omen. He didn't know what bad things would happen. In the real world, Aizen has started to stir up trouble and cause all kinds of destruction. This matter naturally attracted everyone's attention, and the old man called Lu Jin. "Why are you looking for me suddenly? What's the matter, old man?" Lu Jin said. "Of course something happened. This matter is very urgent and you have to deal with it immediately," the old man said with a smile. "What's the rush? Didn't the invader go back? We should be able to relax now." "Don't be so relaxed now, understand me. Just do it, just follow what I say." "Oh, what is it? You should tell me now. If you don't tell me, I won't know what happened. I feel that the real world is very dangerous, and I want to send you to investigate." The old man looked serious. Advertisement. Seeing the old man's serious expression, Lu Jin also became serious. "The real world? How could that be? You don't mean those weird things that happen in the real world, do you? Those are just things humans do. It's nothing, don't worry about it, it happens every day." "That's not what I'm talking about. Anyway, take the two vice captains to the real world to investigate. It's troublesome." "Investigation? Really? It's so troublesome. Can I take a break?" Lu Jin still wanted to take a break. It could be said that he didn't want to encounter these troublesome things every day. But the old man's expression said it all. He really didn't want to let him go easily. "Why do you want to rest? This is a critical moment. Don't you care about the people in the real world?" The old man pretended to be angry. "I'm concerned, but I really don't think anything bad will happen. It's really troublesome to go there specially. Are you saying there's something wrong with my perception? Stop saying those meaningless things and go there quickly. So which two vice captains should I choose? How about you help me choose? I have no idea." Lu Jin stated the actual situation. It is true that one should be cautious in selecting people, because it is easy to run into trouble with teammates. It's not enough for one person to carry the team, it still requires the cooperation of the team. Since it is a teamwork, the team naturally cannot be weak. It's such a simple truth, but I still don't want to give up easily. "You be **************, don't you know you're the captain of the third squad? How can you push this kind of thing onto others? Isn't this a small matter for you? Isn't it like this? Don't tell me you can't even do this kind of thing right after taking office." The old man thought that any captain could easily do this kind of thing and there was no need for him to say anything more. Such an answer obviously did not satisfy him. He still felt that there was no need to say more about such things, just do it and it would be done. Talking more would be useless. "Okay, I understand. I'll think about it. There's no time left. We need to choose a candidate right away. Hurry up. Okay. How can we accomplish anything if we keep dilly-dallying like this? Old man, I suddenly realized that you are a very impatient person. Don't you know that everything must be done slowly? It's not something that can be done just by talking about it. It's really not that easy to choose this candidate, right? Advertisement. You should be very clear about this. You are an old man, so famous that you should know this truth. You will not achieve anything great if you are impatient like this. Lu Jin complained, without any malicious intent, he just felt that he had his own opinions and wanted to accomplish things in his own way. It is true that what the old man said makes sense, but I still want to do it my own way. Okay, I was wrong. I really lost to you. So, choose carefully, but you'd better choose quickly. If you are a step late, it may cause huge losses. Don't forget that you came here from the real world. Don't forget where you came from after arriving here. I believe in your abilities. Well, I won't let you down. I will do this job well and show you, and everyone else, that I am capable of being the captain of the 3rd Division. I believe I can complete this task well. Don't worry, I'll select the right people and leave right away, but before I leave, can I sit down and have some tea with my good friend? Lu Jin suddenly thought of drinking tea. This kind of thing is so simple. If you want it immediately. This is human desire. He just follows his own desire. He thinks that if he doesn't drink tea now, his condition will not be good later. What are you talking about, drinking tea? Where do you put the safety of people in the real world? Do you know what time it is now? There's no time to dawdle. If you're still thinking about this kind of nonsense, I'll beat you up. Don't you know you're a captain? A captain should act like a captain. Don't forget this and keep it in mind all the time. If you think like this, you really underestimate the tea ceremony. Let me tell you something. A true tea drinker cannot go a single day without drinking tea. It just so happens that I haven't had tea today, and I'm thirsty now. I'm just telling the truth. Old man, I tell you this because I value and respect you. Why don't you understand my intentions? Quote. It seems that I don't understand you more deeply. Well, go have some tea, and I'll investigate after you finish your tea. Although this matter is urgent, as you said, there is no use in being anxious. Just do it according to your own method. I believe you can complete this task well. Since you are the captain, I naturally know your strength. Well, actually, there's another reason why I drink tea. I just like it. I know I might get into a lot of trouble next. If I die after that, I won't have the chance to drink tea with my friends anymore. And drinking tea can actually calm people down. I'm still quite nervous right now. No kidding, I'm just appearing calm. Chapter 37. Selection. The old man saw his thoughts from his eyes, and he was just as he said, with nothing to hide. I see. But don't worry, I believe in your ability. You won't die. Besides, you have 2 powerful vice captains by your side. You must believe in the power of the team. Then I'll go select people. Lu Jin said. Well, go ahead. The old man nodded. Lu Jin gathered all the vice captains together and prepared to speak. Here's the thing. I called everyone here because I have something to ask of you. I actually need 2 deputy captains, and I want to choose the most suitable candidates from among you. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Jin said. Of course, that belongs to my vice captain of the 1st Division, Chojiro Sasaki. You should understand what the 1st Division means. It means the strongest. Everyone should understand this. If you understand, then let me be one of them. I know I am capable of doing this, and it is not difficult for me. Chojiro Sasaki said. How can you say that? The vice captain of the 1st Division is not necessarily the strongest. Maybe the captain of the 1st Division is the strongest, but the vice captain of the 1st Division is not necessarily the strongest. I'm serious. I don't think what you said makes sense. If you want to say who is more suitable for this position, it is of course me, Omaeda Marekio. Everyone knows that I am a real strong person. Omaeda Marekio said. No, this position must belong to me. Why not me? I'm such an outstanding person, you should all know it clearly. Who is more suitable for this position than me? Everyone knows how stable I am. There is no problem giving me this position. You can't go wrong by choosing me. Choose me. I am the one who can really help you. Hira Izuru said. I think this position should belong to me. A team must have a girl to balance it out. It's not like that, I'm serious. I really think I am suitable for it. Advertisement. It's right to let me go. I can use my strength to help you. I know it must be an important mission, and I don't want to miss such an opportunity. Katetsu Azane said. What are you talking about? This position belongs to me. Who is more suitable than me? Don't look at me because I am a girl. I will not lose to boys in terms of fighting ability. Believe me, I am right. Just do it. I have done many tasks like this, it is not a big problem. I agree with what Yongyan said, girls do need it, but it should be me. Hinamori Momo said. What girls or boys? I tell you, there is no task that I cannot complete. You can leave it to me. I am Abarai Renji, and everyone knows my strength. I can say that I am the strongest vice captain, there is nothing wrong with that, that's just how it is. I am versatile, I can play my role no matter what lineup, choosing me is the right choice. Abarai Renji said. No, look at my appearance, I am an uncle. What does this mean? Girls all like older men. No, I'm talking about the reason uncles exist. I have a lot of combat experience because I'm an uncle. I've fought in all kinds of situations, so choosing me is not wrong. I'm an experienced uncle, said shooting range Tetsuziman. See my glasses. Knowledge is power. You can't go wrong choosing me. I'm a woman who loves to read every day. How could you not fight for a woman like this? I know a lot of knowledge and can teach you. It's not a big deal. As long as you let me participate in this important mission, everything else is not a problem. Leave it to me. Aiz Naneo stood up and waved her hand. You all have your own reasons, but I have my own justice. I don't actually have anything to canvass for votes here, so if you think I'm suitable, then choose me. In short, if it is something I want to do, I will definitely complete it well. I don't want to force anyone. Follow your heart and make the right choice. This is the best approach for everyone. Hisagi Shuhei said. There's nothing wrong with what you said, but who among you is more fierce than me? No one, right, that's it. So the person who should be chosen is me, not one of them. Do you understand what I mean? I am the most fierce woman, so it is natural that I should be elected. This is the most uncontroversial one. I don't want to say too much, that's it. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Advertisement. No, none of you are more cautious than a child. I am a child, so I am the most suitable. But don't look down on me because I am small. In fact, I am not small. It is not a loss to choose me. Don't worry, my strength hasn't been fully revealed yet. When I do, no one will be my opponent. I'm a strong man under Zaraki Kenpachi, you should understand. Kusaka Yakiru said. Who among you knows more about high technology than me? No one, only someone more advanced deserves this position. Choosing me is the right choice. And don't be fooled by my normal expression. I'm actually the fiercest one. You're right to choose me. As long as I exert my strength, surpassing Orochimaru won't be a big problem. Leave it to me, Ni Yinmeng said. Lu Jin saw that everyone was arguing, but he had already expected something like this to happen. After all, such an opportunity is rare, and no one understands this better than him. That's right, he is a man of understanding, so he knows exactly how to deal with this matter. It is not difficult for him at all. It is that simple and can be accomplished no matter what. You are all recommending yourselves, but who is the most suitable candidate? Actually, I still have to choose it myself. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that so many of you would recommend yourselves. Actually, it's useless. I'm the one who makes the choice, but I'm a fair and impartial person, so I'll naturally have my own standards. Don't worry, you'll all be satisfied. Lu Jin said. What, are you kidding us? If that's the case, wouldn't you have said it earlier? Why wait until everyone has finished speaking before you tell us? Aren't you doing this on purpose? You're being too insincere. I think this behavior is really respectful. Don't think I'm strict. In fact, Tang Tang is even stricter. In short, you must give us a reasonable explanation. This is a must, Shojiro Sasaki said. Okay, I know what you are going to say, but actually, I did it on purpose because I want to drink tea too, right? After all, I'm the captain. Remember one thing. I'm the captain, and you're the vice captains. I'm the boss here, okay. If you understand, don't complain and just do what I say. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin thought that he still had to show his authority. After all, the captain was still the captain, and he was still one level higher than them. There was no problem in doing so. Chapter 38. Place of Residence. If there is a problem, why does the captain exist? Even if it is not your own team, even if your own team can only have one vice captain, but the captain is still the captain after all, this is the truth. This truth gave Lu Jin the confidence to do it and led this group of people to success. This was what he wanted to do most now, and no one could stop him. What kind of person can become a true leader? No one knows the answer better than him. That's it, the god-level king of understanding, only he is the most suitable for such a position. The final choice was Nirvana and the 10th Division's Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku. The three of them went to the real world, came to Kurosaki Ichigo's high school, and inserted prostheses to become Kurosaki Ichigo's classmates, and began investigating as high school students. Because I am a high school student, I must start according to the high school student's schedule. Ding dong. The crisp school bell rang. Lu Jin, Matsumoto Rangaku and others were so happy when they heard this voice. Huh, after waiting for so long, the get out of class is finally over. Matsumoto Rangaku stretched and said. Yeah, if I keep listening like this I'm really going to fall asleep. Ni Yin Meng also echoed Matsumoto Rangaku and spoke. You know, she had just tried hard for a long time to keep herself from falling asleep and go on a date with Zhou Gong. Then how are we going to meet up with Kurosaki Ichigo now? Matsumoto Rangaku thought about the purpose of their visit to Kurosaki Ichigo's school this time. Hearing what Matsumoto Rangaku said, Ni Yinmeng looked at Lu Jin in confusion. You know, they had just entered here and had not met Kurosaki Ichigo yet, so the first task now was to meet up with Kurosaki Ichigo. How can we meet up? Of course we should go find him. Otherwise, how could he come to us on his own initiative? Lu Jin felt helpless and said lightly. That seems to be the truth. Matsumoto Rangaku thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment. But we don't know which class he is in now. How can we find him? Matsumoto Rangaku thought of the key point of the problem and asked. Advertisement. Hearing this, Lu Jin curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Matsumoto Rangaku. After seeing Lu Jin's eyes, Matsumoto Rangaku immediately took a step back, because he had been with Lu Jin for a long time and knew that Lu Jin's smile meant bad intentions. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangaku widened his eyes slightly, crossed his arms and said, what do you want to do? I tell you, I will not sell my body. Hearing this, Lu Jin was speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked away. You're overthinking it. I just want you to go find Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing Lu Jin say this, Matsumoto Rangaku immediately jumped up excitedly and said, What? I'm going. Why me? At this time, Ni Yinmeng was covering her mouth and laughing secretly. She said that she was not surprised by Matsumoto Rangaku's excited performance. You have to go. We'll wait for you on the rooftop. Lu Jin said helplessly. After that, he took Ni Yinmeng away, leaving Matsumoto Rangaku with a confused look on his face. FK. Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but swear as he watched the two people leaving. After venting his emotions, Matsumoto Rangaku had no choice but to accept the task assigned to him by Lu Jin. There was no other way, the task assigned by the boss had to be completed. In the afternoon, Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng were on the rooftop looking at the scenery of the entire school. At this time, Matsumoto Rangaku brought Kurosaki Ichigo over to meet them privately. It's really you, Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. When Matsumoto Rangaku told him, he didn't believe it until he saw Lu Jin with his own eyes. Long time no see. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's voice, Lu Jin turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, then nodded and said with a smile. Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they chatted for a while. Okay, we've talked enough, so we should get to the point, Matsumoto Rangaku said. She didn't forget the main purpose of coming here. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and asked, What's your plan? We plan to leave school together after school tonight. What do you think? Lu Jin told them the plan they had discussed before, and asked Kurosaki Ichigo for his opinion. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it for a while and felt that this method was feasible, and he couldn't think of a better way. Advertisement. I think it's okay, let's do it, Kurosaki Ichigo said. After getting Kurosaki Ichigo's consent, Lu Jin said, Okay, that's settled. We'll still gather here tonight, understand? Hearing this, everyone present nodded, indicating that they understood. In the evening, the crisp bell for the end of get out of class rang again, and several people came to the rooftop to gather one after another. Looking at the students going home after school, Lu Jin said calmly, There are still too many people leaving school now. We will act immediately when the crowds thin out. Yes. After a while, there were no more people in the school. Lu Jin led a few people to a more remote corner of the school and planned to climb over the wall to get out. Are you all okay? Lu Jin looked at the not-so-high wall in front of him and spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo and Matsumoto Rangaku. Don't worry, we are all okay. You just need to send Ni Yinmeng out first, Matsumoto Rangaku said confidently. Hearing this, Lu Jin didn't say much. He glanced at Ni Yinmeng and directly helped Ni Yinmeng climb over the wall. Then, Lu Jin jumped easily and successfully climbed over the wall. The remaining Kurosaki Ichigo and Matsumoto Rangaku also climbed over the wall with their efforts. After coming out, several people clapped their hands and looked at the dark front, suddenly looking confused. We've come out, but where are we going? Matsumoto Rangaku said as he looked at the dark road ahead. This was also a problem. They had indeed come out, but they had no place to stay at night. Thinking of this, Lu Jin asked Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ichigo, where is your home? We can go to your house first. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Matsumoto Rangaku patted his head and said. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo paused, but before he could speak, Matsumoto Rangaku continued, It's decided. We'll go to your house tonight. After he finished speaking, Matsumoto Rangaku directly pulled Kurosaki Ichigo and led the way, while Lu Jin followed behind the two of them with Ni Yinmeng. After a while, they all arrived at Kurosaki Ichigo's house. The moment they opened the door, Lu Jin and others stopped, because Kurosaki Ichigo's house was too small. Chapter 39. Living together. What's going on? Kurosaki Ichigo, why is your house so small? Seeing this scene, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but ask. I wanted to tell you before, but I didn't know how to tell you. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head embarrassedly. I didn't think too much about it before, I just wanted to be able to live there. I didn't expect to encounter this situation. After discussing it with a few people, I finally had to leave Lu Jin alone. In fact, there are indeed many reasons why Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku did not live in Ichigo's house. After all, they are both girls, and it is not a good thing for them to live with two boys. Everyone knows this. They are no longer children and they know this kind of thing very well, but they are going to live together anyway, so this result is still a good one. Where are we going to live? Asked Ni Yinmeng. I don't know about that either. I don't understand this world. How about you give me some advice? I really don't have any idea, but I believe you can do it. Come on, give me some advice soon. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Even if you say that, I can't do anything about it. If I had a way, I would tell you. You know, we are all unfamiliar with this world. I was originally going to live in Ichigo's house, but who knew it was impossible to live there? There was nothing I could do, so I had to choose a safer option. I didn't want to end up like this. There's no need for us to argue about this, we really need to find a place to live now, right? You know, we have an important task to complete now, and we can't do it without rest. How can we complete the task if we are not in good condition? It seems impossible to think about it. I am right, right. Anyway, it is right to do as I say. Believe it. So what are you talking about, little sister? You have to be responsible when you speak. Now tell me if there is any good way for us to stay here. Anyway, I can't think of any, so I can only leave it to you. I believe you, I can't be without a place to live, right? I don't want to sleep on the ground, it will dirty my pretty face. Yes, yes, yes. Well, after thinking about it, there's no other solution. We have no choice but to go find Lu Jin. He's the most familiar with this place. Although we shouldn't disturb him, there's no way to say more in this situation. We can only take a shortcut and ask him, which is the best way. Advertisement. I know he is a good person and will help us. That's true. After all, this is his place, so naturally he is more familiar with it. It's a good idea to do this. I believe there will be no problem. Let's go quickly. There is no time to worry about so many things. Let's see if you can help us find a good place to live. There really is no other way now. We are not familiar with each other, so there is no need to force ourselves. The two went to find Lu Jin and asked him if there was any place they could stay. What? You said you didn't know where to live. That's true. Why didn't I think of that? This is my responsibility. I'm very sorry. I'll help you find a place to live, right? Actually, there are many options. Wait a minute, I'll think of the most suitable place right away. Trust me, I won't cheat you. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin thought it was his own mistake. He didn't think things through properly and it shouldn't be like this. You should think things through more thoroughly, that's the most responsible way to behave. No one said that what he did was a big sin. It was just a mistake. You know, there are many people who make mistakes, and he is not the only one. That's it. Okay, take your time to think about it, it's okay. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Or, you can go to a hotel. I think it's suitable for you. You two can just book a room. Lu Jin said. Booking a room. What is that? I've never heard of it before. Tell me quickly, what kind of person would do that? Matsumoto Rangaku was full of curiosity. Haha, actually, that's what adults do. You know, adults do what adults like to do. I don't need to explain this much, right? Of course, you are all adults, so you should understand this. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Please explain it again. I'm interested in this. I'm not kidding. The more you say it, the more interested I am. I want to know right away. Tell me quickly. No, I can't tell you this. This is no joke. If you're interested in this and forget you're a Shinigami, that's not okay. How could I let you become obsessed with the real world? You belong to Soul Society, believe me, so the topic of renting a room is over, but it's not actually over, because you guys are going to rent a room. Advertisement. What? What exactly is renting a room? Tell us quickly. You asked us to rent a room, but you didn't tell us what it is. What should we do then? In short, don't hide anything. Of course, I know you're the captain, and we naturally respect every captain. But regarding this hotel room, please tell me what it's like. I really want to do it. No, how about this, just treat it as a joke. I'll take you there now, and you'll know when you get there. Needless to say, my language wasn't well organized, but now it's fine. I'll just take you there. No, if you don't tell me, I won't go. Matsumoto Rangaku got angry and thought this was disrespectful to her. No matter what, we are all together, there is no need to hide anything from each other. We also believe that if there are things that the team does not understand, we really need to help each other to achieve better results. Having hidden something like this from her, she had no mood to continue, she was so determined. Oh, I told you it's nothing serious. Wasn't I just joking with you? Why are you so serious? It's for your own good not to tell you. Okay, no more jokes. If you say so, then we have no choice but to go to Inoue Orihime's house. Lu Jin felt helpless about this. He had just wanted to tease the other party, thinking that the other party would not understand what he was saying. He did not expect the other party to be so serious and entangled with this. This was completely unreasonable to him, and he thought in his heart that he should deal with this matter immediately, which would be the most responsible thing for both of them. Inoue Orihime is who? Matsumoto Rangaku Shuodao. She's just a good friend. Anyway, she's a good woman. I'll take you there. You are all girls, so there shouldn't be any big problems for you to live together. Is that okay? Are you satisfied with that? I've tried my best, sister. I'm doing this for your own good, do you understand me? After all, I'm still the captain. Lu Jin said. Well, I'll forgive you for what happened just now. If you say that, there's really no need for me to continue targeting you. Chapter 40. Captain. In this way, the four of them went to Inoue Orihime's house. I knocked on the door, and it was Inoue Orihime who came out to open it. Hey, why did you think of coming to my house? Come on, come in. Inoue Orihime said. I won't go in. Please take good care of them for me. I need to rest as well. But can they live in your house? It's a bother. I have no other choice. Ichigo's house can't accommodate so many people. Lu Jin said. As that's so. Okay. No problem. Take your time then. The three girls got along very well, talked about many things, and were full of laughter. The next morning, the four people including Lu Jin went to school to attend classes as usual, in fact, to continue their mission. This task is not so easy to complete. Before it is completed, you can only play the role of an ordinary student. There was no way around it. After all, this mission required the strength of each of them and was a task that could not be abandoned halfway. The investigation began. Lu Jin was very responsible during the process and focused almost all his attention on these inexplicably appearing virtual beings. Ah, why are there so many hollows? Is our mission to deal with these scum? We don't have that much time. I don't want to do these small things. I can only say that this investigation is too difficult. Matsumoto Rangaku said. There's no other way. We have to do this. You think exactly the same as I do. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. We can only continue investigating. This is our mission, isn't it? Advertisement. Of course, these scraps are not our ultimate goal. Just remember this, and the rest is not a big deal. Just follow your own ideas. Lu Jin said. Well, everyone, we can only keep working hard. There's nothing we can do about it. In this situation, we can only keep searching for clues. After all, this is a mission that requires us to go out together. I think there must be a lot of considerations involved, and it won't end like this. Let's keep going. This is our mission, isn't it? Come on, we can't let down our guard for even a moment. Nieromong said. The investigation continued, but the students almost discovered something was wrong, which was a very thrilling thing. Lu Jin didn't expect that this task looked easy, but it was actually not easy. However, Lu Jin relied on the system to investigate and found some clues, and thought that these guys seemed to be different from the normal virtual ones they had defeated before. Well, I want to say one thing. I think these hollows we defeated are different from the previous ones. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but my intuition tells me that there are indeed differences. What exactly are the differences? Do you have any clues? If you have any, please tell me. This is something that will benefit everyone, and I believe you won't hide it. Lu Jin said. Oh, what's there to hide? Under the current circumstances, I also want to finish this task as soon as possible, but what's the difference? To be honest, I didn't notice anything different. I'm not being naughty on purpose. I really don't know. I can't help it. I really don't have any idea about this matter. This is the only way. Ni Yinmeng tilted his head and said. Me too. Different. I don't think so. Aren't they all the same? They're all ugly, and I just want to stab them when I see them. Isn't that what it's like? I think everyone thinks this way. I don't think there's really any big problem. That's how it is. If there's no problem, then there's no problem. It's really hard to tell the difference in this kind of thing, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Really? Actually, I don't know what's wrong. I didn't expect everyone to think the same way. This is very troublesome. This investigation has run into a difficult problem. Advertisement. Now I don't know how to solve this problem. We must analyze it as soon as possible, before the other side launches an offensive. This is the way it should be, and we shouldn't waste time here. I know what you're thinking. Really, we also want to investigate this as soon as possible, but this kind of thing is not that simple. Let's take our time. Facts tell us that there's no rush, we can only think of a solution slowly. Take it one step at a time. This is the only way to go when you have no clue. Maybe you will think of something useful in the next second. Keep working hard, Ni Yinmeng said. Thank you for your support. This is something our team has to accomplish together. I hope everyone will have a sense of responsibility. This is not a joke. We are going to do something big. If we don't do this, how can we complete such a grand task? Everyone must contribute. I believe we can do it. Come on, there is no other way now. Ni Yinmeng believed that this matter could only be done slowly, there was no way around it, and it could not be rushed. This is the method of investigation for an investigation like this. We can only wait and see what happens and then make corresponding countermeasures. This is the only way to do it. There is no other choice. This is what they can do now. There is no other way. Lu Jin didn't expect to encounter difficulties so soon. If he wants to move forward, he will obviously have to work harder. We have only achieved the basics now and need to put in more effort. However, we have no idea at the moment. We can only take one step at a time, as our teammates said. This is the correct way to deal with it. This kind of trouble was not what he wanted to encounter. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing shortly after becoming captain. But for him, this is a burden that he must overcome. If he doesn't cross it, he will only fail. Only by crossing it can he become a real man, a real Shinigami, a real captain-level figure. Now he does not have enough confidence to call himself that. Of course, he did not blame his teammates. He thought that his teammates had done what they should do, and there was nothing wrong with that. He was also himself and had made his own efforts, but he had not yet been able to achieve results. Of course, if you get impatient before you succeed, the result will only make failure more likely, so you still have to continue with patience. This is what the captain should do. Bringing two vice-captains with him, thinking that such a configuration is already very good, would be a huge failure if the task is not completed under such circumstances. No matter what, he is a captain, so he still has to be presentable and get things done so that others have no objections. Now, some people are still dissatisfied with him as the captain. Chapter 41. Love at first sight. During the investigation, Matsumoto Rangaku enjoyed life in the human world more and more. He learned a lot about human girls from Inoue and gradually developed a taste for them. It can be said that many people in school are fascinated by her beauty. They really think that such a girl is too beautiful to be human, and the word fairy cannot be used to describe this woman at all. Classmates started talking about it, and a few boys gathered together to discuss Matsumoto Rangaku. Have you seen Matsumoto Rangaku? I don't know when he arrived at this school, but he's absolutely dazzling. I never expected such a talented person to come to this school. He's really a beautiful sight for our school. That's right, but I tell you, a woman like this is definitely easy to pursue. Who knows how many boyfriends she has behind her? We should not think too much about it. A woman like this is not short of gunfire, you should know that very well. A woman like this is definitely not a good bird, so don't even think about pursuing her. That's impossible. It's impossible to pursue that. It's impossible to pursue it in this lifetime. But just like this, seeing her at school, seeing her dazzling bust, that's enough, right? Assholes, how much more do you need to ask for? Ha ha ha, that's true. Let me tell you, a woman with such a choppy figure is very attractive just by looking at her. There's no doubt about it. It's just wonderful. I won't say more. I'm going to go and take a peek later to see if I can take some secret photos. Secretly filming. Haven't you done that before? No. What's wrong? Have you ever done it? Of course. My phone is full of her pictures. She's been with me through many nights. Give me the phone. Lu Jin said. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Why should I give you my phone? Who do you think you are? Said male student A. I asked you to give me your phone, didn't you hear me? What did you say? Speak louder. Hey, you are the only one standing up for others. Do you know who you are? Said male student B. Advertisement. Pa pa pa. In a few seconds, Lu Jin knocked several people to the ground. Do you dare to continue taking secret photos? Lu Jin looked at them angrily. I don't dare anymore. Several male students slipped away immediately. At this time, Matsumoto Rangaku entered the classroom and found Lu Jin. What's wrong? Did something happen just now? Matsumoto Rangaku said. It's nothing. But did anything bad happen to you just now? Lu Jin said. No, what's wrong? I just went to the bathroom. Really? That's good. Lu Jin was relieved, thinking that Matsumoto Rangaku being targeted was a bad thing, and perhaps there were bad guys among them. Anyway, this kind of thing is very normal. Matsumoto Rangaku's popularity is increasing, which is easy to see. They also don't want her to be too conspicuous, as this will disrupt their plans and will not be of any benefit to their mission. Why are you asking? Are you worried about me? Matsumoto Rangaku said. Yeah, I'm worried about you. It's okay. I'm a Shinigami after all. No matter how many boys come, they won't be my match. Just come and I'll give them a good beating. I won't be bullied easily. That won't do. You're a Shinigami, and this isn't your world anyway. You should be more cautious and not show off. You still can't do anything too flashy, remember? Advertisement. Just listen to me. Our mission isn't over yet. I certainly believe in your abilities, but don't act unless you have no other options. I understand, but I actually still like life in the human world. I think it's worthy of being your birthplace, it's indeed a good place. Of course, I won't be too ostentatious. After all, there are no bad people approaching me now, so I don't have to worry. I will remember every word you say and I will listen to everything you say. Do you like this world? That's great too. If you want to live in this world in the future, I'd always welcome you. But right now, the most important thing is to complete the current investigation mission. Oh, and there's one thing you might not have noticed. You're very popular right now, and a lot of people are talking about you. Be careful not to put yourself in danger, understand? Got it. Thank you for your concern. I will do my best. But am I really that popular? I haven't noticed that, but maybe it's because I'm too beautiful, haha. Matsumoto Rangaku was just responding to the other party's words, because she actually didn't care about the popularity at all. There was only Lu Jin in her heart and no room for other men. No matter how popular she was, this would not change. She became the school belle, but she still didn't change her heart, which was not an easy thing to do. Lu Jin thought that this popularity was not a good thing. In any case, now was not the time to do this kind of thing. The most important thing was to complete the task. I don't know when the enemy will appear, so it's best not to drag others down. As for the school, it is the best choice at the moment, and I cannot give up my studies. Anyway, it was a good thing that this group of people sneaked into the school. Lu Jin did not forget the team's mission and continued his ordinary student life. However, the most important thing was not his studies, but to complete the tasks that should be completed as soon as possible. Matsumoto Rangaku wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, and what Lu Jin wanted to accomplish was what she wanted to accomplish. She was very happy that she was chosen as a partner this time. After all, when you are with the person you love, you will naturally be more motivated to do anything. There is no need to say more about this. This may be the power of love. Lu Jin wants to complete this task as soon as possible, but it seems that it is far from over now and he needs to continue playing this role. Waiting is not something he likes, but it is also something that is necessary now. Such things are indeed very uncomfortable, but there is nothing he can do. Even if there is something else to do, it is not as high a priority as this one. He thought about not being able to live in Ichigo's house forever, but he couldn't think too much in the current situation. He could only take one step at a time. As the captain, he had to play a leadership role and naturally had to take care of everyone, regardless of gender. Chapter 42. Confession. Matsumoto Rangaku is ready to confess her love to Lu Jin, the man she has always admired, and she thinks this is a rare opportunity. In this situation, when all the boys in the school have a crush on her, she feels that it is best to stand up and make things clear. Maybe she will live in this world forever. If he continues to live here, Matsumoto Rangaku plans to confess his love to Lu Jin here, so that the two of them can become a couple, continue to develop their feelings, and maybe have human children together in the future. This is possible, that is, I believe that my feelings for Lu Jin will not change no matter how much time passes. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't confess his feelings. Matsumoto Rangaku knew this was a good opportunity. Now he had so much time to spend with Lu Jin, and such things were rare. It would be better to say it out sooner rather than later, as there might not be any troubles. So she absolutely had to seize this opportunity and did not want to give it up. After Matsumoto Rangaku was ready, he called Lu Jin to the rooftop of the school. What's the matter, Rangaku? Have you found any clues? Tell me quickly, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin is now wholeheartedly focused on the mission. He knows that this mission is the top priority and nothing is more important than this. It is still unclear what tricks the enemy is playing, but for him, it would be best if he had a clue now. In any case, he can only figure it out slowly. No matter how long it takes, he will try his best to complete this task. No, actually, I have something else to tell you, Matsumoto Rangaku said shyly. Matsumoto Rangaku felt very shy about this, since she had never confessed her feelings to a boy before. In this situation, we can only do it boldly. There is no reason to retreat. We have never retreated during the battle, and we will not retreat in this place. We have already determined to complete this task from the bottom of our hearts, so that there will be no trouble in the future. Advertisement. She knew that the mission was very important, but missions were not something that could be completed just by wanting to. No one can do anything now. We can only take one step at a time. I am also very relaxed in all aspects. I think there is nothing wrong with confessing at this time, and maybe other incredible things will happen after the relationship is confirmed. Other things, what exactly are they? Just tell me directly, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin couldn't guess what this was about, but since the other party wanted to say it, as a good friend he could only listen attentively. Maybe there were indeed words that could help him. If it can be used, then of course we should use it. In the current situation, we don't know what will happen in the next second, so we can only try our best to complete what we can. Actually, it's like this. I've actually been, since a long time ago, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't say it right away, still feeling very shy. She just told him that she originally thought that confession could only happen to other men, and only other men would confess to him, not her. But she also knew that it would take a long time for Lu Jin to confess his feelings to her, so it would be better for her to just go ahead and do it herself. Just do it and be done with it. This has always been her style, but at this moment it really embarrassed her. It is not easy for many girls to confess their love. After all, it is in front of the person they like. It is not easy to just speak. Of course, this is not the case for all girls. Some girls are very brave. Started before. What's wrong? Go on. Lu Jin looked confused. Lu Jin didn't know what she wanted to say and could only continue listening. No matter what, they were now on the same front and they still had to cooperate well. This was true for everything. It was true that working together as a man and a woman was not tiring. Moreover, having two female teammates made this point even more apparent. This was how things should be done. That's right, I've always been. Matsumoto Rangaku became even more nervous. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku wanted to say it right away, but this kind of thing is not that easy. It is easy to say, but when you do it, you find it is not that easy. You still have to keep trying to say what you should say. This is a rare opportunity. Knowing that we have come this far, if I retreat, it would not be my style. I still have to complete the task. What? Hurry up and tell me. It will be bad if someone comes. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. We are teammates. Do you understand this? Teammates should be open and honest. Just say whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I'll protect you and help you with any difficulties. So be bold and there's nothing to be afraid of, said Lu Jin. Lu Jin encouraged the other party to speak out, knowing that there was no time to reveal any flaws in the current situation, and that what needed to be done had to be completed. This was what really needed to be done now. In any case, the investigation is still ongoing. If there is nothing to do, there is really no need to waste time. We should make the best use of our time. Well, actually, I have always liked you, and you are the only one in my heart. I know there are many people in school who like me, but you are the only one in my heart. Please date me, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku mustered up the courage to speak out, understanding the current situation. If he continued to drag it out, it would only continue to undermine his morale and continue to increase his pressure. He had to resolve the matter. This was the most correct approach. No matter what, such things had to be said. It was something that had to be done sooner or later. So that's it, are you serious? Lu Jin said. Lu Jin couldn't believe that the other party had such feelings for him, but he was very upset. Now was a special period and he was in no mood to talk about love. As a captain, your task is to be a role model for your teammates, not to fall in love at this time and forget what you should do. This is not what you should do now. He understood the other person's love for him, but this kind of thing also depends on the timing. At least for him now, he was not in the mood to think about it, and he didn't even know how to respond. He still planned to complete what he should do. This was the most important thing. The investigation had not been completed yet, and he was not in the mood to think about anything else. Chapter 44. Regret. Well, I didn't want to tell you originally because I was afraid it would affect your mood. I feel very upset now and don't know how to face him. I don't know if things will go smoothly from now on, and I don't know if my relationship with him is over. In short, there are too many unknowns, and I don't know what to do, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku still didn't want to affect other people. After all, this was a matter between the two of them. It wasn't that he didn't want his friends to get involved, but he felt that it was best for him to solve it himself. But the irony is that she doesn't have the ability to solve it now. She doesn't even know what to do next. There is no correct answer, which is very difficult. I see, it's okay, I understand. Leave this matter to me and let me help you solve this problem. Actually, this isn't a big problem. The solution is actually very simple. Do I need to explain it in detail? Don't be too anxious. I'm telling you, this is how it is when two people are together. It won't happen that quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo thinks it is too early to conclude failure now. No matter what, there is still plenty of time given to these two people, so there is no need to be so anxious now. Things that can be solved can be solved. It's just such a simple truth. I won't force anyone. I just think that such things are very obvious. I just need to take it slow and gradually build closer relationships. Really? Can I leave it to you? Are you that good? Of course, you're Kurosaki Ichigo, how could you not be? But I'm surprised you said this isn't a difficult problem. Is this solution really useful? Don't blame me for being long-winded, I really do want to know what to do next. I'm afraid that the two of us will never have a chance to make things right again. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku was still worried and thought that it was hard to say what would happen. After all, at that time, the other party's attitude could be said to be very bad, and it was possible that he would start to hate her from then on, which was not what she wanted. No matter who hates you, you don't want to be hated by the man you like. This is a truth. It will be the same if it happens to other women. There is no change. Oh, didn't I tell you? That's the answer. Don't be anxious. It's just a confession, right? There's still a lot to do. Advertisement. Let me tell you, many people take quite some time to pursue someone, sometimes even years, so are you kidding me if you give up now? You shouldn't give up. Come on, I believe in you. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that pursuing someone is something that cannot be forced, but it also takes a lot of time. Sometimes you just need to put in a lot of effort. The reason for doing this is not for any reason but to increase the success rate. If you don't do this, how can you possibly defeat the other party? This aspect is very obvious and it is so obvious in the eyes of others. I see, I understand. I know what you are talking about. This is the only way I can do it. Thank you for telling me this. You gave me motivation, which cannot be bought with money. But I still want to give you some money. I think the advice you gave me is worth the money. Give it to you, okay. I already know your world very well. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku felt that he had been helped, so he wanted to give the other party some benefits to appear polite. But after thinking about it, I decided to give money. This is the most direct way. I also understand that money plays a very important role in this world. Nothing can be done without money. This is how the world is. It looks very peaceful, but it is not that peaceful. No, you can keep it for yourself. How can I take this? I just told you some things. It's free. Do you understand? I tell you, in my world, free things are very popular, so just treat it as free. If you give it to me for free, most people will be happy, and you can get used to this feeling. Kurosaki Ichigo said. I see. I'll get used to it. Thank you, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin felt very regretful after rejecting Matsumoto Rangaku. I didn't feel this way at that time, but I felt this way after being rejected. I felt that this was very strange. I didn't know why I rejected Matsumoto Rangaku at that time and said excessive words to her. I feel that my mood is extremely bad now. While walking on the road, I met Nianmeng, and it was obvious that Nianmeng could see my unhappiness. Advertisement. The two came to the riverside, and Nianmeng bought some beer. Come, take it and drink it. I know you are in a bad mood, right? I can see it, Nianmeng said. Thank you. Lu Jin took the beer and started drinking. Lu Jin drank a lot of wine and soon became drunk, so he lay in Nianmeng's arms and burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. I know you're in a bad mood, but it's not like this. Did you forget something? Men don't cry easily. Remember this. There's nothing to cry about. You're a man, right? A man should stand up, no matter how big the difficulties are. Stand up and face them. That's what a real man does, said Nianmeng. Ni Yinmeng knew that all he could do was encourage his good friend, and he couldn't care less about other things. He also knew that this investigation plan was a very difficult task for him, and it had not developed very well yet. It was very normal to have such great pressure. I can only say a few words here to encourage him. Nothing is more important than this. I know that, but I'm really sad. I did something wrong and I regret it so much now. I don't know how I can make up for this mistake. It was indeed a huge mistake. I shouldn't have made such a mistake, but I made it anyway. It was really unnecessary. I am a big mistake, said Lu Jin. Lu Jin is very clear that he has done something wrong, and now he doesn't know how to face Matsumoto Rangaku. He thinks it is his own fault and he shouldn't scold a woman like that. In any case, even if it was a rejection, this shouldn't be the way to respond. I felt like I had no face to see Matsumoto Rangaku, and I was in a very bad mood. It doesn't matter. I believe you can do it. Stand up. You are a man, you should stand up. Men should rise up. This is not difficult for you, right? Ni Yinmeng continued to encourage. Chapter 45, Misunderstanding. This scene happened to be seen by Matsumoto Rangaku and Kurosaki Ichigo who were passing by, and this led to misunderstanding. Oh, sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect this to happen. Rangaku, I'm sorry, but if things are really like what we see now, then I really can't help you. No matter what, you can't force people's hearts. You have to work hard on this, do you understand what I mean? No matter what, I can only help you this much. Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect the relationship between these two people to be like this. He could only sigh that your entertainment industry is so chaotic. Encountering such a stimulating scene must have been a big blow to Matsumoto Rangaku. However, he can only be a passerby now. Indeed, such matters are no longer at a level that he can interfere with. The problems of these three people still need to be solved by these three people themselves. Well, thank you, I completely understand now, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly realized that Lu Jin rejected him not because the mission was not completed, but because there was someone else in Lu Jin's heart. If you have someone else in your heart, then it is very normal to reject yourself. Such things cannot be forced. If it is yes, and if it is not yes, it is not yes. It is such a simple truth. Ni Yinmeng saw Matsumoto Rangaku and Kurosaki Ichigo, but did not intend to stand up to explain. But the man in her arms didn't see anything, as if she was enjoying the moment. She didn't want to get up from this man and didn't even explain. This seemed very obvious and her attitude was very clear. Matsumoto Rangaku and Kurosaki Ichigo left, thinking that there was no need to explain such a scene, as explanation was just a cover-up, and it would be best to just leave. Nothing could be more obvious than this. If two people have a bad relationship, they will not be so close to each other. This explains everything. Matsumoto Rangaku is not stupid. He can see that these are very normal things. Advertisement. Don't think too much about this matter. We can't be sure that these two people are really together, right? Right, I believe he is not that kind of person. You should be more optimistic. Yes, don't think things are so bad. You should know that things are often overestimated by us, but in fact, they are not that bad. Aren't there many such things? Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to comfort his good friend. Although this matter was obvious, he still felt that nothing was absolute and that he should make a judgment after things were completely confirmed. He thought it was too early to be sad now. Maybe a reversal is just around the corner. This is a very normal thing. As long as you are optimistic, nothing is impossible to overcome. That's the truth. Thank you, I know what you want to say. This kind of thing is very normal, right? How can I be optimistic when things are like that? I know what it is like, it doesn't matter. I know what I will do and what I should do. Thank you for telling me those things. I now understand everything clearly. That person is not me. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku lost confidence, thinking that he had been defeated and had no strength to compete with the opponent. He was directly defeated and there was nothing else to say but to accept this result. But when it comes to acceptance, it is still difficult to accept. I never thought that such a thing would develop in this way. I am the outsider. It is a very strange result. Don't be so absolute. Didn't I say it? It's not confirmed yet. I'm not just trying to comfort you. Listen carefully to what I said. I really think that this is so obvious. What has been done has been done. I know what he means by doing this. I can see the intention behind it, but this may be a misunderstanding. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that this matter is not over so soon. In any case, although it seems obvious, there may be a turning point. It is possible. If you give up now, then you are not in a state of pursuing someone. It is better to accept failure and continue like this. Even if it is taken away, you can still choose to take it back. Stop talking, let me be quiet for a while. I know what I saw, and there's no need to explain it, right? Advertisement. I really didn't have a chance, and the rejection at that time was very obvious. I think this is just the way it is. There is no need to say more, and you don't need to comfort me with unrealistic words. I know the situation best. Of course, thank you. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku thought the matter was already settled, and nothing could be more sad than this. I didn't expect to come here and think that this was the best opportunity to be with the other person. I originally thought so, but in the end I saw him with other women. This was a huge mistake. I didn't expect the possibility of such a thing. It was very strange. Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. You have to cheer up, okay? There's nothing we can't overcome. I believe you can do it. Come on. I won't bother you anymore. You should think carefully about what to do next. But it must be the right path. I don't think it's a big deal. Don't give up, Kurosaki Ichigo said slowly. Kurosaki Ichigo knows what he can do, and now he can only give encouragement to the other party, which is what a friend can do. The next day, when Lu Jin woke up, he found himself sleeping with Ni Yinmeng, and he felt something was very wrong. How could such a thing happen? No matter what, he only remembered drinking with her yesterday and didn't think about anything more. He didn't expect that they would sleep together. Such a thing was very unusual, and this was exactly what he couldn't accept. If Matsumoto Rangaku saw this scene, he would never be able to wash away the guilt even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Although this is indeed true, I never thought that I would sleep with Ni Yinmeng. I had never thought about such a thing. I just thought that even if he drank fake wine, he would not do such a bad thing. No matter what, we are all adults, and sleeping together means something. He only does what he wants to do. Sleeping with Ni Yinmeng is exactly not what he wants to do. If he wanted to do it, the person he wants to sleep with would not be such a person. He feels that such a thing is wrong. Of course, I also know that I can't blame Ni Yinmeng for this. It was my own decision to drink. There is no reason to blame anyone. I was indeed in a bad mood. Chapter 43, Drowning Sorrow in Alcohol. Yes, I'm serious, I'm not kidding, I really like you, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was even braver this time than before. He had already confessed his feelings and there was no chance to back down. And she didn't want to back off. She just wanted to advance and retreat with Lu Jin. That was the only thing. She believed that as long as the relationship was confirmed, other things would not be a big problem. The power of a couple is very strong. Stupid, idiot, do you know what time it is? I thought you had something important to tell me, but this is what happened. Don't you know what we need to do most right now? It's to investigate Shu. This is why I'm here, and why you're here too. How could you forget about this? Lu Jin scolded. Lu Jin showed no mercy at all, thinking that this kind of thing should not be talked about at this time. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or not, he still had to resolve the investigation of Shu's matter before thinking about it. Now he has no time to think about other things. He just wants to be himself, do his job as captain, and forget about what he should do most, which is not falling in love. Lu Jin knew very well what it was like to be in love. Especially at this time, talking about love between two people would only reveal flaws, which was not what he should do. It is better to focus on the points that should be paid more attention to. This is what he wants to do most now. He doesn't want to mess up things that could have been accomplished because of falling in love, otherwise he will regret it. I'm sorry. No, I haven't forgotten. I know what we have to do now, but I think this kind of thing is very simple. I think it can be distinguished. It doesn't matter. We can fall in love and do what we have to do, right? If we are a couple, we will definitely be able to complete the task better, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku believes that falling in love will not have any impact. As long as you do what you should do, everything else is trivial. On the contrary, falling in love is good for them. That's what he thinks. Instead of thinking that being in a relationship is something that adds pressure, I still have different ideas from the other party on this point, and I haven't received an answer yet. Advertisement. She can wait, or not be together right away, as long as the other party agrees to be with her, she can continue to wait. As a result, the other party was very determined and just thought that this was a bad thing, which made it impossible for her to continue. After all, love is something that cannot be forced, and if the other party doesn't like it, there is no way to continue. Matsumoto Rangaku was still not expecting the other party's reaction. Not only did he not give a reply, but he also scolded him harshly, which really hit his confidence. It would be the same if it were any other girl. After all, even if she is a Shinigami, she is still a girl and she is soft at heart. Otherwise, she would not be called a soft girl. She is not as strong as she looks. That's it. You still don't understand. Now is the time for us to investigate the matter, not the time for romance. Do you understand? You have no idea how important this mission is. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll leave. Don't forget what you have to do. Don't blame me for being harsh. It's you who don't respect this job, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin left, thinking that if there were any problems with his subordinates, he would have to take the responsibility himself. This was a very obvious thing, and he still had to do what he should do so that other subordinates would have no objections. No matter what, there are other subordinates waiting for him in Soul Society, so it is naturally most important to deal with the current matters quickly. Matsumoto Rangaku was very sad after being scolded and went drinking alone. At this time, she met Kurosaki Ichigo, who quickly noticed that something was wrong with her. After all, her face was red from drinking, which meant there must be something wrong. No matter what, they are Shinigami and we should still care about them. We have a good relationship and there should be nothing to hide. We really should not sit idly by, but stand up and make things clear. What's wrong? What happened? Can you tell me? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Advertisement. It's nothing. Don't worry, I'm fine, said Matsumoto Rangaku. What are you talking about? Don't you consider me a partner? You are in a bad mood, and it's written on your face. What is bothering you? Why don't you just tell me? It's better for everyone to solve it together than for you to continue to worry about it alone, right? What do you think? Is there anything wrong with what I said? If you agree with me, then say it. Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that there is nothing that cannot be discussed between the team members, unless it is a trouble that only belongs to girls. Of course, in that case, you can also be frank. There is no need to make a bad mood here. As a friend, you still want to help her. You feel that it is a responsibility and something that must be done. If you don't do it, you are not a friend. Actually, I confessed my feelings to Lu Jin and I thought it would be successful, but he didn't respond and even scolded me. I certainly think what he said is not wrong, but I just feel like I've been dumped. I know we're still investigating Hollow, so I can't cause him any more trouble. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku answered truthfully that this was all she knew and it was indeed the truth. The truth was that she was not successful, but she just felt that such a thing was too sad. She was not dumped, but it felt like she was dumped, and this was something that bothered her. I don't know how to face this man I like next. It really feels like our relationship has become so bad. I see. I didn't expect something like this to happen to you. I want to drink too. Let's talk. I know why you're in a bad mood. It turns out it's because of this. Because there really is nothing we can do about this. Don't ask me why, because you're really in a bad mood, that's a fact, I can see it all. Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted to drink with her so that the two of them would be in the same state. As good friends, all they could do now was to tell each other what to do next. No matter what, I still have to do something for her now. Otherwise, if I keep being in a bad mood, I won't be able to continue with the next thing. I have to face it anyway. Chapter 46. Deception. Lu Jin thought about it and realized that something like this had happened before. It really couldn't be called strange, but he just felt that such a thing was indeed not good. This time the feeling is particularly strong. It has never been so strong before. Now I really feel that I have done something bad, and I really need to correct it and never do it again. Of course, he felt that nothing would happen even if they slept together, but it was still not good, especially after Matsumoto Rangaku's confession, he felt even more that such a thing should not happen. Of course, it was just because of drinking, not that they actively chose to sleep together. This is still very obvious. Something that has not been done has not been done. Lu Jin felt a little regretful and wanted to say something to Ni Yinmeng. I'm sorry, I did something bad. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. This happened when I was drunk. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I will work hard to improve myself and make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm serious. Anyway, I'm very sorry. I was wrong about this matter. Please don't mind it. It's only between the two of us. Quote. Lu Jin knew that this happened when he was drunk. It was obvious that this was the case, and he had to admit what he had done. Now that I woke up and something like this happened, it was not what I wanted to happen, but it still happened even if I didn't want it to happen. This kind of thing is too normal. As long as you can find a good way to deal with it, I think nothing can bother you. It's okay. This kind of thing is very normal. There's nothing wrong with you getting drunk. Isn't it normal to drink when you're in a bad mood? Don't think of this as a bad thing. Personally, I don't think it's a bad thing. Nothing is impossible. I forgive you. In short, don't blame yourself. Got it, Ni Yinmeng said. Ni Yinmeng believes that such things are very normal and there is no need to have bad emotions because of this matter. Getting drunk is a very normal thing. Getting drunk when you are in a bad mood can actually vent your bad emotions. Otherwise, I don't know how I would get through the night. Sometimes I'm just in a bad mood, which makes the night very difficult. Advertisement. No, this is not normal. You have to remember this. You will understand when your lover does this in the future. This is not a good thing. Men who drink alcohol will be annoying. You should understand this, okay? Anyway, this time it was really my fault. I didn't choose a better solution and could only use alcohol to get through last night. Lu Jin began to educate the other party, thinking that such a thing was obviously wrong and that one should not regard the wrong thing as the right thing. Including the Matsumoto Rangaku incident, I think it was undoubtedly a wrong thing and there is no need to explain anything. A real man should admit his mistake when he did something wrong. It's that simple. It's okay, I understand this now. Anyway, you don't have to worry about me. It was inevitable that we slept together yesterday. After all, you were drunk, and I couldn't just sit back and watch, right? That's the reason. Anyway, just forget about it and go do what you have to do today. Don't think too much about it. I won't blame you. Lu Jin went to the school, but couldn't find Matsumoto Rangaku no matter how hard he looked, which made him feel very strange. During class, he was in no mood. All he could think about was the woman named Matsumoto Rangaku. He really knew that something was wrong and that something bad might have happened, which was related to him. That's indeed the case. If you do something bad, you should bear the corresponding consequences. This is a clear principle, but it's very troublesome now that the person is missing. No matter what, if you have something to say, you can talk it out clearly when you meet someone. But the person is gone, so where can I go to talk? There is really no place to talk. This is something that must be dealt with. Of course, I also understand that once I get to school, no matter how urgent it is, I can only finish the class. There is no other way. I cannot cause a bad disturbance because of my behavior. If this matter had nothing to do with him, that would be another matter. Advertisement. But Lu Jin thought about it and realized that it might be because he did not respond to the other party's confession. At that time, he did not know it was such a serious matter. Now he finally understood what kind of feeling it was. He felt that the other party must be in a bad mood, otherwise he would not disappear like this, which would be troublesome. No matter what, if you do something wrong, you can only make up for it with your actual actions. That's true. We still don't know where the other person is, but we can only try our best to find him after class. That is the most responsible behavior. Let's not talk about the investigation first. Finding talent is the most important thing now. Nothing is more important than this. Lu Jin thought about it and felt that he took the investigation work too seriously, so he ignored other people's feelings and made such a mistake. Even when he was rejecting her during the confession, he thought that he shouldn't have said it so seriously, but the fact was that he said it so seriously, which gave him a headache and he didn't know how to reject it later. After class, Lu Jin wanted to go find Matsumoto Rangaku, but Kurosaki Ichigo blocked him. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you know where Matsumoto Rangaku went? I looked for him in many places but couldn't find him. Did he take sick leave? Do you want to go home and check on him? What do you think about this? Lu Jin said. Why, you're still worried about her condition? I thought you weren't worried at all. Kurosaki Ichigo said. What are you talking about? Everyone's gone. How can I not be worried? Aren't you worried? Brother, if you were worried, you wouldn't do such a thing. Don't you understand what you did? Do I need to explain so much myself? No, I really don't know what you're talking about. Seriously, tell me where she is and we'll go find her together. It's okay, I also have something to say to her. I don't know. Are you sure? How could you not know? You should know why you lied to Matsumoto Rangaku. You were lying in Ni Yinmeng's arms yesterday. There's no need to explain this. Rangaku and I saw it. What? So that's why it's like this. But it's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't mean to do that. You really misunderstood us. We are not in that kind of relationship. Lu Jin was speechless. Chapter 47. Refusing to explain. Lu Jin felt a little annoyed about this, but it was something that had to be dealt with. I'm sorry, Kurosaki Ichigo, I did make a mistake this time, but I really didn't mean it. It was a misunderstanding. I will explain it to Rangaku. Anyway, don't think too much about it. Ni Yinmeng and I don't have that kind of relationship. I just happened to have a few drinks when I was in a bad mood. This was definitely not my original intention. Anyway, this is how the matter was handled. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin knew the reason why Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't find it, and now he realized that it was his own fault. However, things have come to this point, and he can only choose to prove it with his actual actions and explain clearly what should be explained. No matter what, the relationship is what it is, and I know very well what the relationship between me and Ni Yinmeng is like. You'd better do what you said. You should be very clear about this. You do have an important mission right now, but that doesn't mean you can do anything to let Matsumoto Rangaku down. You should be clear about this. I won't say too much. After all, this is your business. Anyway, you'd better think clearly about what you really have in your heart and don't be fickle. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo still sees things clearly and thinks that such things are very obvious. If you don't like her, there is really no need to hurt a woman's heart. It is not a good thing to leave someone hanging. You should make things clear and express the feelings that should be expressed. This is the most responsible behavior. As a friend, you can only give advice. No, I've already told you I'm not a playboy. I'm not, and I never will be in this lifetime. Ni Yinmeng and I don't have that kind of relationship, and I'll prove it. Anyway, I have nothing to do with being a playboy. How could a perfect man like me be a playboy? That's impossible. You don't have to worry about it. I wouldn't be like that, said Lu Jin. That's good. Actually, this is a matter between you two. I've said that I don't want to get involved in too much. But even if you're not in a romantic relationship, you're still a partnership. It's better not to ruin the relationship. Advertisement. Nothing will go smoothly if you do this. Remember this, especially for girls. If they are in a bad mood, you need to comfort them. Otherwise, it won't work. Kurosaki Ichigo said. I'll go find Matsumoto Rangaku. Thank you for telling me this. I'll express my thoughts right away. Lu Jin went to find Matsumoto Rangaku, but Matsumoto Rangaku didn't seem to want to see him. Rangaku, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I already know what happened, but it's not what you see. I admit that this is my fault. To be honest, I shouldn't have said such harsh words to you. There was no reason for that, and I'm very clear about that. It was my fault, and I know it now, Lu Jin apologized. Lu Jin has not forgotten what he said to Rangaku when he confessed his love to her, and thinks that this is not what a responsible person should say. If you have indeed done something wrong, you should speak out your mistake, and this will help you gain the other person's forgiveness. This is not just something a man should do, it applies to both men and women. You don't have to tell me so much. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Matsumoto Rangaku only believed what he saw, that is, Ni Yinmeng lying in his arms, and thought that this was something that did not need to be explained. In the current situation of the relationship, she thinks it is unnecessary to continue to argue with her. Maybe the other party is a playboy, but she cannot tolerate a man cheating on her. Such a thing is taboo. No, 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 how could I not tell you? I told you, I apologize. I drank too much yesterday, and Ni Yin Meng happened to be there, so I was in a bad mood and cried. That's it. This is not something that cannot be said, right? I know I did nothing wrong, and neither did you. I was really just drunk, it wasn't real. Lu Jin said. Advertisement. Lu Jin told the truth. This was what he knew. He was not hiding anything and was just telling the truth. It is true that he drank a lot of alcohol yesterday because he was in a bad mood due to regret for rejecting Matsumoto Rangaku's confession. This is very obvious. He was just doing normal things and did not deliberately seduce any woman. He knew that he only regarded Nie Meng as an ordinary friend, the most ordinary friend, not a boyfriend or girlfriend. This is very obvious. Even if you don't like Matsumoto Rangaku, you don't have any thoughts about Nie Meng. You just think she is a good friend, and she just happens to be a girl. It's that simple. I've already told you that you don't need to tell me so much. I know best what happened. You don't need to say any more. Let's just continue our relationship. There's no big problem. We just need to do what we should do. I know what you want to say, but that is just a lie you made up. I know that very well. Matsumoto Rangaku said. No, what lies? Everything I said is true, okay. You really don't know what happened. It was just a misunderstood picture. It doesn't explain anything at all. You should know it best. She is just an ordinary friend to me. I can swear to God that I did nothing. This is true. I was just drunk. Lu Jin shook his head. Being drunk is just your excuse, I know that, and you don't have to do this. You just need to go back to her. Isn't that what you want to do? I won't stop you, seriously. I'm not kidding. You have your choice. You don't need to explain so much to me. I think what you said to me that day was the truest answer. I don't have any more extravagant expectations. This is really not an excuse. What else can I say? I have already told you the truth. I didn't do it, and there is nothing wrong with admitting it. Isn't that the truth? I understand this principle, and so do you. Do you understand what I mean? I say again, I apologize for what I did, but I have nothing to do with Nirvana. It doesn't matter. Do you really want to say that? How can someone who is not on good terms lie in someone else's arms? I'll say it again, there's no need to explain to me anymore. I won't accept your apology. I will make my own judgment. Chapter 48. Not ordinary. Well, I've said so much and you still don't want to accept my apology, so I can only prove it with my actions. It doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's normal. But I know I'm innocent. There's no need to wash my hands. It's okay. I will continue our mission. Even if you don't take me seriously, this mission must continue. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin had no choice. He had explained and apologized several times, but in the end he still couldn't get the other party's affirmation. The only option is to prove it with actual actions. This is a very obvious thing. Nothing is more real than actual actions. As long as he performs well, the misunderstanding will be resolved one day. This is what he thinks in his heart. The situation between the three of them was very awkward, but there was no way to resolve the misunderstanding quickly under the current circumstances. At this time, an incident occurred in which a virtual being attacked an ordinary classmate. It's not good. Someone has been attacked. Let's go and check it out right away. Kurosaki Ichigo came here to find the two of them. But I'm not in the mood right now, said Matsumoto Rangaku. What are you talking about? Is now the time to talk about this? I know you have an emotional entanglement, but can this matter be more serious than the safety of your classmates right now? Come on, we need the strength of both of you. Kurosaki Ichigo said. But I'm still not in the mood to fight. How about we go together and let her take a break here first? What do you think? Lu Jin said. No, it won't work if one person is missing. Aren't we a team? Don't forget about this, just do it. We don't have time to dither now. You should know this. Listen to me, don't be swayed by that matter anymore. We have more important things to do now, understand? The same for both of us. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Are you saying that my situation isn't important? You haven't experienced it, you don't know how I feel, you won't understand me. Advertisement. Even if what you said makes sense, what I said also makes sense, that's it, I know we are a team, but I don't want to do it now, that's it, you just do your thing, there is nothing to be afraid of. Matsumoto Rangaku said. You just don't understand, I didn't say it's unimportant, but we have more important things to do right now. If we don't go, someone will die. Do you understand what I mean? We can't do selfish things, we are Shinigami, have you all forgotten why we are here? Not here to be trapped by love, am I right? Kurosaki Ichigo said. I told you, if you want to go, do it yourself. I don't want to go now. Am I that important? You two can handle this without me, right? I'm not some big boss. Believe in your own abilities and leave me alone. I'm not in the mood to deal with this right now. I've said this so many times, don't ask me to explain anymore. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Rangaku, I know this is my fault, but we have to consider the situation when doing things. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo said, we don't have time to get involved here. We have more important things to do. I'm not saying your issues aren't important, but that's just the way it is. We can't always back down because of our own problems. Lu Jin interjected. Yes, can we discuss this later? We have more important things to do right now. This is for your own good, and for everyone else's. Maybe doing this will even change your mood, right? You may be in a bad mood right now, but that doesn't mean you can do nothing. Now is a good time to change your mood, Ichigo said. Okay, let's go together. Matsumoto Rangaku compromised. In this way, the three people rushed over to rescue the ordinary classmates, but they almost missed it. Are you okay? Ichigo said to his ordinary classmates. I'm fine, thank you for saving me, I almost died, thank you very much, said the ordinary classmate. This hollow looks a little different from ordinary hollows, Ichigo, leave him a breath. Lu Jin said. Advertisement. Okay, Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo deliberately avoided the vital points. Let's see if we can find out anything from this shoe. Let's tie him up, Lu Jin said. You do it, I'll be the one doing the beatings, so we should divide the work and cooperate, Ichigo said. What do you mean? Do you think my arrangement is not good? No, there's nothing wrong with your arrangement, but I feel like we're all Shinigami, so there's not much difference. There's no need to treat me as your younger brother. I'm not going to be your younger brother anytime soon. You'll find that a brother is still a brother, and that's something that won't change. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, so don't forget my name, okay? Then don't forget, I'm the captain of this team, understand me? I'm the captain of the third squad, you should know that, so just do what I say. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to investigate this hollow. What if it runs away? Said Matsumoto Rangaku. I'm sorry, I was so competitive that I ended up doing something like this. I'm responsible for it, it's my fault. I'm sorry, I've been a little angry lately, Ichigo. I know there's nothing wrong with you, and I'm really no different from you. However, I'm glad to see a rational Matsumoto Rangaku. Let me see more of you like this, Rangaku. Lu Jin said. It's okay. I have problems myself. I think things like this are very obvious. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. But I've always kept a knife stuck in Hollow's head and I won't run away. Anyway, you come and investigate. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Tell me what you know, Shu. Tell me what you know quickly, otherwise you know the consequences. Lu Jin said. Haha, stupid human, I won't tell you, so don't even think about it. Shu said. As that's so, I see. It seems you don't understand the gap in our abilities. It's good to be confident, but you see, there are three of us. Can a small fry like you really compete with us? Lu Jin said. I won't tell it anyway, haha, do you think you can make me tell it? No way, Shu said. Where do you get your confidence from? Don't waste our time and don't struggle in vain, do you understand? If you don't want to die, tell us what you know right now, you be asterisk 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 D. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Chapter 49. Meeting the old man. I've also told you that you don't need to know. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In fact, I'm just running away, said Lu Jin. Don't even think about running, said Kurosaki Ichigo. Shu quickly vanished into thin air and disappeared without a trace. Damn, he ran away, what should we do now? Said Kurosaki Ichigo. There's nothing we can do. We don't know where they went, so we can only accept the result. It's a shame that they still didn't find anything. We should seize this opportunity, but there's really nothing we can do about it disappearing this way. We can only continue our investigation. This is the current situation, said Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't expect that he would miss this opportunity. To be honest, this opportunity was still very great. It is a pity that we were not successful, but now we can only continue to investigate. This is a time when there is no other way. Hard work does not necessarily mean success. This is something that is destined. We can only accept the result. There is nothing else we can do. But there's a knife dropped here, look, said Matsumoto Rangaku. What, Zanpakuto? Let me take a look. Lu Jin said. This is undoubtedly Zanpakuto. Who dropped it? It's so strange. Zanpakuto didn't want it and dropped it on the ground. What was he planning to do? This is no joke. Zanpakuto is such an important item that you should always have it with you. So, should we go find the owner? We should return it to the owner. Kurosaki Ichigo said. No, this thing was dropped by the hollow just now. I saw nothing nearby before, which means it is the Zanpakuto that the hollow just took. Of course, it belongs to us if it falls. Advertisement. This thing is very important, we need to keep it and see if we can use it for anything, but it seems that we haven't found anything yet. Really? But think about it, how can a hollow use Zanpakuto? This is a joke, right? Only Shinigami can use Zanpakuto, right? This truth should not change. This situation is really strange. Is this Zanpakuto the hollow's, or did the hollow steal someone else's Zanpakuto? I am still confused. Yeah, how can a hollow use Zanpakuto? This is very strange. Let's continue to speculate. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Is it possible that this hollow is not an ordinary hollow, so it can be used? Ichigo said. Anyway, no matter how unusual it is, you can't use this, right? You should know very well that nothing like this has ever happened in history. How could such a thing happen? It shouldn't be like this, right? If it doesn't exist in history, then that means it's a new type of virtuality, right? I've already said it before, it's possible because it's unusual. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Do you agree? This is a new type of virtuality, so it can do these things. What do you think? If you think about it, is this possible? Quote. New type, how can you be so sure? Right now, we're completely confused. We can only continue investigating. Wait, you've said so much, but actually this hasn't been confirmed yet, right? All I can say is report this result to the old man and see what he thinks. This is the best way. There's actually no need for us to discuss this here. The old man is the ultimate boss, and we still have to listen to him. Don't you agree? Lu Jin believed that such matters could only be dealt with by the old man. Even if the three of them racked their brains, they would not be able to come up with anything useful. They still had to respect the facts. In this situation, they had to come up with a solution quickly instead of wasting time. Now that the enemy had appeared, they really needed to investigate and analyze what to do next. That's right, that's the only way we can do it. I didn't expect that we can only rely on the old man. In fact, such things should be solved by ourselves, right? This is how the task should be completed, not like this. Of course, it would be more stable if it were handed in. Look, you can do whatever you want. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that he should complete his own tasks, which is the way to complete the task. Of course, he also knows that reporting is indeed the more appropriate thing to do now, but it can only be said that it deviates from his own approach. But I can still accept this result. Perhaps the safest approach is to continue to do what I should do according to this decision. Then let's go back to the old man, go quickly. In this way, several people reported the results to the old man together. How could that be? Are you serious? Are you sure that was a hollow and not a Shinigami? Don't joke with me, I have never heard of such a thing. How can I believe it? Said the old man. Old man, even if you don't believe it, it's true. The three of us saw it together. It's very obvious. If it's true, it's true. If it's not true, it's not true. I'm not the kind of person who would lie. You should know very well that we handed over the results of the investigation to you, but you still don't believe us. How can you say that? Old man, I respect you. Lu Jin said. Okay, I get it. There's really nothing much to say if you say that. I just can't believe something like this would happen. This is indeed a bit troublesome, but it is under control and there is no big problem. Don't let the 12th Division investigate, understand? Remember this Zanpakuto, everything is underway. You mean, is the investigation over? Can I come back here? Old man, please tell me sooner. I miss this place already. Of course I know the real world is great too. But I feel like this place belongs to me more. That's it, isn't that what you mean? I can come back, right? Idiot, what do you mean by coming back? The investigation isn't over yet. Do you think handing this in will complete your mission? Your mission is far from complete. Go back to that world. That's what you should do, understand? There's no time to waste on this matter. As the captain, you should be well aware of this. Come on, keep going. The old man was clear-headed and knew that their mission was not accomplished. Chapter 50. Reinforcements. Soon the old man sent several more people from the real world, including the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Rukia. Are you really coming? We have 2 more children in our team, and I don't have time to take care of them. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin looked at their appearance and found that both of them were indeed short in height, which did not meet his requirements at all. He still thought that adults would be easier to cooperate with and would also have higher IQs. This is the truth. I don't have time to take care of so many things now, but when it comes to adding staff, I still hope to add some truly reliable people. What are you talking about? I'm not a child, I'm an adult, understand? Don't underestimate me because I'm petite. I'm actually an adult. Don't forget, I'm experienced in actual combat and a captain. You should be well aware of my strength and reputation. Just know that and show me some respect, okay? Hitsugaya Toshiro said. Hitsugaya Toshiro believes that his level is very high. Even though he looks like a child, his strength is far beyond that of a child. He is very clear about this. I just feel that being looked down upon is a sign of disrespect, and I still have to prove to him what kind of person can be the captain. The captain of the 10th Division is not a position for nothing, and you can't be looked down upon just because you are short. That doesn't exist. What adults? You look like kids, don't you? Is it really possible to investigate this? I still hope that more truly capable people can come here. Adding manpower is good, but I don't need people who can't help. Do you understand? What are you talking about? How dare you look down on me? Otherwise, I will let you see how powerful I am right here, and see if you dare to talk to me like this in the future. I'm telling you, I'm not captain for nothing. Even if you think I'm captain for nothing, once you see my strength, you won't think so. Do you understand me? I'm very powerful, don't you understand? Quote. Hitsugaya Toshiro believes that he does not receive the respect he deserves. After all, he is a captain, and not everyone is worthy of this position. Advertisement. Only if one is strong enough and can get recognition from others can he truly become the captain, rather than becoming one casually, which would be an insult to the position. This is not something he would do, and he would not use any backdoors. How amazing is that? I'm serious. I really don't understand what the old man is thinking. To be honest, I can't tell someone like you is not up to par at first glance. I can only tell you not to cause me any trouble. Do you understand? We should each do our own thing, and don't hold me back. You should know that we are not on the same level, and you should be very clear about this. Lu Jin was not satisfied with such reinforcements and still felt that some truly powerful people should be sent here so that they could play a substantial role. Instead of coming here to find some useless people, of course this is a captain-level figure, but he is not qualified for this position because he is not satisfied with the appearance and still wants someone tougher. What do you mean they're not on the same level? Then why don't we have a competition to see who is more suitable to be the one coming here to investigate? No, I won't compete with a kid. Wouldn't that be degrading? If you want to compete, you should compete with a truly strong person. If you are not on the same level as this old man, then don't compare yourself to me. That would only bring shame upon yourself. You should know that I am also the captain of the third squad. I have reached this position through my own strength. Do you understand? I don't care. If you are so confident, let's have a competition. I'm not just competing here. I want you to see how powerful I am. I don't know what to investigate, but it's very easy to deal with you. Just wait and see. You'll know how powerful I am by looking at how I perform. Dare you or not, I think you're the one who's afraid. Hitsugaya Toshiro lost his previous rationality and thought that this was a sign of disrespect towards him and that he should be taught a lesson. I just think that if you come here to investigate, you should treat him as a real partner, instead of despising his existence. If you don't acknowledge his strength, then you can only use competition to convince the other party. I am very confident in this aspect. Advertisement. In terms of combat, he can be said to have rich practical experience. He has encountered all kinds of opponents before and believes that he will not lose to the opponent. Even if he cannot win this time, he has to do this. This is to let the opponent see his majesty. He does not want to be looked down upon here. This is not what he wants to do. He just wants to complete the task. Let's compete. I won't lose to you. I'll show you what a truly strong person is. It's definitely not someone as small as you. Do you understand? You can't beat me. I've heard of your reputation, but in my opinion, you're just that good. Nothing special. I'll hit you in the face and show you my true strength. Wait, stop arguing. We are here to conduct a thorough investigation, not to quarrel, right? Rukia said. Rukia thought there was no need to make a big deal out of this. This was not the most important thing. There were more important things waiting for them to accomplish. There is no need to waste time here. It is unnecessary for people to fight against each other. This should be shown to the enemy, instead of fighting each other here and causing losses. Don't interfere. Don't forget that you are also a small person, understand? Small guys shouldn't meddle in small guys' affairs. This little guy doesn't know his own strength. I want to let this little guy know how powerful I am. And you, small guy, shouldn't come here to meddle, because in terms of strength, you're even less capable. Do you understand? I'm the captain. What did you say? I'm doing this for your own good. I didn't expect you to look at me like this. Well, I'm a small guy, right? I'll show you what a real small guy looks like and see if you can beat me. I'm telling you, you're no match for me. Even though I'm not even a vice captain, everyone knows my strength. Rukia was enraged. How about you two come together? I don't think you're enough for me, so why don't you come together, okay? This way I can save time. I'll show you the true difference in strength. Don't thank me, it's because I'm such a nice person. I'm still here to educate you and let you know what kind of person I am. In fact, you are only worthy of following behind me. Chapter 51. Indifference. What did you say? Come on, Rukia, let's go together. Just like that, the two men rushed forward. Kurosaki Ichigo blocked them in the middle, very haughty. What are you doing? Now is not the time to compete. Don't forget, we still need to pool our strength and continue the investigation. Wouldn't it be more efficient with more people? Lu Jin, you should be very clear about Hitsugaya Toshiro's strength, and so is Rukia. Needless to say, I know what you are doing. You are someone who respects them. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo saw what Lu Jin was thinking and thought it was just a test of their strength. However, I also think that such a thing is unnecessary. It is very obvious that the strength of these two people is not a problem and there is no need to test them at all. I just think that such behavior is not as good as spending more time on investigation work, which is the most important thing. Oh, you figured it out, you're right. That's right, I just wanted to compete with them. I thought just now was the best opportunity. Anyway, Shu won't appear whenever he wants. I just thought it would be fun to compete with them, but you stopped me. Sorry, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Rukia, I was just joking. What? It's just a test. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you want to fight me, you can do it anytime. Is it necessary to make it like this? That's not necessary. Of course I'll accept your challenge. I just find it strange. After all, we're all captains, and I don't think the old man would be so foolish as to make someone who could undermine the morale of the troops a captain. Hitsugaya Toshiro said. Hitsugaya Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief. He really wanted to compete with the other party just now. He was murderous and was really angered by the other party's words. He thought that such a thing was intolerable and wanted to let the other party see how powerful he was. We cannot be looked down upon like this. This is the mentality. I am not joking. We must do this seriously. I'm not afraid that you won't show your true strength. I believe that a person can only display his true strength when he is provoked. Advertisement. I also wanted to bring out your strongest strength, but I didn't expect to be stopped. But it doesn't matter. Next time I hope to have a real duel with you. I didn't mean any harm just now, it was just a joke. Lu Jin just wanted to have a duel with the strongest Hitsugaya Toshiro, but he didn't expect to be stopped. However, now he also thinks that if a duel really happened, it might be very dangerous. After all, Hitsugaya Toshiro's strength is also very terrifying. I am afraid that he will destroy this place. That is a very normal thing. It is indeed very likely to happen. It sounds scary. What about me? Is this also a joke? I don't think you mean to say I'm short, right? Look how cute I am, you wouldn't say that, right? Girls like me are only praised for being cute, how could I be called short? That doesn't suit me at all, isn't it? Am I right, Lu Jin? Rukia said. That's true, isn't it? Actually, what I wanted to say is that even though Hitsugaya Toshiro is small in stature, he's very powerful. But as for you, there's no need to say more, Lu Jin said. What did you say? It seems I still can't let you go. Watch out, Rukia said angrily. Just kidding, if you're not kidding, I can't tell. You are all amazing Shinigami, and I'm really happy to have you here to reinforce us. I hope to see our wonderful cooperation. With more people, we really look stable. I believe we are invincible together. Believe in our strength, Lu Jin said. That's good. If you really want to fight, it will be very dangerous. Don't forget the residents living here. Don't think too much, okay? Now we have to protect the residents here and protect this world, not destroy it. We must pay attention to this and don't forget our mission here, said Kurosaki Ichigo. Just like that, with more people involved, things became clearer, but what was a little troubling was the relationship issues among several people. Because of Hitsugaya Toshiro's arrival, Matsumoto Rangaku became even colder, a stark contrast to his previous enthusiasm. This made Lu Jin feel treated differently, and his mood became even worse. Advertisement. Nieromung found Lu Jin and wanted to discuss this matter with him. So, do you hate me? Nianmeng said. How could this happen? How could I be like this? This matter has nothing to do with you. I know that the development between Rangaku and I has come to this point is all due to my personal problems. It has nothing to do with any of you. I am very clear about this. It's really like that. I have to solve my own problems. I can handle this myself. Lu Jin said. It would be best if we could get it done. I see Matsumoto Rangaku isn't in a good mood either. If you can have a good chat, you should go and have a chat. Of course, I wanted to help you as a friend, but when I think about chatting with you here, I'm afraid I'll be misunderstood again, which would have a negative effect. I really didn't mean to do that. You should have known that day. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that? A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. If we can't even talk to each other like this, then I don't think it's right. After all, we are all friends, and being misunderstood just for talking is really too serious. But after saying so much, I still have to deal with this matter. I have to deal with my relationship with her. It's really good that you think this way. I didn't do this on purpose. I just hope that both you and she can make the right choice and choose the right person. This is very important. I believe you can do it. If you are a couple, then I believe you will become a couple in the end. Keep going, I will continue to support you behind the scenes. Quote. To be honest, I don't like being treated coldly, but I don't have any reason to do so now. After all, he was the one who did something wrong and he should be scolded. I know this very well. Ideographic period. I know what I have done and what I have not done. I can clearly distinguish these things. In short, you should not feel burdened and just continue. Well, you have to remember that you will not be defeated. You are the captain of the 3rd division. I believe in you. Nothing is impossible. Chapter 52. Continue to pursue. Lu Jin began to reflect deeply on the relationship between the two and indeed knew that he had done something wrong. As a man, you should make it up to the other person. This is the most important thing. Now he understood that the investigation was indeed important, but Matsumoto Rangaku was equally important, and he should not neglect him because of the investigation. This was not acceptable. He was prepared to do everything he could for Matsumoto Rangaku, and being good to Matsumoto Rangaku was what he wanted to do now. If he doesn't do this, it seems like the relationship between the two people will never return to what it was before. This is indeed a very obvious thing. If he does this, it seems like what he should do. If he doesn't work hard now, the relationship may get worse. Lu Jin found Matsumoto Rangaku and planned to have a good talk with him this time. Matsumoto Rangaku, I have something to tell you. Lu Jin said. Didn't I tell you before? If that's what you're talking about, then my answer is simple. I will not accept your apology, Matsumoto Rangaku said. I know. I'm not talking about this. You don't have to forgive me. I'm talking about now, but there are things I want to do with you. What's going on? Aren't you going to investigate Shu? That's the most important thing, right? You probably don't have time for me. That's not the case. I was indeed confused before, but now I know that your investigation is just as important as Shu's. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have ignored you. By the way, you said you don't accept my apology, but I still apologized, but this is what I want to say. I just want to tell you that this is indeed the case, but I don't want to talk about it. Quote. If it's not this, then what else do you have to do? I don't think so. You really misunderstood me. I really don't have that many schemes. I just want to take you out for some fun. Think about it, haven't I been investigating recently? I have almost no time to do anything else, but I happen to be free today, so I want to go out with you. Why, is it not possible? If not, then I won't force you. Advertisement. At this time, Ni Yinmeng appeared and immediately came over to hold his hand. No, what are you doing? Now is not the time to do this. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Jin said. Didn't you say you'd go have tea with me? Now's a great time. What's wrong? Are you ignoring my words? No way, do you really not take me seriously? Is this really okay? Aren't we good friends? There can be no deception between good friends, do you understand? Come, let's go have tea together. Ni Yinmeng said. No, who told you to drink tea? Said Lu Jin. At this time, Matsumoto Rangaku saw that they were very close, and suddenly felt bad and walked away. Wait, Matsumoto Rangaku, this is a misunderstanding. You really misunderstood me. I didn't plan to do anything with her. I just wanted to go with you. Don't be fooled, okay? How could I go with her? That's impossible. I will only go with you, and only with you. Do you understand what I mean? So come back. Lu Jin hurriedly explained. You'd better stay with her. You can't handle it alone, and you want to handle two people. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't listen. Ni Yinmeng held Lu Jin's hand tightly and refused to let her leave. Lu Jin was helpless and had to shunko to Matsumoto Rangaku. Do you have anything else to say? I've seen it all now, what else do you want to say? Matsumoto Rangaku said. You really misunderstood. Okay, I won't explain, but I want to take you out to play now. Can you accept it? Lu Jin said. No, I have something to do right now. I have to leave. Did you hear that? Lu Jin, she doesn't want to be with you, but I want to be with you. Let's go, let's have tea. Ni Yinmeng said. Don't talk anymore, stop messing around. I don't know what you want to do, but I tell you, it's meaningless for you to do this, Lu Jin said. Advertisement. Lu Jin knew that no explanation would make it clear, so he had to pull Matsumoto Rangaku's hand and leave. Wait, let go, what do you want to do? Said Matsumoto Rangaku. Rangaku, I'm not kidding you. Think carefully, do you want to believe me or her? If I really chose her, do you think I would go to such great lengths to come here? Think about it carefully, don't worry about what others say, I just want to go out and have fun with you, it's that simple. Lu Jin said. I don't believe you, you'd better go. I know what you want to say, but I don't have time to care about so much right now. I just want to do what I want to do, it's that simple. I'm also busy, so it would be better if you two go together. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Well, I'll take you out to play, and if you still feel the same way after the fun, then I'll give up, okay? Just give me a chance, isn't that right? You just need to go out and play with me, and then you'll know whether I'm being fake or really want to be with you. I'll prove it to you. Lu Jin said. No, go have fun by yourself. I'm really not in the mood for these things right now. Just live your own life. I'm already very tired, okay? I've made so much effort, but the result is still like this. I'm really upset. Please stop pestering me. I can see things clearly. I don't need you to teach me this. Matsumoto Rangaku shook his head. You're wrong to think that. Just because you're in a bad mood, you should have fun. That's the only way to feel better. Do you understand what I mean? I know you're in a bad mood, but I can surprise you and cheer you up. That's what I can do. If you understand, come with me. I'm not a bad person, so what should I be afraid of? Just this once, and I'll prove myself. Lu Jin said. Well, if that's what you insist on, that's fine, but you only get one chance. If you can't change my mind, then I won't give you another chance. Is that fair? Don't say I didn't give you a chance, I already gave you a chance, understand me? I know what you want to say, it doesn't matter, you won't make me change my mind. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Really? That's great. Come on, let's go right away. I'll bring you happiness. This is not a difficult thing for me. If you think I can't do it, you are really naive. Believe me, there is nothing I can't do. I will prove to you that I can do it. I am a good man and a capable man. 2CA Chapter 53. The Power of Belief. In this way, Lu Jin took her shopping, eating, and buying things, and also gave her special gifts. See it? This is the doll I gave you. How about it? Do you like it? Lu Jin said. Matsumoto Rangaku showed no expression, just a fake smile. It doesn't matter. If you don't like it, I can buy you something else. Just tell me. I can buy you anything I know. That's what I'm going to do. I am a real man. I am a girl who buys things for you. Whatever you want, as long as I can afford it, I can buy it for you. How about it? Just say whatever you want, it doesn't matter, Lu Jin said. No, that's fine, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Really? Then you can tell me anything you want to do, Lu Jin said. In this way, the two of them played for a long time and were ready to go home. Lu Jin has done so much and thinks that the relationship between the two should be able to return to the way it was before. He just needs to return to the way it was before and doesn't want to see Matsumoto Rangaku ignoring him again. I don't think that's necessary. We still want to improve our relationship with each other, whether we are friends or lovers. Well, what do you think? Are you happy today? Didn't we talk about this before we came here? Give me a chance, I can make you happy. How about it? Can you forgive me now? Lu Jin said. That's all for today. I'm going back first, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Wait, Rangaku, you haven't answered my question yet. Can you please tell me? It's really hard for me if you don't tell me. I'm not kidding. I just think that this is the way it is. If you want to forgive me or not, just say one word, right? It's not difficult. If you don't want to say too much now, it doesn't matter. Just tell me one word. Advertisement. Sorry, I have to go now. Matsumoto Rangaku seemed to be really disheartened and had no feelings for Lu Jin at all, which gave Lu Jin a headache. But he still didn't give up. He still wanted to do such things and use his own efforts to exchange for results. No matter what the result is, this is what he can do now. If he doesn't do this, it will not be his style. I won't give up, Rangaku, I will continue to pursue you. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly appeared, and when he saw Lu Jin standing there, he went to talk to him. Lu Jin, what are you doing here? Kurosaki Ichigo said. It's Kurosaki Ichigo. Actually, I went out to play with Rangaku just now, Lu Jin said. Really? Go play. It seems like your relationship has gotten better, right? I knew you could do it. I'm telling you, women are like this. If things aren't going well, they'll get better with some coaxing. It's not a big deal. Trust me, and you're not wrong. As long as you're brave enough to admit your mistakes, everything else won't be a big problem. Has our relationship improved? To be honest, I'm not sure yet. I don't think our relationship has improved. Her behavior just now proves this. Of course, I've tried my best. I also want to return to the relationship we had before, instead of the cold relationship we have now, but this is not so easy to achieve. Do you understand what I mean? I see. If you still don't succeed, it's really difficult, but it's also normal. It means your efforts are not enough. If you really want to, then keep working hard. Believe that you can do it. I will support you silently behind the scenes. I agree with this marriage. I am not kidding. No, don't talk about marriage. I don't have such plans. This isn't pursuit. I just want to mend the relationship between the two of us. That's it. Advertisement. I don't want my relationship with her to be like this now. Do you understand me? I'm not kidding. I don't want to be your boyfriend. I just want to restore the relationship. No, are you serious about this? After all this, you tell me you're not really going to be together. Are you just playing with her? Then I won't let you go. Don't forget, Rangaku is also my good friend. I can't let my good friend be treated like this. If you love someone, love them. If you don't love someone, don't hurt them. You understand this principle, right? I understand, but I really haven't thought about that much right now. I just want my relationship with her to return to what it was before. I really haven't thought about other things. Isn't this a good thing? Do I have to be with her? I don't think that's the case. There are many ways to do this, and a relationship doesn't necessarily mean being together. I know there can be many kinds of relationships between men and women. Okay, if you just want to go back to your original relationship, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their own choices, and I can't force you. That's the truth. In short, make your own plans and don't let her down. You should know exactly how she feels about you. I'm actually not sure. Although she confessed her feelings to me, she is really cold to me now. I'm not kidding. I really feel that way, and I certainly don't want to be like this. I know you are doing this for my own good, and I also know she is doing this for my own good, but I really don't know how she feels about me, and now things have changed. Ultimately, if her attitude towards you changes, it's because of your attitude towards her. It's because of your bad attitude that it becomes like this. So does she have no feelings for you? I don't think so. Anyway, this is all I can do for you. For the rest, you have to rely on your own efforts. There's no other way. Well, I get it. You're a good brother, so there's no need to explain. I'll handle this myself. Anyway, I'll handle this matter well. Thank you for your concern. Of course, I won't play with her. To me, she is at least a good partner, so I would never do such a thing to a good partner, whether it is making friends or anything else. It is all sincere. That's good. I don't want to see you do anything inappropriate again. I believe in you. Don't let me down. In short, no matter what kind of relationship you have, I support your choice. Just do what you want to do. Don't force yourself. Believe that nothing can stop you. Keep going. I'm rooting for you. Chapter 54. Asking for leave. When Ni Yinming saw this situation, no matter how low his IQ was, he knew what the situation was. It was indeed that as a friend, he only realized now that he was wrong. I originally just wanted to do what I wanted to do and didn't think too much about it, but now I find myself feeling a little uncomfortable, thinking that I did something that I shouldn't have done and destroyed their relationship. She knew that what she was doing was against her original intention and she didn't want to do it in the first place, so she thought there was nothing wrong with it. But I only realized now that this was not a good thing to do, so I wanted to change my behavior. I thought that if I continued to do this, it would not be what a good person should do, and I couldn't help much after coming here. Ni Yinming found Kurosaki Ichigo to discuss this matter and thought that there was no problem with it. Kurosaki Ichigo, please help me think of a solution. I feel like I have done something bad. I don't know how to face these two people next. Ni Yinming said. Two people? Who are they? You're not talking about Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku, are you? I see. I know what you're talking about. Indeed, some of your behavior is problematic. I think you may not have thought about the consequences of what you did, but in fact the consequences are very serious. You destroyed the relationship between the two of them. If you hadn't appeared, this wouldn't have happened, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Really, I did something so outrageous. To be honest, I didn't think too much about it at first. I'm just an artificial human, I'm not supposed to have emotions. But I ended up falling in love with Lu Jin. I really regret it. You're right, it's all my fault. I now realize my mistake and I think I should make some changes. Oh, I was just joking. How could I blame you? After all, it's your freedom to like someone, and they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. So if you say it's all your fault, I don't think so. I think if you like someone, then go for it. There's no difference between you two. If you want to fight for it, then go for it. Am I really worthy of fighting for this? I feel like I shouldn't have any feelings right now, and I shouldn't be in this place. You said it's free to like someone, so can I also like someone else? Advertisement. I don't know the real answer. I'm really confused now. Is it really not my fault that they have such a bad relationship now? I really don't know. It's actually hard to say who's right or wrong. If you really like Shenchao, then there's no problem. If both of you like her, then it's normal to fight for her. But if you do this even if you don't like it, it's really not good, and it really disturbs other people's relationship development. Do you think I'm right? That's true, but what should I do now? I don't know what I should do is right. I just feel that I did something I shouldn't have done, and now I feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know what I should do. I'm just in a bad mood. Can you tell me what the problem is? What should I do? You can only find the answer to this question yourself. I am not you, and no one else is you. Remember this. No wonder you feel this way, but it may just be because you are kind and considerate of the other person. But love is something that should be selfish. You can't give up your own happiness just because doing so will make others unhappy. Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me this. Now I know what I should do and what is the right thing to do. I really should go find the answer. I can't help but look for it. Anyway, thank you very much. I will continue to do this. This is all because of you. I really can't do this alone. Anyway, you are amazing. No, I'm not that good at all. I don't have any experience in this area, but I think anyone can see what should be done in this kind of situation. In any case, I don't know what you are thinking. Only you know. I can only help you up to this point. I think you should just follow your heart. Nothing else matters. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Ni Yin dreamed that she had different feelings towards Lu Jin. She knew that this was wrong, which made her feel a little scared, so she planned to ask Lu Jin for leave and did not want to continue facing the two of them. Advertisement. Lu Jin, I would like to ask for leave from you. Please approve it, Ni Yinming said. Ask for leave? What's the reason? What's the reason? Tell me about it, Lu Jin said. Anyway, I need to ask for leave. I don't know how to put it, but I just need to leave for a while, and I don't know when I can come back. What are you talking about? How can I ask for leave when you don't even have a reason? This isn't a question of friendship, it's just that I think things like this are simple. You should give a reason, otherwise I can't let you go like this. You know what your abilities are, they're indispensable to us. How could we be without you? No, Anyway, can you please give me some leniency, just this once? I won't do this again. I can't explain the reason, but I just feel I should leave here. I have something to do. Is that not okay? Can't you let me go? I do have something to go back to the jingling court. Do you understand me? I'm not kidding. No, if you don't give me a reason, I really can't let you take leave casually. You have to know that I'm doing this for your own good, so tell me. Whatever the reason, if I can help you, I will definitely go back and help you. Isn't it the truth? Just listen to me. What I say is absolutely correct. That's what I want to say. I just need to talk to my squad leader about something. Is that okay? I'm serious, I'm not kidding. I really do have something to confirm, and I didn't mean to leave at this time. I know this is a very stressful time, but I still want to contribute my efforts and finish what I want to do most. Well, if you say so, I'll let you go, but you must be careful, okay? You know, I'm being cautious for your own good, and I'm not kidding. Then come back here when you're done, understand me? In short, everyone is doing this for your own good, remember that. Advertisement Chapter 55. Big failure. Lu Jin took the android's situation into consideration and agreed to his request for leave. Narimon returned to the Seirei to find the squad leader, Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Hey, you're back. It seems that you have completed your work. You are worthy of being my subordinate. You are so capable. To be honest, that's why I let you go. Your ability is needless to say, otherwise you would not have become the vice captain. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said. No, that's not the case. The investigation is not over yet, said Naromon. It's not over yet. Why? What's the reason? Aren't there other people involved? It's not done with so many people? Then why did you come back here? Actually, I have something else to ask you. I'm actually back from leave. I have something to ask you, and this investigation really isn't going to produce results that easily right now. I'm not kidding. What's going on? Tell me what's going on. Actually, I have feelings for Lu Jin. I don't know why. I know I'm a robot and shouldn't have feelings, but I still can't help but feel for this man. So I want to ask you what I should do next. Ehole, do you know what you're saying? How can you have such thoughts? Such thoughts will only cause you trouble and will not bring you any benefits. You better remember this and don't forget that I am the one who treats you well. Such a thing as love shouldn't exist, and you're still asking me what to do. Do you think I'm a love guru? Kuretsuchi Miyuri finds this hilarious, thinking it's foolish for an android like her to have feelings. He just needs to complete the tasks that should be completed by his side and live like a prop. This will be his way out, instead of being like he is now, not knowing anything and doing things that he shouldn't do. That is not allowed. Advertisement, how can you say that? I'm serious, this is what I think in my heart, so what can I do? I have no other choice, right? This is the truth. I don't want to be like this either. But the fact is, I am discussing this matter with you very seriously. It is true that I am an artificial human, but I don't think this idea is stupid. Ni Yinming believes that there is nothing wrong with what he did, and that other people would do the same. He just thinks that there is nothing wrong with this kind of thinking, but it is unnecessary to be ridiculed like this. Maybe there was something wrong with her, some thoughts that an android shouldn't have, but she still thought there was nothing wrong with having different feelings for Shenchao, and that was the truth. What? You dare to talk back to me? Have you forgotten how powerful it is to be ruled by me? So you come here just to tell me such ridiculous things? You think I'll just laugh at you, right? Stupid, do you know what you're saying and doing? You'd better not forget your identity. You're just floating around now, forgetting your identity. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was angry and thought that she had done something meaningless. Indeed, such a thing should not be allowed. However, she felt that it was impossible to help her if she wanted to seek help after doing such a thing. It is true that I have no interest in this aspect of feelings, and I don't want my most capable helper to be affected by this. That would be very stupid. No, I don't mean that. You know I'm very kind and loyal to you. Of course I wouldn't dare do such a thing. How could I dare? I just feel like there's something wrong with me. I'm an artificial being, but I have emotions I shouldn't have. Is that right? So I came to you for help, not to make fun of you. Ni Yinming was very clear about what she was doing and believed that there was nothing wrong with her approach. Now this problem was really bothering her. It is indeed time to make a change. Of course, finding her own captain is the most reliable option for her. It is because of this captain that she is where she is today. She will never forget these things and there is nothing wrong with that. I don't have anything to help you with. I've already said I'm not a love guru. I can't help you deal with these ridiculous things. You have to figure it out on your own. Advertisement, don't forget who you are. I emphasize again, if you continue to be trapped in this kind of emotion, you will be the one crying in the end. It's best to remember this. Kuretsuchi Mayuri believes that there is nothing to help the other party in this regard. What needs to be said has been said clearly, and what cannot be done cannot be done. Even someone with such outstanding abilities as him can handle everything, especially things like this. Even if he knows the solution, he won't tell the other party. It's that simple. How about this? You help me check it out, that should be fine. I want to know what's wrong with me. I won't make it difficult for you. I know what I'm doing. What I'm doing now is also for my future. I certainly won't betray you. Remember this, I'm not a betrayer. Don't overthink it. I'm a good person. Ni Yinming took this matter very seriously and believed that if a problem arose, it must be solved. Now was not the time to argue with the other party. The most important thing was to properly deal with the current problem. I don't know if the other party can understand it, but she herself is very clear about this point. She also knows that if it is the captain, he can help her check, but no one else can. If that's the case, then I'll help you. You'd better remember what you said. Of course, even if you want to betray me, you won't be my opponent. Remember this, I am the Eternal King. Of course, it will always be like this in front of you, and this will never change. It's best not to have bad thoughts, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Remember this. Kuretsuchi Mayuri agreed to this request, thinking that it was more reasonable than the ones mentioned above. There is no problem with this, it is something that can be accomplished very easily, so there will be no burden. Just use your own strength to prove these things. It is such a simple thing, of course it can be done well, after all, his strength is very strong. Kuretsuchi Mayuri agreed to check and put her on the experimental table for examination, but found that she really had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Sure enough, something went wrong. I didn't expect you to become like this. I really didn't expect it. You were created by me. You shouldn't have such thoughts. This is a big failure. Kuretsuchi Mayuri thought to herself. Chapter 56. Inspection. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very scared about this matter, thinking that such thoughts would not be good for her and might even threaten her in the future. Such thoughts should not exist. Of course, this matter itself is indeed strange and novel, but the result is very easy to judge, which is to give the other party the most direct arrangement. What happened? Did you find anything? Ni Yinming asked. No, I need to continue checking. Don't be anxious. There will be no good results if you are anxious, said Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Oh well, in that case I'll just keep waiting. To be honest, I want to ask you a question. If you really have that kind of feeling, what would you do? This? I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. I'm not used to this feeling yet. I just discovered it. So, do I really have this feeling? We haven't come to a conclusion yet, but tell me, what would you do? Would you like that man? Would you want to be with him? Would you want to marry him and have children? I don't know about that, Captain. You think too deeply about it. I haven't thought about it that deeply myself. I would be embarrassed if you said that. So what is it? Tell me now, don't talk nonsense and change the subject. You have more important things to do right now, don't you? Don't forget this. Don't forget, if I don't help you check, you won't know anything. Don't forget that I am the one who created you. I know everything about you, so tell me quickly. I think what you said might happen to me. I'm not sure yet, but if I continue to develop, there is indeed such a possibility. I'm not kidding, I just think there is such a possibility. What do you think? Do you still think I'm funny? But I'm serious, I'm just telling you the truth. Advertisement. Ni Yinming thought that he just wanted to confirm whether such thoughts existed, but he did not think that such thoughts were bad. Instead, he felt that such thoughts were more like a human being. This was the first time I experienced this feeling. I felt that I was no longer the same as before. After being with those people, it was like I suddenly woke up. I see, you're really going to do that. So your ultimate goal is to become a human, right? You want to think of yourself as a human, not just an artificial being, right? If you keep thinking like that, you'll be separated from my thoughts. Do you still want to join the person's squad? Do you think that's what a person I created would do? Kuretsuchi Miyuri thinks that such a thing is very stupid. An artificial human should look like an artificial human, instead of being like now, delusionally wanting to become a human and have the same thoughts and feelings as humans. This is not allowed. He doesn't need subordinates like this, he just needs tools that have no emotions. These thoughts now are redundant. I'm sorry, you really misunderstood. My ultimate goal is not to become a human. I know that I am still an artificial human, still created by you. I haven't forgotten all this. How could I forget? All the memories I have with you are in my mind. Without you, I would not exist. It is as simple as that. Ni Yinming was very grateful to the captain. She knew that her existence was all because of him and she had no intention of betraying him. She just thought that such a thing was indeed very novel, so she immediately found the captain to deal with the problem. If I didn't trust the captain, this kind of thing would never have happened. It is indeed such a real thing. Do you know why you still have these useless thoughts? Don't forget your mission. Don't say I don't care about you. These people are not people you should be friends with. Remember this. They're not good people. There is only one good person, and that is me. Remember? You'd better forget everything about them, understand? No, they are all good people. How can you say that about them? You say I can, but you can't say that about them. They are all rare good people. I don't know where to find such good people, just as good as you. Advertisement. I am still as loyal to you as ever, but they are also my good friends, and this is the most real thing. I am not kidding you. Ni Yinming believed that the people around him were all his good friends, and it was not like what the captain said. He was very clear about this. Knowing that these are very real things, if they are good friends then they are good friends, if they are not, then they are not. These can still be clearly distinguished. I believe that such people should not be verbally insulted in this way. Really? So they're so important to you, aren't they? I finally understand why you've become like this. It's all because of them. I never thought you'd truly break through the limits of androids and even possess ideas that other androids don't have. You're really ahead of your time as a cyborg, aren't you? But I'm not trying to compliment you. I still say the same thing. Leave them alone. No, I can't leave them. I have to go back and continue investigating. I came here to check because only you can do this, and I also know your importance, so I came here. But it has nothing to do with these good friends. This is all my own fault. I can't blame them. They have always been very good to me. Really? Then I should do the right thing. You have to remember that everything I do is for you. You have to know how important you are to me. I don't want anyone else, but I keep you by my side. Do you think it's just a coincidence? This is not accidental. Remember, it is because of my love for you. You are my child, understand? Kuretsuchi Miyuri took into account the particularity of nirvana and removed the idea of nirvana. After the removal, the essence of Neinemu's android was restored, so Neinemu's feelings for the male protagonist began to disappear completely, and everything was removed by Captain Kuretsuchi Miyuri. What he needed was not this kind of emotional artificial human, as that would only have a negative impact. He still felt that the emotionless Ni Yinming from before was what his true subordinate should be like. She won't admit to any other appearances, as they are not recognized. She just thinks this is what an artificial human should look like, and it's good for her. Chapter 57. Ruthless, Captain, why am I here? Ni Yinming asked. Have you forgotten everything? Kuretsuchi Miyuri pretended not to know. Yes, I don't remember anything. You are going to the real world to investigate the hollow. This is the mission assigned to you. You are about to leave. This is all I know. Anyway, you should go quickly. This is for your own good, understand? Go quickly. Oh, okay, so that's how it is. I get it. I'm going to the real world now. Just like that, Ni Yinming returned to the real world and became even more cold and ruthless. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared and found her. You're back, come back to the team, everyone needs your strength, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Ni Yinming didn't even look at him and just walked away. What's going on? Are you in a bad mood? Why aren't you talking? Didn't you hear what I said? I told you that everyone needs your strength. This is an important moment. Now that you're back, why don't you join in? Do you have any reason? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand her cold attitude, he just felt that she shouldn't be like this. Anyway, he knew that she was caught in a triangle relationship. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the task at hand. I don't want these three people to fail in the mission because of their emotional problems. I really don't think that would be necessary. Ni Yinming still didn't say anything, just walked forward, without any emotion at all. Seeing her like this, Kurosaki Ichigo decided not to continue interfering, thinking that it was very obvious that the other party had no intention of talking to him. In this situation, you can only choose to give up, there is no other way. As a friend, you can only do so much. The rest of the problems can only be solved by them themselves. That's the truth. Advertisement then, Ni Yinming met Lu Jin again. Ni Yinming, you're back. Why didn't you tell me you were back? Come quickly. I need you here. Lu Jin directly grabbed her hand and wanted to take her away. Ni Yinming said nothing, just took his hand away and continued walking forward. Wait, why aren't you talking? I'm talking to you. Are you unhappy about something? If you have something that makes you unhappy, you can tell me. Is that right? You should know that I am doing this for your own good. I have no intention of harming you. In short, I will not harm you. I will never harm you in my life. Come with me. Lu Jin continued to work hard, simply feeling that she was a member of their team, and indeed, her presence was indispensable at this important moment. It is also true that I don't know where she went on leave, but as a friend, there is no need to know everything. If you know everything, there will be no secrets, and without secrets, there will be no meaning. I have something to do, so I'll leave first, Ni Yinming said. Wait, if there's anything, you can tell me. No, you have to tell me. I think I have to be strict with you. It's true that your current state is not right. When things are wrong, as a friend, I naturally have to help you adjust. If I don't adjust, then I'm not your good friend. In short, we are good friends, and we should help each other. I'm fine, don't bother me. Ni Yinming replied. No, you don't look well at all. What's wrong? I told you, we are friends and friends should help each other. If I don't help you, I will continue to see you in this state, which is something I don't want to see. Regardless, whether you try your best to complete the task or just do it half-heartedly, you have to join in. I'll say it again, I have something to do, don't come over, Ni Yinming said. I'm just concerned about you, you know, aren't we good friends? Have you forgotten about this kind of thing? Advertisement, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's obvious that this is what I'm doing now. I'm just doing what I should do, and that's what I should do to make my good friend feel better. It's that simple, and you're not in a good mood right now. This has nothing to do with you, so stop asking me questions. Lu Jin thought that he was not a very important person and should not care too much about other people. That was how less important people should be. But I am really worried about leaving like this. I think this is not how a good friend should behave. I know I will regret it if I do this. Sometimes friends just have to be saved in this tough way. Wait, I'm still worried. You can't just leave like this. What happened this time? You can tell me what happened. If you tell me, we can all face it together. Isn't that great? Sometimes it's like this, you encounter things that you can't face alone, and at this time, you have to face it together. Lu Jin continued to ask, thinking that such a thing was obvious and that he was just doing what friends should do. Indeed, in such a situation, he believed that one person could not solve the problem and that he had to rely on the help of others. Even if you don't know why the other person has become like this, you should continue to care about them and turn things into a good side. That's it. What do you want to do by not letting me go? Who are you? Why do you care so much? I've already told you that I don't have time to accompany you. Why are you so annoying? You are very annoying, do you understand? Ni Yinming was a little angry. Wait, don't be angry, I'm doing this for your own good, don't get the wrong idea. How can there be a friend who doesn't care about his friends? Can such a friend still be considered a friend? Indeed, it cannot be considered a friend, but I am your friend, do you understand this? You should be very clear that I am your good friend, so I came. Ni Yinming was very annoyed and simply ignored him and left. Wait, don't go, oh, how can I let you go? Do you know how important you are to me? How could you do this to me? You can tell me what I did wrong, or if one of us did something wrong to you. How can I know if you don't say anything? I won't feel at ease like this, Lu Jin continued. After the person left, Lu Jin continued to speak, still thinking that such a thing was outrageous and that people should help each other instead of being so cold. Chapter 58. A sense of loss. Lu Jin just felt that a cold attitude would not get anything done. Now he needed the other party to return to the team. How could he be troubled by such things at such a time? It was really unnecessary. He could no longer see the other person's shadow, but there was a dog in front of him. Dog, tell me what went wrong and why I messed up again. This is unscientific. I put in so much effort, but the result is like this. Isn't this a waste of my efforts? A man who works as hard as me should be able to do everything well, don't you think so? The dog didn't make any sound and just sat there. Dog, tell me, why did it turn out like this? I made 2 girls hate me all of a sudden. This must be so difficult, this is really hard to do. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, this is too weird. I clearly tried hard, but the result is the same as if I hadn't tried at all. This makes me very disappointed. The dog seemed to be listening very seriously. Dog, are you listening? Tell me what I should do. This is too weird. I've done enough, but the result is still like this. I really can't accept it. Someone needs to tell me what the problem is. This is too difficult. I have tried so hard, but the result is still like this. I am really speechless. The dog started barking a few times, but of course the other party couldn't understand it. Okay, I don't understand either. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I really am. How could I be so confused as to ask such a stupid question? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm really confused right now and don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, I don't like this either. Goodbye, Guzi. I have something important to do now. I can't chat with you anymore. Lu Jin felt very uncomfortable, but he had to go on with the day. It was just that simple. No matter how bad his mood was, he had to go on, find out his problems, and then make changes. Advertisement. This is what we need to do now, but even if we think this way, we still cannot do it. He still chose to drown his sorrows in alcohol, believing that this was the best way. No matter how things turned out, it was a failure in his eyes. He just wanted his freedom to do what he wanted. It can only be like this now. There is no way to change other things for the time being. I can only use this to make myself feel better. Who knew that at this time, the enemy would appear? What do you want to do? Are you here to drink? I tell you, I don't have money to treat you. Don't look at your eyes so hot, but no matter how hot it is, it's not possible. I am a cold man, do you understand me? If you are not as ruthless as me, it means you don't know how powerful I am and cannot comprehend me. Lu Jin was feeling a little depressed at this moment. The enemies looked bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't have time to drink with you. I'm here to take your life. Don't forget who you are. Don't pretend to be this or that in front of me. I know who you are. Now I want to show you how powerful I am and who is more powerful. You will never imagine it. Prepare to die. Lu Jin refused without hesitation in a daze. Wait, I have to drink now and don't have time to accompany you. How about you change the time, tomorrow, just come here tomorrow, and I will accompany you tomorrow. I'm not working today, so you should go find someone else. I just want to drink, that's all. Don't ask me for anything else, don't joke with me, I don't have time for that. The other party sneered. Are you kidding me? What kind of wine are you drinking? Who wants to drink with you? I don't have time tomorrow. No, who wants to set a time with you? I will let you see how powerful I am now, so that you will never show disrespect to me again. Believe it or not, in the face of absolute power, you can do nothing. I seriously believe this. Lu Jin still looked reluctant. Wait, I told you, let's drink together, don't you dare? Otherwise, let's have a competition. If you can drink more than me, then I will fight you. How about that? Isn't it fair? Advertisement, you should know that I am such a fair person. I treat everyone the same, so come and compete, and if you win, then we can start fighting. The other party was also angered by Lu Jin's attitude and immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll compete with you. No, who wants to compete with you? I said, if you don't show your fighting attitude, I will knock you down like this. Don't think I don't dare. I tell you, I'm a man who kills without blinking an eye. If you think I can't do it, then you're too naive and I'm not kidding. Lu Jin waved a bottle of wine in his hand and said with a nonchalant expression, didn't I say it? Let's drink, don't fight and kill, that's so boring. I tell you, drinking wine here must be very fragrant. Don't think it's not fragrant, after you finish drinking it, you will feel it is very fragrant. Believe me, I am not wrong, do you understand? Just do what I say, there will be no problem, just trust me. The opponent showed no sign of weakness. I don't believe you at all. If you keep doing this, then I can only take the initiative to attack you. If you underestimate me like this, you will be defeated by my power. Do you think you are that powerful? No, you are not great at all. You are just an alcoholic, haha, and a man who can't even keep girls. Is that right? I said you were useless. What do you mean? How did you know? How did you know about me? Have you been peeping at me from behind? Do you know that peeping is bad behavior? This is wrong. I tell you, a real man shouldn't peek. If he does, he should do it openly. But I have to correct this matter. I'm not a useless man. Don't care what I think. I tell you, there is no way a man like you can defeat me. Do you understand me? You don't have that ability. Regardless of whether the answer is me or not, it's no wonder you become like this now. You still want to teach me a lesson. You're really too naive. Don't you know I'm your enemy? How dare you talk to me like that? If you are an enemy, then just attack directly, B********. D. If you are really an enemy, why are you hesitating here? Why not just attack directly and be done with it? What are you afraid of? If you're afraid, then don't come. Once you come, don't be afraid. If you are afraid, go home and breastfeed. That is more suitable for you. I tell you, I am still capable of educating you, idiot. Chapter 59. Drink some more. What did you say? Who allowed you to say such disrespectful words to me? You don't even know who I am. If you don't know, you can't be so disrespectful to me, do you understand? It's because you are so good at talking that you stuck my mouth here. But it doesn't matter. If you want to go to heaven so much, then I will send you there, said the enemy. The enemies came in groups. Lu Jin could have resisted them, but because his ability was limited at the beginning, he could only release 10% of it, making it difficult for him to fight. Haha, is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me with this level? Let me tell you, I've seen too many scumbags like you. I didn't expect you to be this weak and yet you still want to teach us a lesson? You're still far from it? You're overthinking it. That's impossible. You can't possibly defeat us. We have so many of us, said the enemy. Stop talking nonsense. If you can kill me, do it now. Don't be so boastful. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people like you. If you can't kill me, then don't say so many meaningless words. My strength is just limited. But there's no need to tell you this. After all, you're just small fry. There's no need to know. What, trash, do you know what you're saying? You've been so overwhelmed by us, and you still don't understand how big the gap between us is. You're really pitiful. I don't know where you get the confidence to talk to me like that. You're clearly someone with only this much ability, yet you still dare to speak in such a loud tone. It's really ridiculous. If you think it's funny, go ahead and laugh. You won't understand even if I tell you. You are far from my level. In that case, it would be better for you to keep your mouth shut. I won't explain to you, because you will be eliminated by me here today. You can't do anything. I will stop you no matter what. This is what I should do. You see, you're really too confident. You're just good at talking. And you still say we're just talking big. Let's see how long you can hold on. You'll soon taste failure. This is what we've given you. Don't thank us. This is what we should do, because we are your fathers and you are just our son, ha 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 ha. So much nonsense. Advertisement. The two sides continued to fight, and in the critical moment, Matsumoto Rangaku arrived. You're here, Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin said. Why are you here alone facing so many people? Shouldn't you have told us earlier? Don't rely on one person to solve the problem, okay? Everyone is here to support you because they trust you as the captain, do you understand what I mean? But you were in trouble, so I still showed up. No matter what, I will help you resist the enemy. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Thank you. Without going into details, I had no other options. I was just drunk, and then they showed up. But I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm definitely not as strong as before. This is how I am in this place, so I had such a hard time fighting. There's no other way around this. If there was a way, I'd also like to eliminate them immediately. Don't be so anxious. I know your situation, but these people are nothing to be afraid of. Your current situation is indeed a little precarious, but it's not a big problem. This problem can be solved. This is not a big problem. As long as we stick together, there is nothing we can't resist. Let's work together. That's true. It's rare for us to fight side by side like this. I can only say that when we played together before, there were other people around. This time we can only rely on the tacit understanding between the two of us. I believe it won't be a big problem. You're right. Let's work together, work hard, and beat them all down. This is what their future will look like. It's that simple. In this way, the enemy was wiped out in a few moves. Well done. I knew there would be no problems to worry about once you arrived. You are indeed very strong, worthy of being the vice captain. It is because of your strength that we have been able to persevere until now. Advertisement. It's really great to have your help. I hope we can continue to work together next time. I believe we will be the most powerful duo together. Lu Jin said. Okay, stop talking about so much nonsense. You reek of alcohol again, and you went drinking again. How can you be in this situation now? Don't forget that you are the captain of a team, and you have many important tasks to complete. You can't even forget such things. That's really not okay. That's the truth. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Let's stop talking. Do you want to continue drinking? I haven't had enough to drink just now. To be honest, I have been having some bad luck recently, so I drank a little, but I don't think it's a big problem. I believe I can solve any problem. Even if an enemy appears now, they will be defeated by me. Yes, I am that powerful. If you were really strong, you wouldn't have needed my help just now. I'm not saying this is bad, but I think drinking will affect your condition. If you get too drunk, even a small minion can take your life. Do you understand what I mean? You should drink less alcohol in the future. You still have important things to do, don't forget them. I won't forget, but you haven't answered my question yet. Let's go drink together, just once, just once. I really want to drink with you this time because I'm in a bad mood right now, so I want to adjust my mood. Please stay with me, you know I will feel uncomfortable if I don't continue drinking. Matsumoto Rangaku quickly refused. What a joke, how can I drink with you? I won't drink with you. It's not that I don't want to, but I think it's unnecessary because you've already drunk a lot and can't continue drinking. Do you understand what I mean? I'm saying this for your own good. Remember, don't think I'm being mean to you. This is what's good for your health. Don't say that. Didn't I tell you? It was just once. Now I can't stop. Do you understand that feeling? I just can't stop, and I don't want to stop. Really, I will feel even worse if I don't drink now. Just stay with me. Besides, it's rare for the two of us to kill monsters together, so shouldn't we celebrate together? Celebration is necessary. It is definitely necessary. Chapter 60. Drinking. Stop fooling around. You've already drunk enough. You can't drink anymore. Drinking won't solve the problem anyway. Don't you understand that? If you drink when you're feeling down, your health will eventually deteriorate. Remember, your body belongs to more than just you. Do you understand? This shouldn't be difficult to understand, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was worried that something might happen if he drank too much, and believed that such a thing would indeed be discovered, but the consequences would be terrible. No matter how much you drink, it won't make you stronger, nor will it solve your troubles. You still have to rely on your own strength to solve your troubles. This is what you should do most now, instead of continuing to be intoxicated by alcohol. My body doesn't just belong to me, so whose is it? Is it yours? Is that right? Do you admit it? My body is yours, right? Then can you use my body? How about you help me do various things, including fighting? I can give you my body and do whatever you want. Is that okay? Lu Jin said. You've drunk too much. Stop talking nonsense. Do you understand me? Go back now. You need to rest. I will take you to rest. This is what you should do most now. Other things are not the most important. Can you please be obedient? Just do it. It's what's best for you. I'm not kidding. That's it. Matsumoto Rangaku thought he was talking nonsense and that it was really embarrassing for him to say such things. He also didn't understand such behavior and thought that in this case, the best thing to do was to take him back. Everything else is no longer the most important thing. It is like this. We must deal with the most important thing, which is to face more enemies. I'm not kidding. What do you think? I'm serious. I give you my body. You can use it as you please. It doesn't matter. Just do it as you like. I think you like this too. I can fulfill your wish. You can do whatever you want, and I will cooperate with you in whatever way makes you happy. This kind of thing requires cooperation between two people. Stop joking. I'm going to help you go back now. You've lost your ability to think, you know. You're not your usual self anymore. In short, you should stop saying these unrealistic things and come back with me. You need to get some rest. Otherwise, we don't know when the next enemy attack will come. We can't do without you as the captain. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku understood that he was drunk and was just talking in his sleep. Normally, he would not talk about such things, so he simply thought so. I just feel that there is no need to do this. Doing so will only make me lose my normal state. It's that simple. I still don't want him to continue to maintain this abnormal state. That would really be a headache. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I give you my body, you give me your body, we merge together, we are one, do you understand me? You will be happy if you do this. I am not kidding. I am normal. I am not drunk. Really, you will be happy if you do this. Believe me, okay. Quote. You're already talking nonsense, do you understand me? If you continue to say these meaningless words, I can only use brute force to take you back, understand? I didn't mean to do this on purpose. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. When will you wake up? This is an important period. Stop fooling around here. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Come with me and have a drink. I want some wine. Wine, where is it? Give it to me now. No, you really have to drink, right? Will you die if you don't drink? You really have. You've said so many weird things, what else do you want to do? I don't have that much time to waste with you, understand me? I'm not a lazy person, I also have my own things to do. If you are so free, then go drink alone, I can't stop you. Quote. No, let's drink together. Please, let's drink together. I want to drink. Come and accompany me. You're so annoying. I've already told you I can't drink with you, so why don't you listen to me? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. If you continue like this, I'll leave on my own. Bye. Matsumoto Rangaku was helpless and had to leave on his own, thinking that he would not be able to subdue this man if he stayed there. Wait, don't go, wait for me. Lu Jin said as he walked, stepped on a stone and fell. Matsumoto Rangaku went back to check and helped him up. Are you okay? I told you I can't drink with you. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku, why are you here? Lu Jin said. I've been here all along, haven't I? Are you kidding me? Are you sober? That should be the case. It seems to be the case. But I want to drink now. I don't know why, but I just have this thought. No way. Drinking. Are you serious? You've already drunk a lot, and you just sobered up and want to drink again. I'm serious, just for a moment, stay with me, okay? I'm not kidding. Lu Jin grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku's hand and said seriously. Okay then, just for a moment. Matsumoto Rangaku said helplessly. The two went for a drink together and started chatting. How are you? Are you a little more awake? Matsumoto Rangaku said. Well, I think I'm completely awake now after falling down just now. I'm very energetic now, Lu Jin said. You're in really good shape, aren't you? You've gotten better all of a sudden, haven't you? Why is it like this? It's really hard to explain. I can only say that I'm worthy of you, but I'll have to drink less this time. I don't have the time to wake you up again. That's true. Don't worry, I'm sober, especially at this time. I don't want to get drunk. I'm telling the truth. That's it. Anyway, that's it. Don't worry. I still have something to tell you. That's good. I don't want to continue dealing with you when you're drunk. It's really too difficult to deal with. It's the same problem as dealing with the hollow. I'm not kidding. It really is that serious. Is it really that serious? You're exaggerating. Am I that scary? I don't think I should be that scary. Okay, I admit it. That's probably another side of me. That's it. Anyway, I know I didn't do some things well, but I think everyone has their own problems. No one is perfect, don't you think? Chapter 61. Killing a classmate. That's really scary. Okay, I know what you're going through, Matsumoto Rangaku said. Well, I'm sorry, there have been some misunderstandings, but I've said it many times, you should believe me, I have nothing to do with Ni Meng, that's it. You have to believe me. It's not that we have no relationship at all. We are just ordinary friends, understand? Don't you know she is an artificial person? Lu Jin said. Well, I'll believe you if you say so, said Matsumoto Rangaku. The two people reconciled as before. Ni Yinmeng always felt empty in her heart after Lu Jin left in a daze, so she decided to go find him. When they went to find each other, they discovered that Lu Jin was getting drunk with Matsumoto Rangaku. The two people were very close to each other and even looked ambiguous, which made Ni Yinmeng feel a little uncomfortable. Ni Yinmeng originally came back here because he thought that his actions were excessive. He didn't expect that he was the one who felt uncomfortable, but he didn't know why he felt uncomfortable. Obviously, an android without emotions should not have such emotions, so I find it very strange and very hesitant about it. I don't know whether I should go or not, and I find it difficult to make a choice. No, I need to calm down. This is nothing serious. I can handle it. Their affairs have nothing to do with me, right? I shouldn't be concerned with these things. I'm just here for other things. That's it. Don't dwell on other things. That's not what we should be thinking about. The most important thing is to do your best. Ni Yinmeng encouraged herself. Ni Yinmeng struggled mentally, but still had no answer. She didn't know whether she should go to that place. Of course, if she went there, even if they had no relationship, it would be possible that she would disturb the other person. There are various considerations, and of course the uncomfortable feeling still exists. Although I have come here, I should not look back. Ni Yinmeng calmed down, but was still hesitant. Matsumoto Rangaku discovered that Ni Yinmeng was undoubtedly here to find Lu Jin. No matter whether what Ni Yinmeng did before was intentional or not, he did look like a love rival, so he still had to pay attention to this person. I still have to prove my feelings to the other party. Now that my relationship with Lu Jin has improved, this is a good time to win him over. In this good moment, they don't want anyone else to disturb them. It's that simple. In love, everyone is selfish and naturally won't give the person they love to others. That's what they all think. Advertisement. I just want to do what I should do and let the other party know that they should not compete with me. This is the right thing to do. Matsumoto Rangaku deliberately made some intimate actions with Lu Jin, and Ni Yinmeng was unwilling to go over after seeing it. There was no exact answer just now, but now the answer can be said to be very clear, that is, I am unwilling to do this. It is indeed like this. I am not joking. I just think that there is no benefit in continuing like this. Ni Yinmeng didn't expect the two to be so close, but she also knew that she and Lu Jin didn't have an important relationship, and she went to see him for other things, so this was not love. At this time, Ni Yinmeng still felt uncomfortable and didn't know why she felt like this. However, a classmate suddenly appeared and directly blocked the way. Do you have something to talk to me about? Ni Yinmeng asked. Classmate Ni Yinmeng, I have something to tell you. The male classmate rubbed his hands and looked at Ni Yinmeng's pretty face, with a hint of greed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to accompany you right now. Please go find someone else. No, this is very important. It might even be the most important thing in my life, so I want to do it right away. What's the matter? Come on, tell me. I want to see what the most important thing in my life looks like. Well, actually, I've always liked you, from the first moment I saw you. Please go out with me. Do you want to know the answer? Ni Yinmeng tilted his head. The male classmate looked at Ni Yinmeng expectantly. I really want to, tell me quickly, I can do anything for you, as long as you date me. Ni Yinmeng's expression turned cold. The answer is no, go back. Give me another chance. The classmate asked. I said, don't bother me. Ni Yinmeng was angry and left without looking back. On the way home from school that day, the male classmate stopped Ni Yinmeng again. Advertisement. What do you want to do? I've already told you the answer is no. Don't you understand English? No, it's impossible. It's impossible for us. Do you understand? Think about it for yourself first. Ni Yinmeng looked annoyed. I won't give up. You must promise me, otherwise, I won't let you go. You should know how powerful I am. I like you very much. Do you understand? Tell me that you like me, you accept me, and you will be with me. The male classmate immediately felt that Ni Yinmeng was ungrateful and moved closer without blinking. What do you want to do? The classmate approached Ni Yinmeng with a very evil expression. Go away. Don't come near me, I'm going to call for help. Don't think you can do whatever you want, you should know that the consequences of doing this are very serious. Don't say I didn't warn you. Death is a very real possibility. I'm telling you this up front. If you don't obey, the consequences will be severe. I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, just do it. Don't worry, no one will find out here. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Just accept me and believe me. When this is over, you will definitely become my woman. Don't worry, I have good skills. The male classmate suddenly grabbed Ni Yinmeng's hands. No, let me go. Ni Yinmeng resisted. At this time, Lu Jin arrived and prepared to defeat this man. But before he could be rescued, the classmate had already been killed. Ni Yinmeng directly killed the opponent with his electric brick hand, which can be said to be a very ruthless operation. I told you to let me go, and now you're gone. I tell you, people like you do this kind of thing when they can't get what they want. You dare to act tough in front of me. You are still a little young, but you can't hear me now because you are already dead. Do you know how powerful I am? You are a small-time man, wanting to eat swan meat. Quote. Lu Jin was shocked, he didn't expect her to do this. Anyway, no one would have thought she would do such a thing before. He has always known the other party very well and never expected that he would do something like killing someone. Ni Yinmeng had never killed anyone before, so what happened this time? Chapter 62. Reasons. Ni Yinmeng, do you know what you have done? How could you do such a thing? You may not have thought about the consequences, but the consequences are really very serious, do you know? I don't know if I can protect you. Lu Jin said. I don't need your protection. Ni Yinmeng said. Wait, where are you going now? None of your business. Wait, come back. I think something must be wrong with you. This is too abnormal. You are not the kind of person who would do this before. Tell me what happened. I want to know the reason, which is very simple. I just think it is very strange and needs to be dealt with immediately. Lu Jin thought she was abnormal. The Ni Yinmeng he knew was not like this and would never do such a thing. Now he is like a different person, but he looks the same as before. This is something Kurosaki Ichigo cannot accept. Killing is not something that can be solved so easily. This is in the human world, it is that simple. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm normal. No, you're not normal. A normal person wouldn't do that. I know you too well, do you understand? I know what you would do. It's very simple. Anyway, you should listen to me and come with me first. You are in trouble now, do you know that? You should know that everyone is doing this for your own good. Killing is not that simple. Quote. Lu Jin thought that he should take her away now. No matter what, as a friend he should help her. But it is not so easy to think of ways to help her now. After all, this is a crime of murder, which is bad in itself. Moreover, Ichigo does not want to see murder happen, and he himself has no intention of killing anyone, knowing that this is a bad thing. Advertisement. How can killing be easy? It's very easy. As long as I use my ability, killing someone is a piece of cake. As you can see, it's so simple. I didn't have to put in any effort and I did it easily. How difficult is it? I don't think it's difficult at all. I'm not kidding. Nianmeng believed that humans were no match for her and that things like this would be very easy to accomplish. She just felt that these people were nothing in front of her. Killing was too easy for her. After all, no human could defeat her. That was her confidence, and it was true. After all, there was a big difference between androids and humans. No, that's not what I meant, you know. In the human world, killing someone means paying with your life, understand me. Someone will come to arrest you now, and you will really be locked up when the time comes. Of course, you have already killed someone, and it is too late to say these things now. It is just that you don't know the consequences. It is a very difficult thing. This is not killing a void. Quote. Lu Jin was very rational and knew that this wave was very dangerous and the consequence was basically death penalty. There was nothing he could do about it. But the death penalty is also very cruel, and I don't want to see my friend die like this. Of course, this matter itself is Nianmeng's fault, and there is no way to change it. I think killing is bad, but killing will cause trouble. What do you mean it's not killing a void? This is easier to deal with than a void, right? And you have to pay with your life just for killing someone. Are you kidding me? Humans simply can't stop me. It's impossible to catch me. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed by me. It's that simple. I've never been afraid, and it's the same now. Nianmeng believes that he has done nothing wrong. He knows the difference between himself and humans. He just thinks that he is doing what he has done before. It's that simple. Carry out your own tasks and eliminate those who hinder you. It is that simple. I have not thought about other things. I just want to be myself. You think like that again? Really, you really don't know how serious the consequences are. Of course I know that no one in the human world can defeat you because you are a robot. However, in the current situation, if you just kill someone without taking responsibility, it will only cause a bigger disturbance. I believe you don't want this to happen. I think it's already difficult for you. Advertisement. Lu Jin knew that things were not going well. It was very difficult to get away with something like killing someone. In the human world, killing is a very serious crime, and it is not self-defense. In other words, the current situation is basically very difficult. We don't know what will happen next, and we can only continue to wait and see what happens. I've already said that anyone who stands in my way will be defeated by me. You still don't understand, so tell me why you did this. You can't just kill people for no reason. I know you're not that kind of person, so why would you do such a thing? In your eyes, humans are weak, and because of that, you should protect them, at least in this world, instead of destroying them. He did something he shouldn't have done. I've already rejected his confession, but he still persists and wants to do something unspeakable to me. I definitely won't let this happen. I'm not weak enough to be bullied by a human. It's that simple. If you have any objections, then go and solve the matter yourself. Nianmeng believed that she did nothing wrong. It was indeed this man who started the fight first, and he did not do it for no reason. She just believed that if she did so, she would have to pay the corresponding price. It was as simple as that. There is nothing wrong with thinking that she will not be bullied by anyone, but she feels that no man can force her to do anything, especially a stranger. Well, maybe this matter is indeed his problem. It's not maybe, it's just like that. I don't know what you humans are thinking. If you can't get it, you have to do that kind of thing. Don't you feel ashamed? Yes, I know what you want to say, but not all men are like that, understand? There are many good men in this world, you must remember this. In short, you have to change your current mindset. Of course, if you really meet a bad man this time, there is really nothing to say, but killing someone is definitely not a good thing to do. Quote. Lu Jin believes that killing is unacceptable no matter what and must come at a heavy price. He also knows that bad men exist in this world. Chapter 63, Takeaway. There are good people and bad people in this world, but it is indeed a pity that such a thing happened. Now how to end it is still a big problem, which is bothering him. If you don't know the actual situation, don't tell me so much, okay? Do I want him to do whatever he wants? That's impossible, understand? Men like this should be killed, no matter how many there are. I really don't know what the rules of the human world are, but I don't want to know. I just want to follow my own ideas. You're wrong to think so. I know you were in a very critical situation at that time, but you have strength and you can rely on it to get out of the situation instead of killing people. Killing them will have a negative impact, do you understand what I mean? I'm not on their side, but I think you'll have to pay a price for doing this, so you have to understand that. At this time, the police came and found Nianmeng. I knew it would turn out like this. Look, the police are here and now you're in trouble, Lu Jin said. What police? Look, I'm going to kill them one by one. No one can stop me. I've already said that, Nianmeng said. Don't do this, understand me. If you kill anyone again, you won't be able to stay in this world anymore, understand? The police are the messengers of justice, how can you kill the messengers of justice? That's not okay, understand me. Stop it now, for my sake, you know I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Jin knew that the police should not be provoked. After all, the police were no match for them. But they are all good people, and I believe that these good people should not be harmed. Moreover, these good people are not deliberately causing trouble. It is because Nian Meng himself did something wrong and broke the law, so naturally they have to come to him. There is nothing wrong with this approach. The police immediately arrested her and continued to try to handcuff her. Let me go, what do you want to do? Ni Yinmeng responded. Advertisement. Ni Yinmeng wanted to resist, but this time she didn't expect the other party to move so quickly. He directly controlled her roughly. After being controlled, she had no way to use her strength and was taken away like this. No matter what, the power of the police is still very great among human beings, otherwise no one would choose this profession, because it requires a lot of strength. Lu Jin was very anxious about this. He couldn't bear to see his friend being executed no matter what. You have to know that the police in the human world are very powerful, and things like killing will not be let off easily. It's just that they are not ordinary humans, so there is still hope for a turnaround. Of course, Nian Meng can't wash away his wrongdoings, it's that simple. He found a friend to discuss the matter together, believing that the problem had to be resolved. This was for Nian Meng's own good, and it was saving this good friend. Even if I did something wrong, I had to save her. Of course, I didn't want to set a bad example. I just thought that there was no other way and I couldn't lose Nian Meng like this. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo asked. In fact, Nian Meng was captured. Shanchao replied. What did you say? Who took him away? Are you kidding? Are they on the move again? This is too much. No matter what, I won't just let it go when they don't take us seriously. Ni Yinmeng and I are good friends, so of course I will help her with this kind of thing. Tell me what you know, and I'll think of a solution. It's not like that. It's not fake. The ones who took her away were the police. Police? How could that be? Did she do something? Was she driving under the influence? Girls can't drink. It's not good for them. They should behave like real women. That's what real girls should be like. You need to teach her more about how to survive in this world. The mission isn't over yet, is it? Quote. Advertisement. No, she killed someone. This wasn't just a case of drinking. I'm not kidding. I don't know why she did this. But murder is murder, and the police will certainly not let her go. I know this, and although I understand the reason, I still think it's unacceptable. I seriously think so. What? Killed someone? How could that be so outrageous? She's always been a good person, why did she become like this? This is no small matter. This is terrible. He could be sentenced to death, and he's already killed someone, which means he has a mental problem. He might even make things worse. This is really difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we have to save her. Are we going to just leave her alone? That's not what we should do. We are her good friends, and good friends should act like good friends. We can't just leave it alone. If we leave it alone, we are not true friends. You should be very clear about this, so I found you. I understand. Now we can only work together to find a solution. This is indeed the real world, not Soul Society. Besides, murder is a very serious matter. In the real world, it's basically a life for a life. Of course, I don't know what the person being killed did, but there's no reason for killing, it's that simple. I believe she didn't mean it, but we said so. Do other people think so too? Do other people say so too? Do the police think so too? Anyway, when I saw her, her clothes were still neatly arranged, so she must have killed someone before anything happened. This is very troublesome, and there is no reason to convince the police. Yes, we can't do anything to humans either. We are the ones who protect humans, and we absolutely cannot do anything to humans. Of course, I also know that not all humans are worthy of protection. In short, we can only find a way. Even if it doesn't work, we have to make do. We still need to talk to the police about this kind of problem. Let's see if our words have any effect. Let's continue to watch. What's with all that talk? Human police aren't that easy to deal with. You should be well aware of that, right? We cannot harm the police either. You should know that we still have to live in this world, and this has not changed. The way to live is to live an honest life, not to hide from the police, it's that simple. Chapter 64. Rescue. I think we still have a way. It's true that we can't disobey the police, but as long as it's within a reasonable range, I think it won't be a big problem. We're not really human anyway, haven't we? We've already surpassed humanity, as you should be aware. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Yes, we don't belong to the human world, but we are still in the human world after all, so we must obey the rules. You should know very well that there is no order without rules. You should know clearly that we must abide by it. It is indeed a great effort to rescue her, but we still have to do it. It is as simple as that. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin knew that he still had to continue living in this world. He could only obey the rules of this world. Trying to break them would only bring him trouble. Although I want to save my good friend, I can't act rashly. If I do, I will only face bad consequences. That's it, I'm not kidding. Later, News came out that Ni Yinmeng was sentenced to death, which gave Lu Jin a headache and he didn't know what to do next. The result is the death penalty. What should we do now? This is very difficult. I know the result is obvious. Killing is not a trivial matter. Doing such a thing will indeed lead to consequences. I think the police did nothing wrong. It was Ni Yinmeng who did the wrong thing. Of course, as friends, we can only rescue her. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin knew that the death penalty was the most serious consequence, as it would directly take away a person's life. He could not accept such a thing. No matter what, they wanted to save her instead of watching her die without stopping her. After all, they were capable of doing many things and had long surpassed human existence. Well, actually, I've thought about it carefully. Should we really go and save him? Although we speak so confidently, if we think about it carefully, we don't make any sense, right? Of course, I am Ni Yinmeng's friend, but I think this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Should we save him or not? Will it get us into trouble? Kurosaki Ichigo said. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo thinks that this matter is ultimately Naimeng's fault, and it's not because they are good friends that he should not think without using his brain. I just think that such things should be carefully considered instead of making decisions casually. It is wrong to protect the people on your side without thinking. I just think that we should deal with the matter objectively. What are you talking about? What do you mean by this? Aren't we her good friends? Your question is very stupid. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Are you still on our side? Don't you understand this? Of course we have to save her. If we don't save her, she will be sentenced to death and we will never see her again. Is that okay? Quote. Lu Jin thought this sentence was stupid. If you make friends, you should stand on your friend's side. Otherwise, the result would be that you will never see your good friends again, which is not what he wants. I just want to try my best to do what I should do for my good friends. Only then can they be called true good friends. This is the embodiment of the role of good friends. It's not good, but what's even worse is injustice, you know what I mean. I believe that justice is the only way forward. Without justice, there is no future. You should be very clear about this truth. Of course, I also want to continue walking with this good friend, but when your good friend is a murderer, should we really save her? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment, realizing that what the other party said made sense. Ni Yinmeng was indeed a murderer, and there was no way to change that. None of these points are favorable to Ni Yinmeng, but he doesn't want to lose this good friend like this anyway. He thinks he should give this good friend a chance, which is what is best for his friend. So what do you think we should do? Should we just stand by and watch them die? I didn't save that classmate at that time, and it's true that she killed someone, but I really don't want to see her disappear like that. We still need her strength. Do you need her strength? I'm not friends with her for that reason. I do this because I truly think she's a good person worth making friends with. Advertisement. Anyway, there are people with abilities like her, but some things can't be measured by ability alone. I still think it's best to end this intentionally. Kurosaki Ichigo finally decided to stand on the side of justice, believing that if she deliberately ended it like this, it would be the best outcome for justice, and there was nothing more to say. I just think that if you do something bad, you should take responsibility for it. It's not as simple as a good friend taking the responsibility for her. No one would want to take the death penalty for her. Don't you think that if she just disappeared like that, wouldn't you be sad at all? It shouldn't be like this. I still chose to save her. No matter what, I still don't want to lose her. I think that life for life is a matter of course for human beings, but I also believe that everyone makes mistakes and we cannot judge them all with one stroke. Lu Jin wants to give Ni Yinmeng a chance, believing that she is a good person and will remain a good person in the end. Of course, having killed many Shu before, I am no longer surprised by killing. But I don't know what Ni Yinmeng is thinking. He can't do this kind of thing no matter what. Shu can kill so many people, but that's because Shu is not a good person. Very good, you have your opinion. So what are you going to do next? Do you know how to save her? You know, saving her now isn't easy. It's not that I'm heartless, but I think justice lies in ending her story. After all, she's already killed someone, which means she's no longer the same person she used to be, at least not at this stage. I will come up with a good solution, don't worry, I know what I can do, and now is the time when my strength is needed. I will try to communicate with her first. I think she has realized the seriousness of the situation now. I can have a good talk with her and see how she feels now so that we can figure out how to save her. This is what we can do. Lu Jin was still unwilling to give up and continued to find a solution. Chapter 65. Verdict. Lu Jin went to the prison to visit Ni Yinmeng, but the other party refused. He felt helpless about this and thought that it shouldn't be like this. He should know his mistakes now in this situation instead of giving up on himself like this. Of course, Ni Yinmeng had no point to make. I just wanted to know what Ni Yinmeng was thinking now. If he didn't think about her when they met, that would be really troublesome. I didn't want to see this. Lu Jin had no choice but to leave and think of other ways. There was no other way. He had done what he could. Now he could only continue to think of ways and still not give up on this matter. He thought that if he gave up like this, Ni Yinmeng would definitely die, and as a friend, he didn't want to see his friend disappear like this. He found Kurosaki Ichigo and others to discuss ways to rescue Naimeng and see if there were any other methods. What do you think? Do you have any good ideas? Nie and Meng's situation is very urgent now. Lu Jin said. Really, she doesn't want to see you, right? That's normal. After all, having come this far, I should have a sense of crisis. I wanted to save her. After all, we are good friends. Even if she is like this, we can't just give up on her. Even if there is no reason, we have to find a reason. This is what good friends should be like. Matsumoto Rangaku said. I don't have any good solutions. You two should think about it. This is the situation. We can only rely on your strength. I think it's up to you to save this wave. This night doesn't belong to me, it belongs to you. Just give full play to your abilities. I believe you can do it. That's it, I'm not kidding. Kurosaki Ichigo crossed his arms. Oh right, I think we can go find that classmate, go to his home. Maybe there's still a way. As long as we can convince his family not to pursue responsibility, there might still be a chance. It's that simple. This is probably the only thing we can do right now. I can't think of anything else, so let's just take it one step at a time. Lu Jin pondered. Advertisement. That's a good idea. Let me go with you, Shanchao. I think we have a way. We should give it a try anyway, right? If you don't try, how can you know the result? You will never know. This is what we are doing now. This is for the good of our good friends. There is no need to hesitate. Matsumoto Rangaku said. Well, let's go together. So, Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku went to that classmate's house together. When I got to that place, I was immediately kicked out by my classmates' families. Well, I'm here to have a serious talk with you. I have the ability to talk and convince you. How about this? Just give me 15 minutes. If I can't convince you in that time, I'll leave on my own. How about that? Isn't that a good deal? Listen to me, I'm serious, I'm not kidding. Lu Jin said. Get out, I won't give you even a minute, said the classmate's family. We are here sincerely and we are not kidding you. Why should we joke with you? Now your child is dead, right? We are also very sad. I know my good friend has always been a good person. Think about it, maybe he was controlled by someone else. Is that possible? Matsumoto Rangaku tried to persuade him. Control shit, you think you're playing League of Legends. Is this what it's like? You've been playing too many games, right? I'm telling you, don't try this on me, I won't believe you. The fact is that your good friend killed my child. Go away and don't come here again. If you come again, don't blame me for being rude. I know martial arts. The classmates' family members were not polite. Lu Jin felt helpless about this and it was still difficult to convince this person. Indeed, they have their own reasons. It would be the same for any family member. After all, killing is not a trivial matter. Their pain is not something that ordinary people can understand. The pain of losing a loved one cannot be overcome by words. I know this, but I still want to work hard. Advertisement. I know you're in pain right now, and that's normal. The pain of losing a loved one is something anyone would feel, but I think everyone makes mistakes. As long as you promise not to pursue the matter, I believe she can turn over a new leaf and return to her original self. Give her a chance, even if she has done something extremely excessive. Lu Jin said. You're dreaming. You can't understand our pain. Let's not talk about mutual understanding. I'm telling you, don't talk about whether we let her go or not. I must make this woman pay for her crime with her own life. That's the true way to turn over a new leaf. I'll have that chance in my next life. In this life, this woman is done. Do you understand me? Game over, said the classmate's family. Okay, what you said makes sense. We'll go first, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin had no way to refute it, because there was nothing wrong with what this person said, and it was a fact that could not be changed. They have their opinions, and I have my own opinions. There is no way to unify them. Now I can only look for other ways. There is no other way to continue. It's that simple. There is no point in continuing to persuade them. They do have their reasons, and it's pointless to continue trying to persuade them. I can see they are very sad. I think we should not disturb their families and choose other ways to solve this problem. What do you think? Is that right? I'm not kidding. Joking is meaningless. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Of course. Now we can only find other ways. It's unreasonable to continue to disturb their family. We don't want to be unreasonable. The problem lies with us. We can only rely on our own strength to do what we can do. It's that simple. I'm not kidding. I just think that this is the way to have a better chance. Having said that, the situation is now truly critical. We don't have much time left. If we don't come up with a good solution, we really can only be wiped out. I'm not kidding. I just think that this is something that should be done this way. If I don't do this, Ni and Meng will really disappear. I really don't want to do that. The day of sentencing is coming. What will be the result? Chapter 66. Sentencing. Ni Yinmeng still didn't allow Lu Jin and others to visit her, and they were all very worried about this. I went there several times but returned empty-handed. I thought that things shouldn't be like this. It would be better to meet in person to resolve this matter. If I continue to drag it on, it will become more and more dangerous. Of course, I haven't thought of a solution yet. What should I do? I really can't think of a solution. Is this really the only way we can solve this problem with brute force? Take her away by force. Of course we have the ability to do so, but the consequences would be such that we would all be accomplices and would not be able to continue living in this world. That would be the worst case scenario, and I'm not kidding, said Matsumoto Rangaku. I'm also very troubled. Now there is no chance to visit. How can we solve this problem in a normal way under such circumstances? We can't waste any more time. If we waste any more time, we will really just watch her disappear. That's not what I want to see. I just want to see the same Ni Yin dream as before. Lu Jin was extremely distressed. Having said that, it's still not that easy to see her being the same as before. I know she has her own difficulties, and there's really no way to wash away what she did. But if we don't do this, it won't work, right? She really puts a lot of pressure on us, and I don't know what to do next. Keep thinking. There's no other way but to keep thinking. Nothing is more important than this right now, so we still have to pay close attention to this. If she still can't be stopped by the time comes, she will really be sentenced to death. I don't want to see her become like that, but sometimes it's just like that. Not wanting to see it doesn't mean it won't happen. The day before sentencing, they still couldn't think of a solution to the problem. However, a letter was given to Lu Jin. The contents of the letter were as follows. Advertisement. Hello everyone, I am Nianmeng. I know that when you see this letter, I will be about to be sentenced. It's a very simple matter, why don't you let me visit? Because there is no need for that. Don't forget where I come from. My squad leader is a person who is very knowledgeable about high technology, and I naturally inherited this. So you don't have to worry about me at all. I can solve this problem myself. It is not a difficult problem for me. If you ask what the difficulty is, there really isn't any. I have already made arrangements long ago. Do you think I really didn't do anything? That's impossible. Believe in my IQ. There is absolutely no problem with my IQ. In short, you don't have to worry about this matter. I think you have thought of many solutions, but there is no need. Just let me do it myself. There is nothing I can't do. It's just that escaping from the clutches of these people, isn't that a very easy thing? Oh, and don't think I'll use my powers to kill them all. If I really wanted to do that, they'd be dead long ago, right? How could I give them the chance to catch me? I wouldn't be so careless. I would be caught because I knew I could escape. In a situation where I could do whatever I wanted, what else did I need to worry about? Just trust me. I think you must be very worried about me. Don't worry, am I someone who can die so easily? Absolutely not. What I can do is beyond your imagination. Well, that's it, that's all I have to say to you. Lu Jin was skeptical and still worried, thinking that he was just making excuses and that he knew he had no way to save her. We did this to reassure them that there is indeed a great possibility. If there was a way, we should have escaped long ago instead of waiting until the day before the sentencing. That would mean that the situation is not so stable and we have to take action on this day. As a result, Ni Yinmeng deceived them and did nothing, and was eventually sentenced to death and returned to Soul Society. Advertisement. Lu Jin felt very upset about this. It had always been like this and in the end he still couldn't think of a way to save her. It really shouldn't have developed like this. He still wanted to save his good friend, which would have been the most righteous thing to do. However, he failed, which he felt was a pity and he thought he had not done enough. A few friends started discussing this matter and felt very sorry. Ni Yinmeng still chose to do nothing. This is not right. We still have to find a way. How can we just do nothing? Of course, we were unable to help her, and we feel very sorry about this, said Matsumoto Rangaku. Yeah, it's such a pity. It shouldn't have developed like this. We can only say that she made her own choice, but we can only accept the way things turned out. We can only say that this is a normal ending. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head. Lu Jin knew that he still had to complete his mission in the real world, but he was obviously more concerned about Ni Yinmeng at the moment and thought that there was no reason for her to do this. He sent them a letter, but it turned out to be a lie to them. This gave him a headache. It was unnecessary. He should have told them about any difficulties. Besides, his decision to save her has not changed. Lu Jin still secretly ran back to Soul Society, thinking that it was necessary to tell Ni Yinmeng about this matter. There was no need to die like this. There were other solutions. Death was not the only solution, and this was not the best solution. Ni Yinmeng, why did you do this? You lied to us and said you had a solution, but in the end you did nothing. Why is that? My first choice was to save you. Don't you understand my idea? All I wanted was to save you. There was no other choice. It's that simple. I don't know what you were thinking, but it's not right for you to do this, Lu Jin said. What's wrong with that? I did it on purpose. I knew what I was doing. What else could I do after getting caught up in something like that? And I'm still here even if I died. Do you want to know the reason? I can tell you that the reason is the captain's call. Do you understand what I mean? I can't go against my squad leader, it's as simple as that. Ni Yinmeng replied. Well, if you put it that way, then I can't do anything about it. This is your choice, and I don't have anything else to say, at least not right now. I don't know about the future. I'm leaving now. Lu Jin felt cheated and was very sad. This was not how friends should behave. Chapter 67. Questioning. Lu Jin went to find Ni Yinmeng theory, thinking that as a good friend he should make things clear. Ni Yinmeng, you should tell me why you did this. I really can't figure it out. You changed from that time on, right? Why did you change like this? Aren't we good friends? Is there anything we can't discuss together? There's nothing, so you can argue with me now, right? Lu Jin said. Nianmeng did not respond to this at all, but just left suddenly. Lu Jin didn't understand the other party's behavior even more. In any case, they could discuss the matter together instead of treating him like this. My previous Nian dreams were not like this. I still remember it very clearly. I thought that such things were outrageous and that it shouldn't be like this between friends. It was a bad situation. The relationship between the two began to grow cold, and Lu Jin felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know why things had turned out like this, and he couldn't adjust his emotions. While he was still here, before he could adjust his mood, the old man found him and called him over. Old man, is there anything wrong? Lu Jin asked. Of course there is something wrong, otherwise why would I look for you? What's wrong with you? Are you confused? Said the old man. No, just tell me what's going on. I'm not in a good mood right now. No, have you forgotten everything? I asked you to come to the real world to do this. As our leader, you came here alone. Do you think this is a good idea? I'm not kidding you, but you can't do this. If you're lazy too, what will happen to others? Won't it be even more serious for them? Think about it yourself. I haven't forgotten. I'm serious. Needless to say, I really haven't forgotten. If you think I'm not serious, you're totally wrong. You should know exactly what kind of person I am. Advertisement. How could I possibly be so lazy? This is not something I would do. You should know that very well, right? You know me very well. Okay, I've been led in circles. Now, can you tell me why you came here? Why did you come back without permission? No one asked you to come back, right? You should know that this kind of thing is not okay, right? Tell me the reason. This will set a bad example. As a captain, you can't do such a thing. What if something goes wrong in the real world? Quote. Oh, the reason, actually I wanted to come back to get something this time. What is it? Tell me. That's right, it's something very important. Of course, I have secrets and privacy too, so I can't tell you everything, right? Anyway, that's it. I've gotten what I wanted. Haha, I succeeded. Do you think I'm very successful? I can handle this kind of thing well. I think only someone like me can do it. So you're just beating around the bush here. What is it? What is so important? More important than the mission? Okay, why didn't I see what you took? Where is it? Let me see. You're not trying to get away with it, are you? You should know who I am. Don't show off in front of a big boss, it won't work. I know you are the boss here, there is no dispute about that, and I agree with that, but that doesn't mean you can know everything about everyone, right? I said, I did come back for something, and now that I've finished my work, you shouldn't have any questions, right? Give me some private space. What private space? You're just trying to fool me. Are you kidding me? I don't know what you're up to, but don't forget who you are. What role did you play in this mission? How can you possibly accomplish it if you've forgotten even that? I can't believe you've put any effort into anything. The old man saw that Lu Jin had no important business to come back and just ignored the task, and he immediately got angry. Advertisement. Wait, you know, I've always respected you, but that doesn't mean you can just talk nonsense and do nothing. Am I really like that? Think about it, how could this be possible? Don't you know who I am? I'm not only doing my job well, I'm also putting in a lot of effort, and you just don't see it. Yes, I didn't see it. What I saw was just a man who ignored the mission and came back secretly. Do you know that you are a grown man? How can you be a captain, a leader, if you're so irresponsible? If I have to teach you this kind of thing, then why do you need to be here? Obviously not. You should know this best. The old man thought that his behavior was very obvious and there was no need to explain anything. If he had done something wrong, he should have apologized in person and put himself in a good position, instead of being like he was now, not even admitting his mistakes. This kind of thing is not allowed, and we have to be strict with him because he is the leader of a team and plays an important role. You misunderstood me, understand? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I've said before, I didn't come back for no reason. It seems you still don't understand me. You know, no one likes to be wronged. Indeed, it was wrong of me to come back without permission, but you can't just say that without understanding the whole story. That's obviously wrong, and you should know that very well. What do you mean? Tell me, are you kidding me? I know everything. I've seen everything you've done. You don't need to wash your hands of this matter. It's wrong to come back without my permission. Why did you come back without my permission? Do you know what you are doing? Okay, you said you have a reason, then tell me. I can't say anything. Anyway, this is the case. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's your freedom. I've said what I need to say, and I respect you very much. But I still say the same thing, you can't just say that without understanding the situation. You know what kind of person I am. I can't stand such grievances. Those who understand will understand. Quote. Look, just admit that you came back for no reason, you just wanted to be lazy, and you didn't even want to tell me the reason. This is very obvious, that is because there is no reason, it is just because you are irresponsible, this is the best explanation, right? You can't answer it. Chapter 68. Punishment. The reason why the old man was angry was that the other party ignored the overall situation and acted arbitrarily. I can't answer that because I have my own things to deal with, it's as simple as that. You can say whatever you want, but I don't think I did anything wrong. I have my own ideas. You should know clearly, am I really a lazy person? You know clearly that I am not like that, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin knew that he couldn't tell anyone about what happened between him and Ni Yinmeng easily. It would be meaningless, so he had to keep it in his heart. Solve your own problems by yourself and don't bother others. This is the job of young people and should not be something that old men should be involved in. I just think so, but it is still true even if I don't say it out loud. You're really good at making excuses for yourself. You still don't understand why I'm angry. I gave you a mission, and you secretly did something like this. Is this what a captain should do? You should know best that you must not make such a mistake, yet you did. What should I say to you? Said the old man. The old man thought that a captain should not do such a thing, and that doing such a wrong thing could not be explained no matter what the reason. Even if you give reasons, it is useless. No reason is useful. What is useful is a person's awareness. He is very clear in his heart how serious the consequences of doing such a thing will be. He just thinks that the other party does not understand. Then don't say anything. Forgive me, I can only say that I didn't mean it, I really have something to do. I don't want to argue with you here. Instead of this, why not send me back to the team? What do you think? Please give me a chance. I know you are a kind person and you won't do anything to me, right? No, you won't punish me like this. Lu Jin thought that instead of preaching here, it would be better to let him return to the team. Advertisement. It is true that I came here this time because of Nianmeng, not to be lazy. I have never done such a thing as laziness, and I don't think I will do so. There is no benefit in doing so. I am just working hard for the right thing, but the result is like this. It's only natural that I'll punish you. How many times do I have to tell you that you have no idea how serious the matter is? You don't know what impact your leaving might have, and you're doing it just for yourself. How selfish are you? Do you think someone like you deserves to be a captain? I didn't make you captain to do something like this. The old man knew very well that if he let something like this go, it would happen again. This was very obvious. There are only 0 and infinite times to do something wrong, but if you tell the other person that it is wrong and make him believe it from the bottom of his heart, then it is indeed possible to turn the possible into the impossible. This is indeed the truth. You should know what that is, and I feel I have done what I can as captain. We really can't just look at the surface of things. If we only look at the surface, then I have indeed done something extraordinary. But you have to understand whether what I did was reasonable. This is the most important thing, you should be very clear about this. Don't talk to me so much. Get out now, you don't deserve to be here talking to me about this useless stuff. You still haven't realized your mistake, which is very serious. You will be punished accordingly, and you deserve it. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't do this, you won't grow as you are now. You're far from enough. The old man was furious. Well, if you put it that way, then I have no choice but to leave. But I still say that I don't think I have done anything wrong. If you don't understand me yet, you should get to know me better in the future. Everyone makes mistakes. There's really no reason for me to be criticized like this, but I have my reasons. Although Lu Jin said this, he was actually very hurt. I know that I don't want to confront the old man like this, and I also know how important the old man is to me. He is someone who affirms me. But in this situation, I didn't really think too much about it. I just felt that if I did something wrong, I should bear the corresponding risks. That's it. Advertisement. Now this result is predictable. Indeed, after thinking about it, he realized that this matter was his fault, but rather than being punished, he suffered more psychological pain. I don't know why things turned out like this. Nie and Meng's reaction shouldn't have been like that, and the old man shouldn't have punished him without caring about anything. These are all things I don't understand. Because Lu Jin returned to Jingling Court without permission, he was punished by the old man. This punishment was not only physical, but also psychological. Because he was injured in the punishment, he was sent back to the team. He lay alone in bed and had wild thoughts. Lu Jin thought about this mission and realized that it had not been completed yet. Of course, there was nothing he could do about it. There is no way to grasp the enemy's specific movements, which is a very tricky thing. There is no way, and the result is inevitable. Even with so many people mobilized, we can only wait and see what the final result will be. He thought of Matsumoto Rangaku again. This time, his relationship with Matsumoto Rangaku had obviously improved. This was the best point. Nothing else was as good as this. No matter what, if the relationship between two people gets better, it will have a great impact. If you still have a bad relationship with the people around you at this time, it will indeed be more uncomfortable and you won't know what to do. Then, Lu Jin thought of Ni Yinmeng and wondered why Ni Yinmeng did such a thing. It was obvious that Ni Yinmeng had done something wrong, just like he was doing something wrong now. However, the level is different. I just don't understand why Ni Yinmeng has become a different person. This is very strange, and I can't understand what he does. Finally, Lu Jin thought of the old man, who was very important to him. If it weren't for trust, there would be no way for him to become the captain of the squad. This is the effort we make for it, and it is indeed necessary. But I didn't expect that I would find such a thing after becoming the captain. This is a very unusual and bad result. Chapter 71. Joining Forces. Regarding what you said, I really don't have any good way to solve your troubles. That's it. You really can only rely on your own strength to solve these problems. Jashiro Yukitaki said. Of course, you have to solve your own problems. It's that simple. You understand it and I understand it. I'm not such a weak man. Don't worry about me. It's that simple. Lu Jin shook his head. However, I suggest you talk it over with Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku. If there are any misunderstandings, clear them up. There's nothing to worry about. I believe your relationship will return to what it was before. No need, I know what I'm doing. No need to tell me more. It's not that I don't want to communicate with these two people, but these two people have ignored me now. Do you understand what I mean? What can I do when they ignore me? I can only avoid them. Avoiding them is what I should do. I should not be so sentimental. Lu Jin understood how much effort he had put in for this and had already paid too much for these friends, but all he got in return was the other party's indifference. It was as simple as that. He thought there was nothing to say. It wasn't that he didn't want to get better, but that there was no way to get better. He could only take it one step at a time, and maybe there would be a turning point. Ha ha ha. Jashiro Yukitaki laughed. What's so funny? Are you kidding me? Did you come here just to do this? Lu Jin said. I just think it's really unreasonable for a grown man like you to be helpless against a woman. You shouldn't behave like this. It seems you're still too young. Do you understand what I mean? I didn't mean to laugh, but this is really funny. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Don't compete with me here. Is it your turn to laugh at me? Go away. I won't pay any attention to you. Okay, I'm leaving, but you have to understand that I only said the truth and reacted truthfully. Whether what I said was right or not, you have to find the answer yourself. It's that simple. I don't think you're at that level. You can still do better, and you don't have to be angry. You just need to cheer up. Do you understand me? After a while, the old man made a decision. Old man, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Jin was a little helpless. Advertisement. Of course there is something. I now order you to go to the virtual world alone. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not kidding you. Because you did such an extraordinary thing, this is your punishment. You have no choice but to accept it. Because you did something you shouldn't have done, you didn't do the right thing as a captain, which is necessary. The old man's face turned serious. Are you serious? Do you know what you're saying? How can I do this alone? Do you want me to die in that place? Although I am very confident in my strength, I never said I was invincible. Do you understand what I mean? I still need teammates, so you should call a few more people, okay? Don't be impulsive, old man, I am calmer than you. Quote. Lu Jin understood his own abilities, but he thought it was too much to ask him to complete a task that could have been completed by many people alone. Such a difficult task involves great risks. Although this job is inherently unsafe, I don't want to take such a risk. I might end up dying there, so I still hope to make the right decision. Of course not. This is your punishment. I've already said it, so I don't need to explain it any further. You did something you shouldn't have done. I'm just telling you what's the right thing to do. It's that simple. I don't want to do this, but I can't let the investigation go unanswered, so you have to go alone. If you really have the ability, then survive. Lu Jin felt helpless about this. Since the old man had already said so, he could only choose to agree. It's fine to call it a punishment, but going alone is indeed a big problem. But now there is no way out, so I can only see how capable I am and whether I can complete this very difficult task. If I can't complete it, it's almost like losing my life. Well, I'll go. Isn't it okay for me to go? When he was leaving, several captains came to chat with him. Do you really want to go alone? Why don't you discuss it with the old man? I don't think there's any need to take the risk, said the captain of the second squad. What are you talking about? If we could negotiate, I would have done it long ago. It's just that we can't, so I have to go alone. Don't worry, I won't die. I believe I have a certain aura. Characters like me are always the protagonists in novels. Maybe I really am living the protagonist's life, and I will naturally survive. Lu Jin is quite confident. Advertisement. Then you have to be careful. We can only wish you survival, said the captain of the fourth squad. Well, thank you for your concern. I was punished this time. I think the old man has his own plans. It doesn't matter. I will come back safely. Comma comma. Several captains gave instructions one after another, but none of them addressed their own captain and vice captain. When he arrived in the virtual world, Lu Jin found that Ni Yinmeng was following closely. Ni Yinmeng, you are here, you finally came. Lu Jin was surprised and very happy. HMPH, I didn't come here because I like it. I came here because I was ordered to do so. Do you understand? Ni Yinmeng said. Lu Jin heard that her tone was still a little cold, but he also understood that if she didn't come here to help him, she wouldn't come here. She was just worried about him, so he felt relieved. It is true that Ni Yinmeng's ability is very useful to him. If two people work together, the success rate will be much higher, and he will feel much more relaxed. This time he really thought that he came here alone and no one else would help him. In the end, with Ni Yinmeng's company, he realized that this was not the old man's arrangement, and the old man really wanted to punish him. However, Ni Yinmeng's intention was also very clear. With the help of such a friend, he believed that the journey would not be boring and he would be more confident in completing it. Lu Jin was originally very worried, but now he is no longer worried. Instead, he believes that the task can be completed quickly. He also believed in the other party's ability. He had always known Ni Yinmeng very well and knew what she could do. At this point, there is no need to think too much about other things. You just need to complete the task well. This is the most important thing now. Nothing is more important than this. He knew what he was going to do, and Nianmeng also knew it, so the two of them joined forces. Chapter 69, Captain arrives. If it were in the past, Nianmeng would come to visit him, and the same would be true for Matsumoto Rangaku. However, the current situation is obviously different from before. Such a thing will never happen. No one among them came here, which made Lu Jin feel a little deserted. He was not used to the feeling of being alone and still wanted to see them. No matter what, Lu Jin did all these things for his good friend and put in a lot of effort, but there was nothing he could do about the result. However, even if things have become like this, I still believe that my friends can return to the way they were before. It is just a matter of time. There is no need to worry about anything. Just continue to be yourself. No matter what others say, he doesn't want to lose his good friend. He is indeed in big trouble now, but he believes that these troubles will be solved smoothly. This is indeed the case. I am not kidding. Many problems have been solved so far. If more problems arise, it will be no problem at all. There is no need to worry about anything. At this time, the captain of the 13th Division came to visit. Captain Jashiro, why are you here? Lu Jin asked. I brought a potted plant with me, you can enjoy it with me, said Jashiro Yukitaki. Appreciate. Are you serious? Do you like potted plants? Of course, I like potted plants the most. I like potted plants the most. Tell me once, I like potted plants the most. No, this is too embarrassing. No, I can't do this. Lu Jin waved his hand. What are you talking about? What's there to be embarrassed about as a man? You're not a girl. I'm telling you, you have to be able to do everything. That's how you'll be popular. Do you understand? No, I'd rather stay alone. Now, don't even mention being popular. I can say that I'm very miserable and not popular at all. You have no idea what I've been through. Advertisement. So I don't know what I'm struggling with right now, and it's really hard, and I really feel bad about it, and I don't know how to deal with it. Lu Jin held his forehead with his hand, his face full of fatigue. Listen, it's at times like this that we need to be optimistic. As long as you shout with me, Bonsai loves it the most. I believe your mood will get better. Don't you believe it? I like to shout like this, so I'm in a good mood now too. Jashiro Yukitaki laughed heartily. Do you like potted plants that much? Yes, I feel better every day when I can admire these potted plants. Do I need to say more about this? This is my hobby. Don't you know? It's a very interesting hobby, and you can join in too. I know what kind of potted plants are good, and I can teach you a lot about this, you know what I mean. Come join me. No, really no, I'm not in the mood right now. I really don't want to deal with these things. There are already too many complicated things bothering me. I don't have time to deal with potted plants at all. I'm sorry, although I know you like potted plants, I don't like them and I have no such interest. That's it, don't tell me about them anymore. Okay, then let's not talk about this anymore. Can you tell me what happened to you? How is the investigation going? The investigation went smoothly. I can only say that I tried my best. I dealt with some voids at the beginning, but those voids were different from ordinary voids. As a result, I continued to investigate and found a hollow holding a Zanpakuto, which was even more bizarre, but the old man told me to ignore it and continue investigating, that's it. I see, that's how it is. So what's the situation now? Why did you come back? Is the matter settled? It's not done yet, not even close. I just came back here for something, that's all. What's going on? Can you tell me? Advertisement. No need. I'm actually very clear about it. Anyway, I've already told you the situation of the investigation. That's it. Nothing further has happened yet, so I can't tell you anything more. There must be something wrong. If there wasn't anything, you wouldn't be in such a bad mood. I saw it the first time I saw it. I'm not trying to embarrass you, I just think that what you said, I might be able to help you. It's that simple, I'm just doing what I can. You should know what this kind of thing means, believe me. Quote. There's nothing much to tell you. Simply put, it's the story of me and two women. But it's hard to tell you. You know what I mean. This kind of thing really can't be said casually. You should know what I mean. Really? A relationship problem? Don't say that. Am I older than you? I think I can help you. Just say it. Anyway, I have the ability, so just rely on me. Don't always rely on yourself, rely on others occasionally. What do you think? I will help you. The people in Seoul society are all good friends, aren't they? Quote. Even so, we're not close enough to tell you this kind of thing, understand me? What I mean is that you and I are not familiar enough, otherwise I would have told you. That's it, I'm very direct. Don't say I hurt you, I'm just telling the truth. If you don't believe me then there's nothing I can do. I see. I didn't expect that after I came here so enthusiastically, you told me that our relationship isn't that good yet. Is that the case? It does sound a bit sad, but it doesn't matter. If our relationship is not good, then let's fix it. Come on, let's get closer, and then we can make our relationship very good. Jashiro Yukitaki approached Lu Jin. Don't come over here, what do you want to do? No way, are you going to hit me? Don't joke with me, I won't fall for your trick like this. You have to know that I'm not someone who can be easily dealt with. I'm very powerful, so it's best to remember this. If you insist on doing this, I'll fight you. That way, neither of us will be intimidated. I don't want to fight with you. Just tell me, really. It doesn't matter. We are all captains of the squad. Is it necessary to do this? You are not such a petty person, right? Well, I'll tell you if you want to hear it. Chapter 70. Complaint. You're finally willing to speak. Come on, speak quickly. Jashiro Yukitaki said. Actually, let me first talk about Matsumoto Rangaku. There were a lot of misunderstandings between us. At the beginning, we had a good relationship. But she confessed to me later, and I didn't expect her to do such a thing, so I rejected her. It was such a simple thing. You know what happened after I rejected her, and I didn't want to do that either. Lu Jin said. You regretted it after you rejected it, right? I guess that's the way it is, isn't it? It's normal, it happens to everyone. Sometimes a decision made in a moment can affect many things. After you regret it, what do? Do you confess to her? I think you do. After all, you regret it. No, I just apologized to her, it's that simple. I just felt that what I said at that time was too much. She also saw me and Ni Yinmeng together at that time, which caused more misunderstandings. But Ni Yinmeng and I don't have any relationship at all, we're just ordinary friends, and I don't know why so many strange things happen. Wow, two girls are attracted to you, right? Then you must have made a decision, right? Which woman did you choose? Tell me, it's okay, don't be shy, I know this kind of thing is very normal, it's hard to choose one person between two people, right? But I believe you have made your own choice, tell me what it is. Quote. What choice? I didn't make any choice. I just wanted to go back to the relationship we had before. It's that simple. I just didn't want them to be so cold to me. That's it. I haven't thought about other things, nor have I thought too much about them. Thinking too much is of no benefit to me. I am just doing what I want to do, that's all. Oh, then what's going on here? Who do you like? You don't even know who you like. That's definitely a problem. Advertisement. Brother, don't play with two women at the same time. That's not a good thing to do. I've seen many men like that, and in the end, none of them stayed with anyone. It's best to focus on one person. That's the best way. Lu Jin was very surprised by the other party's reaction. In the other party's eyes, he was so useless, as if he really had to choose someone. But he knew very well that he didn't need to choose anyone, because the two of them just had a good relationship and had not yet decided clearly who to be with. It was as simple as that, not that he had already made a decision. I told you, I didn't choose either of them. Please don't make me repeat it again, okay? I've already told you the reason, Matsumoto Rangaku. I just want to return to our original relationship. It's that simple. I still like my original relationship. If I had made my choice, why would I be agonizing over it? Isn't that nonsense? It's so simple, and you still don't understand. Quote. If you don't like either of them, you should really keep your distance. I'm not trying to offend your conscience, but you should know one thing. If you don't love someone, don't hurt them. Keeping someone hanging like that is not a good thing. After all, haven't these two people expressed their love for you? It's that simple. You'd better not let others down and make your own decision. Jashiro Yukitaki believes that when two people like you, it is natural to make your likes and dislikes clear. I understand that if I say nothing like this, the effect will be negative. It's that simple. I just feel that this is not a good thing, and I should act like a man. This is the best thing for both the girl and myself. That's none of your business. It's that simple. I'll make my own decision. And you came here to listen to my story, didn't you? Why is it turning into a lecture? I can't accept that. I don't want to hear anyone preaching to me right now. What I want to do is something that only I can control. How could someone as powerful as me be stumped by this problem? That's true. I believe you will make your decision. Okay, then tell me the story of another woman. I want to hear it. Advertisement. The next girl, Ni Yinmeng. To be honest, I still don't understand her. I don't know why she suddenly became different from before, but you can see that she has changed a lot. She was fine at first, but suddenly she became cold and even committed murder. It was so serious that she was sentenced to death. This is her story. I see. This is what happened. I didn't expect it to develop like this. Killing people is a very serious matter in the human world, isn't it? How could this happen? Killing your own compatriots. I don't know either. She wouldn't tell me even when I asked, as if she didn't consider me a friend. Anyway, that's it, she's an artificial human. But she wasn't so heartless before, it's that simple. Anyway, there's no emotional connection between her and me. We're just good friends. I don't know why she became so cold, and I don't know what the problem is. Quote. Is this the story of two people? Then I really sympathize with you. I never thought that something like this would happen to you. In that case, did you come back here because of Ni Yinmeng's incident? Yeah, what's wrong? I did sneak here because of her, but I was also scolded by the old man. I didn't want to be like that, but of course I won't tell the old man about my affairs. Oh, that's really pitiful, but you still want to go back to those two, right? Don't tell me so much, I don't know either, I just did what I was supposed to do, it's that simple. I really don't know about other periods, but now, let alone how they treat me, they've become so cold to me. What else is there to say? I haven't thought about their affairs, so you can figure it out yourself. It's that simple. Don't say that. I believe they both have their own difficulties. Don't you think it's strange that one of them suddenly becomes like that? I think they still care about you, otherwise there wouldn't be so many stories between you. It's that simple. Cheer up. I believe you can do it. You are the captain of the third squad, don't forget your identity. Quote. Lu Jin originally thought that there was no point in telling him these things, but after saying them, he suddenly felt a little relieved. It was not in vain that he said these words, they still had some effect. Chapter 72. Dark World. After the two people came to the virtual world, they found that everything was different. This world really feels different. If the real world is heaven, then this place can be said to be hell. I think this is what hell is like, said Lu Jin. Oh, Ni Yinmeng responded. Seeing the other party's cold reaction, Lu Jin lost his composure. Well, can you please not be so cold to me? Have you forgotten? We have a common mission, and we still need to cooperate tacitly. Isn't that the truth? Tell me, Lu Jin said. Really? Ni Yinmeng still perfunctorily answered. Really? That's a really enthusiastic response, but you have to be careful. It's very dark in here, without any bright colors. Lu Jin was worried about whether Ni Yinmeng would be scared. After all, she was still a girl, and it was normal for her to be afraid in this situation. However, it was really not a good thing to be afraid. He still had to face this problem very seriously. Otherwise, you will not succeed. That's the truth. You can only say that you still don't know what the other party is thinking, so you can only ask. Ni Yinmeng did not respond. She looked calm and not afraid at all, which was indeed how she should be now. Well, if you are afraid, just tell me. It's okay. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. As long as you tell me, I will help you. Don't worry, I am a man, and I will naturally protect you well. Lu Jin said. Every time Lu Jin showed concern for the situation, he received a cold response from Ni Yinmeng. If you feel uncomfortable at all, just tell me, okay. I'm still worried about you right now. I will protect you, stay close to me, okay. Lu Jin continued to care. Just take care of yourself and don't worry about me. Ni Yinmeng said. Okay then. Lu Jin was helpless and discouraged. Lu Jin didn't know where the problem was and had done his best to do what he should do for the other party. Advertisement. The result is that he was unable to gain the other party's approval, so he thought that there was indeed a problem. Despite all his care, he still could not succeed. He thought that he had not done well enough and could not satisfy Ni Yinmeng, so it became like this. However, in order to satisfy Ni Yinmeng, he has already made a lot of efforts. This is the current situation. If I hadn't succeeded, things would have turned out like this. I just feel that I really need to protect Ni Yinmeng. After all, we are acting together. If two people don't have a good relationship, acting together will become a burden. Lu Jin felt discouraged and could only cheer himself up and observe the situation around him. He thought that he really had to complete his work well now. If he wanted to win Ni Yinmeng's favor, he probably had to continue the investigation. See if there is such an opportunity. If there is, you should naturally perform well. If there is no opportunity, you should also complete the task well. Are you tired? If so, why don't we find a place to rest? Lu Jin tried to start a conversation. What are you talking about? Don't you know why we are here? How can you rest? There is no time to rest. Don't forget, I am not here to play with you. I also have my own things to accomplish. Ni Yinmeng replied. But now we can only let nature take its course, right? I don't think there's any need to rush this. I think our relationship isn't good enough right now. We should fix it before we do what we want to do together, isn't that right? How about we have a good chat? I don't have anything to talk to you about. You'd better figure out what you want to do. If you're just here to mess around, then I tell you, I don't have time to accompany you. I have to go back first, okay? No, don't be so cold. You know, I just think the mission is important, but maintaining a good relationship is also important. I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. I really want to talk to you. I said, no chat. How about I tell you a joke? I don't want to see your expression so dull. No need, why are you so annoying? What? You said I was annoying. Why is this happening? You didn't treat me like this before. It shouldn't be like this. Ah, I'm crying. How could you do this to me? Aren't we good friends? Don't say anything meaningless. Advertisement. Really not going to chat. Okay then. Lu Jin felt discouraged and had to cheer himself up and continue to observe the situation around him. It was true that he had to take things one step at a time in the current situation. And he had to be extremely cautious in every step. If he was not careful, it would cause huge consequences. Before, it was because of some of his mistakes that bad things happened. This time he was particularly careful. When they came here just now, they didn't encounter too many enemies, just some Killians. It's Killian. Let's hide for a while and not act rashly. Lu Jin said. Have you thought of a solution? Tell me, Ni Yinmeng said. No, are you kidding me? I'm leaving. Don't be like that, don't be anxious. I'm just thinking about it. Don't worry, and they are no match for us. But we do have a chance to interact now. How about we have a good chat first? Otherwise, we'll be killed if we go out. I'm leaving. Lu Jin grabbed her hand. I was just kidding. Come back, there's no need to rush. I actually did some warm-up exercises before this, so I'm still quite tired. Let me rest for a while. I'm serious. A grown man, getting tired so easily. You don't understand. It depends on what I do. If I'm chatting with you, I won't get tired. And I won't get tired if I do strenuous exercise. I like to exercise. Which man doesn't like to do strenuous exercise? Actually, I was thinking, women like it too, otherwise not so many people would like to exercise, right? So, is what I said interesting? It's boring. Don't tell me these nonsense here. How can you say yes or no? I'm telling you, you should exercise more too. Even though you're a robot, you can still do it, right? How about it? Have you ever tried it? You really talk a lot. Chapter 73. Chapter Killian. Okay, I won't joke anymore, but what do you think? What should we do? Lu Jin said. They saw us, didn't they? What do you think? Ni Yinmeng said. That's true. They saw us, but didn't intend to attack us. What does that mean? They think we're the same kind, don't they? I'm a Shinigami. How can I be underestimated like this? No, I'm going to destroy them. Are you kidding me, idiot? It's a good thing we haven't been discovered yet. We haven't wasted our energy on useless things. Do you understand what I mean? Don't take my words lightly, or you will be responsible for the consequences. No, we are both responsible, right? Don't talk so intimately. Aren't we just that close? Okay, I get it. I'm not kidding. I'm afraid of you. I'd better behave myself. I hope you don't mind that. In this way, the two continued to move forward. Killian did not attack them along the way, and they lived in peace. Wait, I think this might be a trap. Killian is not stupid, you should know this. I don't think we can move forward. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin was still worried about these Killians, even though if they fought directly, these guys would not be their match. But if we catch them off guard, there is still a great chance of inflicting a heavy blow to them. This is the situation they are in now. We are not joking, but we must face this matter seriously and know that the consequences of not taking it seriously will be serious. So what do you want to do? Are you kidding me? We've come so far, and you want me to go back? Do you think this is reasonable? This kind of thing is very strange. I don't know your brain circuit, but you are wrong to think this way. I am not joking. I am serious. I think you are a fool. How can you not have the ability to think at all? Quote. Advertisement. But as we continued forward, I felt that things were indeed not looking good. I wasn't trying to cause trouble, I just thought it best to be cautious before going to bed. Haven't you heard that a cautious person goes further? We are facing danger at any time now. If we act without thinking things through, the consequences can be very serious. It really is like this. Okay then, you go alone. That way there won't be any problems. I'll go by myself. No, how can this be? Have you forgotten? I told you I would protect you. How could a grown man like me leave you here in a place like this? It doesn't make sense. You should know my personality very well. I think we should retreat and wait and see what happens. We should thoroughly understand the enemy before leaving. Pat your head, there's no time for that now, hurry up and leave, or I'll leave by myself. No, I can't let you go alone. You're not kidding me, I'm already here, and you won't let me go. What do you want? Retreat first. Didn't I tell you that? I think that's the right thing to do. If I don't retreat, I can't make a plan right now. It's that simple. I'm doing this for both of our own good. You don't want anything to happen here, right? I say again, keep going. Just adapt to any situation. What's wrong? Don't you have the ability to do so? You've been a Shinigami for so long, is this for nothing? You're only afraid of Killian, aren't you afraid of many other things? Wait, I'm really doing this for your own good. If I keep going, I really don't have the confidence to protect you. That's it. I think we should not be too hasty. We can stay together for a while longer. I think it's good to keep going around in circles and understand how this place works all day. As long as you trust me, you can leave safely. Then I'll be frank. I want to leave now. Do you understand me? Do you really have to leave now? Are you serious? Don't you want to be safer out of here? The safest way is to move forward now. Let me tell you, is it safe here? Do you think so? Can you guarantee it? Tell me, can you guarantee that nothing will happen? If you can't, then just listen to me. It's that simple. Advertisement. Do you really want to do this? If you are sure you want to do this, then fine, I can only go with you. I have no choice but to compromise because I am worried about you. If you insist on leaving, then I have no choice but to follow you. That's the truth. I know you have your own ideas, but it doesn't matter. I'll stay with you. Don't worry, I will still protect you, and this won't change. Lu Jin had no choice but to follow her plan. I originally had a more complete plan, but now I don't even have the chance to make a plan, I can only move on. I don't know what difficulties lie ahead, but I have to do this, only in this way can I succeed. It's such a simple truth, I don't want to fail here. That's right, I'm telling you, you've already accepted this order, which explains the problem. You don't want to fail like this, do you? If we just stand still, we won't succeed. Just listen to me and do it. We have nothing to fear. These vagrants are no match for us. We'll take on as many as we can. It's that simple. I understand. I'll do as you say. Let's go. The two continued walking and arrived in a jungle. At this time, they discovered that all the ancient trees here were thousand-year-old dead trees, and Killian, whom they met, began to become manic. What's going on? What do these guys want to do? It's strange, it suddenly became like that. It seems we have to fight here. We can't not fight, because that would just give them an opportunity. I believe you don't want to do that, so just listen to me and keep doing it. We can't lose here, we have to kill them all. Lu Jin said. Don't be impatient, let's wait for them to attack first. If they don't attack us, we should just hold our ground. It's better not to cause trouble and get ourselves into trouble. It's as simple as that. Do your own thing well, it's not difficult. I believe you can do it, I can do it too. This is why we are here, but we can't rush it. These Killians began to actively attack Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng, and were almost ambushed successfully. They were very ferocious. Chapter 74. Destroying the Void. After realizing what was happening, the two people realized that the situation was not good. What should we do now? Didn't you say we should follow their instructions? What should we do now? Kill them, Lu Jin said. I think we should wait and see if they will attack us again, said Ni Yinmeng. Is this true? We are under attack now, Lu Jin said as he dodged the attack. We still have to be cautious and not cause a commotion. That might bring out more and stronger enemies, which would be bad. In any case, we should not attack them. What do you mean by not attacking? They're all coming to attack us. Is this how we're supposed to get beaten? I don't like getting beaten. I just want to beat them up. It's that simple. Do you think this is in line with my style? Okay, but I don't know how long I can last. Lu Jin still wanted to use force to eliminate the other party instead of being a coward like he is now. This is not his style. However, in the current situation, we still need to reach a consensus and can only listen to Nie and Meng's words. The next step still depends on the joint strength of the two of us. This is not something that can be decided by one person. It is that obvious. Soon, a group of Killians cornered them. What should we do? If we don't fight, we will die here, Lu Jin said. Oh, never mind. It seems we can only go up and fight. There is no other way, Ni Yinmeng said. In desperation, the two began to fight. Ni Yinmeng took out Zanpakuto and killed Killian, and Lu Jin did the same. These things are not very powerful. Even with so many of them, they are of no use. We have a chance to wipe them out this time, Lu Jin said. Advertisement. Yeah, it's not that easy for them to stop us. Don't forget who we are. Even something like this can't stop us. Let them see our strength and use them to kill monsters and level up. After killing one wave of Killians, another wave of Killians came. Wow, what's going on? Another group has arrived. Are they trying to stir up trouble? What kind of tactics are they using? Is this the human wave tactic? They're trying to use this to defeat us, aren't they? They're really underestimating us. No matter how many of these small fry come, the result will be the same. Isn't that obvious? It's that simple. They're no match for us, aren't they? Lu Jin said. Yes, we can only continue to eliminate them, there is no other way. If we don't destroy them, they will destroy us. This is obvious. This is the situation now. We must make efforts for our own safety. This is the only way to do it. If we don't do this, there is no way to move forward. It's that simple, Ni Yinmeng said. After killing this wave of Killians, another group of Killians appeared. What's going on? Is this infinite mode or something? Why is this thing endless? This isn't a game, idiot B*******************. D. How long do we have to fight for this to end? Fighting is exhausting, and they're just teasing us. What should we do? Should we continue to fight them? Lu Jin said. Needless to say, just keep killing. What else can we do? If we don't deal with this thing, the situation will only become unmanageable. There's no other way. I didn't want this to happen, but it's inevitable. These people are coming in groups. Although they're not strong, if they become much weaker, it will become troublesome. Ni Yinmeng said. It's so annoying. I feel like I'm just killing small monsters. People like me should be fighting against stronger people, not these small fry. However, if we don't kill them, there's no way to break through here. This is really troublesome. I think we should use fewer skills and more normal attacks to save energy. After killing this wave of Killians, another group of Killians appeared. It's over. What should I do? I'm tired. This is too annoying. Is this thing infinite? I'm serious. I just want to ask, is it infinite? Advertisement. I'm just afraid I'll die here before I can finish them off. This is too strange. I didn't expect these small fry to become so troublesome when there are so many of them. I'm having a hard time handling them, said Lu Jin. Don't say useless things. There's nothing we can do about this. Otherwise, do you intend to be attacked like this? This is very obvious. You are a man, right? If you are a man, you should persevere. If you don't have enough stamina, getting married in the future will be a problem. Have you thought about this? You are an adult man, don't tell me you can't do it here. Ni Yinmeng said. What are you talking about? Of course I can do it, that's for sure. I'm definitely a real man, needless to say. I also have great stamina, you can try it. This is a very obvious thing, try it, and you will not be a child anymore. Now you are still a child in my eyes, I am not kidding. What do you mean, little kid? Don't say useless things. You are the little kid. Is this the time to talk about this? You should know exactly what kind of person I am. I'm telling you, you don't even need to try to tell me I can't do it. I can tell just by imagining it. If you're not convinced, then prove yourself right here and take them all out. Am I alone? There are so many of them, are you kidding me? Of course I will help, but we have to defeat them, understand? That's a simple matter. Leave it to me and I will prove that I am a real man. In this way, although there were many of them, the two men worked hard and finally killed all the Killians. So, have I proved myself to be a real man? Lu Jin panted. But this is not enough, you still have a lot to do. But I am also very tired. You are still okay, right? I can give you a high score for your endurance this time. But there may be many more battles like this in the future, and you need to adapt to them. It's not that easy, and you have to know that we don't have much time to rest. Ni Yinmeng said. I know, of course I know that. Don't worry, no matter how many more Shu come, I can handle it. Of course I can hold on. If I didn't have this awareness, I certainly wouldn't be here. You should know this very well, right? You should know me very well, right? Isn't that the truth? I think you understand me, and of course I can continue to fight. Chapter 75. Look at me. Stop bragging. You were just saying that you couldn't do it, but now you're talking about how brave you are. That's not convincing at all. Ni Yinmeng said. But look, isn't it brighter here? Said Lu Jin. That's right, we have rebuilt the light. However, it still looks colorless. It seems that we still have a lot to do. There is no other way. We have to keep working hard. This is the only way we can do it. If we don't do this, we can't move forward. This is what we have to do now. We have no chance of falling back after coming here. It's good that you know. This is the situation we are in now. We can't waste any more time. Although there is not much color, I am still helpless about it, but we can only keep moving forward. There is nothing we can do. Then let's take a break first. What are you talking about? Didn't you just say that we can't waste time? How could you forget what you said earlier? How could you be like this? You should be a responsible person. Do you understand what I mean? Don't take my words for granted. Now all you have to do is keep fighting. Didn't you say you can prove yourself to be a real man? Quote. Lu Jin simply found a place to sit down, his movements very natural. Real men also need to rest. Come here and sit with us. We just had a fierce battle, so of course we need to rest. Don't overthink it. This kind of thing happens more or less, and the result is the same. We don't know what's waiting for us if we continue walking, and it might be something bad. Lu Jin said. Bad things. Do bad things turn into good things if they happen later? What kind of logic is that? Stop joking with me, get up quickly, we have to keep going, we don't have time to waste here. I tell you, this is a dangerous place. We should not stay here any longer. We should leave as soon as possible. Ni Yinmeng said. Lu Jin knew what she wanted to say, but after the battle just now, he was indeed tired and wanted to rest. We know that the current situation is indeed still unknown. It is precisely because it is an unknown that we can make various decisions. Various decisions naturally have various solutions, and solutions can be thought of. Advertisement. You're really so relaxed. I really don't know how you became a Shinigami. I feel like you're just getting by, and you don't have any real talent. A true Shinigami should continue to fight, no matter how bad the situation is. Never forget our mission. The Hollows are our enemies, so how can we be careless in the enemy's camp? Said Ni Yinmeng. Okay, sit down now, stop thinking too much. You must be tired too, no need to say anything. I know you're tired even if you don't say it, so don't force yourself. It will definitely do you good to take a break. Only by conserving your energy can you fight more bravely. It's that simple, remember this. And I am a Shinigami because I was born that way. Have you thought about what to do next? You won't just let things take their course forever, right? No, then what else can I do? If I don't let things take their own course, what else can I do? Think about it carefully, we don't know what lies ahead, so all we can do is be mentally prepared. Apart from this, there is nothing else we can do. You should know these things very clearly, isn't that the truth? Quote. To put it bluntly, there's no plan. However, I feel that those hollows just now were just appetizers. The next levels should be even more difficult. Of course, all we can do is face them head on. There's no other choice. Lu Jin smiled and couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What's wrong? What's so funny? Ni Yinmeng said. Nothing, I just felt that you talked a lot today. I didn't know I would have the chance to talk to you so much. After those things happened, I had lost confidence, but I didn't expect you to rekindle my confidence. You have done a great job and are worthy of being my good friend. Keep going, my good friend, and we will overcome all difficulties. Lu Jin thought that this trip was very dangerous and was still worried knowing that he was alone. But after Ni Yinmeng joined, he was no longer worried. He just felt that as long as the two of them were together, nothing would be impossible. He was full of confidence and believed that he could do everything he could and no one could compare to him. Don't tell me those useless things. Communication is just for completing the task better. It's that simple, Ni Yinmeng said. Is that so? I don't think so. We didn't talk much during the battle, did we? We didn't discuss much about the mission either. Advertisement. To be honest, you did say a lot. That's the truth. I'm not kidding you. You should know whether it's true or not. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing to say more. Stop talking. Have you rested enough? We should go now. Don't be so anxious. We don't need to be so anxious right now. Just listen to me and continue to rest here. You're kidding me. Go now, or I won't wait for you. After saying this, Ni Yinmeng stood up and left. Don't go. Stay. I'm really a little tired right now. I mean it. Can you stay with me for a while? Only for a moment. Yeah, it will be fine in a moment. I will recover soon. Don't worry. After recovering, the two continued forward. Along the way, they met Killian again, and Lu Jin picked up a knife and wanted to chop him. Watch me. Lu Jin said. Stop. Don't do it. Don't be impatient. Ni Yinmeng said. What? Why are we waiting at this time? Just go ahead and do it. Have you forgotten? Just now these things were about to attack us. How can we allow them to do such a thing? This is unacceptable. We must prove ourselves and eliminate them all. This is what we should do, isn't it? Quote. Lu Jin believed that if these people were not educated, they would retaliate against him. I also know that these virtual things may be traps again, and there may be as many as before, which would be very troublesome. You have to know that I don't want to go through that kind of thing again. I just want to use my strength to teach the other party a lesson. It's better to strike first than to strike first. Chapter 76. Another battle. No, don't worry, just take a look, it's nothing, but I think you don't need to be so anxious, isn't it? Think about it carefully. There's really no need for us to be so hasty. I don't think all voids will actively attack us. You should hold your breath and continue to see if there are any changes. Ni Yinmeng said. Ni Yinmeng planned to play it safe, and knew that he didn't want to experience a second battle like the previous one, so he just wanted to see what the other party's intentions were. If you want to fight, it won't be too late to fight then. After all, the output ability of this kind of shoe is not that high, and it can still withstand their first attack. This is not a big problem. You're speechless. You didn't kill the enemy right in front of you. Wasn't that what happened just now? You didn't attack them first, but they attacked you first. Didn't that deal us a huge blow just now? We can't make the same mistake again, understand me? Come on, if you don't beat them, then let me beat them, okay? Lu Jin said. Lu Jin didn't want something like that to happen again, knowing that the fight would take a long time. It would be better to just eliminate the other side while their numbers were small. The result might be different if we do this. But if we just sit there, I'm afraid something like what happened just now will happen again. In that case, I won't have the energy to fight them. I should put the overall situation first. I told you not to attack, so you attacked. Why are you so anxious? Is there any use in being anxious? There is no use in being anxious. Ni Yinmeng said. Then I'll go over first. Sorry, I want to kill them all. Lu Jin said. Wait, come back. Ni Yinmeng called out. No, there's no need for that. You should have seen what we went through just now. Do you want to go through it a second time? I don't want to do that. Otherwise, we can just ignore them and walk away. I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. I know the result will be bad. Believe me, it will be like this. Quote. Advertisement. Really? Fine then, let's just ignore them. I'm talking to you. I haven't seen you so anxious just now. You even need to rest. You're so impatient now. You're really a person who changes all the time. Are you Sora, or Hisoka, or some other character? I really don't understand your train of thought. It shouldn't be like this. Ni Yinmeng believes that the situation needs to be further observed, as not all voids will actively attack others. I just learned something from here and put it into practice. I don't want to give the other party a chance like this. I still want to defeat the other party with wisdom. Don't rush into battle like that. If you just rush in mindlessly, you will encounter a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, these voids were indeed different from the previous ones. They behaved more docilely and did not actively attack. See, I told you they weren't necessarily bad people. It's just such a simple thing. You always take things too simply, which is not good. You should use your brain more, okay? Only people with smart minds can go further. You should be very clear about this matter. In short, don't force yourself. Do you understand what I mean? Keep doing it. Quote. I understand. I won't force myself. I know now that this is combat. A real combat requires intelligence. Isn't that the right way to think? I know I did oversimplify things, but I won't do that anymore. I'll continue to complicate things so I can handle more problems. In this way, the two came to the palace, but saw Shu guarding the gate. What should we do? They are obviously guarding the gate. If we don't kill them, there's no way we can get in there. You should know this clearly. I didn't want it to be like this. I just thought the gatekeeper would be very difficult to deal with. Should we force our way through or what? Lu Jin said. Advertisement. They look quite formidable, but forcing our way through isn't the only option for us, right? Use your brains. We should be more cautious now and avoid getting into trouble. We should reduce trouble as much as possible. After all, we are not here to fight, but to achieve our ultimate goal. Obviously, this gatekeeper is not our ultimate goal. Ni Yinmeng believes that in the current situation, they should reduce trouble. Reducing fighting will be of great help to them in achieving their goals, so they still want to fight as little as possible. Moreover, this gatekeeper looks very powerful, but it is not certain that he can be defeated. In such a situation of uncertainty, it is better to choose not to take risks and choose to use an easier method to complete your task. Then I think we should go in through the side door and avoid the gatekeepers. What do you think? We can go there secretly, so that we don't have to fight the gatekeepers. Isn't that the truth? I felt so smart after I said it. I just thought of it too. The gatekeeper is indeed not the person we are looking for. Lu Jin said. It's indeed a good idea. I didn't expect you to come up with such a good idea. You had so many bad ideas just now, but you came up with a good one. You are really not simple. I believe you can do it. Come on. Nothing can be difficult for you. Let's sneak in and see if we can avoid the battle. That would be a good thing. Ni Yinmeng said. So, after the two men sneaked in, they found that every door was guarded. What should we do? It seems like we have to fight now. This is too bad. We just fought and now we have to fight again. I told you that you should rest more, right? We are in big trouble now. Oh, I don't know what to do. Lu Jin said. Don't talk so much, we don't have time to think so much, just fight directly. Do you want to go back now that you've come this far? That's unnecessary, understand me. Come on, the two of us can defeat the goalkeeper together. This is the only way we can do now. Believe in our abilities. How can we come here without strength? Quote. The two men started fighting, and the winner was soon decided. In the end, both of them defeated each other. It was another battle, but they still defeated each other, as if no one could stop them from moving forward. Chapter 77. The War of the Century begins. After defeating the gatekeeper, Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng successfully entered the palace. As the palace door was pushed open, a bad premonition surged in Lu Jin's heart. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin beside her had frowned, and she couldn't help but ask, "What are you worried about? Is it?" Before Ni Yinmeng could finish his words, he heard footsteps. They both raised their heads almost at the same time and looked towards the end of the palace at the same time. Several white shadows flashed before their eyes. Lu Jin turned his head slightly to glance at Ni Yinmeng, then said, "Be careful, there might be danger inside this palace." Lu Jin's words fell into Ni Yinmeng's ears, and a trace of caution flashed in Ni Yinmeng's pair of green pupils. Then Lu Jin and the other person stood back to back, and those white shadows flashed before their eyes. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng were also extremely alert. They looked around for a while, but the white shadows just flashed past their eyes and never appeared again. Lu Jin glanced slightly towards the corner, nodded to Ni Yinmeng next to him, and then hurriedly ran towards the corner. Several white shadows emerged from the corner. Lu Jin did not give them any chance to escape and just watched them emerge from the darkness. Lu Jin solved the problem so quickly and neatly, and the two of them continued walking towards the palace. They still encountered many enemies along the way, and every time Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng cooperated with each other to solve the problems. Finally they arrived at the core. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami had already been waiting there, watching the two people walking towards them step by step. Tusen Kanami couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect you to come to the core." Lu Jin saw that Tusen Kanami had a smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. Lu Jin just snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense." After Lu Jin snorted coldly, Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami couldn't help but look at each other, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Advertisement. Just when Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng were about to start fighting with them, Ichimaru Jin suddenly disappeared. Lu Jin saw that Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami were two people standing next to him just now, but now only Tusen Kanami was left alone. His brows couldn't help but twist into a chuan shape for a moment. But Lu Jin didn't say anything in the end. Since Ichimaru Jin has left now and only Tusen Kanami is left, the chances of winning if he fights him are relatively high. Lu Jin was thinking about this when Tusen Kanami also attacked him. Lu Jin saw that Tusen Kanami was ruthless and showed no mercy to him. Watching Tusen Kanami getting closer and closer, Lu Jin just stood there motionless. Tusen Kanami had already rushed over here, but he didn't expect Lu Jin to just look at him quietly. He couldn't help but stop for a moment. Tusen Kanami's eyes were filled with confusion. "Why don't you do it? Are you disrespecting me or something?" Tusen Kanami's words fell into Lu Jin's ears, and Lu Jin said lightly, "Ichimaru Jin is gone. You are alone now, I will let you have one move, otherwise it will seem that I am really unfair to you." Tusen Kanami didn't expect Lu Jin to say this to him, and even said that he had to give him a move, otherwise it would seem unfair. Tusen Kanami not only did not feel a trace of warmth, but instead thought that Lu Jin looked down on him by saying such a thing. When Tusen Kanami thought of this, his face was also annoyed. "Do you look down on me?" Lu Jin shrugged indifferently, not even thinking that he was trying to trick him out of kindness. Tusen Kanami, however, did not appreciate it at all, and even now thought that he was humiliating him. Lu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his aching temple. He really didn't want to say anything. Then he faced the attack from Tusen Kanami. In the end, there was no doubt that Lu Jin won. Lu Jin saw Tusen Kanami lying on the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his face. That's all. Advertisement. Tusen Kanami opened his mouth and was about to say something, but before he could finish his words, Lu Jin suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Jin found that everyone had moved to the battlefield. Ni Yinmeng's face beside him also turned gloomy. He had never expected that after fighting such a battle, he would suddenly come to the real world this time. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng were standing in the corner. When they looked up, they found that all the Shinigami had come there. They stood in rows, their eyes fixed on the Shinigami in black robes. What are so many Shinigami doing here? Ni Yinmeng looked up at the group of Shinigami and couldn't help but ask from the side. Ni Yinmeng's slightly doubtful voice sounded in his ears. Lu Jin just quietly scanned all the Shinigami in black robes and found that all the Shinigami had arrived. If it was just an ordinary matter, it would be impossible for all the Shinigami to gather here. It must be something important. When Lu Jin thought of this, he couldn't help but turn his head slightly to look at Ni Yinmeng next to him. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin was looking at her, and there was a hint of emotion in Lu Jin's eyes that she couldn't understand. In the silent atmosphere, Lu Jin also heard his own voice ringing in his ears. With so many Shinigami gathered here this time, I'm afraid a war of the century is about to begin. When Lu Jin's words fell into Ni Yinmeng's ears, Ni Yinmeng couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. He didn't expect that the reality would be more severe than he had imagined. Lu Jin's guess was indeed correct. This time, so many Shinigami gathered here, not for any ordinary reason, nor for a meeting or something. They gathered here together and planned to start a battle of the century. Chapter 78. Sacrifice. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he looked at the Shinigami who originally had cold faces, and suddenly moved at this time. Lu Jin didn't have time to understand what was going on before the group of people suddenly started fighting, and for a moment he was dazzled by the chaos. Lu Jin took a deep breath and calmed down. He then saw clearly what was happening. The captains were fighting fiercely with the top 3 espadas. When Lu Jin noticed that group of people came out like this, especially when he saw clearly that the captains were fighting with the top 3 espada, he couldn't help but be a little surprised for a moment. The captains and the top 3 espadas walked out from the crowd. At that moment, they couldn't help but look at each other. When their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly fiercely in the air. The captains engage in a fierce battle with the first 3 espada, and Hitsugaya is fighting Haribel, who has water powers. When Hitsugaya looked up, he saw a confident smile on Haribel's face. You will definitely be defeated by me. Haribel's words rang in Hitsugaya's ears, but Hitsugaya didn't feel any humiliation or embarrassment. His tone was neither cold nor indifferent. The battle hasn't even started yet, and the outcome hasn't been decided yet, so why be so arrogant? After Hitsugaya said this, Haribel on the opposite side couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed for a moment. He never thought that Hitsugaya looked like a decent person, but the words he said were so infuriating. Haribel snorted coldly. Then make your move. After Haribel finished saying this, a blade flashed in his hand, and the blade was shining. When Hitsugaya raised her head, she was looking at Haribel after her sword was freed, and she exuded an unprecedented pressure. When he noticed this, Hitsugaya couldn't help but take a deep breath, and cursed in his heart that he was so careless. Haribel is indeed very powerful, even more powerful than Hitsugaya imagined. This time it can be said that he is firing on all cylinders, and his subordinates are ruthless. The power and speed of his sword are not something that ordinary people can possess. Advertisement. When Hitsugaya faced Haribel, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Haribel was even more powerful than he had imagined. When he thought of this, Hitsugaya couldn't help but take a few steps back. Haribel attacked so fiercely, and also engaged in a fierce offense and defense with Hitsugaya who used Bankai. Haribel saw that Hitsugaya obviously looked like he couldn't hold on. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile, and the whole person was even more arrogant. I didn't expect that you were weaker than I imagined. Haribel's words rang in Hitsugaya's ears once again, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Hitsugaya's lips were pale, and his face was expressionless. You're even more capable than I thought. I was indeed careless this time. Haribel raised his eyebrows in surprise. I never thought you would admit that you're terrible one day. Haribel said this without restraint, and her face showed a gloating expression when she said this. Haribel knew that Hitsugaya was completely unable to withstand her blade and was just holding on. After he had used all his strength, Hitsugaya was probably knocked down by him. When Haribel thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Hitsugaya's companions, and noticed that the group of people were also unable to hold on. Haribel couldn't help but become interested for a moment, and she said lightly, look at your companions. Haribel's words rang in Hitsugaya's ears. For a moment, Hitsugaya was a little confused as to why Haribel said this. When he realized what was happening, Hitsugaya couldn't help but ask, what are you planning? When Haribel saw Hitsugaya say this, his eyes were filled with vigilance, and he was also very defensive towards himself. When Haribel noticed this, he shrugged nonchalantly. What do you mean I'm planning something? Haribel's words fell into Hitsugaya's ears. Hitsugaya saw that when Haribel said this, there was no emotion on her face. It was obvious that she was not trying to trick herself into looking back. Advertisement. When Hitsugaya thought of this, he couldn't help but look back at his companions. Hitsugaya noticed that his companions were also unable to hold on. Their faces were pale and their foreheads were covered with sweat. When Hitsugaya noticed this, he fell silent for a moment. Just come on. After Hitsugaya finished saying this, he attacked Haribel again. Haribel saw Hitsugaya looking at his companions, all of whom looked like they couldn't hold on any longer, but he continued to attack anyway. Haribel simply said nothing and just silently put down the blade in his hand. Haribel also thrust the blade directly at him. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng were watching the battle silently at the side, especially noticing that Haribel suddenly used his ultimate move. Lu Jin looked at the blade and his pupils shrank. Ni Yinmeng next to him also couldn't calm down at this time. Lu Jin had never expected Harabel to suddenly use his ultimate move. If this move was released, then Ni Yinmeng couldn't help but shake Lu Jin's arm, her tone tinged with impatience. Harabel has unleashed his ultimate move. What should we do? Ni Yinmeng's words rang in his ears, but Lu Jin had no time to answer Ni Yinmeng at this time. He just raised his head quietly and looked at the blade in Harabel's hand. Lu Jin's face looked even uglier. At the same time, Lu Jin's brain was working rapidly, and he was silently repeating Harabel's name. Each espada controls a form of death, and Harabel controls sacrifice. So, in that case, Hitsugaya. Chapter 79. His choice. Hitsugaya naturally knew that Harabel would definitely not show mercy to his men after he said that, but he did not expect Harabel to suddenly use such a big move. Seeing the almost transparent blade in Harabel's hand, Hitsugaya's face showed no emotion at all. He just silently used all his abilities. Hitsugaya was able to block the damage. Although Hitsugaya had used all his strength, when Harabel launched such a big move, Hitsugaya knew that he could not continue to resist. He definitely couldn't resist it with his own abilities. When Hitsugaya thought about this, he couldn't help but move to the side. As a result, when he moved to the side, Hitsugaya found that there was suddenly another person next to him. Hitsugaya had to divert some of his attention, and Hitsugaya also looked to the side. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but he was shocked when he did. Hitsugaya never thought that he would suddenly be led to the side of his seriously injured companion. His companions did not expect Hitsugaya to come over here suddenly. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Harabel, who was walking towards them. Hitsugaya was almost dumbfounded. Harabel saw Hitsugaya suddenly walk to the side, and she couldn't help but look at the seriously injured companion next to Hitsugaya. Harabel seemed to have realized something belatedly. Then he swung the blade and attacked in that direction. Before Hitsugaya could react, he suddenly noticed that Harabel was swinging the blade and attacking towards him. He was a little slow to react for a moment, and when he finally realized what was happening, Hitsugaya hurriedly blocked Harabel's attack. You now have two choices, Harabel suddenly said. The next choice is yours. Harabel's words rang in his ears, and Hitsugaya was a little slow to react for a moment, and he didn't quite understand what Harabel meant by these words. When Hitsugaya finally realized what was happening, he couldn't help but look back at his seriously injured companion, and finally understood what Harabel meant. Advertisement. After Hitsugaya figured this out, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, you don't need to worry about it. When Harabel saw that Hitsugaya behaved as he had expected after he said this, he became even more angry and embarrassed. When Harabel noticed this, he couldn't help but smile. What do you mean by, I don't need to care? After she said this, Harabel couldn't help but increase the power of the waterfall under his hand. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Hitsugaya's forehead. He never thought that Harabel would threaten him on this matter, and even said that he would give him a choice. He couldn't help but glance at his companion behind him. Coincidentally, his companion was also being treated nearby. The person treating his companion noticed Hitsugaya looking over here, and he couldn't help but say, hold on a little longer. The man's words rang in Hitsugaya's ears. Hitsugaya could no longer hold on for a while, let alone for a moment. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng, who were watching from the side, also looked at Hitsugaya with sweat on his head, and their mood became heavy for a moment. They could naturally see that Hitsugaya probably couldn't hold on any longer. But if he couldn't hold on, the power of the broken waterfall in Harabel's hand would definitely affect his injured companion. His companion was already seriously injured, and if he took Harabel's attack at this time, he might be killed instantly. What do you think? What will he choose? Ni Yinmeng's voice rang in his ears again. Lu Jin glanced at Hitsugaya, who was sweating profusely. Finally, his eyes could not help but fall on the companion who was receiving treatment. Lu Jin could not help but shook his head for a moment. Ni Yin, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but shook her head when she saw Lu Jin dreaming about him. For a moment, she was a little confused about what Lu Jin meant, and she had no idea what he was thinking. Although she didn't know what Lu Jin was thinking, if he asked her the same question, Ni Yinmeng didn't know how to answer. Advertisement. If this choice fell upon them, both Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng would be at a loss as to how to make the decision, not to mention Hitsugaya, the person involved. Hitsugaya is indeed facing this difficult problem now, and he has no idea what choice to make. Hitsugaya's lips are pale and colorless, and his face is as pale as a piece of white paper. He just turned his head quietly to look at his seriously injured companion, and Hitsugaya didn't know what choice to make in this matter. Harabel saw Hitsugaya looking dazed, and it was obvious that Hitsugaya didn't know what to do. When Harabel thought of this, a smile appeared on her lips. So what is your choice? Above is Harabel's powerful, broken waterfall, and below is his companion who is receiving treatment. Hitsugaya has only two choices, sacrifice his companion or sacrifice himself. Hitsugaya listened to Harabel's teasing words in his ear, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then guess what my choice is? Harabel didn't want to guess, but just calmly increased the power of his attack. Hitsugaya finally sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that life would finally take its toll on me. After Hitsugaya said this, he suddenly rolled to the side. Harabel did not expect Hitsugaya to suddenly roll to the side, and the power of the waterfall in her hand was naturally transferred to Hitsugaya at this moment. What was Hitsugaya's final choice? Harabel was able to see from his rolling that Hitsugaya's final choice was to protect his companions. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng couldn't help but look at each other, as if they had already guessed the answer in their hearts, and their faces became solemn for a moment. Chapter 80. Ice Sky 100 Flowers Burial. Hitsugaya decided to protect his companions, but Haribel was unwilling to sacrifice his subordinates. The overwhelming attack rushed towards Hitsugaya, and Haribel hurriedly retracted his attack power. For a moment, the scene was dead silent. Almost no one expected that Haribel would suddenly retract his attack, while Hitsugaya's face looked as calm as it could be. It was as if he had already guessed that Haribel would do this, so there was no surprise on his face. I never thought that this would be your choice. Haribel pulled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Hitsugaya saw Haribel smiling at him so coldly, but there was no smile in her eyes. Hitsugaya just nodded. If I don't choose to protect my companions, then what do you think I will choose? Hitsugaya's words rang in Haribel's ears. Haribel fell silent, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. If you let me go this time, I won't show you mercy. Hitsugaya struggled with his heavy body, and he got up directly from the ground. Finally, he looked at Haribel coldly. Haribel saw Hitsugaya looking at her so coldly. She didn't say anything, but just smiled at Hitsugaya with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. You won't show mercy to me. When Haribel said this, she couldn't help but laugh. The truth is, I will never give you a chance to show mercy. Haribel openly mocked Hitsugaya, but Hitsugaya's face was expressionless. But how will we know if we don't try? Seeing that Hitsugaya was still so determined and even mentioned giving it a try, Haribel simply raised her eyebrows, her tone indifferent. Then give it a try. After Haribel said this, he decided that he would never let Hitsugaya go this time, even if he was reluctant to let his own men sacrifice themselves. But no matter how reluctant he was, his subordinates had no understanding of him at all, so it was of no use no matter how reluctant he was. Advertisement. When Haribel thought about this, she felt a little self-deprecating for a moment. So what on earth was she trying to achieve? Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng are now standing by, watching the show quietly. Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng overheard the conversation between Haribel and Hitsugaya. Finally, Ni Yinmeng asked directly, so who do you think will win this time? Haribel or Hitsugaya? If you look at it superficially, then Haribel is definitely going to win, but Lu Jin felt that this matter might have a turning point. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but say, it's too early to say who will win or lose now. Why not take a closer look here? When Lu Jin's words fell into Ni Yinmeng's ears, Ni Yinmeng felt that what he said made a lot of sense. At that moment, he followed Lu Jin and looked over there, watching the two people fighting again attentively. Hitsugaya was really angry this time. In addition, he was faced with the choice of sacrificing himself or protecting his companions. Hitsugaya could be said to have hesitated at that moment. He thought about how he hesitated at that moment, and Hitsugaya couldn't help but reach out and slap his chest hard, not wanting such a scene to happen again. Hitsugaya was determined and finally unleashed the true power of Hirenmaru. Haribel didn't expect that it would be Hitsugaya's turn to use his ultimate move at this time. She looked at Hirenmaru in Hitsugaya's hand. Haribel didn't know how to respond for a moment, and was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Haribel's dumbfounded expression, Hitsugaya couldn't help but let out a faint smile. What's wrong? Are you scared by my Hirenmaru? Hitsugaya's words rang in Haribel's ears. Haribel raised his head and glanced at the sky full of snowflakes. Hitsugaya was standing in the snow. If he hadn't said this, the scene would have been extremely beautiful. Advertisement. It's a pity that he has such a mouth. Haribel raised her hand to catch a piece of flying snow. When her hand touched the snow, she felt waves of coldness surge through her body. The waves of cold that surged up made Haribel so cold that he couldn't help shivering for a while. He also never expected that after Hitsugaya unleashed the true power of Hirenmaru, he would be much more powerful than he had imagined. Seeing that Haribel was so fearless as to touch the flying snow with his hand, Hitsugaya became even more rude. You asked for this yourself. Hitsugaya's cold words reached everyone's ears. After he said this, Hitsugaya couldn't help but raise the Hirenmaru in his hand again. The true power of Hirenmaru, Hayatan Baihuajong. Everyone looked at the moment when Hitsugaya activated the true power of Hirenmaru, and snow fell all over the sky. The celestial phenomena emerged, and countless snowflakes poured down from the sky. Ice flowers bloomed wherever they touched. It was beautiful, but it concealed danger. Haribel looked at the snow flying all over the sky. The snow looked like goose feathers, fluttering down. Haribel raised his hand uncontrollably to catch the snowflakes. Haribel felt that his mind was blank, and all he could see was snowflakes all over the sky. Haribel also felt a chill running through his body. Hitsugaya just stared at Haribel quietly, and saw that she had a dazed expression on her face, and she had no time to guard against the snowflakes. Hitsugaya saw Haribel's dazed expression, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Hitsugaya remained indifferent throughout the entire process, looking at Haribel and saying, this should all be over. Hitsugaya's words rang out, and the heavy snow that fluttered down like goose feathers instantly turned into ice flowers when it fell to the ground. Haribel was buried in countless ice flowers. Chapter 81. All understood. Soi Fon and Omaeda here are facing the second, Espada, Baraggan. Baraggan, who controls the ability to age, is extremely terrifying. Especially that face. Soi Fon and Omaeda met Baraggan's serious face, and both of them couldn't help but shudder for a moment. Of course, what is more terrifying than Baraggan's serious face is his ability. That is Baraggan who controls the ability to age. Soi Fon and Omaeda couldn't help but look at each other. They had never expected that the person they were facing was Baraggan. However, no matter how much they regretted it at this time, Soi Fon and Omaeda could be said to have no other choice. It's impossible to escape at this time, right? When Baraggan saw Soi Fon and Omaeda looking at him, their eyes were full of fear. Baraggan was particularly pleased with the fear in their eyes. He smiled at them carelessly, but this smile was uglier than crying, and it put the two of them into despair. Do you think we can win this time? Sui Fon suddenly tugged at the corner of Omaeda's clothes. Omaeda listened to Sui Fon muttering in his ear, and his eyebrows drooped. I think we are in a very dangerous situation this time. Omaeda didn't distrust himself or Sui Fon, but this time their opponent was Baraggan. Given their abilities, Omaeda simply couldn't trust them to defeat Baraggan. Not dying at his hands was already a good thing. Sui Fon listened to Omaeda speaking so unconfidently in his ear. In fact, it was not only Omaeda who was a little unconfident, Sui Fon was also a little unconfident, otherwise he would not have asked that question. Baraggan looked at the two people whispering in front of him, and raised his broken eyebrows. Can you start now? What are you whispering about? What bad things are you saying about me? Baraggan's rough voice reached their ears, and Sui Fon and Omaeda immediately shut their mouths. Then he walked towards Baraggan. Baraggan saw Sui Fon and Omaeda walking towards him, and especially noticed that the two of them looked so timid. Baraggan suddenly found it increasingly funny. He did not give the two any chance to react and immediately took the initiative to attack. Advertisement. After releasing the sword, Baraggan became extremely terrifying. Everything he touched became completely corrupted. Sui Fon and Omaeda also watched as the ground beneath his feet became completely corroded wherever he walked. The two men couldn't help but retreat, but they didn't continue to be cowardly. Sui Fon and Omaeda both knew in their hearts that no matter how terrifying Baraggan standing in front of them was, they had to fight Baraggan. Sui Fon and Omaeda retreated backwards, and finally saw that there was no way back. Sui Fon and Omaeda couldn't help but look at each other. Sui Fon lowered his voice, speaking in Omaeda's ear at a volume that only the two of them could hear. Wait a minute, I'll go. Before Sui Fon could finish his words, Baraggan suddenly swung his long arms and attacked him. Sui Fon and Omaeda barely had time to react as they watched Baraggan attack directly towards them. The two men couldn't escape at all for a while, so Baraggan grabbed Sui Fon and threw him to the ground. Sui Fon was picked up by Baraggan and thrown to the ground. There was no pain from falling to the ground, but the left arm that was grabbed by Baraggan was burning with pain. Omaeda did not expect that Baraggan would suddenly grab Sui Fon. When he realized what was happening, Omaeda also stepped forward to rescue Sui Fon. But without waiting for Omaeda to step forward, Baraggan threw Sui Fon to the ground. After Omaeda saw Sui Fon being thrown to the ground, his left arm was also corroded. Sui Feng's eyes were black and his brain was blank.
I also don't know where the burning pain in my left arm comes from and why it hurts. But seeing Omaeda walking towards him, Sui Feng finally realized what was going on. He lowered his head and glanced at his left arm. Sui Feng also discovered that his left arm had been corroded by Baraggan. Advertisement. Sui Feng tried to move his left arm, but found that he had no feeling in his left arm at all, and his left sleeve was empty. Not only was the left arm corroded by Baraggan, but even the left cuff was corroded. Omaeda hurried over. He looked at the empty space on Sui Feng's left. Omaeda couldn't help but fall into silence for a moment.
Sui Feng saw Omaeda was so silent in front of him, and when he raised his head, he looked at Omaeda with red eyes. Sui Feng felt a little uncomfortable, but he glanced at Baraggan who was attacking him again from behind. Sui Feng couldn't help but say at once, "Don't stay here. Baraggan is coming again." Sui Feng's words fell into Omaeda's ears. Omaeda's eyes, which were originally as red as a rabbit's, became even redder at this time, and there was even a hint of hatred in his eyes. He never expected that Baraggan really had the ability to corrode, and even corroded his good friend Sui Feng's left arm. Omaeda glanced at the seriously injured Sui Feng and couldn't help but speak faster. "You can't stay here now. Go, I'll buy you some time." After Omaeda finished speaking, he looked at Sui Feng who was standing beside him and refused to leave. "I want to fight alongside you." Omaeda couldn't help but curse inwardly, calling him a fool. He simply moved Sui Feng to the side and walked forward. He also waved his arms at Baraggan. "Come and hit me if you dare." After Omaeda said this, Baraggan was indeed attracted by Omaeda, and he couldn't help but grin. Baraggan was obviously also angered by this provocation. Omaeda stayed alone to fight Baraggan, not because he thought he was powerful or that he could defeat Baraggan, but to buy enough time for Sui Feng. Chapter 82. Why? At this time, Chunshui and Stark were still fighting slowly. Chunshui held a double-edged sword in his hand, which was emitting a chilling coldness. His black eyes were also quietly fixed on Stark. A careless smile played on Stark's lips. He saw that Chunshui was only holding the double-edged sword. Although he had an aura that made him look tough, he didn't kill him in the end. Seeing Stark laughing like that, Chunshui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What are you laughing at?" When Chunshui heard this, Stark didn't answer him. Instead, he took a step forward and asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Stark's question rang in his ears. Chunshui didn't say anything, but calmly picked up the two double-edged swords in his hands again and placed them on Stark's neck.
Stark didn't even blink, and it was obvious that he was not afraid of him. Do you think I don't dare to attack you? Chunshui put the double blades on his neck. He saw that Stark was not worried about his own safety at all, and even had the time to observe the blades on his neck. What do you mean you don't dare to attack me? Stark looked at Chunshui with some doubt, and his voice was even more confused. It doesn't matter to me whether you are right or not. After saying this, Stark shrugged his shoulders. Stark dared to bet that Chunshui would not attack him, otherwise he would not have fought with him slowly from the beginning. Everyone else was fighting fiercely at this time, but looking at them, they were all very relaxed. Stark was even more certain that Chunshui would not kill him, otherwise, at the moment when the double blades were placed on his neck, no, he would not have given him such a chance at all. Chunshui smiled, then put the double blades close to his neck. The blades were close to Stark's neck, and a few strands of blood oozed out. Looking at the trace of Sakura's red blood, Chunshui said, "Let me ask you a question." Advertisement. Stark glanced calmly at the blade at his neck. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that how you ask me questions?" Chunshui retracted the blade and immediately asked, "What is the relationship between you and Lynette?" Chunshui's words rang in his ears. Stark didn't quite understand what he meant for a moment, and he didn't understand why he suddenly asked about the relationship between him and Lynette. With this in mind, Stark asked, "Why do you ask this?" Chunshui smiled unnaturally. "Why can't you ask this? Or is there really any relationship between the two of you?" Stark couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Don't make random guesses." After he said this, he saw a half smile on Chunshui's face, and Stark couldn't help but reach out and rub his black hair. His originally messy and curly black hair was now tangled up like a chicken coop. Chunshui stopped talking, he just silently looked at Stark in front of him. Chunshui felt that it was not an illusion. During the battle, Chunshui also felt that the relationship between Stark and Lynette was subtly different from that of other Espada subordinates. But Chunshui certainly couldn't tell exactly where the subtle difference was, and he didn't know where this subtle difference came from. If he knew, he wouldn't have asked Stark. Chunshui and Stark were on good terms with each other, and they fought at a leisurely pace. They even have time to chat now, but on the battlefield, there is only peace between the two of them, and other places are still as brutal as they can be. Take Omaeda for example, his forehead is covered with sweat, and his clothes are soaked with sweat. At this moment, he had no time and no energy to wipe the big drops of sweat from his forehead. While Omaeda was running forward, he couldn't help but look back at Baraggan who was chasing him. Omaeda was even more enveloped by the aura of death from Baraggan, and he had to run around everywhere, trying to get rid of the aura of death that enveloped him. But the place was only the size of a palm, and even if Omaeda ran as hard as he couldn't get very far. Advertisement. Baraggan was chasing after him relentlessly. Baraggan saw Omaeda running around so hard. Even though Omaeda was not tired from running, Baraggan felt that he was really tired from chasing him. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish his words, Omaeda fell to the ground. It was obvious that he had reached his limit, and he looked extremely tired. Omaeda watched Baraggan running towards him. He knew that if he didn't stand up quickly, he would never have the chance to stand up again. Maybe even Baraggan will kill him directly. When Omaeda thought of this, his calves couldn't help but tremble for a moment, and he tried hard to stand up from the ground. But Omaeda found that at this time, his hands and feet seemed to no longer belong to him, and he could not stand up no matter how hard he tried. Not only did he lose all strength in his hands, but he had completely lost all feeling in his lower body. Omaeda turned around and just stared quietly at Baraggan running towards him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in his heart. Could it be that? Am I really going to hand it in here today? Soi Fon watched this from behind, and even watched Baraggan run towards Omaeda. Soi Fon also knew that if he didn't hurry up and step forward at this moment, he would probably just have to watch Omaeda being destroyed by Baraggan right in front of him. Soi Fon silently met Omaeda's eyes and caught the despair in them. Soi Fon couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. When he didn't think about these things, Soi Fon stepped out resolutely. Omaeda never expected that he would suddenly come out. As for what Soi Fon was going to do, Omaeda had a rough idea in his mind. He wanted to say something, but Soi Fon shook his head secretly. He was not here to give away his life. At this time, Soi Fon was already ready to bankai. Chapter 83. Sword Liberation. Baraggan also did not expect Soi Fon to appear suddenly. He looked at Omaeda with interest, and finally turned his gaze to Soi Fon with a broken arm. Baraggan's tone was filled with disdain. What? I injured your left arm before. And now you want to come and get yourself killed? Baraggan's words unsurprisingly completely enraged Omaeda and Soi Fon. Omaeda's eyes were red. Why are you so arrogant? Baraggan paid no attention to Omaeda, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. He just quietly cast his gaze on Soi Fon.
Baraggan noticed that Soi Fon was irritated, but it was because of him that he was irritated. But there was no emotion in his eyes. Unlike Omaeda, who was also angry, Soi Fon just looked at him calmly. I don't know why I noticed that Soi Fon looked so calm and composed. Baraggan just felt something was wrong. Although he felt something was wrong in his heart, Baraggan could not show such complicated emotions on his face. He stiffened his neck and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have the guts, come on and make a move. Let me see how powerful you are." Soi Fon noticed that when Baraggan said this,
His voice trembled at the end, and it was obvious that he was very calm. Baraggan could also be said to be a little scared. Sui Fon didn't know why Baraggan was suddenly afraid of him. Could it be because he had made a comeback? Or was it something else? Although Sui Fon was a little curious in his heart, he did not show these emotions on his face. Sui Fon just glanced at Omaeda lightly, and noticed that Omaeda's eyes were looking at him with some worry. Sui Fon couldn't help but comfort him. I can do it. Although Sui Fon said this, Omaeda was still a little worried. Sui Fon had already injured his arm before, and Omaeda really couldn't imagine Sui Fon rushing forward this time. Advertisement. When Omaeda thought about this in his heart, he couldn't help but reach out and cover his eyes, not daring to watch the next scene. Baraggan was too lazy to listen to the two people's nonsense. Similarly, Sui Fon didn't want to waste time here. Sui Fon fired Jakuho Raikoben at Baraggan. A huge storm blew out, and the reaction force threw Sui Fon out. Omaeda knew that Sui Fon was bound to be in trouble. After all, that force was beyond his control. They rushed forward hurriedly, and Omaeda caught Sui Fon in time, and the two of them lay on the ground. Rushing over to catch Sui Fon just now had already used up all of Omeda's strength, and now he had no strength left to stand up. Sui Fon was lying on the ground in a daze. No one knew how long it had been before Sui Fon suddenly stretched out his hand, and his eyes fell on his hand. Sui Feng's tone was filled with surprise and disbelief. I just got rid of Baraggan. Omaeda listened to Sui Feng's disbelief and replied, feeling a bit amused and helpless, you were amazing. Stark saw the whole scene, and he had never thought about the skinny and small Sui Feng, not to mention that he now had a broken arm. But it was Sui Feng, who had a broken arm, who finally managed to defeat Baraggan. And Haribel over there. All of this power comes from Bankai, and these people are all the ones who use Bankai to solve the problem. Bankai? Is it really more powerful than I imagined? When Stark thought about this, he couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Bankai. When Stark raised his head, he looked at Chunshui next to him and saw the same battle. Chunsui is also Bankai. So will he be able to defeat himself just like the other two who used Bankai to defeat Baraggan and Haribel? Advertisement. When Stark thought about this in his heart, he couldn't help but raise his head and quietly look at the double blades in Chunshui's hands. Chunshui looked at Stark, whose expression gradually became solemn, and finally even turned his gaze to the two blades in his hands. Chunshui naturally knew what Stark was thinking at the moment. When he thought of this, Chunshui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. So, have you decided to take the fight seriously? Chunshui's words echoed in Stark's ears. Unlike his cheerful expression just now, he nodded solemnly. I underestimated you before. I also underestimated you before. When Stark said this, his hands on both sides could not help but tremble at this moment. Stark was not afraid of Chunshui, but he regretted his previous arrogance. Stark also knew that if Chunshui really wanted to deal with him, he would have taken advantage of his arrogance and underestimated him before to kill him directly, and would never have spared him until now. When Stark thought about this, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Stark became interested in Chunshui's Bankai and naturally decided to take the challenge seriously. Chunshui didn't say anything, just looked at Stark quietly and took a deep breath. He was also muttering something. When Chunshui noticed what Stark was muttering, his pupils couldn't help but shrink for a moment. Chunshui just waits quietly to watch the next scene. Stark was muttering something, but of course he was not doing it for any other reason, nor was he reciting or singing, but to summon Lilynette. As Stark finished reciting those old and awkward lines, Lilynette also appeared at this time, and was also summoned directly to his side by Stark. Chunshui was just watching quietly beside him. He didn't say anything, nor did he interrupt Stark. He just watched Stark call Lilynette to his side. The two of them were about to merge and complete the sword liberation. Stark saw that Chunshui had been looking at him quietly until now, and Stark felt that there was nothing to hide. It's impossible to find a deserted corner and summon Lilynette by yourself. If that's the case, then it's completely unnecessary. After Stark summoned Lilynette, the two of them successfully merged to complete the sword liberation. Chapter 84. Planning to help Stark and Lilynette are different from other Espada subordinates. They are originally one, but their power is divided into two. Chunshui just quietly watched the two people merge together. He reached out and touched his beard, which was a little prickly. From the very beginning, Chunshui felt that something was wrong. He even felt that the relationship between Stark and Lilynette was very subtle, but at that time, no matter how hard Chunshui racked his brains, he could not guess what the relationship between the two was. Now, watching Stark summon Lilynette, and the two of them completing the release of their combined swords, Chunshui suddenly realized that they were one and the same. No wonder he always felt something was wrong, and no wonder he always felt that the relationship between the two was very subtle. Since they are one, there is nothing strange about it. When Chunshui thought about this, he finally raised his head and silently looked towards Stark. Stark has now completed the liberation of the sword. It can be said that he is no longer afraid of spring water, and Stark feels that he has nothing to be taboo about whether to Bankai or not. Stark looked at Chunshui with a haughty look and then said, "Then please teach me." After Stark said this, he didn't give Chunshui any chance to react and attack this side. After releasing the sword, Stark showed amazing strength. Chunshui also knew that after Stark's sword was released, his strength would probably be much stronger than before. After all, the previous strength was divided into two parts, which was not Stark's true ability after all. Now that the other half of his ability has been taken back, Stark is no longer the same Stark as before, and even Chunshui knows that he is no match for him. Chunshui gradually couldn't stand Stark's intensive sorrow. Stark also saw a layer of sweat on Chunshui's forehead and his teeth were clenched tightly. It was obvious that he was holding on. Advertisement Stark waited quietly for a while, and originally thought that Chunshui would use Bankai, but so much time had passed and Chunshui still had no intention of using Bankai. Stark's brows furrowed. Why would you rather hold on than use Bankai? Stark's slightly confused words rang in his ears. Chunshui just clenched his teeth tightly. He ignored Stark completely and just continued to hold on. Stark couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He didn't expect that he had been looking forward to Chunshui using Bankai, so that he could gain some experience at that time. Stark couldn't wait to compete and see if he could stop Bankai with his sword and sword combined, but he never expected that Chunshui would not give him a chance at all. When he thought about this, Stark became more and more impatient. Why are you trying so hard to hold on if you can't? If you're willing to use Bankai, maybe I'll show you some mercy. As Stark spoke, his tone became increasingly agitated and his face was filled with impatience. Chunshui looked at Stark, who was so excited that he even urged himself to use Bankai quickly. He simply raised his eyelids calmly. You want me to use Bankai? Do you think I really have to use Bankai? Chunshui's words rang in Stark's ears. For a moment, Stark had no idea what he should say, but because of Chunshui's words, he could be said to have successfully annoyed Stark. Stark attacked Chunshui even more mercilessly. Chunshui's face became more and more ugly. As his face became paler and paler, Chunshui felt that he could not hold on any longer, Chunshui was also unwilling to use Bankai, and Jashiro Yukitake, who was watching the fight between the two, just stood by and saw the whole scene. Especially noticing that Chunsui's face was getting paler and paler, it was obvious that he could not withstand Stark's powerful attack. Jashiro Yukitake was so anxious that he was spinning around in circles. Although he knew that he shouldn't go forward to help, Jashiro Yukitake really couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. Advertisement in the end, he gritted his teeth secretly, and Jashiro Yukitake rushed forward and arrived in time to assist Chunsui. Lu Jin, who was already resting, also noticed that Chunsui was not doing well at this time. The strength of Stark, who had combined sword and sword, was really terrifying. He is no match for Stark at all, even with the addition of Jashiro Yukitake. Even if the two of them worked together, they were completely unable to resist Stark. Ni Yinming looked up at Lu Jin from the side and asked, "Is Stark's combined sword and blade so powerful? Even Jashiro Yukitake couldn't withstand it?" Ni Yinmeng's words rang in his ears, and Lu Jin came to his senses belatedly. He glanced at Ni Yinmeng and immediately said, "Stark was already so terrifying even with only half of his power before, let alone now that the other half has returned." When Lu Jin said this, his eyes fell quietly on Stark's face, and Stark even had a wicked smile on his face. Stark looked at Chunsui and saw that he had been resisting for so long. He also knew that no matter how much Chunsui could endure, he would not be able to withstand his next attack. Even with the addition of Jashiro Yukitake, the two of them can be said to be the fusion of sword and sword. To put it bluntly, they're like ants, which makes Stark not worth mentioning. Stark noticed that Chunsui was unwilling to use Bankai no matter what. He could only rub his brows with a headache for a moment. "It seems that you really are not willing to accept my toast and then drink the penalty." After Stark finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. "Then don't blame me for being rude to you." Lu Jin noticed that Stark was about to use a big move, and he couldn't help but secretly shout in his heart, "Oh no." Lu Jin knew that if he didn't hurry up and help, Chunsui might not be able to hold back. Lu Jin looked back at Ni Yinmeng, and then rushed forward with Ni Yinmeng to help. Chapter 85. Nightmare Stark didn't expect that Lu Jin would suddenly bring Ni Yinmeng and the other two to join the melee. If Stark felt that he was insignificant at the beginning, and even with the addition of someone like Jashiro Yukitake, Stark felt that he had no pressure as he had combined sword and sword. Now, looking at Lu Jin and Ni Yinming rushing towards him, Stark's eyelids twitched. It was precisely because of the joining of Lu Jin and Ni Yinming that it would not be so easy for him. Just as Stark expected, after Lu Jin and Ni Yinming joined, Jashiro Yukitake and Chunsui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Stark found it difficult to deal with these people for a while. Just when several people were fighting Stark, a huge black cavity suddenly opened, and Wandawise in the mysterious void appeared. Several people were very tired from fighting. Naturally, they did not notice their appearance at first, until a shadow was cast in front of them, and then the group hurriedly turned around. No one expected Wandawise and the mysterious shoe to appear again. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in surprise, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Stark had already hurriedly run away as soon as he noticed something was wrong. Ni Yinming also noticed the appearance of the two people, and she couldn't help but reach out and suddenly grab Lu Jin. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinmeng pulled him and asked him to look behind him. Only then did Lu Jin see the scene in front of him. "Let's go!" Lu Jin shouted hurriedly. Immediately afterwards, he completely ignored everything else and directly pulled Ni Yinming and the other person to hide outside, and escaped the attacks of Wandawise and the mysterious shoe. Chunsui and Jashiro Yukitake were both injured by Stark. Now, looking at the appearance of Wandawise, the two people's pupils widened slightly, and they couldn't help but want to escape desperately to the back. However, because the two men were already injured, even if they tried to escape as quickly as possible, it was already too late. As expected,
Chun Shui and Jashiro Yukitaki were severely injured. Lu Jin looked at the two people who were seriously injured. At this time, he had no time to worry about whether he would be affected. He hurriedly walked up at the risk of his life. Lu Jin also knew in his heart that if Chun Shui and Jashiro Yukitaki continued to stay in such a central location, they would be like sitting ducks. Advertisement: if Wanda Weiss attacks again, Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki, who are already seriously injured, may not be able to hold on at all. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin was walking forward, and she naturally understood that Lu Jin wanted to rescue the two people. Ni Yinming suddenly grabbed Lu Jin's hand, and her tone was even more serious. Don't go, I'll go and beat the two people to rescue them. Ni Yinmeng's words rang in his ears. Lu Jin just shook his head. Are you kidding me? After Lu Jin finished saying this, he broke free from Ni Yinmeng's hand and rushed forward in a hurry. Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki had already fainted at this time. At the moment before they fell into coma, they both knew that this time they were probably completely finished. The moment Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki closed their eyes, their hearts felt extremely desolate, and a sense of despair surged in their hearts. They never thought that Lu Jin would risk his life to rescue them. Of course, the two of them had already completely fainted at this time, so they naturally didn't know that they had been rescued. Lu Jin risked his life to rescue the two people. He was just about to say something when Wanda Weiss, who was standing not far away, suddenly let out a sharp whistle. The sharp roar from Wanda Weiss seemed to pierce everyone's eardrum. Lu Jin couldn't help but cover his ears for a moment. Everyone present couldn't help but hurriedly cover their ears. I never expected that Wanda Weiss would suddenly appear here at this time, and I don't understand what Wanda Weiss is doing. After Wanda Weiss let out a sharp whistle, everyone quietly covered their ears and watched as the whistle stopped. Everyone put their hands down. Advertisement, however, the scene below not only shocked everyone present, but even Lu Jin, who was usually the calmest. At this time, I couldn't help but get nervous. After Wanda Weiss let out a sharp roar, Baraggan and Haribel, who had already died, reappeared. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, not thinking at all that there were two people who were clearly dead. At this time, I don't know what's going on. Could it be that he has come back to life from the dead? Lu Jin felt his heart suddenly rise to his throat, and he couldn't help but stand there in a daze for a moment. No one expected that Baraggan and Haribel, who had already died, reappeared in front of everyone at this time because of Wanda Weiss's sharp roar. Omaeda and Soi Fon, who were not far away, could not help but be stunned. Soi Fon couldn't help but stretch out his hand to take a look, his eyes filled with confusion. Baraggan was clearly killed by me. When Soi Fon said this, he couldn't help but hold his head with his hands for a moment. He's obviously not dead. But why? But why did he suddenly appear at this time? Omaeda next to him also looked confused. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly at Baraggan and Haribel, not knowing what to say for a moment. Baraggan and Haribel just smiled faintly, and there was no emotion in their eyes. Unlike the others who were shocked, Baraggan and Haribel, who had returned from the dead, had only a look of joy on their faces. Lu Jin looked at the smiles on the corners of their mouths. I don't know if it was an illusion or something else, but Lu Jin always felt that what happened next. I'm afraid the whole situation will change dramatically. Maybe everyone is also because of the resurrection of Baraggan and Haribel, and then. The atmosphere of despair spread and the nightmare came again. Chapter 86. Delaying time. Lu Jin felt helpless seeing this situation. The Shinigami people gathered together and discussed the matter silently, and everyone's words were full of helplessness. I never expected that I had worked so hard to kill two people. But now, they had clearly killed two people, but suddenly they came back to life. And he was standing right in front of me, so alive. If it was an illusion, then it was impossible for everyone to have such an illusion at the same time. Baraggan and Haribel were really resurrected. What should we do? Baraggan and Haribel were already dead before. Who knows what's going on? Look, they're standing not far from us. This is definitely not an illusion. Now that they've been resurrected, we can say there's nothing we can do. We can't just pretend we didn't see anything. So what should we do next? We need to think about it. We have to hurry up and figure out how to resist Baraggan and Haribel. If we don't hurry up and figure it out now, when those two come and attack us. The Shinigami gathered together and discussed how to resist Haribel and Baraggan, and there were sighs from the audience. Lu Jin listened to the sighs coming from the audience, and for a moment he couldn't help but stretch out his hand. Lu Jin even raised his hand to pinch his aching brow. Finally, he turned his head and looked at Ni Yinming. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin was looking at her, and she originally wanted to ask Lu Jin if he had any instructions. Lu Jin was the first to speak. Go check on Chun Shui and Jashiro Yukitaki. They're both seriously injured. They need to be treated, otherwise it would be bad if they get infected. Lu Jin's words rang in his ears, and Ni Yinming couldn't help but lower his head and glanced at Chun Shui and Jashiro Yukitaki, who were still unconscious. Advertisement, she also said. No problem. After saying this, Ni Yinming dragged Chun Shui and Jashiro Yukitaki to the back. Ni Yinming originally planned to drag the two people back to treat their wounds, but then she couldn't help but turn around and look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin saw Ni Yinming looking towards him, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Ni Yinming couldn't help but ask, what about you? What are you going to do later? Lu Jin listened to Ni Yinming's worried question in his ear, and his face was determined. Of course I will take the others with me to delay Baraggan and Haribel. Ni Yinming knew that he would not listen to anything she said, but if she didn't say anything, Ni Yinming felt a little uneasy.
Finally, he could only say, then you have to be careful. Ni Yinmeng's words rang in Lu Jin's ears, and Lu Jin nodded at her. Don't worry, I will definitely be careful and cautious. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he couldn't help but look at Shunsui and Jishiro Yukitake who were lying unconscious on the ground. Ni Yinmeng also immediately hurriedly took the two people away. The Shinigami over there discussed this for a long time, but in the end, it can be said that they didn't come to any conclusion. Lu Jin was listening quietly beside them, especially after noticing that they had been discussing for such a long time. To put it bluntly, they were just talking nonsense and had not discussed anything. Lu Jin couldn't help but interrupt their discussion. Don't continue discussing here. Lu Jin's words rang out in the noisy atmosphere. Lu Jin's words were not drowned out by other noisy sounds. Instead, they were extremely clear in the noisy atmosphere. The Shinigami looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the spokesperson Lu Jin. Advertisement. When Lu Jin saw the group of Shinigami looking at him, he couldn't help but continue talking. You have been discussing for so long but haven't come up with any good solution. I don't think there is any need to waste time here anymore. Lu Jin's words reached everyone's ears. The group of Shinigami were also a little unhappy. They didn't expect someone to be so bold as to accuse them directly. Their faces looked extremely ugly. Finally, someone spoke up. Why are you so arrogant? If you're so arrogant, what good ideas do you have? Lu Jin couldn't help but frown as he listened to a Shinigami speaking in his ear. Lu Jin's voice was even more indifferent. I have nothing to say to you guys. After Lu Jin finished saying this, Omaeda next to him also noticed that the expressions of others were getting uglier and uglier. He couldn't help but hurried over, and Omaeda even pulled Lu Jin to the other side. Omaeda recognized Lu Jin and said earnestly, don't waste your time talking to those people. You can see the current situation. Baraggan and Haribel have returned from the dead. When Omaeda said this, his expression was extremely solemn. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Omaeda's solemn expression. He nodded for a moment and said, I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Jin's words rang in Omaeda's ears, and Omaeda couldn't help but cough. So there's absolutely no need to waste time talking to these people right now. After Omaeda said this, he finally rushed towards Baraggan and Haribel. Omaeda suddenly rushed over, and the other Shinigami also rushed out at this moment. Lu Jin took his own Zanpakuto from the side, dragged the Zanpakuto, and then caught up with Omaeda. Baraggan and Haribel watched them walking towards this side, and naturally understood that they were about to start moving out. The two looked at each other, and then walked towards this side. Although Omaeda knew that he was no match for Baraggan and Haribel, there were still so many people behind him. Omaeda was also not at all weak for a while and acted as the vanguard. Lu Jin brought his war soul sword and fought with Omaeda and others against Haribel and others to delay time. Chapter 87. Mask. Lu Jin ran towards that direction dragging the battle soul sword. Omaeda was playing as a vanguard, but was soon thrown to the end of the team by a casual swing from Haribel. Lu Jin hurriedly helped Omaeda up. Omaeda spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry about me for now. Quick, go stop those two people. Lu Jin sighed and then followed the main force to fight. Although Lu Jin and others tried their best to resist, they were still no match for Haribel and Baraggan. Even though there were so many Shinigami behind them, they rushed forward in a swarm. Baraggan and Haribel did not show any nervous expression on their faces. Instead, they beat them leisurely. What on earth is going on? Lu Jin never expected that Baraggan and Haribel were so powerful. If it were before, even if the two of them were added together, Lu Jin, Omaeda and so many people would be able to defeat them together. But this time, for some reason, the resurrected Baraggan and Haribel seemed to have been upgraded, and their strength became even more powerful. Lu Jin took a deep breath and covered his arm which had just been injured by Baraggan. Lu Jin looked down at the black gas coming out of his arm, and finally casually tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes to bandage it. Lu Jin continued to fight against Baraggan and Haribel. The two did not expect that this group of people would be so unwilling to give up. They originally thought that they would injure Lu Jin and so many Shinigami people like this. They were also afraid of them, but they didn't expect them to rush forward in such a continuous stream. Since you've rushed forward in such a relentless manner, don't blame me for being rude to you. Today is the day you die. Baraggan had an evil smile on his face, and he shouted at everyone, and then he was about to release his ultimate move. No one expected that Baraggan would suddenly use his ultimate move. Baraggan and Haribel had beaten them into such a state before, but those were just ordinary moves? A casual beating had left them in such a state? What about when the ultimate move was unleashed? Advertisement. Aren't they just cannon fodder? Just as Lu Jin and the Shinigami were gradually despairing, there was a loud bang in the sky and a black hole slowly emerged. Everyone looked at a black hole slowly emerging in the sky. For a moment, Lu Jin and the Shinigami couldn't help but be stunned. Not only were they stunned, but even Baraggan and Haribel next to them couldn't help but look at each other, and both of them felt a little uneasy. After the black hole emerged, Vizard immediately walked out of the black hole in a mighty manner. Lu Jin looked at Vizard walking out of the black hole in a mighty manner, and his brows could not help but twist into a kawa shape. He did not expect that Vizard would come to join in the fun at this time. The other Shinigami felt even more disheartened. This time, not only were they dealt with by Haribel and the others, but even the Vizard were taking advantage of their weakness to kill them. Everyone couldn't help but fall into despair. What no one expected was that after Vizard came out of the black hole, he immediately killed Baraggan and Haribel. Lu Jin and his group were stunned. They had never imagined that Vizard wasn't trying to kill them this time, but was here to help them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill Haribel and Baraggan. The arrival of the Visored pulled the Shinigami back from despair. Although the Shinigami were pulled out of despair, they still couldn't help but look at the Visored with vigilance for a while, and they had no idea what they meant. A group of Shinigami were whispering to each other at this time. What's going on here? Why didn't the Visored give us a hard time this time? Instead, they helped us deal with Baraggan and Haribel? That's right. What on earth is going on? Is there some conspiracy? Or is there some deception? Otherwise, how could they help us for no reason? A group of Shinigami were whispering here. Lu Jin couldn't help but look towards the Visored for a moment, and found that after they dealt with Baraggan, a group of Visored just stood there blankly. Advertisement. It was not as he imagined. The Visored would take the opportunity to attack them. When Lu Jin thought about this in his heart, he couldn't help but join in the discussion. Visored really helped us successfully resolve the crisis. Lu Jin finally interjected this sentence at the right time amidst the discussions of the Shinigami group. Lu Jin's words rang in the ears of the Shinigami. A group of Shinigami couldn't help but look towards Visored again, their hearts filled with confusion. Everyone was really confused and had no idea what was going on. Although this group of Visored successfully helped them deal with Baraggan and Haribel, and also pulled them out of despair, logically speaking, the Shinigami should also be particularly grateful to the Visored. But now they don't know why Visored helped them get rid of Baraggan, so this gratitude turned into confusion. One of the Shinigami turned around and glanced at Visored again. Finally, he said, "But have you noticed something very puzzling? Although these Visored helped us eliminate the enemy, they have no intention of joining us." The Shinigami's words rang in everyone's ears. It was because of the Shinigami's words that everyone was awakened for a moment, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Later, Lu Jin nodded and said, "Although they have no intention of joining us, I believe you have also seen that they have no intention of becoming our enemy." When Lu Jin said this, he felt even more complicated inside and couldn't figure it out at all. Although they are not enemies, nor are they allies, not long ago, this group of Visored helped them solve their biggest problem. Lu Jin didn't understand what Visored meant. Chapter 88, Awakening. Just at this moment, the mysterious hollow spit out countless Jillians at the call of Wanda Weiss. Everyone was exhausted at this time, so naturally no one could step forward to block Shu's attack. Lu Jin felt his heart beating in his throat, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yin-meng, and was about to go up to fight with Ni Yin-meng, but at this time Visored suddenly took action. Visored took the lead in stepping forward to fight, and also protected everyone behind him. It was obvious that this time he really wanted to help to the end. Lu Jin knew that Visored was very powerful, but he didn't expect that when Visored showed his extraordinary strength, Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone also saw hope in their extraordinary strength. Visored's intervention turned the situation around, and everyone couldn't help but cheer for Visored from behind. Espada and Aizen are here. I don't know who shouted this behind me. When Lu Jin turned his head, he saw Aizen and Espada walking towards him. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows and said, "Everyone else, follow me." After he said this, all the Shinigami who were resting on the ground stood up at once and went to fight Aizen and Espada together. To put it bluntly, Aizen and Espada are just two people. Lu Jin and the Shinigami were much more numerous than them. Their strength was not bad, but their opponents were no ordinary people either. Such a battle was naturally very difficult to fight. Aizen pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect that with so many of you, you couldn't beat me alone? You're really lame." After he said this, the Espada next to him naturally would not miss this good opportunity to provoke him. Advertisement. Espada taunted Lu Jin and the others, "I thought you were so powerful together. I didn't expect you to be just like this." The Shinigami had never been provoked like this before, and they couldn't help but stomp their feet. "Let's chop off this arrogant and domineering head." Someone in the crowd shouted this, and then a group of people rushed over there. Lu Jin couldn't help but rub his brows for a moment. He didn't expect that so many people would rush forward, but when they really dealt with Aizen and Espada, it was still extremely difficult. Not to mention that they are now being provoked like this, it is simply unbearable for anyone. Komamura and Tusen Kanami were about to fight, but when the two were confronting each other, Hisagi suddenly appeared. "What are you doing here?" Tusen Kanami couldn't help but turn his gaze to Hisagi, having never expected him to show up at this time. Although Hisagi was severely injured, he still managed to bend over with great effort. "This time, I came here to thank you for your teachings in the past." At this moment, Hisagi's words echoed in his ears. Tusen Kanami's eyes couldn't help but become serious for a moment. "What do you mean you came here to thank me for my teachings in the past?" At that time, Hisagi forced a smile with difficulty. He certainly didn't expect that Tusen Kanami would actually forget about him. This time, he even asked himself why he came here. At this moment, Hisagi couldn't help but think of how he had kept Tusen Kanami's past teachings firmly in his heart. For a moment, a huge contrast was created, and Hisagi only felt a little desolate in his heart. But he still tried his best to maintain a smile. "Actually, this time I came here not only to thank you for your past teachings, but I also have another request for you." When Hisagi's words rang in his ears, Tusen Kanami couldn't help but keep his eyes on Hisagi. He knew that he must have other reasons for coming here this time. Advertisement. If he really wanted to thank me for my past teachings, he would not have chosen this time to appear. It is even more impossible for him to kneel down in front of me while covering his wound. When Tusen Kanami thought about this, he nodded in understanding. "So do you have anything else to say?" When Tusen Kanami's words rang in his ears, Hisagi couldn't help but take a deep breath. I came here this time to ask for something else. Tusen Kanami automatically ignored his words and looked at Komamura quietly with his eyelids raised. Don't worry about him, you and I will continue to fight. Komamura simply clasped his fists together, looking at Hisagi and Tusen Kanami with an amused expression. Now, seeing Tusen Kanami open his mouth, he was trying to escape. Komamura couldn't help but shake his head. It doesn't matter whether we're fighting or not. What matters now is what's going on between you and Hisagi. Komamura looked like he was enjoying the fun, and Tusen Kanami was completely speechless. He could only turn his gaze to Hisagi beside him. So, what exactly is it that brought you here this time to ask me for something? When Hisagi heard Tusen Kanami say this in his ear, his face couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation, and he didn't know whether he should say this or not. Komamura saw that Hisagi and Tusen Kanami were dithering here, and he had been waiting there for such a long time. However, Tusen Kanami and Toki Hisagi still didn't get to the point of the topic, and even made me wait for so long. Komamura was getting really impatient waiting. He saw the two people dithering here and talked for a long time, but in the end they didn't get to the point. Komamura could only say, if you want to say something, hurry up and say it. If you don't hurry up and say it now, I'm afraid you'll miss this opportunity too. At first, Hisagi was indeed a little embarrassed to speak up. Of course, it wasn't because the things he mentioned were so embarrassing, but he didn't know whether he should tell Tusen Kanami about this matter. But now, with Komamura urging him in his ear, Hisagi knew that he couldn't continue to procrastinate like this. Komamura, the bystander, was already getting so impatient, not to mention Tusen Kanami who was discussing this matter with him. When Hisagi thought of this, he couldn't help but clench his hands into fists at this moment. At that time, Hisagi hurriedly replied, actually, I came here this time, firstly to thank you for your teachings in the past, and secondly to wake up my captain. Chapter 89. Ineffective. After Hisagi finished saying this, he noticed that Tusen Kanami's expression suddenly changed. At that time, Hisagi also understood, and he knew that the truth was not as simple as he thought. At that time, Hisagi saw Tusen Kanami's face change slightly, and there was a weapon in his hand. Tusen Kanami was attacking this side. At that moment, Hisagi's eyelids twitched. He never expected that at this time, Tusen Kanami also wanted to rebel immediately after hearing what he said. As Hisagi watched Tusen Kanami attacking him, he was completely unable to care about anything else for a moment. At that time, Hisagi could only use his weapons to stop the rebellious Tusen Kanami. When Tusen Kanami saw Hisagi quickly grabbing a weapon to stop him, he couldn't help but sneer. You actually thought of using a weapon to stop me? Have you forgotten my teachings? Tusen Kanami's words rang in my ears. Hisagi couldn't help but shake his head for a moment. I will always keep your teachings in mind, but if you intend to rebel, I will never let you succeed. When Hisagi said this, his face was serious and his words were full of determination. Tusen Kanami just smiled coldly. As he looked at Hisagi's righteous demeanor, Tusen Kanami simply felt a bit disgusted. Tusen Kanami took a deep breath and said, if you really want to stop me from rebelling, then I will definitely not be soft on you anymore. The two of them started fighting immediately. At the same time, the battle between Visored and Espada has entered a fierce stage. Sui Feng's Jakuho Raikoben exploded in Hachigen's 4-beast gate, and he also stared quietly at the Baraggan sealed inside. Sui Feng looked at Baraggan, who was sealed inside the explosion, but he was not hurt at all. Sui Feng could not help but punch the wall next to him. How is this possible? My whip has such high lethality. Why didn't it hurt him at all? Advertisement. Sui Feng felt that he was really doubting his life. He never thought that after he swung the whip, Sui Feng even hoped that the whip would seriously injure Baraggan. It would have been better to just die right away, but he didn't even think about it. Baraggan didn't move at all, and didn't even suffer any damage on his body. His whip hit Baraggan, which was just like tickling him, which was child's play. When Sui Feng didn't expect this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Sui Feng even turned his gaze to Bozan next to him. Bozan saw Sui Feng looking towards him with a hint of request in his eyes. Boshuen just shook his head and said, please be patient for now, I will go meet Baraggan. After he said this, Sui Feng couldn't help but shout, then you must be careful. A strong breath of death eroded the 4-beast gate and then attacked. Boshuen stared quietly at Baraggan sealed inside. He felt a layer of sweat on his palms. At this time, Boshuen didn't care whether he was sweating or not. His eyes were all on the sealed Baraggan. Boxwan naturally knew that Baraggan was more powerful than he had imagined, not to mention his ability to control aging. Sui Feng saw that Baraggan was extremely nervous, so he couldn't help but take a step forward. Baraggan is really too difficult to deal with. I'm with you. After Sui Feng finished speaking, Boshuen shook his head and said, you don't have to come with me, go away. Sui Feng had never expected that Boshuen would actually drive him away. He was a little slow to react for a while, but when he finally realized what was happening, Sui Feng naturally knew that Boshuen was doing it for his own good and was also afraid that he would get hurt. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been driven away, but if he drove himself away, it would be too difficult for Boshuen to deal with Baraggan alone. When Sui Feng wanted to say something else, Boshuen suddenly reached out and pushed him. Get away from me. Advertisement. Sui Feng had no choice but to turn around and leave. Boshuen took out the mask and put it on with a serious expression, which meant he decided to fight against him. Sui Feng could not deal with Baraggan. To be more precise, even if all the Shinigami were added together, it would still be quite difficult to defeat Baraggan. Bozan also knew that he had to fight, otherwise he would have no chance of winning by relying on others. When Bozan thought of this, his expression became more and more serious. Almost everyone couldn't help but look towards Bozan, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Seeing everyone looking at him with such concern, Bozan couldn't help but wave at them. Don't worry, I will definitely be careful and pay attention. After Boshuen said this, he put on his mask again and walked towards Baraggan. Baraggan saw Boshuen coming out to fight without knowing the consequences. Baraggan smiled and said, I didn't expect there are people who are so fearless of death, but please don't worry, soon you will become a dead person, ha 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 ha. After Baraggan said this, he immediately used his aging ability to attack Boshuen. The other people around couldn't help but gasp. Everyone felt as if their heart was in their throat at this moment, and they couldn't help but worry for Bozan. Boshuen also didn't expect Baraggan to launch an attack directly. Even after saying that, Boshuen thought Baraggan would continue to talk nonsense. But it was obvious that Baraggan didn't want to talk nonsense today. Bozan watched Baraggan activate his aging ability and attack him. Boshuen seized the time to avoid the ability of aging, but even though he avoided the ability of aging, Boshuen is now wearing a mask. But in front of Baraggan's aging ability, no matter how powerful Boshuen is, how strong his defense is, or how agile he is, all of this is useless in front of Baraggan's aging ability. Chapter 90. Hide if you can. After being hit like this, Boshuen felt like a kite with a broken string, and he fell straight back. Everyone who saw this scene nearby couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him at this moment. Soi Fon was standing by and watched helplessly as Boshuen was hit so hard by Baraggan that he flew out. Soi Fon wanted to catch Boshuen at this time, but it was too late. Baraggan also flew towards Boshuen. You stupid guy. You will die today, Baraggan roared, and then he mobilized all his strength, intending to give Boshuen a fatal blow. As the saying goes, strike while the sick is ill. Boshuen had just received such a heavy blow that he still felt a little dizzy and could not stand up at all, let alone defend against Baraggan's aging. Baraggan felt that the victory was his, and he mobilized all his strength. However, before Baraggan could defeat Boshuen, Boshuen suddenly got up from the ground. Bozan looked at Baraggan launching a fatal attack towards him. He just smiled faintly, and did not push the protective shield to block such an attack at all. Bozan knew in his heart that even if he still had the strength to push the protective shield to block such an attack, everyone knew that the protective shield could not withstand such an attack. Baraggan also obviously used his ultimate move at this time. The other people watching around felt their hearts go cold. They never expected that the final result would happen. This time, Bozan might be in great danger. But what no one expected was that a turning point suddenly occurred at this time. When Boshuen saw Baraggan walking towards him step by step, he seemed to have remembered something at this moment, and he suddenly raised his infected right hand slowly. Advertisement. The people watching nearby couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, no one understood why Boshuen did this, but when Baraggan rushed over, Boshuen also transferred the infected hand into Baraggan's body. Everyone finally understood, and for a moment they looked at Bozan with more admiration. It has to be said that Boshuan's guess was correct. He transferred the infected hand into Baraggan's body, and Baraggan was indeed less than 1 meter away from him. Baraggan's body suddenly became transparent. Baraggan stared blankly at his gradually transparent body. You did to me. What on earth did you do to me? After Baraggan finished speaking, Boshuen raised his lips and smiled. I didn't do anything to you. I just gave you an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. After Boshuen finished saying this, Baraggan's body became more and more transparent. When he was about to disappear, at the last moment, Baraggan threw his axe at Aizen, who pulled him down from the throne with resentment. This is something no one expected. Baraggan's body became more and more transparent, and the words he just said to Boshuen seemed as if he had used all his strength to say them. But no one expected that when Baraggan was about to disappear, he would actually throw an axe at Aizen. Aizen naturally did not expect this. Aizen looked at the axe that fell from the sky. The axe also contained Baraggan's resentment. Aizen was directly nailed to the ground by the axe. Blood was flowing all over the ground, his eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that Aizen also looked like he was unwilling to close his eyes in death. Stark watched the whole scene from the side. He naturally noticed that Aizen was nailed to the ground with an axe, especially the way Aizen's eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was dying with his eyes open. He looked so miserable. Stark was naturally furious, and he naturally wanted to avenge Aizen, but then he remembered that Aizen was nailed to death by Baraggan with an axe, but at this time, Baraggan was already dead. Stark couldn't help but slowly lower his head. For a moment, he completely lost the will to fight. Advertisement. Lynette hadn't expected that because of Aizen's death, Stark, who had originally wanted to avenge his companions, had lost all his will to fight. Lynette felt a little ruthless and said, if you give up now, then wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Lynette's words rang in his ears, but Stark didn't have any intention of answering him. Lynette never expected that Stark, who usually listened to her the most, would ignore her at this time. Naturally, she could not accept this fact at all. Lynette couldn't help but speak again. If you don't continue fighting now, then those people will wipe us out. It's either them or us who will die today. Stark didn't answer Lynette's question. He just lowered his head quietly. Stark looked extremely depressed. He also began to doubt his life, and he didn't know what he was fighting for. No matter how Lynette tried to persuade Stark, Stark could just stand there in a daze, motionless. Lynette's persuasion had no effect on him. Luo Wu and Ross had never expected that Stark, who had fought the most fiercely before, would become so powerful that no one could match him, especially after his sword and blade merged. But no one expected that Stark suddenly lost his fighting spirit, and he became even more bored. Luo Wu and Ross couldn't help but look at each other, and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but attack Stark. Lynette looked at Luo Wu and Ross attacking them and couldn't help but urge them, hurry up and fight. It will be too late if you don't fight now. Lynette's words rang in his ears, but Stark still had no intention of fighting. When Luo Wu and Ross attacked, they found that Stark suddenly moved, but facing the attacks of the two, Stark tried not to fight back as much as possible. When facing the attacks of Luo Wu and Ross, Stark dodged whenever he could and did not attack the two people fighting. Chapter 91. Wolfpack Lynette had never expected Stark to become like this, and it was even because of Aizen's incident that she had no desire to fight at all. But Luo Wu and Ross still attacked him so cruelly. Lynette knew in her heart that it was not a good idea for Stark to continue hiding like this. Although Stark did not attack Luo Wu and Ross, the two of them would not refrain from attacking each other like Stark did. The two men took advantage of Stark's reluctance to attack, and Luo Wu and Ross's moves became faster, more accurate and more ruthless. Unable to bear watching any longer, Lynette launched an attack on her own. Stark didn't expect Lynette to automatically launch an attack. He couldn't help but frown for a moment, but Lynette didn't care about Stark at all at this time. She knew very well in her heart that if she didn't automatically launch an attack, Stark would die sooner or later. If Stark died, Lynette's situation would not be much better. When she thought of this, Lynette did not care about Stark's dissuasion in her ear for a moment. Lynette still launched attacks spontaneously. Meanwhile, Hiyori, Liza, and Hitsugaya continued their battle with Haribel. Seeing that Lynette took the initiative to attack, Stark kept asking Lynette to stop, but Lynette had no intention of stopping at all. Stark's face was gloomy. Is it true that you won't listen to me anymore? Stark's words rang in my ears. Lynette simply replied, if I don't initiate the attack, you will die at the hands of these two sooner or later. When Lynette said this, she didn't continue. When Stark heard Lynette speak so coldly in his ear, he naturally understood that if it weren't for Lynette, he would probably have died at the hands of Luo Wu and Ross. Stark just felt conflicted inside. Advertisement. He had no idea what he should say, and he didn't know whether he should stop Lynette's attack. Lynette didn't expect that Stark was still thinking about these things at this time, and even wanted to stop her from attacking. Lynette felt a chill in her heart. She finally spoke up, it's impossible for you to stop me from attacking. I don't know what you're thinking. Luo Wu and Ross are both already stepping on your head, but you still let them do this evil thing. Lynette's words rang in her ears. When Stark raised his head, he saw Luo Wu and Ross looking at him quietly. There was more provocation in the two men's brows. Lynette's words continued to ring in his ears. Look at the provocative faces of these two people looking at you. Do you think they are worthy of bullying you? Lynette's words continued to ring in Stark's ears. Under Lynette's persuasion, Stark finally regained his fighting spirit. After a subtle change in Ryotsu, the wolves attacked. Luo Wu and Ross had not expected that Stark, who had always been depressed, would suddenly regain his fighting spirit. Luo Wu and Ross could not help but look at each other again. Luo Wu lowered his voice and said, what should we do? Didn't Stark just stop fighting? No matter how we attacked, he just dodged, but now. Ross also had a serious expression on his face. He hadn't expected Stark's sudden change of expression. He naturally understood that it must be Lynette who kept persuading Stark in his ear, and Stark finally regained his fighting spirit. This is not good news for either of them. Ross simply said, Stark isn't a sitting duck, nor is he a punching bag to be bullied. Luo Wu instantly felt that he understood. Advertisement. Stark launched another attack. The wolves that attacked were neither flames nor Sero, but individuals split from his own soul. Looking at the group of wolves running towards them, Luo Wu couldn't help but ask Ross next to him, so what's going on with these wolves? Ross's words rang in his ears, and Luo Wu simply said lightly, if I'm not mistaken, these wolves should be. Before Luo Wu could finish his words, Stark smiled faintly at the two of them. Luo Wu and Ross saw Stark smiling faintly at them. For some reason, the two of them not only did not sense any smile from Stark's smile, but instead felt that Stark was smiling with his face but not his eyes. Everyone couldn't help but shiver for a moment. For a moment, I had no idea what to do. Time passed little by little, and Luo Wu and Ross watched as the wolves just stopped in front of them and did not attack them. The two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for a moment. However, Stark and Lynette would not let the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Luo Wu and Ross were not ready yet, Stark and Lynette deliberately gave them some time and allowed them to prepare. Luo Wu looked at the wolves and saw that they had suddenly changed. Stark and Lynette, who were just in front of him, had disappeared. Noticing this, Ross's brows knitted together in a frown. Those two people who were just here, how come they're gone now? Luo Wu stroked his chin and looked at the wolves quietly. For some reason, he always felt that the wolves looked familiar, and he also always felt that these people seemed to have some relationship with Stark. After all, these wolves were released by him. His mind raced, and Luo Wu racked his brains for a while before he finally spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, these wolves should be the incarnation of Stark. Stark and Lynette didn't expect Luo Wu to be so smart. He was able to guess that these wolves were their incarnations at once. However, Luo Wu only guessed one thing right, that these wolves were not just Stark's incarnations. Stark and Lynette are one. Especially now that the sword and the sword have merged, so to be more precise, these wolves are both the incarnation of Stark and the incarnation of Lynette. Chapter 92. Cut Luo Wu and Ross naturally could not resist such a group of wolves. Stark has regained his fighting spirit now, and I don't know if it's because he was too stimulated just now. Stark's strength suddenly increased. Whether it was Luo Wu or Ross, or even if the two of them went to resist Stark together, they were no match for him. Luo Wu and Ross were naturally beaten badly. They watched the wolves attacking them. They knew that if the wolves pounced on them, they might be torn to pieces by them. Luo Wu and Ross were trembling, and they were dragging their legs and trying hard to crawl backwards, but the wolves were pressing them step by step. Just when Rhodes and Luo Wu were in crisis, Stark was stabbed in the chest by Chun Shui, who appeared from the shadows. Stark looked down at his pierced chest. He never thought that he would be attacked by surprise. Stark's eyes were red as he looked at the spring water that suddenly appeared, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. It's only been a few days since we last met. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You're even using sneak attacks. Chun Shui looked at Stark, who was furious, and just smiled quietly. What do you mean by sneak attack? I can only say that you weren't paying attention and were attacked by someone else, and now you blame them? Chun Shui's words rang in his ears, and Stark felt like he was about to explode with anger. He never expected that Chun Shui would not only attack him, but would even be so eloquent in his ears talking about these twisted ideas. But he had no words to refute him. When Stark thought about this, his pair of red eyes stared at Chun Shui. If looks could kill, Chun Shui wouldn't know how many times Stark had killed him with his eyes. Chun Sui didn't have time to talk nonsense with him at this time. Chun Sui used Kaden Kyokotsu to put Stark in a difficult situation. No matter how strong Stark is, and no matter how much his strength has increased this time, when facing Chun Shui, especially after being provoked by Chun Shui just now, Stark's mentality has already collapsed. Advertisement in the fight between the two, Stark gradually became the disadvantaged one and was simply beaten to the ground by Chun Shui. Unfortunately, Stark lost Lynette. Stark's eyes became redder and tears as big as beans fell from his eye sockets. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, it's just that the time has not come yet. Chun Shui looked at Stark half kneeling on the ground, and he was completely broken because of the loss of Lynette. Chun Shui just smiled quietly beside him. It's just the loss of Lynette. It would have been fine if Chun Shui hadn't said this, but when this sentence rang in his ears, Stark was completely furious. The reason he lost Lynette was all because of Chun Shui. Stark's lips trembled. All of this is because of you. If it weren't for you, I would never have lost my Lynette. Chun Shui didn't expect that Stark would actually put such a high hat on his head. For a moment, he felt a little flattered. As Chun Shui thought about this, he couldn't help but say, actually, there's no need to put such a high hat on me. You know exactly how Lynette died. When he said this, his tone was light. When Chun Shui's light words reached his ears, Stark's eyes became redder. Chun Shui felt that he was really wrong. Stark was too powerful to have any companions, and Chun Shui didn't think he was that strong enough to kill Lynette. As he thought this in his heart, Chun Shui couldn't help but look at Stark. He discovered that because of his rather harsh words just now, the lonely Stark had split his soul into two, and now he was the only one left. Chun Shui just watched quietly as Stark split his soul into two. Splitting the soul is a very painful thing, not to mention splitting the soul into two. It is like splitting a person in two. The pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. Advertisement beads of sweat kept rolling down Stark's forehead, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat from front to back. Stark clenched his teeth tightly, and his face was completely pale. Chun Shui didn't know why he couldn't bear to watch it, so he ignored Stark. Chun Shui knew in his heart that Stark had split his soul into two this time, so there was no need for him to take action to deal with Stark. Stark is half dead, so there is no need for me to attack him. Unlike the battle here that suddenly stopped, the battle between Haribel, Hitsugaya and others continued. Haribel looked at Hitsugaya in front of him quietly. He felt that he was not afraid of Hitsugaya. Haribel has always been very confident, so this time when facing Hitsugaya, Haribel also felt that he had a good chance of winning. To be more precise, he must win. However, what he didn't expect was that when Haribel and Hitsugaya started fighting, Haribel realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Hitsugaya was even more powerful and troublesome than Haribel had imagined. He was not the one-hit killer that Haribel had imagined. The two fought fiercely for a while, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. When the battle was so fierce, Aizen suddenly got up from the ground. Haribel had not expected that Aizen would suddenly get up from the ground, and he also looked extremely irritated. For some reason, looking at Aizen's impatient look, Haribel felt a bad premonition in his heart. As expected, when Haribel was worried, Aizen suddenly rushed up from the other side with an axe in her hand. Haribel looked at Aizen holding an axe in his hand and chopping towards him. Haribel was caught off guard for a moment and was directly injured by Aizen holding an axe. Chapter 93. Rejection. Haribel looked at Aizen with a shocked expression. He never expected that Aizen would do such a cruel thing to him. Haribel looked at Aizen's ferocious expression. Finally, she couldn't help but lower her head to look at the wound on her body, and watch the blood slowly flowing out of the wound. Haribel was bewildered for a moment. All of a sudden, everything in front of her eyes went white, and she felt her heart ache. Memories brought Haribel back to a long time ago, when Haribel lived with Apache, Mira and Sun Sun. Haribel looked at the invading enemy and clenched her fists.
I believe that as long as we help each other, we will be able to repel the invading enemy. Haribel's words rang in the ears of Apache, Mira and Sunsun. Everyone was amused by Haribel's serious look and laughed. Having laughed enough, Apache clenched his fists and said, I believe that with our abilities and as long as we unite as one, we can definitely drive all those invading enemies back to their homes. Mila and Sun beside them also clenched their fists. We don't have any problems either. For a while, the atmosphere was very lively, and they helped each other to fight off the invading enemies. Haribel is the most powerful among the three. Haribel's strength attracted Baraggan's attention, and Baraggan also came to find Haribel on purpose. I wonder if you are interested in submitting to me? Baraggan looked at Haribel with admiration. He finally said, if you are willing to submit to me, then you will definitely receive great benefits. Haribel, who was still a little girl at that time, looked up at Baraggan with a look of confusion in her eyes. She didn't quite understand what Baraggan meant by this. Advertisement seeing Haribel's bewildered expression, Baraggan couldn't help but say, you'll achieve nothing by staying here, why not submit to me? After Baraggan said this, Haribel couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't quite understand what surrender meant, and she didn't understand why Baraggan came to her. Haribel also spoke softly, if I submit to you, will Apache, Mira, and Sunsun follow me to your place? Baraggan shook his head. He had never expected Haribel to say that. Baraggan was also not interested in the Apache, Mira, and Sunsun, or any other random people Haribel mentioned. The only person he was interested in from the beginning to the end was Haribel. After all, Haribel was famous for his powerful abilities. If Haribel could submit to him, Baraggan would naturally gain such a powerful general. Baraggan didn't know the other three people Haribel mentioned. When he heard Haribel asking if he could take them with him, Baraggan almost immediately refused. I just admire you. Baraggan had already said this, and Haribel refused without even a second thought. Baraggan didn't expect Haribel to reject him directly. He was a little slow to react for a while, and when he finally reacted, Baraggan still didn't give up. Why did you reject me? Haribel looked up at Baraggan and said this, with a look of confusion on his face. Haribel also said calmly, I just want to be with Apache, Mila, and Sunsun. After Haribel said this, he completely ignored Baraggan. Baraggan never thought that someone as powerful as Haribel would actually do this just to be with his friends. Baraggan couldn't help but shake his head for a moment. Advertisement he just stared at Haribel's receding back quietly, and Baraggan felt that his heart was filled with too many questions and confusions. He had no idea what was going on with someone as powerful as Haribel. Wasn't it common for the more powerful someone was, the more they demanded? Why did Haribel just want to live a quiet and peaceful life? Baraggan felt a wave of confusion in his heart. He finally suddenly called out to Haribel, why did you refuse my invitation? Haribel didn't expect Baraggan to call him. He had even clearly rejected him, but he still called him back unwillingly. Haribel smiled. Haven't I already clearly rejected you? Why are you still asking? Haribel's words rang in his ears, and Baraggan was completely at a loss for words for a moment. When he finally realized what was going on, Baraggan said, if I agree, will you? Before Baraggan could finish his words, Apache, Mira and Sunsun came over. Haribel watched the three people approaching. She had absolutely no patience for Baraggan's nagging, so she waved her hand. My friend is here. I'm leaving now. I have no intention of submitting to you. During the following period of time, Haribel and the other three people also lived quietly. Although the days were dull and boring, fortunately they were all together and usually fought against the invading enemies together. No matter how dull the days are, because we are all together, even the most dull days can become interesting for a while. What matters is not what kind of life you live, but who you live it with. So when Baraggan whispered in his ear that he would not take the three people with him, Haribel rejected him without a second thought, not to mention that Haribel had no intention of submitting to him. The days passed by so uneventfully, but their peaceful lives were completely changed because of the appearance of a person. As for who that person is, it is of course Aizen. With the appearance of Aizen, the peaceful life that Haribel has been living in his daily life has become a luxury. Advertisement Chapter 94. A century of resentment on the other side, Mashiro and Wandawise were fighting. During the battle, Mashiro misjudged Hollow's time and was severely injured. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Mashiro's face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Kenshi, who was watching the whole scene from the side, couldn't help but rush forward and help Mashiro up from the ground. Seeing Kenzie looking at him nervously, Mashiro couldn't help but wave his hand quickly. Don't worry about me for now. Mashiro's words rang in his ears, and Kenzie immediately stepped forward to fight with Wandawise. Mashiro just sat quietly on the ground. After resting on the ground for a while, he stepped forward to join the fight. At the same time, Aizen glanced at Haribel lazily. She completely ignored Haribel's distressed look and just walked forward a few steps. Then he stepped forward to fight Gode 13 and Visored personally, and his aura was fully released for a moment. Hiyori, who saw this scene, was unable to calm down for a long time. Everything that happened before is still vivid in Hiyori's mind. Hiyori suddenly took a step forward, and when Aizen turned around, he saw Hiyori looking at him with hatred. Aizen raised an eyebrow slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? What did I do to make you hate me so much? What did I do to make you look at me like that? Hiyori sneered. She never thought that Aizen still had the nerve to say that. When she thought of this, Hiyori felt that Aizen was even more shameless than she had imagined. He immediately asked, those things you did? And now you still have the nerve to ask me about them?
Hiyori's words were a bit nonsensical, but when they fell into Aizen's ears, his pupils shrank for a moment. So you hate my betrayal? Advertisement. Hiyori didn't hate Aizen for his betrayal, she just couldn't forgive Aizen for harming his companions and causing her to destroy their friendship with her own hands. Hiyori's eyes were filled with anger, and she just felt extremely angry. She never expected that even at this point, Aizen still felt hatred for her because of her betrayal. Hiyori took a deep breath and said, I don't hate you for betraying me at all. As for what I hate specifically, I think you know it best in your heart. Aizen just frowned. In fact, he still felt a little confused about what Hiyori said in his ear, and he didn't quite understand what Aizen meant by this sentence. Aizen's confused look caught Hiyori's eyes. Hiyori also looked at Aizen, who was still pretending to be confused even though she knew the truth. She knew in her heart what she hated, but Aizen still deliberately pretended to be ignorant. As Hiyori thought this in her heart, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. You really don't understand now? Aizen smiled and said, I really don't understand it yet. After Aizen said this, she deliberately raised her eyebrows towards Hiyori, looking like she was really indebted to her. Hiyori clenched her hands into fists at her sides at this moment. She never expected that Aizen pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth, but now he looked at her provocatively. Hiyori couldn't stand it anymore this time. She took a deep breath and said, You asked for this. After Hiyori finished speaking, Aizen started to ask, What do you mean I asked for this? Didn't you do all those things yourself? Who told you to listen to me so much? After Aizen finished speaking, she glanced at Hiyori nonchalantly before finally speaking. You said I used you to destroy your friendship? But think about it, wasn't it you who destroyed it? Aizen continued to twist the facts in his ear. If you didn't believe what I said, if you were even a little smarter, you wouldn't have destroyed your own friendship. So this isn't my fault, it's yours. Advertisement. Hiyori clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were filled with immense anger. She had never expected that Aizen would distort the facts like this. Hiriko, who was standing next to her, saw that Hiyori was so angry that she reached out to grab Hiyori. When Hiyori saw Hiriko holding her, she also shouted, Let go. Hiriko didn't let go, but continued to hold Hiyori like this. Hiriko also warned Hiyori in her ear. Don't act rashly now, Aizen is deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for it. Hiriko's words rang in his ears. No matter how many times Hiyori warned him not to act rashly, Hiyori could not calm down at all. Aizen on the other side saw Hiriko holding Hiyori and warned her not to be fooled. Aizen just raised his eyebrows. One fire was not enough, so he had to add more fuel. Tell me, why do you hate me? Is it because of my betrayal? And because I tricked you into doing those things? Just based on these few things? Do you hate me so much? Even if you hate me, you can't kill me? Aizen's voice became sharper as he spoke later. A sharp female voice accompanied by crazy laughter rang in her ears. Hiyori couldn't help herself at all this time. Let go of your hand. I must settle accounts with Aizen today. Hiriko wanted to reach out and grab Hiyori, but he saw that Hiyori looked so angry. Hiriko knew in her heart that Hiyori really hated Aizen, and if she continued to hold her hand, she would be preventing Hiyori from avenging a century of hatred. Maybe then Hiyori would even kill her. Hiriko finally let go of her hand helplessly. No one was holding her clothes anymore. Hiyori was completely free of obstacles at this time. Her eyes were red. The overwhelming hatred in Hiyori's eyes did not diminish by half as time passed. Instead, the hatred in her eyes became even more intense. Seeing Hiyori's hateful look, Aizen knew that she had succeeded after all. Hiyori could not withstand her provocation. Hiyori walked up to Aizen and slashed at her with 100 years of resentment, and there was a lingering hatred in her eyes. Chapter 95. Unable to resist facing Yami's attack. Rukia and others are in imminent danger. Lu Jin took in the entire scene from behind. He knew that if he didn't bring people to help, Rukia probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Lu Jin thought so in his heart, and turned around to look at Kurosaki Ichigo and others beside him. Follow me and go up to provide support. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately rushed over to help along with Lu Jin. Rukia never expected that Lu Jin would suddenly come with a group of people to help her, and she was naturally very touched. The appearance of Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo and others. This also made Yami stunned. Although he could suppress Rukia and others were powerless in his hands, they could not beat Yami at all. Yami watched as he was about to succeed. Rukia and the others were about to be defeated by him, but they never expected that Lu Jin would show up with his men at this time. Okay. Then I'll kill one by one, or two by two. Yami never expected that they would come to help, so he gritted his teeth and uttered such a harsh word. When Lu Jin heard Yami say such a cruel thing, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then let's give it a try. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he kept looking at Kurosaki Ichigo and others next to him, and a group of people rushed up together. At this time, no one cares whether it is a foul or not. After all, human lives are at stake now, and Lu Jin really can't just stand by and watch. If we still had to follow the rules at this time, I'm afraid Rukia's people would have been completely dealt with by Yami long ago. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo rushed forward and attacked Yami directly from behind. Yami was ambushed by two people. He covered his back, and Yami could also feel that the attack from Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo had already injured his heart and lungs. Advertisement. Yami's brows knitted together. How dare you attack me? Seeing that Yami was still trying to talk about rules, Lu Jin just smiled faintly. If we didn't attack you, do you think we could beat you? It's either you or me. Do you think we can still talk about rules? Lu Jin's words successfully angered Yami. Yami looked at Lu Jin fiercely, and finally looked at the weak Rukia over there. Yami really couldn't swallow this, but he also knew that he was no match for Lu Jin and the others. After all, they were numerous, and he was just a lone man. Yami always felt that this was not a solution. Although he is very capable, he should know that Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo are also not to be underestimated. Not to mention that he was ambushed by them just now. Yami was also seriously injured by their sneak attack. If Lu Jin rushed up with Kurosaki Ichigo and others, he might not be able to defeat this group of people. It wasn't just Yami who was thinking this. Lu Jin was also silently thinking about whether he could beat Yami. After all, everyone could see how powerful Yami was. When he thought about this, Lu Jin felt that it would be better for him to take action sooner rather than later. Coincidentally, Yami also attacked Rukia at this time. Rukia had just fought several battles with Yami, and she had long been unable to hold on. Unexpectedly, Yami attacked her at this time, obviously wanting to take her life while she was sick. When she was thinking about this, Rukia looked at Yami who was gradually approaching her, and she closed her eyes. In the end, there was no severe pain as I had imagined. Instead, someone in front of her groaned, and this muffled groan reached Rukia's ears. When Rukia raised her head, she found that Yami had not successfully attacked her, and Lu Jin even helped her block the attack. The appearance of Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo and others helped them escape from danger, and Rukia was very grateful to them. He didn't expect Lu Jin to help him block this move again. Advertisement. When Rukia raised her head, she saw beads of sweat on Lu Jin's forehead, and her eyes began to unfocus. Noticing the change in Lu Jin's eyes, Rukia was a little unresponsive for a moment. When she realized what was happening, she couldn't help but shout out, "Are you okay?" Lu Jin had no time to respond to Rukia's question at this time. He only felt that his clothes were soaked with sweat, but at this time Lu Jin had no time to care about his clothes that were soaked with sweat. Lu Jin just felt extremely uneasy inside. Yami's strength is no longer the same as before, and the disharmony after Lu Jin hollow makes the battle situation very unfavorable. Yami also noticed that Lu Jin suddenly looked disheveled. It was obvious that he was completely unable to withstand his moves. When he thought of this, Yami also laughed. "You're nothing but that. I thought you were amazing when you rushed out to help Rukia and the others, but I didn't expect you to be nothing more than that. I really overestimated you." Yami's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin just gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you have the guts, just come at me." Yami never expected that Lu Jin was about to die, but he was still as stubborn as a duck. "You clearly can't hold on any longer, but you still have to say this." As he thought about this, Yami sneered, "If you can't hold on any longer, just tell me. Maybe if you beg me for mercy, I'll let you go. Why bother trying so hard to hold on here?" Lu Jin reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean I'm struggling to hold on here? Which eye of yours saw me struggling to hold on?" Yami just felt that he was really angry. He never thought that he was saying this with good intentions, and even said that if he let him beg for mercy, he might let him go. But Lu Jin didn't appreciate his kindness at all. Yami intensified his attack. Lu Jin gradually became unable to resist. Chapter 96. Snow Crystal. At this moment, the four captains who came to Hueco Mundo for support appeared. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo were suddenly teleported by Yami out of the black cavity. Lu Jin didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, I saw Yami giving me a sinister smile. He had barely recovered from his smile. Lu Jin's eyes suddenly went dark, and then he knew nothing. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Jin saw an endless desert around him. Kurosaki Ichigo next to him also slowly opened his eyes. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, he saw an endless desert in front of him. His voice was even more hoarse. "What's going on?" Lu Jin listened to Kurosaki Ichigo's stunned words in his ear, but he was much calmer than him. "As you can see, the two of us are now in this desert." Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. His brows were furrowed so tightly that they looked like they could have pinched a fly to death. Kurosaki Ichigo had no idea why he and Lu Jin came to this endless desert together. While he was puzzled, Kurosaki Ichigo asked directly, "What the hell is going on? We were fighting Yami just now. How did we suddenly end up in this desert?" It wasn't just Kurosaki Ichigo who was extremely confused at the moment. Lu Jin also felt a little puzzled. He didn't understand why they were fighting with Yami just fine when he suddenly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. As a result, when they opened their eyes and woke up again, they found themselves inexplicably in such a vast desert. Lu Jin shook his head. "I'm not sure either." After he said this, he couldn't help but think of how he saw Yami suddenly smile sinisterly at him before he fell into coma. It seems that it was because of that smile. Advertisement. "Don't lie here any longer. The sun is too strong here. If you keep lying here, you'll be roasted." Lu Jin pushed Kurosaki Ichigo who was next to him. Kurosaki Ichigo was pushed by Lu Jin and he finally got up from the ground. When Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo got up from the ground, they unexpectedly discovered that their clothes were a little special. When they were fighting with Yami, the clothes they wore then were obviously different from the clothes they wear now. "What's with this dress?" Kurosaki Ichigo tugged at his dusty clothes. He also turned his head and asked Lu Jin next to him this question. Lu Jin had almost no time to answer, as he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. I heard a series of footsteps coming from the side. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but look at each other, and caught the same emotion in each other's eyes. The two of them also looked to the side hurriedly. They also discovered that there were not only two people in such a vast desert, but there were even other people, but they didn't know those people at all. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo were really confused. They had no idea what was going on. They suddenly appeared in the desert, wearing gray clothes and surrounded by a group of strangers. Who are you? Lu Jin's pair of black eyes fell quietly on the man walking towards this side, and there was a sense of vigilance in his tone. The people walking towards them were dressed exactly like them. The man was holding a kettle in his hand. He walked towards this side and was planning to hand the kettle to Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo. However, before he could stretch out his hand, Lu Jin in front of him suddenly asked this question. The man was a little unresponsive for a moment. He didn't quite understand why the two people were looking at him so warily. He didn't react for a moment, and when he finally realized what was happening, the man started to ask, "What's wrong with you? Did the fever damage your brain? You don't even recognize me?" Advertisement. The man's words fell into the ears of the two people. After Lu Jin and Heichi started talking, they couldn't help but look at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. It is even more unclear what the current situation is. The man looked at the two people with confused expressions. He still smiled and handed the kettle to Lu Jin, calling out a name that was unfamiliar to the two of them. After calling the two people, the man reached out and patted their shoulders. "Stop joking with me here, and don't pretend you don't know me here. Hurry and pack your things." Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but look at each other again. They couldn't figure out what was going on, but the two of them could make a rough guess. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in such a vast desert. There were also people greeting them, and it was obvious that those people knew them, but Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo did not know them. Although the two people were a little panicked in their hearts and had no idea what was going on, they also understood that no matter how panicked they were in their hearts, you absolutely cannot show your emotions on your face. Instead, we should make sure we understand this matter clearly before talking about anything else. As he thought about this, Lu Jin looked over at the man and asked tentatively, "We're really confused because of the fever. I don't know where we're going." The man didn't find anything suspicious. So now, when Lu Jin asked in his ear, the man just waved his hand casually. "It seems that you are really confused." Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo also smiled and nodded. The man looked at the two people and seemed to know nothing. He finally spoke up and answered their questions. "This time we are going to the Urahara Tycoon's house to steal a priceless treasure." The man's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but look at each other again. Kurosaki Ichigo also asked, "What treasure is it?" The man didn't seem to be on guard at all and continued to answer, "It's that incredibly precious snow crystal." Chapter 97. Black Chamber. Lu Jin suddenly reached out and pinched his arm. But he didn't feel anything at all, and no matter how hard Lu Jin hit him, he didn't feel any pain at all. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing next to him, noticed that Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched his arm, so he pinched his arm as well. Kurosaki Ichigo pinched his arm hard, but was surprised to find that he felt no pain at all and had no feeling at all. "Are we dreaming now?" Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in his ears, and Lu Jin nodded for a moment. "It seems that we are indeed dreaming." After the two men said this, they followed the main force to steal snow crystals and the like. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to do, and since it was a dream, they just went with the flow. They just follow wherever the main force goes. A group of people walked hurriedly forward, and unknowingly arrived at the home of the wealthy man Urahara. As soon as Lu Jin raised his head, he saw the person in front of him going in to steal the snow crystal and successfully getting it. What followed was a period of war and chaos. The tycoon usually regarded this crystal as extremely precious, but he never expected that someone would covet his crystal. This time, they even stole the crystal while he was not paying attention. The tycoon was so angry. He immediately sent people out to chase the person who stole the crystal. But when Urahara sent people out to chase the person who stole the crystal, they found a long line of people outside. And everyone's clothes are exactly the same. Urahara couldn't help but feel worried for a moment. He finally waved his hand and said, "Go and capture everyone. I'd rather capture all the innocent people than let anyone go." Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't reacted yet and were just watching Urahara send out many people to chase them. Because they are now in a dream, no matter how strong Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo are. Advertisement. Now it can be said that he is unable to exert any strength at all. They looked at each other and finally decided to run away. But how could two people possibly outrun those people? He was caught right away. Lu Jin knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, not to mention that he still hadn't figured out why he fell into the dream. How could he get out of it? As a result, there was no time to figure out this point. The man was suddenly caught by the tycoon here. Lu Jin was naturally unwilling to give up no matter what. In order to escape from Urahara's pursuit, Lu Jin directly summoned the lamp god Rukia. Rukia helped them deal with the pursuers without hesitation. Before Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo could express their gratitude, Rukia suddenly spoke. "I helped you get rid of those pursuers, but at the same time I will be sentenced to death by the Lamp Soul Realm. However, I have no regrets for helping you." Rukia's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a moment. He didn't know why, but when he heard Rukia's words ringing in his ears, Lu Jin always felt as if he had heard these words somewhere before.
Especially, Rukia, who helped them, is about to be executed by the Lamp Soul Society. Wait, why does this plot look so familiar? As Lu Jin thought about this, he felt that the plot was too familiar. Lu Jin even felt as if he had seen or heard of this kind of plot somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. Kurosaki Ichigo next to him looked at Lu Jin with a frown.
He couldn't help but say, since Rukia has said he's willing to help us and he hasn't regretted it, there's no need for you to feel guilty. The most important thing for us right now isn't guilt, but to hurry up and find a way to wake up from this dream. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice reached my ears. Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. Later on, he finally realized, the most important thing for us right now is not to think about these trivial things, but to wake up from the dream as soon as possible. Advertisement. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he suddenly felt the ground begin to shake violently. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing nearby, also noticed that the ground began to shake violently. Lu Jin couldn't help but frown. Why did the ground suddenly start to shake violently? After Lu Jin finished muttering this to himself, he suddenly discovered a black cavity not far away. It wasn't just Lu Jin who discovered a black cavity not far away. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was racking his brains to think of how to get out, naturally noticed the black cavity not far away. What's that black cavity all about? Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and nodded to Lu Jin next to him. Lu Jin suddenly felt like the string in his head was connected at this moment. He turned around and glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo. Lu Jin hurriedly said, "We can go out now." Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little slow to react for a moment, and didn't quite understand what he meant by this sentence. Lu Jin saw him standing there in a daze. For a moment, he could only reach out and grab Kurosaki Ichigo. Lu Jin also took Kurosaki Ichigo and walked towards the black cavity not far away. The black cavity is the black cavity opened by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. He knew that the two of them were now deeply trapped in a dream, so this time he deliberately opened the black cavity to help them. If she didn't react at first, then she would have to wait until Lu Jin grabbed her hand and took her to the black cavity. Kurosaki Ichigo finally reacted. Can we really go out now? Lu Jin looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who seemed to be slow to react, and now asked this question in his ear. He nodded. We can indeed go out. After Lu Jin said this, he followed Kurosaki Ichigo and Unohana towards the human world. Chapter 98. The last trump card. And the battle here. Kenpachi and the others stayed in Hawako Mundo to continue fighting Yami. It also looks very strenuous. Everyone watched the battle imperceptibly, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. At the same time, everyone placed their hopes of ending the war on Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo. So they watched helplessly as such a long time passed and Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo still hadn't returned. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with impatience. In the darkness, Unohana suddenly called out to Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't expect that he would call him suddenly, and for a moment he couldn't help but look back at Unohana. Lu Jin's eyes were filled with confusion. I wonder why you called me here this time. Unohana listened to Lu Jin's question and replied slowly, do you want to know something about Aizen? More specifically, about his Zanpakuto. Unohana's words rang in her ears. Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a moment, and he didn't expect Unohana to take the initiative to call him over, and even now asked him if he was interested in Aizen, especially the Zanpakuto in his hand. Lu Jin nodded hurriedly. Of course I am interested. His words fell into Unohana's ears, and Unohana nodded slightly. Since you are so interested, I will take this opportunity to tell you about Aizen's Zanpakuto. Lu Jin naturally knew that he had to listen to him patiently. Otherwise, when he fights Aizen, he won't know anything about the Zanpakuto in his hand. So I have to stay here and listen to Unohana quietly. Lu Jin immediately said solemnly, then please tell me about Zanpakuto. Unohana was very satisfied with Lu Jin's respectful attitude. After all, everyone likes to get along with humble and polite people. When Unohana thought about this in his heart, he also told Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, S ability and activation conditions. Advertisement. Lu Jin was listening quietly beside him. Occasionally, if I don't understand something, I will ask Unohana. Unohana patiently answered every question. Unohana told Lu Jin everything about Aizen and Zanpakuto, and he continued, so, looking at Soul Society, the present world, and Hawako Mundo, the only one who can compete with him is one person. Unohana's words rang in her ears. Lu Jin frowned. Then I wonder if there's only one person who can stand up to him. Who is that person? Unohana listened to Lu Jin asking in confusion, and was also asking herself who that person was. What's far away is also close at hand. Lu Jin saw Unohana smiling at him, and when she said this, she also pointed at herself. Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I never thought that Unohana would recognize me so much. Even now he said that he was the only one who could compete with him. Lu Jin was of course flattered for a moment. After calming down for a long time, Lu Jin finally found his voice. So you trust me so much? Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. When Unohana looked at Lu Jin and said this, his eyes were full of insecurity. Of course it was his lack of confidence in himself. When she noticed the lack of confidence in his eyes, Unohana continued to speak with a smile. Anyway, I believe in you. Lu Jin just stood there quietly. Unohana did not urge Lu Jin, but waited until Lu Jin's breathing gradually calmed down. Unohana also spoke up. Please be more confident. I really believe in you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to be the only one to fight against it. Lu Jin naturally knew that Hana trusted him. Advertisement. Otherwise, it would be impossible to say that I am the only one fighting against it. However, Lu Jin really didn't know what to say about Hana's trust, and he was even more afraid that he would let him down. Hana saw Lu Jin looking so conflicted. Hana naturally understood in her heart that Lu Jin was probably feeling conflicted and extremely insecure at this moment. But what is needed now is not entanglement and lack of confidence. When Hana thought about this, he finally said, "Of all the people, you are the most suitable one." Lu Jin's voice was almost trembling as he asked, "Why does it have to be me? Why am I the only one who is suitable among so many people?" Lu Jin felt that he was really confused. So now, listening to Hana affirming him in his ear, the more he affirmed himself, the more Lu Jin began to doubt himself. Hana still smiled faintly. Think about it carefully, all the suitable people have seen his War Soul sword, but among all of them, you are the only one who has not seen its shikai. Lu Jin suddenly seemed to understand something. He had been unable to understand why it was him, but now, listening to what Hana said in his ear, Lu Jin finally figured out why it was him. Because the only one left is myself who has never seen the shikai. So it can be said that it is most appropriate for me to go this time. You have to go there yourself to win this battle. Lu Jin stood up, his back straight. When Hana beside him took in this scene, he nodded with satisfaction for a moment. I believe you can do it. Hana's words rang in his ears, and Lu Jin turned his head and smiled at Hana calmly. I can do it. After Lu Jin said this, he knew that as the last trump card, he could not delay any longer. After all, there are so many people waiting for me there. There are so many people who have high hopes for him, and Lu Jin feels that he absolutely cannot let them down. Lu Jin also rushed towards the final battle as the last trump card.
3CA Chapter 99. Dying on the other side, Byakuya and Kenpachi suddenly had an argument while fighting Yami. Byakuya also frowned and looked at Kenpachi. He never expected that Kenpachi would suddenly become unreasonable. Obviously, the two of them should have cursed at Yami. But for some reason, Kenpachi suddenly started scolding himself for no apparent reason. Byakuya naturally couldn't tolerate this grievance. He immediately followed Kenpachi and started cursing. Yami, who was standing next to him, raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows speechlessly. She had never thought that these two people were obviously fighting with her, but for some reason, they started to curse at each other. Even now, I don't beat myself at all. Instead, the two of them pointed their swords at each other and left themselves aside. Yami felt that he was so unclassy, and he never expected that these two people would ignore him. When he thought of this, Yami couldn't help but step forward and separate the two people. Kenpachi and Byakuya were fighting happily, but unexpectedly, Yami, who was left aside by them, suddenly rushed up. He even separated the two people directly. Just as Kenpachi and Byakuya were about to scold Yami, Yami suddenly spoke up. Okay. Are you guys deliberately leaving me aside? Do you really want me to take the initiative to attack you? When Yami said this, he also covered his severely injured chest. For a moment, he was extremely angry. Kenpachi and Byakuya were also a little slow to react. The two men looked at Yami, who was extremely angry, and their expressions suddenly changed. The two men couldn't help but cover their chests and just let Yami get angry at them. The two men didn't dare to act rashly. In the real world, the battle between everyone and Aizen continues. Hiyori was no match for Aizen at all. Aizen just waved his hand casually, and the power contained in the machete raised by Hiyori was all rebounded back to Hiyori himself in that instant. Hiyori even spat out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement. Hiriko hurried over to catch her, and seeing that Hiyori was dying, he glared at Aizen directly. Are you really so cruel? Aizen looked at everyone glaring at him, a cold and cruel look appearing on his calm and gentle face. I really am that cruel. Aizen's words fell into Hiriko's ears. Hiriko never imagined that Aizen was so cold-blooded and cruel, and even now he was attacking Hiyori directly. When Aizen attacked Hiyori, he didn't even hesitate, and even looked at Hiyori who was now dying. Aizen's face showed no expression either. Hiriko never thought that Aizen was more cruel and heartless than she had imagined. While he was thinking this, Hiriko suddenly put Hiyori, who was in her arms, slowly to the ground. He even walked towards Aizen. The other people watching nearby didn't expect Hiriko to suddenly walk towards Aizen, and they were a little confused for a moment. When they realized what was happening later, the group of people also called out to Hiriko. Are you crazy? The words of that group of people rang in my ears. Hiriko ignored those people. He just said calmly, if I don't go up to resist Aizen, then I don't know who else can resist Aizen. Aizen saw Hiriko speak so calmly, he even said that he was the only one who could resist himself. Looking at Hiriko like this, Aizen felt a little funny for a moment. Are you sure you can stop me? When Aizen said this, he was also looking at Hiriko lazily. Hiriko didn't know what to say for a moment. He just looked up at Aizen quietly. I'm sure I can withstand you. Aizen actually laughed. Are you sure? Hiyori was dying beside her, and she had no idea that Hiriko would suddenly go against Aizen. She almost squeezed out these words from her throat. Go back quickly. Advertisement. Hiyori said this with almost all her strength. Hiriko didn't expect that Hiyori, who had already fainted, would suddenly speak to her at this time. He hurried over to Hiyori's side. By the time Hiriko ran to Hiyori's side,
Hiyori had already fallen unconscious again. Hiriko could no longer tolerate it at this point. He rushed directly to Aizen, who also looked at Hiriko quietly as she rushed towards him. Have you really thought it through? Aizen's words rang in my ears. Hiriko just sneered. Come on, I will take your head today no matter what. Aizen's brown hair was gently pushed back by him. His appearance was as gentle as jade, and there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but now, for some reason, his aura changed drastically. Aizen raised his eyebrows and looked at Hiriko. He finally said, Do you really want to take my head? Then come at me? After Aizen finished saying this, Hiriko also rushed over here, and everyone around couldn't help but worry for him. Everyone doesn't understand why Hiriko had to rush forward and die. After all, Hiriko is no match for Aizen. To be more precise, even if all of them were added together, none of them would be a match for Aizen. So this time Hiriko rushing forward was tantamount to committing suicide. When everyone was thinking this in their hearts, they really didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally just shook their heads gently. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Hiriko rushed directly towards Aizen, gritting his teeth, knowing that no one could guess what he was thinking. But Hiriko doesn't care what others think of her. The only thing he cares about now is that Hiriko knows that he must go up and fight no matter what. Even if he couldn't defeat Aizen at all, Aizen might kill him with a wave of his hand before he could even hit him. But Hiriko has no regrets at all. Hiriko now has a clear idea in her mind. She must hold Aizen back before Lu Jin arrives. Chapter 100. Give it a try. Tusen Kanami on his side looked at Aizen taking the fight himself. Tusen Kanami suddenly decided to show his true strength. While he was thinking this, Tusen Kanami also spoke directly. This time I plan to try it myself. Tusen Kanami's words rang in everyone's ears. Almost everyone looked towards Tusen Kanami at the same time, and no one understood what Tusen Kanami meant by this sentence. However, when Tusen Kanami heard these words, what appeared before Komamura and Asagi was Tusen Kanami's hollow figure. Tusen Kanami's hollowing made Komamura very confused. Why did you suddenly hollow? Why did you have to hollow? When Komamura said this, his voice couldn't help but tremble. He didn't understand why Tusen Kanami suddenly wanted to hollow. I still remember the scene of our meeting vividly. I wonder why our like-minded partners at that time have fallen to this point now. Tusen Kanami just looked at Komamura calmly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. What do you mean by why do you have to fall to this point? Have I fallen? Tusen Kanami's words rang in my ears. Komamura never thought that Tusen Kanami had not only fallen, but even when Komamura spoke to him, Tusen Kanami would not listen to him. As he thought about this, Komamura took a deep breath and said, I really don't understand why you would stoop to this level. Is there anything we can't just talk about? After Komamura said this, he looked at Tusen Kanami and his brows suddenly frowned. Noticing the change in Tusen Kanami's expression, Komamura continued, Have you forgotten the days we spent together? Tusen Kanami certainly didn't forget, but now, hearing Komamura talking about this matter in his ear, Tusen Kanami felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. He now doesn't want to tell Komamura what happened before. After all, what happened before has already passed, and there is no need to talk about it at this time. When thinking this in his heart, Tusen Kanami also said, I don't want to talk to you about the past, I just want the present. Advertisement. Tusen Kanami's words fell into my ears. Komamura could notice that when Tusen Kanami said this, his tone was filled with determination. I don't know why, but when I heard Tusen Kanami speak so firmly in my ear, Komamura just felt a sense of desolation in his heart. For a moment, he could be said to be extremely disappointed with Tusen Kanami. When Komamura thought about this, he raised his eyelids, his eyes full of mockery. So you really plan to do this? Tusen Kanami looked at Komamura with a determined look on his face. Yes. Komamura gave a wry smile, but he didn't say anything. Tusen Kanami saw Komamura smile bitterly here, and he was speechless about what he said. Tusen Kanami naturally knew in his heart that Komamura was extremely disappointed in him. But now, no matter whether Komamura is extremely disappointed with himself or hopes that he can stop and turn back, Tusen Kanami won't listen to Komamura anymore. At the same time, Hiriko, who was confronting Aizen, also released Zanpakuto, ni Kui. Aizen had never expected that Hiriko would actually surprise him. Hiriko looked at Aizen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He also smiled and said, How is it? Did it really surprise you? Aizen was indeed unexpected. He had never thought that Hiriko could actually be released. When Aizen finally realized what was happening, he finally found his voice. You really surprised me this time. I didn't expect you to be even more powerful than I imagined. Hiriko never expected that Aizen, who was usually so arrogant, would suddenly admit that he was more powerful than he thought. I don't know why I heard Aizen admit it so actively in my ear. Hiriko couldn't help but pause for a moment. He had never expected that Aizen would speak to him so proactively and in such a nice voice. Hiriko also thought that Aizen had been overwhelmed by this time, but she didn't expect to see him talking to her so seriously. Advertisement. After Aizen finished saying this, he noticed that Hiriko, who was standing opposite him, looked a little strange. Aizen certainly knew what Hiriko was thinking at this time. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Did I take the initiative to admit that you were better than me? So you are a little proud now? Of course not, Hiriko. He just never thought that one day Aizen would speak so kindly and the two of them would be able to have such a calm conversation. When Hiriko thought about this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Besides surprising you, do you have any other ideas? Aizen naturally saw Hiriko's intention. The corner of his mouth still had a faint smile. What do you mean I have other ideas? When Aizen said this, his tone suddenly became serious. I wonder what else you want me to have. Aizen naturally knew that even though things had come to this point, whether it was Hiriko or anyone else, they all hope that they can regain their conscience. But nowadays, Aizen has no conscience. When Aizen thought about this, he deliberately changed the subject and his eyes fell on the Zanpakuto in Hiriko's hand. Aizen also spoke calmly, but this time you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to. Before Aizen could finish his sentence, Hiriko interrupted him with a smile. You should know that Kyoka Suigetsu isn't the only Zanpakuto who can completely control the nerves of others, so I hope you won't be too arrogant. Hiriko's words rang softly in his ears. When Aizen raised his head, he saw Hiriko looking at him with a half-smile on her face. Looking at Hiriko's half-smile, Aizen, who was usually calm, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Then a burst of anger surged from the bottom of my heart. Aizen didn't know where this anger came from for a moment, it was too inexplicable. Chapter 101. Komamura continued to question Tsusankanami. Tsusankanami was very disdainful of Komamura's questioning and was too lazy to pay attention to Komamura. After all, people like Komamura have no ability and can only talk. Tsusankanami also felt that there was no need for him to talk to him. When he was thinking about this in his heart, Tsusankanami finally spoke directly. I don't want to waste time talking nonsense with you here. Instead of wasting time talking nonsense with you here, I might as well go eat more. Tsusankanami's words fell into my ears. Komamura never expected that Tsusankanami would say this to him. The sarcasm in his words was quite strong. When Komamura opened his mouth to say something, Tsusankanami suddenly spoke and revealed his true intention. Actually, the reason I joined Shinigami was out of revenge. To uphold justice, I need to gain powerful strength. Without powerful strength, how can I uphold justice? Tsusankanami's words rang in my ears. Komamura couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that Tsusankanami would suddenly say such a thing without any reason. He was a bit slow to react for a moment, and only after realizing it belatedly did Komamura finally find his voice. So this time you are. Before Komamura could finish his words, Tsusankanami hurriedly interrupted him. So in order to gain powerful strength and for my own justice, I naturally abandoned the dignity of a Shinigami. When Tsusankanami said this, a self-deprecating arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Komamura was just beside him, quietly watching Tsusankanami. He had never expected Tsusankanami to say that out of the blue. Later, Komamura finally found his voice. So this time you are. Tsusankanami nodded. I don't need any dignity. Komamura listened to Tsusankanami saying every word in his ear, and for some reason, at the same time, he also felt a very bad feeling in his heart. Because of this very bad feeling, Komamura couldn't help but turn his gaze to Tsusankanami. Advertisement. I always feel like something is going to happen next. Komamura felt that something was going to happen, and indeed something happened. To be more precise, something happened to Tsusankanami. After Tsusankanami finished saying that, he suddenly floated up slowly into the air. Komamura looked at Tsusankanami who was slowly floating up into the air. I also felt that the premonition in my heart was getting worse. Komamura just quietly watched Tsusankanami floating up into the air, and later, he finally found his voice again. Tsusankanami. Are you crazy? Komamura's words reached his ears, but Tsusankanami ignored Komamura. He just had a smile on his face, because soon he would be able to get the powerful strength he wanted. He can also gain powerful strength, no matter what he is asked to do, no matter what price he is asked to pay. Tsusankanami wanted such a powerful force. Tsusankanami also wants to gain powerful strength for himself, and he can say that there is no problem even if it means sacrificing everything. Komamura looked at the faint smile on Tsusankanami's lips. He naturally knew it best in his heart. He and Tsusankanami had always had a bad relationship. Tsusankanami also ignored me. So no matter what he said or what he did, Tsusankanami would never listen to him. So this time, Tsusankanami wanted to obtain powerful strength. No matter how much I nagged in his ear, no matter how much I wanted to stop him from obtaining powerful strength, in the end, I couldn't stop Tsusankanami. Komamura thought quietly like this, and finally he took a deep breath, feeling more and more uneasy in his heart. Since he knew that he couldn't stop Tsusankanami no matter what. Komamura could only watch Tsusankanami float into the air, and soon Tsusankanami showed a terrifying posture behind the blade. No one who was watching below expected Tsusankanami to act like this. Advertisement. Everyone couldn't help but look up and silently watch Tsusankanami floating in the air. No one even dared to breathe. Just looking at Tsusankanami quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and Komamura didn't know how much time had passed. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. He was so anxious that he was running around in circles and had no idea what he should do. Komamura just kept wandering around here, looking at Tsusankanami with a nervous look on his face, even more afraid that something might happen. Although Komamura does not understand Tsusankanami at all, he does not support Tsusankanami at all, even if it means abandoning the dignity of Shinigami in order to gain powerful strength. But he is not Tsusankanami after all. Komamura also knew that no matter how much he did not support Tsusankanami, no matter how much he wanted to stop Tsusankanami from falling. But no matter how much I try to stop him, it will ultimately have no useful effect on him. Only if Tsusankanami doesn't want to continue to fall into this state, and only if he stops himself, will the results be seen.
When Komamura thought this in his heart, his gaze towards Tusenkanami gradually became serious. Under the influence of Hollow, Tusenkanami slowly opened his eyes. When Tusenkanami opened his eyes, he found that the aura of his whole body had undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Tusenkanami noticed that the aura of his body changed at this moment, and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Tusenkanami knew that he had really succeeded. Tusenkanami also knew that he had truly gained powerful strength. The people watching below, especially Komamura, could naturally notice that Tusenkanami's aura had undergone a drastic change at this moment. Komamura couldn't help but secretly shout in his heart, "It's over." But after a moment of joy, Tusenkanami, who regained his sight thanks to Hollow, the curve of his mouth suddenly disappeared. Tusenkanami felt that not only the aura of his body had changed dramatically at this moment, but even his state of mind had changed. Tusenkanami's vision also became narrower because of Hollow. Chapter 102. Recovery. At the same time, Hiriko, who was confronting Aizen, released her Zanpakuto, Nifu, and a sweet scent filled the air. Aizen didn't expect Hiriko to be stronger than he thought, so when the sweet scent lingered around his nose, Aizen was a little slow to react. When he finally realized what was happening, Aizen opened his eyes and found that he had been brought into a perverse world without his knowledge. Aizen looked at himself and found himself completely defenseless. This time, he was even brought directly into the wrong time by Hiriko. Aizen looked at Hiriko in front of him with some admiration. "I didn't expect you to always bring me some big surprises. This time it was my own fault. I really underestimated you." Hiriko listened to Aizen speaking in her ear. He even took the initiative to admit that he underestimated himself this time. Hiriko just smiled faintly. "You really underestimated me this time, so I hope you can think a little more highly of me next time. If you think a little more highly of me, I wouldn't have brought you here at all." Aizen didn't expect that he would actively admit that he was not as good as Hiriko. "Now I really want to teach Hiriko a lesson, and Hiriko is just being arrogant." The curve of Aizen's mouth couldn't help but stiffen. Hiriko didn't want to pay any attention to Aizen at this time, and he didn't care whether his expression was good or bad. Hiriko just said quietly, "Welcome to my perverse world. In this perverse world, you have no way to defend against my attacks, so I wish you good luck from now on." Hiriko's words rang faintly in his ears. There was no emotion on Aizen's face. He just looked at Hiriko quietly. After he said this, Hiriko just smiled at him. But Aizen didn't find anything funny. He just stared at Hiriko quietly. When he got to the back, Aizen finally found his voice. "Then come over here." After Aizen finished speaking, Hiriko chuckled. "I didn't expect that things have come to this point. You're still so stubborn." Hiriko's words rang in my ears. Advertisement. Aizen ignored Hiriko. His eyes fell quietly on Hiriko's reverse brush ability, and he knew in his heart that this ability was not just as simple as reversing front, back, left and right. Aizen had no way of resisting Hiriko's attack. While he was feeling angry, Aizen suddenly noticed that Tusenkanami had regained his conscience. Aizen also looked at Tusenkanami, who had regained his conscience, and was actually trying to attack him at this time. His brows knitted into a kawa shape. "Do you want to attack me?" Aizen's words fell into Tusenkanami's ears. Tusenkanami just smiled faintly at him. "I just wanted to attack you, so what?" After Tusenkanami said this, Aizen really didn't know what to say. His eyes suddenly became vicious. Aizen knew that Tusenkanami had regained his conscience now, and that the Tusenkanami who had regained his conscience was even going to attack him. So, there was no need to keep Tusenkanami. While Aizen was thinking this in his heart, he attacked Tusenkanami who had regained his conscience. Just when he was about to kill him, Komamura suddenly rushed up. Komamura did not expect that Tusenkanami would suddenly regain his conscience, and Komamura was naturally ecstatic for a moment. He just felt extremely happy. Seeing that his good friend Tusenkanami has regained his conscience, Komamura can't wait to come up and have a good chat with Tusenkanami. Unexpectedly, Aizen would suddenly kill Tusenkanami, and Komamura was naturally furious for a while. The black crescent instantly hit Aizen. Komamura also secretly made a vow in his heart that he would never let Aizen hurt Tusenkanami no matter what. Aizen never expected that Komamura would appear from the side at this time, and even hit him with the black crescent moon. Aizen looked down at the wound on his arm. He also looked at Komamura with anger. "How dare you attack me?" Advertisement. After Aizen said this, he attacked Komamura directly, and Tusenkanami also hurried in front of him. As the battle was about to begin, Lu Jin, who had rushed back to the world, stood in front of the two of them. Almost everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Lu Jin to come back so timely. Aizen also looked at Lu Jin in front of him. He didn't react for a long time. If he didn't understand why those people kept trying to hold him back at the beginning, then now looking at Lu Jin. Aizen also felt that he understood it instantly. It turned out that so many people were attacking him. Those people obviously couldn't beat him, but they still insisted on rushing towards him. It turned out that it was to buy time for Lu Jin. When Aizen thought of this, he suddenly felt a sense of desolation in his heart. Aizen didn't even know what to say. Later, Aizen was also looking at Lu Jin in front of him. He noticed that he had an angry face, and Aizen wanted to say something. But Lu Jin interrupted him first. "I don't want to talk to you about that nonsense right now. I just want you to die." After Lu Jin finished saying this, Aizen's pupils shrank and he hurriedly took a step back, trying to escape. "I don't know if it's an illusion or something else." Aizen always felt that the Lu Jin standing in front of him seemed much more powerful than he had imagined. When he thought about this, he also noticed the change in Lu Jin. Aizen ran away almost without hesitation. But Lu Jin had already guessed that Aizen was going to escape. He immediately chased after him in a hurry. Aizen didn't expect that Lu Jin was faster than him. Before he could run away, Aizen suddenly grabbed him. For a moment, the two of them were entangled with each other. Lu Jin came back this time just to deal with Aizen, so he naturally didn't waste any time talking to him. He just rushed up and beat him up without saying anything. Chapter 103. Confusion. But what Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo never expected was that there was a huge gap between them. In fact, you already know that there is a huge gap in strength between us. At this time, he stared coldly at the Black Knight in front of him, revealing his sour yet slightly charming voice. Because he himself knew that this was definitely not a solution. Well, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this fact is really too difficult to say out loud. In fact, I think we still have a chance of winning, so you don't have to worry too much about these things. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo also covered his eyes with a little annoyance. Because he knew that at this time, the strength gap between the two sides was quite large. Although the power they have accumulated in front of others is very strong, they can only bow down and submit in front of these people. It turns out that working so hard just to defeat someone is such a bad feeling. At this time, he also shook his head and began to sigh slightly, thinking about the unpredictable nature of life. But the two men decided to fight to the death. After all, if you give up early without starting to put it into practice, it would be a huge shame for both of you. Why not give it another try? Because there is nothing worse than their current situation. Aizen on the opposite side was staring at the two people in front of him with an attitude of watching the show. At this time, his tone began to have some sarcasm. Because he knew that the two losers on the opposite side could not do anything to him no matter what, so he did not take the two people on the opposite side seriously at this time. You two losers are still whispering here. Have you thought of some new tricks to deal with me? Advertisement, but you should also know that these tricks are just a drop in the bucket for me. At this moment, his voice also seemed to contain a lot of disdain. In fact, he didn't have that kind of disdainful look towards the strength of the two people. Rather, he was just mocking the two people in front of him for overestimating their own abilities. He knew that these two people had always wanted to defeat him, but what could he do? Even though they practiced hard for such a long time, they still couldn't move a finger. This feeling may make the opponent feel a little frustrated, but it is right to be frustrated because he is the eternal god. Stop pretending. Who said we can't beat you? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo frowned in response to his mocking voice. Because he knew that if he bowed to Aizen at this time, it would be nothing more than an admission that they were inferior to him in strength and were not even willing to fight him in a real game. So at this time, he still stood up for his own face. But Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, was a little stunned when he saw him like this, because everyone knew that they had no hope of winning this war. So, he didn't know what kind of courage he had to give Kurosaki Ichigo such information. But in fact, if he knew what Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking, he would have a relieved expression. Of course, at this time, Aizen has to do more than just this, because he also has to provoke the relationship between the two people on the opposite side. If the two of them continue to unite like this, it is really uncertain who will win and who will lose. Talking is useless. You two won the victory by your own means. That's better, isn't it? Besides, you two are bragging here now. Who knows what you are capable of? At this time, Aizen's tone was full of sarcasm, because in his eyes, the two people in front of him would undoubtedly be slapped in the face after making such a boast. Of course, their subsequent actions also confirmed his guess. The two men immediately glared at him and refused to give in to him at all. Moreover, they also used the kind of attack after the hollow, which made it difficult for people to see where the magic was, but this also required the two people to be very good friends. I thought you two had some powerful tricks you wanted to use against me, but I didn't expect them to be anything more than this. No wonder you two have always been such losers. Advertisement. His voice was so cold that no emotion could be heard, but the obvious sarcasm was still in his tone. Because ever since the two men in front of him attacked him, he felt the low pressure from the two men in front of him. But the two of them don't seem to be that harmonious, at least not as suitable as they seem on the surface, which is why he would provoke them again and again. What should we do? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also began to speak anxiously. Because he didn't know why, their formation was unexpected and could not control the Aizen on the opposite side at all. You want to know why, right? It's because your partner didn't give it his all, so to speak. He's willing to cherish his own mental strength, so he doesn't want to stand with you. Besides, you're too stupid, don't you know? What Aizen said at this time was undoubtedly a stepping stone in his heart. He had no idea why Aizen said this, but their subsequent actions made him somewhat certain of this idea. At this time, Aizen's provocation was very effective, and he successfully made Kurosaki Ichigo on the opposite side a little distracted. Of course, at this moment, the captains of the 13th Court Guard Squad and the masked army began to stand up. Come on, this isn't just a fight between the two of you. We'll definitely come out to help you, so don't be fooled by the man across from you. At this time, the captain also began to give encouragement, which finally brought Kurosaki Ichigo back to his senses. At this time, he also anticipated what Aizen on the opposite side wanted to do to him. So his mood became even worse. He didn't expect that he would be plotted against by the man opposite him. I understand. I believe we will do our best. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo had also sorted out his mood and looked into the distance with high spirits again. Of course, at this time, the two people may have really let go of their previous grudges. Now the two men began to face the enemy in front of them calmly, because the person in front of them was the enemy they had to repel together. Chapter 104. Struggle. At this moment, a sharp light seemed to flash in everyone's eyes. Because at this time, everyone knows what they are really looking forward to in their hearts. So at this time everyone took turns to show off their magical skills. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on Aizen in front of them. Because they felt that this should be the best time to take action. After all, he was not on guard at all at this time, just standing there blankly, making people feel a little stupid. Right now. In fact, Aizen was not in control of his body at this time. He knew that the two people opposite him, whom he didn't care about at all, were rubbing their shoulders and preparing to come towards him. Of course, because there were so many people around, he was still a little panicked. But he knew that he must not show any panic at this time. If the other side catches this tiny movement of his, he will most likely be used as a handle to be held hostage by this group of people. However, these two people were also waiting for the opportunity on the side. They both knew that the calmer and more composed a man appeared on the surface, the less likely he would be like in private. But the aura he exuded alone made everyone feel that he was being resolute and decisive. Unexpectedly, at this time, Hitsugaya brought out his best moves. Because he really couldn't stand the arrogance of the man in front of him anymore. When everyone saw the Japanese anime stocks like this, they were slightly shocked. I never thought that this so-called honest man would actually get angry at this time. However, when a master-level figure like this gets angry, it is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Everyone, hurry up and improve your Ryatsu as much as possible to avoid any unspeakable injuries. At this time, the captain's voice also sounded in everyone's ears, because the captain was also concentrating his mental attention on observing the things around him. In fact, Hitsugaya was really angry this time. He didn't expect Aizen to provoke so many of them. Besides, it's not like they can't defeat a mere arrogant guy like him. Advertisement. At this moment, a burst of fire suddenly broke out, and everyone began to concentrate, staring at Aizen in front of them. Because they felt that the man in front of them was really a disaster, otherwise why would he ruin their good things again and again? Today I will make sure you die without a burial place. Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly shocked after what happened just now. He never thought that he was so powerful that his mental strength would be bewitched by the man in front of him today. Naturally, the anger in his heart began to grow and suddenly burst out. At this time, everyone started to get nervous. It turned out that this was the most tense and exciting time. At this time, everyone was staring intently at every move in front of them. Because at this moment, everyone in their hearts sincerely felt that this battle might have already been filled with silent smoke of gunpowder. But in front of Aizen's absolute strength, everyone's attacks seemed meaningless. Because he easily created a smokescreen, making everyone still think that they were fighting against Aizen. Poor group of ignorant people, they will only hurt themselves and others in the end. Haven't you ever thought about who the person on the other side is? At this time, he said lightly, and of course it seemed as if he was talking to himself. But these people just watched quietly as the person they were fighting against fell into a disadvantage. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel proud, and even a careless person in the team couldn't help but burst out laughing. I didn't expect Aizen to be so indifferent to our group. Ha ha ha, it seems he's not that good either. I don't think he'd be as strong as me if he fought one-on-one. At that time, many people did not take his words to heart. Because generally people who really know him know that Aizen is indeed very powerful. But at this time, everyone had some contempt in their hearts, probably because they felt that they had the upper hand. Alright, we still can't be completely careless. After all, Aizen is very cunning. We don't know where he will pop up from next moment and launch a desperate counterattack. Let's all use all our strength to fight him. However, the captain next to him couldn't help but remind him. Advertisement. Because in his eyes, Aizen was not someone who would give up so easily. Besides, the person opposite seemed a little thin. But at this time, they put their doubts aside. Because they felt from the beginning that the person on the other side of the fog should be Aizen. Stop it. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice came to my ears. Everyone seemed to be awakened by him at this time, and opened their eyes in a daze. It turned out that the smoke and fog were just a dream. But at this time, they seemed to have transformed into people they didn't know, and they were blindly attacking their dying companion, Hinamori. At this moment, everyone seemed to have just woken up from a dream, staring at the boy in front of them in horror. But at this time, Hinamori's face seemed to be completely bloodless and blank, which made people feel a little scared. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also rushed forward quickly, because he knew that at this time, he must be fighting against so many people. So his mental strength began to run out, and he had to save this young man. How did things turn out like this? We clearly weren't attacking. At this time, even the captain began to frown, obviously feeling that they were being teased by Aizen. Just now, Aizen was just standing beside you, watching you kill each other with disdain. All of you are so lost in your own fantasies. Kurosaki Ichigo was also feeling sad and angry at this time. He didn't expect that everyone had lost themselves in the fog. And it has reached such a terrible point that he is not afraid to harm his own teammates. So it was Aizen who did this. You evil villain, what on earth do you want to do to us? At this time, the captain began to lose control of his emotions and looked at the laughing man. It was as if the desperate fight everyone had just had became a laughing stock in his eyes. Chapter 105, Fantasy. In fact, from the very beginning, everyone was completely immersed in Kyoko Suigetsu's hypnosis and couldn't extricate themselves. Of course, after realizing what was happening, Hitsugaya also started yelling. Because no matter what, he could not accept the fact that he lost himself in hypnosis and hurt his friends. Of course, this was unacceptable to others, because at that time they were all attacking their companion Hinamori, who was already injured. Of course, this is something no one would have thought of. After all, who could have imagined that such a thing would happen? They originally thought they were dealing with Aizen, but when they came to their senses, they found out that it was actually one of their own. Aizen, I am irreconcilable with you. Prepare to die. Hitsugaya, who reacted at this time, was naturally furious. He could not forgive himself. After all, in his heart, he treated the little boy as his younger brother. But now it is indeed a few of them who want to send that boy to hell with their own hands. This is probably a hurdle that he cannot get over in his heart, so at this time, only by attacking the source of all evil forces in front of him can he calmly do the next things. It really makes me laugh to death. It's obviously you who did something wrong, so are you going to put the blame on me for this? You so-called righteous people are really laughable. You kill each other and blame me. What kind of person is that? Quote. At this time, Aizen's mocking voice could be heard everywhere. They never thought that they would attack their own people, so in the end they blamed this incident on the evil man on the opposite side. Stop talking nonsense and watch this. At this time, the captain and the common rider army all rushed towards him like a swarm of bees, but in a short while, Aizen knocked these people to the ground. You guys really look down on me too much. You ordinary mortals actually think you can defeat me. Do you know what a true king is? But I'm afraid you guys really don't know what kind of king can match your rather brutal fighting power. Advertisement. At this time, his voice and tone began to express unkindness. It also lets everyone know that this Aizen is no ordinary person. Of course, before they died, they had already discovered that his powerful kung fu was different from others. So at this time, the masked army and some captains began to be defeated under his attack. Unexpectedly, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Lu Jin seemed to have flames emitting from their eyes. They both saw that hard expression in each other's eyes. Because they really don't want to continue to be so cowardly. If they continue like this, more of their teammates will be hurt. 3, 2, 1. At this time, the two rushed to the ground where Aizen was. Of course, before the newcomer could react, flames burst out from the ground. This was undoubtedly the work of two people. The two of them also started to face the so-called powerful opponent on the opposite side very rhythmically. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, this opponent is not that strong. However, they all clearly sensed that the opponent before them was a formidable opponent they had never encountered before. With just this little trick, you think you can play me like a fool. I don't know if you look down on me, or if you simply ignore my existence. Although Aizen had a smile on his face at this time, it made people feel like he was in hell. At this time, everyone on the side was also looking at them. I didn't expect that two people would use the raging flames to turn this place into a hell. Of course, they all knew that this was still far from enough to defeat Aizen. At this time, he was still standing there, watching the two people in front of him operating with an attitude of watching the show. I'm so angry. How can this person just stand there like he's oblivious to everything? Does he have any idea how many lives he's ruined? At this time, even Kurosaki Ichigo next to him couldn't help but talk there. Advertisement. Hitsugaya was indeed a little angry at this time. So when he attacked Aizen just now, Aizen was merciless and kicked him to the ground, causing him to have some slight pain in his lower abdomen. There's no need to say more. I believe those two people will kill him without a burial place soon. Although these two people's martial arts are not as strong as Aizen's, they are both steady and cautious, so in terms of strength, they are not inferior to me in the slightest. At this time, Hitsugaya was still there explaining to everyone. Facing everyone's puzzled looks, he can be said to have stood up at this time. After all, no one knows the situation right now, so of course the other players still have to use their abilities at this time. So Yuan Lusai joined forces with these two people and began to tear some strips of cloth into pieces and scattered them around the whole house. Once the fire was lit, the whole house seemed to have fallen into a hot hell, making people feel a little irritated. Countless pillars of fire rose up in the room, making it look like a sea of fire, which was very creepy. Everyone, please get out quickly. At this time, the captain said this and everyone evacuated quickly and orderly. Because they knew that this was not a place where they could stay for a long time, and there were people fighting there. At this time, Aizen's eyes, which had been closed, finally opened. He had not expected that these people would do such a crazy thing in order to destroy it. At this time, there was a crazy and insane smile in his eyes. I really didn't expect that I alone would make you feel like you were facing a formidable enemy. However, I have truly experienced what the legendary hellfire is like. But being in hell is really quite pleasant, what do you think? Quote. At this time, the few people who were confronting him also began to turn their heads away with disgust. Because they didn't want to talk to the madman in front of them. They didn't know why, but as soon as they saw the madman in front of them, they would think of something. It was because of this madman in front of them that they accidentally and seriously injured their friends, and the scene just now was still unforgettable to them. Chapter 106, Flaw. Of course, the house was brightly lit at this time, allowing people to clearly see each other in the dark. Everyone wanted to go and put out the fire at this time, but they were powerless. Everyone knew that this war was a war without gunpowder. So they were not shocked at all, but Aizen was a little surprised now. He never imagined that they would reach the point of living and dying together. Of course, at this moment, for some unknown reason, Wanda Weiss appeared behind Genryusai without anyone noticing. At this time, he moved to the side of others at a terrifying speed, allowing everyone to feel the power of this strong man. Of course, the purpose of his coming here at this time is definitely not that simple. Then he extinguished the flame that they had created, which was similar to the fire of hell. They also knew that there were many strange and capable people around Aizen. Of course, this kind of awareness of capable people is not uncommon, but they did not expect that the person who came out this time would be so powerful and could easily extinguish the fire of hell. Alas, some termites stay down there for too long, and their horizons gradually become limited. Naturally, I can't blame people like you. At this time, Aizen's tone was slightly evil. Of course, when Kurosaki Ichigo heard what he said, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The two people in front of him must be here to help Aizen, otherwise, why would they interfere with their arson again and again? In fact, what Kurosaki Ichigo imagined was not wrong at all. Wanda Weiss after returning to the sword was exactly the expert that Aizen used to defeat Maple Leaf Genryusai. It seems like none of you weak ants can escape today. By the way, today, you don't have to worry about any other etiquette. Just help me kill the people on the opposite side. After all, these biting dogs have already started barking, so I hear some noise from time to time. Aizen's tone at this time was light, but it gave people an inexplicable feeling of pressure. Advertisement. The two people opposite each other looked at each other, and they both saw a subtle tension in their eyes. That's right, in the past, two people would probably have no chance against these two people. But now with the addition of Aizen, the two of them had no real confidence, and the person opposite was specifically designed to restrain Genryusai. So you picked someone specifically to deal with me. That really puts you through a lot. At this time, Yuan Lusai was also physically and mentally exhausted from the previous confrontation, and his face looked a little distressing. Naturally, his brow began to furrow, because he knew how difficult the two people in front of him were to deal with. One of them seemed to be his destined nemesis, so that was why he frowned. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but suffocate his breath at this time. Because he knew that the person opposite him was the one who could restrain Yuan Lusai. For some reason, at this moment, Yuan Lusai stretched out his left hand with an expression as if he was going to die. Although others didn't know and couldn't understand what he was doing, Kurosaki Ichigo clearly understood that he wanted to sacrifice himself to use Kido. He was about to speak out to stop it, but Yuan Lusai had already cut off his left hand. The others were also shocked by his amazing move. Yuan Lusai, don't do this. At this time, everyone else also knew what he wanted to do. It turned out that he wanted to use his left hand as a sacrifice to stimulate the strongest power he had learned from this Taoism. He gradually pointed out Kido's cremation with a knife, catching the man opposite him off guard. Apparently, they didn't realize that he actually wanted to sacrifice his left hand just to piss them off. I didn't expect you to use this trick. It seems I underestimated you before. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up. Advertisement. At this time, Aizen was also slightly shocked, because he really couldn't figure it out. He didn't expect that this person actually had such a profound magic. Of course at this time, Aizen was afraid of the cremation of Yuan Lusai in front of him. There were some slight mistakes at this time. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo and Lu Jin on the opposite side also saw him with their bottomless eyes, this situation and that flawed action. At this time, the two people seemed to have sensed it beforehand. They said together, 3, 2, 1, and then the two people who had been waiting for the opportunity rushed towards him. Because now is the best time. If you don't seize this opportunity, it will probably pass. At this time, Aizen saw the two people attacking him. But he also knew that he had accidentally revealed a flaw at this time, so he gritted his teeth and turned sideways to avoid the attacks of the two people. I didn't expect you two to be the kind of people who would take advantage of others in distress. But it doesn't matter. We really should settle some accounts. At this time, his words seemed to be very sparse, and he looked a little flustered, which made the two people admire him a little. After all, Aizen might be the only one in the world who could remain calm even when facing a crisis. But what could he do? After all, they were standing on the opposite side of the enemy. If he wasn't so evil, no one would want to kill this ghost-like man in front of me. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance of survival. Do you really want to continue like this? Lu Jin couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him at this time, because he felt that the man in front of him was very lucky and even had a bright future. But I don't know why, but I have to go down this road of no return. Isn't it better to be a righteous person? Stop talking nonsense. What do you gentlemen know? Okay, get started now. Stop dilly-dallying like sissies. At this time, the flame in Aizen's palm seemed to be a little more vigorous. At this time, the two of them did not bother to argue anymore, because they knew that no matter how much they said to the crazy person in front of them, it would be meaningless. They started to use the same feint tactics as before and stabbed at him. Chapter 107. A feint. It can be seen at this time that the two people really tried their best. But at this time Aizen slightly deviated to the side, and only one of his arms was injured. At this time, Aizen's expression was obviously nervous. This was the first time they saw such a terrible scene in the eyes of this man who was like a demon. Of course, they were also a little shocked. Why did he have such a frightened expression on his face? So even termites can turn clouds into rain with a flip of their hands, huh? Why don't you two hurry up and get on with it? At this time, his voice sounded a little anxious and corrupt. Because at this time he was also covering his chest, obviously trying to hide something. Of course, at this time Lan Qiyi who also saw that he was covering his wound. It immediately stabbed along the fabric towards his chest, and the whole piece of clothing fell to the ground. The scene was not as beautiful as everyone imagined. What caught their eyes was the Hogyoku on Aizen's body. At this time, even the onlookers nearby were talking about it. They could never have imagined that such a living devil would have such a piece of jade on his body, and of course what they could not have imagined was the function of this piece of jade. What is the purpose of this jade? Why is it embedded in his body? Does it have any special meaning? At this time, the captain next to him also became a little confused. However, others gave him some good explanations, which, at least for the time being, could be considered to be plausible. After all, some jades are instinctively used to monitor and control other people's lives. It can be said that these jades are very harmful things. Of course, this scene in front of him also caught Kurosaki Ichigo off guard. Because in his consciousness, what he saw was actually his own scene, and it was the kind of scene from his childhood to adulthood. What on earth is this? Why does my childhood experience appear on it? Advertisement. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little overwhelmed and was yelling on the spot. Of course, at this time, the people surrounding the outer circle still didn't know what exactly happened between them. Aizen's expression of fear returned to normal at this time, and he smiled faintly. That look was like a devilish smile, a smile that was meant to please a man. Don't you understand? I am you and you are me. At this time, Aizen was even more stimulated and said these words to him. Suddenly Kurosaki Ichigo began to feel uneasy. He never thought that Aizen was the one who had been monitoring him. Impossible. How could I possibly be a bloodthirsty person like you? There must be something I don't know. Tell me where you got this jade from, and what do you want to do to me? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo shook Aizen in front of him a little crazily. Of course, at this time, there was no foreign object covering Aizen's body, so the two of them were facing each other without any awkwardness at all. I've already said everything I wanted to say. I just like to see your experiences from childhood to adulthood. What can you do to me? At this time, Aizen's tone still had that evil tone, which made people feel very uncomfortable after listening to it. But in fact, at this time, people who knew the origin of this jade should have guessed the final outcome. This piece of jade can be manipulated and control other people's lives. It can be said to be a particularly insidious thing. Of course at this time Kurosaki Ichigo was still standing there yelling like crazy. Because he really didn't believe him. He never thought that the person who manipulated him would come to do all the things he had done before. That's impossible. Absolutely not. How could it be possible that you were the one who controlled me all along? I don't believe it. I will never believe it. At this moment, he suddenly roared on the spot, and the onlookers who were far away from them also heard his roar. At this time, Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, suddenly felt a sense of rigor for some reason. Advertisement. He actually knew what it felt like to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. So at this moment, he didn't know what to say to comfort the man in front of him. It's okay. You were just controlled by him for a while before, it's all over now, isn't it? Lu Jin actually knew that no matter how many words of comfort he said at this time, it would be useless. Because the most important thing is to let him walk out of that shadow by himself. But Kurosaki Ichigo's current crazy state makes people feel very uncomfortable after watching it. Because the people standing outside didn't know what was happening inside, they seemed a little panicked. Of course, at this time Aizen was not in a hurry. He took the clothes from his subordinates and put them on himself calmly. While putting them on, he recounted his experiences from childhood to adulthood. I didn't expect a parasite like you to be so smart. That's right, I'm the one who's been controlling and monitoring you. And I know everything you've been through since you were a child. Do you want to hear about what happened to you before? His tone rose slightly, with a hint of provocation in it. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's face became even paler. He didn't know what he wanted to do at this time, but he just wanted to kill the man in front of him. What, so you still want to kill me? Well, why don't we just talk about what happened before, from the awakening of the Shinigami power to the final hollow? How about we talk about it in detail? At this time, Aizen seemed to reveal something vaguely, and this thing made Kurosaki Ichigo's face even more shocked. Because only he knows these things. If the person on the other side is not monitoring him, how could he know these things? From the awakening of the Shinigami power to the final hollow, from the encounter with Rukia to the battle with Hawako Mundo. I know everything about you from childhood to adulthood. Do you still need to list all the things I did before? It was obvious that Lu Jin understood what was going on when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's inappropriate behavior. It seems that Aizen really knows everything about Kurosaki Ichigo, but this is really scary for them. Chapter 108. Kurosaki. Every scene of Kurosaki Ichigo's growth was under the prying eyes of Aizen. The things he experienced during his growth were not accidental, but were carefully designed by Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Aizen speaking in his ear, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Are you lying to me? What do you mean everything you said is true? Aizen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly, with no expression on his face, and did not answer Kurosaki Ichigo. After Kurosaki Ichigo asked this question, he noticed that Aizen was just looking at him with a mocking expression. No matter how he asked, Aizen seemed too lazy to answer him. Kurosaki Ichigo slowly squatted down. He couldn't figure out what all this meant if it was true. What did he experience growing up? What was it? Is this a joke? Or what? Kurosaki Ichigo felt completely lost. He had no idea what was going on. Why had this happened to him? Why did so many things happen to him? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted to try his best to figure out what was going on, but no matter how hard he tried, God would not give him the chance. Kurosaki Ichigo just said so much. Aizen seemed to have not heard his words, or it could be said that he was indifferent to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't know what to do. He just felt that his mind was in a mess, and there was only chaos. I never thought that my childhood would be so miserable. All of this was caused by Aizen. Aizen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's devastated face quietly. He had long thought that Kurosaki Ichigo would collapse sooner or later after knowing this. But I didn't expect this to happen so early. Kurosaki Ichigo now knows about this matter, and has completely collapsed even compared to what he imagined. When Aizen thought of this, his eyebrows suddenly raised and he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with interest. Now that I know about this, I'm afraid I can achieve my goal soon. When Aizen thought about this in his heart, he could also say that you became more and more impatient. Just wait for that person to show up. Advertisement. By then, Kurosaki Ichigo will probably collapse completely. After the brief collapse, Kurosaki Ichigo will be able to be used by himself. Now, just be patient and wait it out. When Aizen thought of this, his eyes flickered as he stared quietly at the collapsed Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen was in no hurry to answer Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo just squatted on the ground. He didn't know how long he had been collapsed. When he finally came to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his head and his eyes fell on Aizen's face. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He suddenly stood up from the ground, and then grabbed Aizen's collar. His eyes were red. Aizen could see the anger welling up in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes at this moment. If looks could kill, Aizen probably wouldn't know how many times he'd been killed by Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. Aizen saw Kurosaki Ichigo grabbing his collar tightly and he dropped his eyelids. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? What am I doing? Trying to kill you. A smile appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's lips. Tell me what I'm doing. I just want to ask you. If all this is true, then what does everything I've been through mean? What on earth do you take me for? Just a research subject. Aizen listened to Kurosaki Ichigo roaring in his ear. Aizen didn't say anything. He just looked at the hand that Kurosaki Ichigo was holding onto his clothes and said calmly, let go of your hand and I'll tell you. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Aizen's words, and the curve of his mouth became wider and wider. How can you promise that as long as I let go of your hand, you will really tell me everything? Although Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he suddenly dropped his hands helplessly in the end. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt a sense of entanglement and contradiction in his heart. After this period of entanglement and contradiction was over, Kurosaki Ichigo was completely speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his hand, but Aizen didn't tell him. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Aizen didn't tell him everything, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he just stared at Aizen intently. The atmosphere was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Kurosaki Ichigo finally raised his head. When Aizen met his eyes, he found that Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were filled with tears. He twitched his lips and said, it's just that I had a miserable childhood. What's there to cry about? Aizen's words rang in my ears. There was no emotion in his tone when he said this, and the words floated lightly into Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. If it weren't for the familiar voice ringing in his ears, Kurosaki Ichigo would never have thought that he would say this. How could he have the nerve to say this? Kurosaki Ichigo was completely enraged this time. He stood up from the ground, and Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed Aizen's collar again. You don't want to answer my question. It doesn't matter. I only want to ask you one question. And I hope you can answer me properly. Aizen slapped his hand away from his collar. Aizen simply pulled out a clean handkerchief from his pocket. As if his hands were stained with some garbage, Aizen wiped them carefully with a handkerchief. He raised his eyebrows slightly. So what exactly do you want to ask? Aizen's words echoed in his ears, and Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath. Why me? Why me? Why did you think I was the best material for your research from the beginning? After talking so much just now, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice was completely hoarse. Aizen just looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly. After a long while, he finally found his voice. When Aizen wanted to answer this question, someone suddenly walked out from the side. Kurosaki Isshin, wearing a Shina costume, appeared in front of Ichigo. The answer came before Aizen could reply. Chapter 109. Proof. Kurosaki Isshin's appearance surprised Kurosaki Ichigo very much. He never expected that Kurosaki Ishin would appear in front of him. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, Kurosaki Ishin reached out and touched his head. It's been a long time since we last met. Kurosaki Ishin's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo had never imagined that he would actually meet Kurosaki Ishin one day. He thought he had already. But he didn't expect Kurosaki Ishin to appear in front of him. When Aizen saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin showing their deep father-son love in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I never thought you would actually put on such a show of love between father and son in front of me. This show of love between father and son is really interesting to watch. When Aizen said this, he just reached out and clapped. Kurosaki Ishin listened to Aizen's words and simply turned his head to glance at Aizen calmly. Then I hope you can enjoy this show. After Kurosaki Ishin said this, he suddenly attacked Aizen. Aizen saw Kurosaki Ishin attacking him. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth, as he habitually said, I never thought that after you came back, you would be so eager to attack me. Kurosaki Ishin didn't feel like talking nonsense with him at this moment. Kurosaki Ishin just wanted to get rid of Aizen quickly, so he glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo who was standing behind him. Kurosaki Ishin also spoke up. Just stay back there and wait for me to take down this Aizen's head. I'll make him apologize to you. After Kurosaki Ishin said this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but frown nervously behind him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When Kurosaki Ichigo just looked at Kurosaki Ishin rushing forward, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He wanted to say something. After all, his father had finally come back. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin didn't have time to say a few words before Kurosaki Ishin suddenly attacked Aizen. Although Kurosaki Ichigo knew that his father was very powerful, the person he was facing now was Aizen, and Kurosaki Ichigo was really worried. Aizen saw Kurosaki Ishin attacking him. He just raised his eyebrows at him. I didn't expect you to show up so timely. If you had come a step later, then your son. Aizen didn't have time to finish his words. Kurosaki Ishin attacked him fiercely. Kurosaki Ishin's strength is by no means ordinary, and Aizen's strength is by no means ordinary. When the two fight together, it can be said that it is a confrontation of equal strength for a while. Although Kurosaki Ishin asked him to wait there obediently, Kurosaki Ichigo was still a little worried about Kurosaki Ishin. He looked at the two men who were so evenly matched. If the fight continues like this, Kurosaki Ishin and Aizen will have no idea when the battle will end. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought of this, he gritted his teeth and said, Father. I'll help you. Kurosaki Ishin didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to suddenly rush up to him, and even now he was saying that he wanted to help him or something. He frowned and said, Nonsense. Go back. After Kurosaki Ishin said this, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and saw that he didn't hear what he said. Instead, he directly joined the battle. Aizen knew in his heart that he and Kurosaki Ishin were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. But now Kurosaki Ichigo joins the fight. Then at that time, Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Ichigo would fight him together, although Aizen felt that he didn't need to take Kurosaki Ichigo seriously. But now there is such a Kurosaki Ishin next to him. With two people attacking him together, Aizen had to distract himself a little. Advertisement. When he thought of this, Aizen couldn't help but glance at Yin next to him. You join the battle too. Jin saw Aizen say this to him. He also hurriedly joined the battle. At this time, Kurosaki Ishin didn't care who joined the battle or not. His eyes just fell quietly on Kurosaki Ichigo next to him. Kurosaki Ishin's tone was also somewhat helpless. Didn't I tell you not to come here? I'm enough here alone. Why did you come here? Kurosaki Ishin's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew that his father didn't mind him being a burden. But I'm afraid that I'll get hurt if I come over. But Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't just watch Kurosaki Ishin fight alone here. When he didn't think about this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, but I can't just watch you fight alone. Kurosaki Ichigo's words reached my ears. Kurosaki Ishin didn't know what to say for a moment. He never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo would say this to him. Except for being unable to react for a while, Kurosaki Ishin finally found his voice when he realized it later. Then you must follow me closely. After Kurosaki Ishin said this, Kurosaki Ichigo finally smiled. Kurosaki Ishin's words also meant that he agreed. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought this in his heart, a rare smile appeared on his face. When Kurosaki Ichigo was laughing like this, Jin on the other side suddenly wanted to sprint over here. Seeing Jin rushing towards him, Kurosaki Ishin wanted to protect Kurosaki Ichigo, but he didn't expect that Aizen next to him pulled him away and entangled Kurosaki Ishin tightly for a while. Kurosaki Ishin had no way to escape and could only watch as Jin attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally noticed that Jin was rushing towards him. In order not to let his father Kurosaki Ishin worry about him, and also to prove that he was capable in front of Kurosaki Ishin, Kurosaki Ichigo started fighting with Jin. Jin's ability to quickly extend his Zanpakuto puts Kurosaki Ichigo in a tough spot. Chapter 110, Film Festival. Kurosaki Ishin had been fighting with Aizen. As the two were fighting, Kurosaki Ishin suddenly found that Aizen's movements were gradually becoming slower. When he noticed that his movements were gradually becoming slower, Kurosaki Ishin frowned, and a bad premonition arose in his heart at this moment. Aizen looked at Kurosaki Ishin and his brows suddenly frowned. His eyes also swept towards him. Aizen raised a half smile at the corner of his mouth. As Aizen's movements gradually slowed down, a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kurosaki Ishin's pupils shrank, and he immediately asked, "Has the Hogyoku in you begun to change?" Kurosaki Ishin's words rang in my ears. Aizen was not in a hurry to answer the question asked by Kurosaki Ishin. He could feel that the Hogyoku in his body was indeed beginning to change. Kurosaki Ishin never expected that the Hogyoku in Aizen's body would begin to change. Kurosaki Ichigo next to him was always paying attention to Kurosaki Ishin. Hearing Kurosaki Ishin's words, Ichigo couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by the Hogyoku in the body has changed? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's bewildered expression, Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help but explain, Hogyoku possesses its own consciousness, and its true abilities are far more complex than people imagine. Kurosaki Ishin's words fell into my ears. Although Kurosaki Ichigo didn't quite understand what Hogyoku was, he listened to Kurosaki Ishin speaking so seriously in his ear. Kurosaki Ichigo could probably guess that there would be a tough battle ahead. Just as he was about to say something, Jin suddenly rushed over and started fighting Kurosaki Ichigo endlessly. Kurosaki Ichigo said that he really didn't want to bother with this Jin. But Jin kept pestering him, and Kurosaki Ichigo was helpless and could only continue fighting with Jin. The two people are entangled endlessly. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ishin and Aizen were also fighting. Aizen's speed gradually slowed down, and Kurosaki Ishin should have been able to defeat Aizen successfully, but he did not do so. After all, there is Hogyoku in Aizen's body now. Kurosaki Ishin naturally did not dare to act rashly for a while, for he was afraid that if he accidentally touched something, he would be finished. And here, in order to make up for the gap in Seoul Society's economic budget, Gotei 13 decided to hold a meeting to hold the Zaraki International Film Festival. Many people went to the meeting place and sat down one after another. Looking around, there were many people. It was obvious that everyone was quite enthusiastic about the Zaraki International Film Festival. Otherwise, it would not be possible for so many people to come and participate. Many people looked around and saw that they were all familiar faces sitting around them. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely cheerful and relaxed. Not to mention that holding a film festival is originally a very happy day. Now that they have received the news that the Zaraki International Film Festival is going to be held, they can be said to have become even more cheerful for a while. The scene was extremely lively. The person in the lead scanned everyone. The people who were originally sitting in their seats were now restless because the old man in the lead scanned everyone's faces. They all closed their mouths and stopped talking. The old man glanced at him, and the people sitting below shut their mouths for a moment, and the meeting room became quiet for a while. The old man nodded with great satisfaction. He then spoke with full energy. After our discussion, we have decided to hold the Zaraki International Film Festival. The old man said this, even if everyone had already received this news before. Advertisement. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to come to the meeting room this time. But now when the old man told this story, everyone couldn't help but cheer. The originally quiet atmosphere suddenly became hot again because of the old man's words. The old men looked at everyone and saw that they were so happy that they could hardly contain themselves. Although the old man looked so serious and did not allow everyone to make noise here, the atmosphere in the meeting room was so relaxed. The old man was quite happy in his heart. After all, it was they who decided to hold the Zaraki International Film Festival. When they first decided to hold this film festival, they were afraid that it would not be welcomed by this group of people, or that these people would not be interested. However, they did not expect that this group of people were even more excited than they imagined. Now the conference room is even full. Not only is the conference room full, there are also some people who cannot enter the conference room. I can only wait anxiously outside. When the old man thought of this, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his gray beard. The old man felt more and more satisfied in his heart. He was in high spirits, and his tone had to slow down. We're also excited about hosting the Zaraki International Film Festival, and we're naturally very happy to have made this decision. Also, I'm wondering what everyone thinks and says. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to speak up. The old man's words fell on everyone's ears. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and for a while the conference hall was in chaos. The old man looked at himself, and just as he finished speaking, the conference room was in an uproar. Everyone was talking, and everyone had a smile on their lips. It was obvious that because of the atmosphere, everyone was relaxed. He stroked his graying beard and immediately spoke, "Be quiet. If you truly have any ideas or opinions, or if you have any suggestions, you are welcome to come to the stage and speak up." Soon, countless people came to the stage and spoke enthusiastically. For a moment, the originally serious and solemn conference hall became lively because countless people came to the stage and spoke enthusiastically. When the Shinigami heard the news, they cheered immediately. They had never expected that the Zaraki International Film Festival would be held. This can be said to be good news for them among so many bad news, and the Shinigami naturally participated actively. Chapter 111. It's always him. Kurosaki Ichigo had no intention of getting busy with filming at first. But later Captain Unohana pulled him over, and Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to participate in the filming of the movie. Kurosaki Ichigo was chatting with Jashiro Kiraku when he finished filming a movie. Actually, I didn't want to come here to film the movie, but the captain insisted on bringing me here, so I had no choice but to come. When Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he also shrugged his shoulders. Jashiro Kiyaraku, who was standing opposite him, smiled and said, but I think you looked like you were enjoying it just now. His words fell into my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo just scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He never thought that he was quite concerned about him. He even noticed that he was enjoying himself. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth and was about to say something, a shadow suddenly fell in front of him. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, he was dragged away by Renji again. Why are you pulling me away? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Renji who was holding his arm. For a moment he didn't know what he should say. Renji just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly. Why do you say I dragged you away? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect that Renji not only pulled him away, but now he is even asking himself questions inexplicably. He scratched his head in confusion. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that he couldn't figure it out. As he thought this in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath. You dragged me away, how should I know why you dragged me away? Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into my ears. Renji finally seemed to realize something belatedly and said, the film Space Detective Maid, starring Rukia, has officially started filming, so I'm bringing you over to help this time. Kurosaki Ichigo cried out and covered his head. She never thought that not only would she be dragged by Captain Unohana to film a movie, but now she would also be dragged by Renji to help Rukia film a movie. Advertisement. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought this in his heart, he almost did not hesitate for a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to open his mouth to refuse, but the words of refusal did not come out of his mouth in time. Renji suddenly reached out and pointed at him. I'm telling you. Don't tell me you have something to go back for. Since you're here, please help. Renji's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect that Renji would know what excuse he wanted, and now the excuse has been directly exposed. Besides, even if he went back, there would be nothing to do. After all, it's so lively now. Instead of going home and lying down, it's better to be busy making a movie with some friends. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this in his heart, he finally stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple helplessly. Then I will come with you. Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into Renji's ears. Renji finally smiled. You're smart. After she said this, Renji followed Kurosaki Ichigo and hurriedly ran towards Rukia. The film, Space Detective Maid, starring Rukia has officially started filming. Not only Kurosaki Ichigo was called in to help, but even Orihime and the others were called in to help. For a while, the shooting location was very lively and crowded. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the many people in front of him. He originally felt that he was somewhat unhappy, but now seeing so many people coming to help. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that if he continued to be stingy and unwilling to come, then he would be the one who was really stingy. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked up at Renji and said, there are quite a lot of people here this time. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in my ears. Renji just nodded and said, there are indeed a lot of people this time. After she said this, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. Later on, Rukia invited everyone to come over and shoot together. Advertisement. Rukia's words rang in everyone's ears. Everyone ran towards her at once, and Kurosaki Ichigo also ran towards her in a hurry. When Rukia looked up, she saw Kurosaki Ichigo also coming to help with the filming of the movie. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why are you here? Rukia's words fell into his ears, and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. When he realized what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help coughing. Renji pulled me over here. Rukia nodded, seeming to understand. Thank you for all the hard work. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia thanking him so much, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time it was sincere. After all, there were so many people here, and everyone was helping with the filming, so Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that it was definitely necessary for him to join in the filming. We are all good friends, so a little help is no big deal. Renji could feel that from the very beginning, when he asked Kurosaki Ichigo to come and shoot the movie, Kurosaki Ichigo was reluctant. Now, Renji can feel that Kurosaki Ichigo is really willing this time, and a smile appears on the corner of his mouth. Kurosaki Ichigo thought he was willing to help them shoot the movie, but he didn't know what was going on. It seemed like God was playing a trick on him today. When Kurosaki Ichigo was filming a movie with others, everyone was throwing props out together, but they were holding the props in their hands. Kurosaki Ichigo also found that he couldn't throw it out no matter what he did. Looking at the little duck in his hand, Kurosaki Ichigo watched as everyone else was able to throw the duck out successfully. But I don't know what's wrong with the duck in my hand, no matter how hard I try to throw it out. It can be said that this duck cannot be thrown away. Kurosaki Ichigo could only sigh helplessly for a moment. He originally thought it was just a minor incident, but later on, for some reason, Kurosaki Ichigo found that he seemed to be particularly unlucky. During the filming of the movie, it is always Kurosaki Ichigo who is unlucky. Chapter 112, Two Different People. Liu Yaki had just stood firm after coming to the present world when someone suddenly attacked her. Looking at the man attacking her, Liu Yaki was a little slow to react for a while. When she finally realized what was happening, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. Liu Yaki looked at the mysterious enemy who attacked her and unexpectedly discovered that it was the mysterious enemy who attacked Karakura Town Shinigami Zenisuke Kurumiya. Liu Yaki frowned. Why is it you? Her words fell into the ears of the mysterious enemy, who just looked at Liu Yaki quietly. He also said, why can't it be me? The mysterious enemy's words reached Liu Yaki's ears, and Liu Yaki had no idea what to say. When she finally realized what was going on, she took a deep breath and said, what on earth do you want to do? Liu Yaki's words reached the ears of the mysterious man's enemy. The mysterious enemy did not expect that Liu Yaki would actually say this to him, and even took the initiative to ask him what he wanted to do. He laughed. What do you think I want to do? Liu Yaki just stared at the mysterious enemy as he spoke to her, and even asked herself what she thought he wanted to do. Liu Yaki naturally had no idea what the mysterious enemy wanted to do. What's more, Liu Yaki didn't have the mind to guess what he wanted to do. When Liu Yaki thought of this, she said directly, then please come over. After Liu Yaki said this, she immediately made a gesture of accepting the challenge and was not afraid of the mysterious enemy in front of her at all. The mysterious enemy didn't expect that Liu Yaki was not afraid of him. He couldn't help but burst out laughing again. I didn't expect you to be such a brave person. You're not afraid of me at all. Liu Yaki just looked at the mysterious enemy coldly. What are you afraid of? Advertisement. Liu Yaki's words fell into her ears. The mysterious enemy did not speak this time. He just attacked towards this side. When Liu Yaki saw the mysterious enemy attacking her, she discovered that just as Urahara Kazuki said, his Ryutsu was different from the hollow. Noticing this, Liu Yaki's eyes couldn't help but become serious, knowing that this time she might have to fight a tough battle. Liu Yaki looked at the mysterious enemy quietly, and at the same time the mysterious enemy was also observing Liu Yaki silently. He could feel that Liu Yaki was completely different from what he had imagined. It could also be said that Liu Yaki was much more resolute than he had imagined, otherwise she would not have seen him suddenly appear in front of her this time. He even took the opportunity to sneak attack Liu Yaki, but there was no expression on Liu Yaki's face, even when he grabbed her arm and blood flowed from her arm. It can be said that Liu Yaki didn't even cry out in pain. When he noticed this, the mysterious enemy smiled. Well, he wanted to see how powerful the person in front of him was, and whether this person was as determined as he imagined. While the mysterious enemy was thinking this in his heart, he attacked directly towards Liu Yaki. Liu Yaki quickly fought with the mysterious enemy. During the battle, Liu Yaki also glanced at the black scarf covering the mysterious enemy's face. She noticed the black scarf covering his face. A smile appeared on Liu Yaki's lips. At the same time, she was brewing a way to deal with the person in front of her. While thinking this in her heart, Liu Yaki simply reached out and took off the mask from the mysterious enemy's face. The mysterious enemy probably didn't expect Liu Yaki to suddenly stretch out her hand, and not to attack him, but to take off the mask on her face. I watched Liu Yaki stretch out her hand to take off the veil on her face, and then I watched Liu Yaki's shocked expression when she saw her true face. The mysterious enemy couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Are you finally feeling scared now? The mysterious enemy's words rang in her ears, but Liu Yaki was too lazy to pay attention to the mysterious enemy at this time. Of course, it was not a mysterious enemy now. Advertisement. Liu Yaki just quietly looked at the man whose veil she had taken off. She never thought that the mysterious man in front of her was Shulijia who had fallen into hell. Zulijia stared at Liu Yaki with wide eyes, obviously not expecting it to be him. Liu Yaki just stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. When she finally realized what was happening, she finally took a deep breath. So you are Shulijia. Zulijia listened to Liu Yaki speaking in his ear. There was an unknown emotion in her tone, and when she said his name, Liu Yaki slowly raised her head and met Zulijia's eyes. Zulijia saw Liu Yaki raise her head and meet his eyes. The corner of his mouth was still curled with a smile. What's wrong? Could it be that you didn't expect that person to be me? Zulijia's words rang in Liu Yaki's ears. Liu Yaki really didn't expect that the mysterious enemy was actually Zulijia, and she didn't expect Zulijia to appear in front of her. Liu Yaki forgot about fighting for a moment. She just looked at Zulijia quietly and waited for a long time before Liu Yaki finally found her voice. You've really changed a lot since before. When Zulijia heard Liu Yaki say this, her eyes scanned herself up and down. Zulijia didn't like Liu Yaki looking at her like that, so she directly snatched the face towel from Liu Yaki's hand and put it back on her face. At the same time, Shulijia also sneered. Didn't you expect me to be completely different from before? So you couldn't recognize me from the beginning? Liu Yaki always felt that something was strange. But I couldn't put it into words for the moment. Now, when she heard Shulijia say this in her ear, Liu Yaki finally realized what was going on. She took a deep breath and said, indeed. Zulijia was obviously not like that before, but when he appeared again, he was completely different. Chapter 113. Appearance. Liu Yaki was in no mood to talk nonsense with him at this time. She just turned her head and glanced at Renji silently. Renji naturally understood why Liu Yaki was looking at him and what the meaning of her eyes was. When she thought about this, Renji couldn't help but take a deep breath. I understand. After Renji said this, Shulijia next to him noticed that there was not only Liu Yaki alone, but there was also Renji next to him. Looking at the two people who had just said something, Renji's pupils fell towards him. Looking at Renji looking towards him, Zuligia also had a very bad premonition in his heart. When he wanted to move, Renji suddenly rushed towards him, and Shuligia was attracted by Renji for a moment. He had no time to care about Luyaki at this time. Shuligia punched Renji directly in the face. When Shuligia wanted to punch him again, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He felt waves of pain in his back. Zuligia naturally knew who was attacking him from behind, and he took a deep breath. When Zuligia turned around, he found that the person attacking him from behind was indeed Luyaki. Prepare to die, Luyaki shouted viciously. After she said this, she held an iron nail in her hand and stabbed it towards Zuligia, but it was the first time that Zuligia was able to escape her sneak attack. It was just because Renji attracted his attention. Now that he noticed that Ruiki picked up the nails and was attacking him, Shuligia would certainly not give Ruiki such a chance. Shuligia, Luyaki and Renji started fighting for a while, and it was unknown how long the fight lasted. After a hard fight, Rukia and Renji only managed to repel Shuligia. Even after repelling Shuligia, Rukia and Renji were not in a much better condition and had already fallen to the ground exhausted. Zuligia was wearing the chains of hell, and he had now become a sinner of hell. Luyaki just looked quietly at the iron nail lying in the palm of her hand. She felt extremely complicated for a moment, and her brain was in a mess. Advertisement. Luyaki felt that there were too many questions in her mind. If Luyaki hadn't removed the mysterious enemy's veil, she probably wouldn't have known that this person was Shuligia. But Shuligia was clearly trapped in hell, but he didn't know what was going on. What method did he use? She was actually able to escape from hell. When Luyaki thought about this, her pupils couldn't help but shrink for a moment. There was a question in her eyes, so how did Shuligia escape from hell? Luyaki naturally didn't know. But now everyone has run away. Even if Luyaki knows how Zuligia escaped from hell, it is useless now. After all, they had already escaped. Although they worked together to successfully repel Zuligia, this time it was just their good luck. After all, Zuligia had been injured before, and his injuries have not healed until now. If it weren't for Zuligia's injuries, they would not have been so lucky to repel the enemy. Perhaps they have been repelled now. When thinking about this, Luyaki's face couldn't help but become serious for a moment. Renji, who was standing next to her, looked at Luyaki with such a serious face, and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But then I thought about it again and decided not to say it. Renji could only swallow the words he had said. Luyaki was also racking her brains to figure out how Shuligia escaped and how to put him back in prison. Meanwhile, Aizen could feel the Hogyoku in his body rapidly changing at this moment. Kurosaki Isshin was watching quietly beside him, and he could notice that Aizen's eyes also changed accordingly. Kurosaki Isshin's hands were clenched into fists at this moment. He didn't know whether he should attack Aizen or not. Advertisement. But if he didn't attack Aizen now, then when the Hogyoku in his body had completely transformed, everyone would be doomed. Even if I wait until that time, and then I want to attack Aizen again, I am afraid that I will not be a match for Aizen at that time. When Kurosaki Isshin thought of this, he didn't know whether he should take action or not. A pair of broken eyebrows also frowned. Aizen looked at Kurosaki Isshin in front of him and could tell that he didn't dare to attack him at all. As for what he was worried about in his heart, Aizen knew it best. Aizen relied on Kurosaki Isshin in front of him not daring to attack him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? I really don't know what you are afraid of. Why don't you dare to attack me? Why don't you attack me? Kurosaki Isshin didn't expect that he didn't attack Aizen, but now Aizen even provoked him. When he thought about this in his heart, Kurosaki Isshin also felt that he was completely enraged by Aizen. Kurosaki Isshin wanted to attack Aizen, but at this moment a red light pierced through his shoulder. Aizen looked at the red light piercing through his shoulder, and then the white bones were pierced by the red light, and it could be said that they were turned out together with the flesh and blood. Aizen just stared at his injured shoulder quietly. He didn't react for a moment. Not only Aizen was a little unresponsive, but even Kurosaki Isshin who was standing next to him was a little unresponsive. At this time, he was a little confused and had no idea what was going on with Aizen's shoulder. Could it be that someone was attacking him from behind? When Kurosaki Isshin thought about this in his heart, his brows were furrowed, and he became more and more confused. Did you hurt my shoulder? Aizen looked around, but found that only Kurosaki Isshin was standing in front of him. Then it definitely wasn't Kurosaki Isshin who hurt him, which meant it was someone else. When Aizen thought about this in his heart, he suddenly looked back. I also saw someone I knew appear behind me, and Urahara Kazuki suddenly appeared at this time. Chapter 114, Yoruichi. Aizen hadn't expected the person attacking him to be Urahara Kazuki. He was momentarily unresponsive, and when he finally caught on, he sneered, "How can you be considered a hero if you sneak up on me from behind?" Aizen's words fell into his ears, and Urahara Kazuki just looked at Aizen calmly. "I'm not a hero." After he finished speaking, Urahara Kazuki used multiple Bakudo. Aizen looked at the multiple Bakudo that were overwhelmingly attacking him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly for a moment. Urahara Kazuki attacked Aizen with a strong Kido. Urahara Kazuki originally thought that when he attacked Aizen, Aizen would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. However, they did not expect that these had no effect on Aizen who had fully mastered Hogyoku. Aizen not only dodged it easily, but even retaliated with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Even the seal specially developed by Urahara was ineffective. Aizen saw Urahara Kazuki's expression suddenly freeze, so he just laughed and said, "Well. Are you dumbfounded?" Urahara Kazuki naturally understood what Aizen meant by this, but he didn't feel anything, nor did he feel dumbfounded. Urahara Kazuki just looked at Aizen quietly. "I have already realized that these things cannot defeat you." Aizen didn't expect Urahara Kazuki to admit it on his own initiative, and even took the initiative to say that he knew that these things could not defeat him. When he thought of this, Aizen suddenly said, "Since you have already realized that these things cannot defeat me, why do you still want to try?" Aizen's words rang in my ears. Urahara Kazuki smiled coldly. "If I don't even try, how can I know I can't defeat you?" Along with Urahara Kazuki's words fell. When Aizen wanted to say something else, Kurosaki Isshin suddenly rushed up. Aizen did not expect that Kurosaki Isshin, who had been watching the fun on the side, would suddenly rush up at this time. Advertisement. There was even a fierce palm attack towards him. Seeing Kurosaki Isshin attacking him with a palm, Aizen didn't know what to say for a moment. The Hogyoku in Aizen's body had changed, and he had successfully mastered Hogyoku, and could control it at will. Now, seeing Kurosaki Isshin slapping towards him and wanting to attack him, Aizen did not give him the chance at all. He slightly tilted his body to the side. Aizen could be said to have successfully avoided Urahara Kazuki's attack. Kurosaki Isshin knew that he couldn't beat Aizen at this point. He suddenly looked at Urahara Kazuki next to him, and Urahara Kazuki saw Kurosaki Isshin looking at him. He also said at the same time, "Let's go together. If we go one by one, we may not have a chance, but if we go together, we may still have a chance." Urahara Kazuki's words fell into his ears, and Kurosaki Isshin hurriedly followed Urahara Kazuki and the two of them, restraining Aizen together and waiting for Yoruichi to appear. Long before, Urahara Kazuki knew in his heart that he would never be able to defeat Aizen. Even now with the addition of Kurosaki Isshin. Although Kurosaki Isshin and Aizen have the same strength, and the two of them had fought each other before. But today's Kurosaki Isshin is still Kurosaki Isshin, but today's Aizen is no longer the same Aizen. The Hogyoku in his body has changed, and Aizen doesn't know how it happened, but he has successfully mastered the Hogyoku. Kurosaki Isshin is naturally no match for Aizen, and Urahara Kazuki is certainly no match for Aizen either. Even if the two of them were combined, even if the two of them attacked together, it could be said that they were no match for him. When Urahara Kazuki was thinking about this, he had already made preparations before he left, so he specifically told Yoruichi to hurry over. Otherwise, Urahara Kazuki would not have wasted his things just to buy time since he knew that his things would be useless against Aizen. Aizen naturally noticed something was wrong. He looked at the two people entangled with him, one in front and one behind. Advertisement. Aizen also knew that the two were no match for him, and they were not the type to give away their heads, so he was just waiting for someone to come. When Aizen realized this, he did not run away in a hurry. Instead, he waited here slowly and slowly got entangled with the two people. Aizen even saw with his own eyes who was coming. At that time, I would also have to compete with that person to see what Urahara Kazuki really hopes for, and whether he can beat me. Or even really defeat me. Perhaps if it were the previous Aizen, he might still have some fear in his heart, or be afraid that he would not be able to do it. But today's Aizen is not the same Aizen as before. His sweet Hogyoku has completely changed now, and Aizen is able to control this power. When he thought of this, Aizen smiled and said, "The person you've been waiting for is here." Aizen's words rang in his ears, and Urahara Kazuki didn't know what he was thinking. When he turned around, he looked at Yoruichi coming over. Noticing Yoruichi coming over, Urahara Kazuki hurriedly made a gesture to Yoruichi. Yoruichi naturally understood what Urahara Kazuki meant, and he immediately made a gesture to him that it was okay. Then he launched a fierce attack on Aizen. Aizen didn't expect that the person they were waiting for was Yoruichi. He originally wanted to say hello to this little brother, but when he came over, he didn't say anything. Instead, he attacked directly towards him. Aizen felt a little unhappy in his heart. He looked at his wife launching a fierce attack towards him. Aizen smiled. "Then let me see just how powerful you are." After Aizen said this, he started fighting with Yoruichi. Kurosaki Isshin and Urahara Kazuki also went up to help. Now Urahara Kazuki has indeed brought Yoruichi here, but it does not end here. Chapter 115, Combat Power. Facing the fierce attacks from Kurosaki Isshin, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, Aizen responded calmly, with a nonchalant expression on his face from beginning to end. The three of them launched continuous and fierce attacks in perfect coordination, but it was all like child's play in front of Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was currently battling Jin, was stunned by the scene before him, especially noticing that the three men were constantly attacking him fiercely, but they were unable to do anything to Aizen. The three-man attack was perfect, with no mistakes to be found. But it is just like this, these three people who are so powerful can't do anything to Aizen together. Kurosaki Isshin couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that with the addition of Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, he originally thought that the three of them could defeat Aizen with a combined attack. But what they didn't expect was that even though the three of them had used all their strength, they couldn't do anything to Aizen. Aizen could sense their spirits suddenly drop. He scanned the faces of several people, and Aizen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I thought you guys were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be just like this." Aizen's words rang in the ears of the three people. The three of them looked at each other at this moment, not expecting Aizen to be in the mood to provoke them. However, the three of them were no match for Aizen, and even if Aizen was provoking them in their ears, they could not do anything about it. Is it true that we have no way out at all? Can we only watch Aizen being so arrogant in front of us? Yoruichi, who was standing next to him, punched the wall hard, his tone filled with deep disappointment. Yoruichi wasn't the only one feeling lost. Kurosaki Isshin and Urahara Kazuki were not in a much better situation either. They had no idea that Aizen was even stronger than them. Aizen raised his eyebrows, looking at the three people in such a distraught state, and then laughed again. So you're planning to give up? Aizen's words rang in their ears, and they looked at each other again, catching a hint of emotion in each other's eyes. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was watching the situation nearby, also spoke up at this time. You absolutely cannot give up. The three of you can defeat Aizen. I also believe that the three of you can defeat him. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in Kurosaki Isshin's ears. Kurosaki Isshin looked up at his son, and especially noticed that his son made a cheering gesture to him. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely speechless this time. His thick black eyebrows slowly stretched out at this moment. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you have the guts, just use all your strength. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he didn't want to continue talking nonsense anymore, so he rushed forward. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, who were originally standing there in a daze, saw Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly rush forward. The two of them reacted and rushed forward together. Aizen used his Zanpakuto and activated Kyoka Suigetsu. Kurosaki, Ichigo and the other two had no idea that before they could make a move, Aizen had already started. The three of them formed a small circle, then stood back to back, and launched a defense to resist Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, but Aizen was much more powerful than they had imagined. The defensive capabilities of the three people were completely useless. He even spat out a mouthful of blood under Aizen's Zanpakuto, and Kurosaki Ichigo also rushed forward. He looked at Kurosaki Isshin, who was spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were also filled with worry. Father, you. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could finish his words, Jin next to him suddenly rushed up and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo only remembered to care about Kurosaki Isshin. Naturally, he didn't notice that there was a silver next to it. So now, seeing Jin rushing towards him, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little unable to react for a moment. Kurosaki Isshin wanted to take this attack on behalf of Kurosaki Ichigo, but Aizen attacked them again at this time. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly moved to the side and avoided Yin's attack. The two continued to fight. Aizen continued to attack Kurosaki Isshin and the others. Zanpakuto released the skill of Kyoka Suigetsu. Even though they tried their best, they were completely helpless. They faced Aizen. It was obvious that all three of them were powerful. No matter which one of them was picked out alone, they could be considered to be well-known. This time, the three of them joined forces to attack Aizen. Their coordination was not full of loopholes, but perfect. They used all their strength in every attack. However, it was precisely because of their perfect coordination that they launched a fierce attack on Aizen. But it didn't hurt Aizen at all. Even now, Aizen has injured them like this. Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting with Jin, and he had to devote some of his mental energy to pay attention to Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo watched as the three men tried their best, but in the end they were unable to hurt Aizen at all, and even Kakuzu didn't touch a piece of his clothes. This was enough to show how powerful Aizen was. After all, even the three of them combined couldn't beat him. When Kurosaki Ichigo noticed this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. So is Aizen really invincible? Is there no one who can do anything to him? While he was thinking this, Yin next to him saw that Aizen suddenly became dispirited for a while, and did not continue to fight with him. Instead, he suddenly lost his fighting spirit. Jin punched Kurosaki Ichigo hard, but found that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't react at all. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know what's going on now. No matter how I hit him, he seems to have lost his fighting spirit and lets me hit him like a sandbag. He has indeed lost his fighting ability now. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that there was no need to continue fighting like this. After all, Aizen was too powerful now. The current Aizen was no longer the same Aizen as before. He was very powerful, and Kurosaki Ichigo knew that no matter how hard they tried, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Aizen. Naturally, I lost my fighting spirit for a while. Chapter 116. The Last Crescent Moon. Aizen ended the real battle. His next target was the real Karakura town in Soul Society. When Aizen thought of Karakura town, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the three of them who were already under Aizen Zanpakuto's Kyoka Suigetsu and were completely unconscious. Now there was no one who could stop Aizen. No, I can still stop Aizen. Aizen seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo. So you want to stop me? Aizen seemed to have the ability to read minds. His eyes fell on Kurosaki Ichigo, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although there was a smile on his face, that smile did not reach his eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Aizen saying this in his ear, and he couldn't help but clench his hands on both sides into fists. He naturally had no ability to stop Aizen. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to stop Aizen, he was powerless. He didn't have the ability to stop Aizen. After Aizen asked this question, his eyes fell quietly on Kurosaki Ichigo. Even after asking this question for such a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo still hasn't answered this question. Aizen laughed out loud. I thought you'd come and stop me, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. You don't even have the courage to stop me. Aizen's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo also noticed that after Aizen said this, he pointed his finger at the three people who were lying unconscious on the ground. Especially noticing Kurosaki Ishin lying on the ground, the blood vessels on the back of his hands bulged at this moment, but he didn't even have the courage to stop it. So now, no matter how Aizen provokes him in his ear, Kurosaki Ichigo can do nothing but turn his provocative words in one ear and out the other. He also knew that he, with his own abilities, was unable to stop Aizen. Advertisement. Aizen finished provoking Kurosaki Ichigo. He originally thought that Kurosaki Ichigo would attack him after such a provocation, but he didn't expect that no matter how he provoked him. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to have not heard what he said and ignored him. Aizen suddenly felt bored. I never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo's endurance was much stronger than I imagined. Kurosaki Ichigo's endurance is certainly not as strong as Aizen imagined, but he knows it clearly in his heart and knows that he cannot fight against Aizen with his own abilities. After all, when Kurosaki Ishin and the other three fought against Aizen, they couldn't get any benefits from him. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't think he's that powerful, nor does he think he can really stop Aizen's progress. So no matter how Aizen provoked him in his ear, Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and endured it silently. Aizen provoked so much, but no one agreed with him or paid any attention to him. He simply shrugged his shoulders and prepared to move on. The broken world is a place where time and space are cut off from both the real world and the soul society. It exists to prevent people from staying here for a long time. At this moment, Aizen was standing at the intersection. His eyes fell quietly on the jutsu in front of him. Aizen's mouth curled up. He also used Zanpakuto, and then took out Zanpakuto to cut the jutsu in half. This was something no one expected. I never expected that the Zanpakuto could actually cut the jutsu in half. When Zanpakuto encountered the jutsu, it should have been split into two pieces in the middle, but now it was the jutsu that was cut in two by the Zanpakuto. Jutsu naturally disappeared because of Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but widen his eyes for a moment. He never thought that Aizen could come and go freely now. Even his ability is stronger than he imagined, even stronger than he imagined, he doesn't know how many times stronger it is. Aizen disappeared. Kurosaki Ishin slowly woke up and when he opened his eyes, he noticed that Aizen, who was originally standing in front of him, had disappeared. Advertisement. After he said this, Kurosaki Ishin also turned his gaze to Kurosaki Ichigo next to him. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't care less about Aizen at this moment. He hurried over here, and Kurosaki Ichigo also looked Kurosaki Ishin up and down. Kurosaki Ichigo found that they only had some minor injuries on their bodies, and the others were not seriously injured. Just like before, due to the impact of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, several people were unconscious for a while. Now he is gradually waking up. When Kurosaki Ishin saw Kurosaki Ichigo running towards him in a hurry, he didn't care about anything else at this time and just grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. Kurosaki Ishin's tone was also a little impatient. Where is Aizen? Before Kurosaki Ichigo could reply to his father, Kurosaki Ishin noticed that his queue was cut in half by a knife. It was clearly the mark of a cut made by Zanpakuto. As for whose Zanpakuto could cut the jutsu in half directly with one stroke, Kurosaki Ishin couldn't think of anyone else except Aizen. His pupils shrank. What's going on? Kurosaki Ichigo followed what Kurosaki Ishin said and looked over there, and noticed that jutsu's energy was beginning to weaken. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo didn't answer this question, Kurosaki Ishin knew what was going on. His expression gradually became serious. Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi next to them also looked serious at this moment. No one expected that jutsu disappeared because of Aizen, and Aizen also disappeared because of jutsu, and no one knew where he went. Kurosaki Ishin didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. He suddenly glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo next to him, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes at this moment. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately understood what he meant. Because of Aizen's disappearance, jutsu became the best place for Ichigo to learn the last Getsuga Tensho. Chapter 120. Unfair. Hira came out from the side at this time. He looked at Hisagi with a look of disappointment on his face. When Hisagi saw Kira looking at him with such a look of disappointment, he said, "You are too easy to order around." Kira's words rang in my ears. Hisagi was a little slow to react for a moment, and when he finally came to his senses, his thick black eyebrows were tightly knitted together again. What do you mean I'm too easy to use? Don't you think that's a sign of an all-powerful man? When Hisagi said this, he had a serious look on his face and was looking at Kira with anger. Kira had never imagined that when she pointed out that Hisagi shouldn't be so easily ordered around, Hisagi not only appreciated her kindness, but was even now refuting her. Kira finally shook her head and said nothing. In order to solve the disappearance case in Wandering Street, Hitsugaya specially called Matsumoto Rangaku and Hisagi over. The two didn't know why Hitsugaya called them here. They looked at each other and didn't know how to start the conversation. He couldn't figure out why Hitsugaya called the two of them over this time, and he couldn't help feeling nervous inside. Do you know why I called you here this time? In the silence, Hitsugaya suddenly raised his head. He just raised his head and looked at the two people quietly. Finally, he spoke to break the silence. Hisagi and Matsumoto Rangaku naturally had no idea why they were called over this time, and they just stared at each other. Hitsugaya looked at the two people and saw a trace of confusion on their faces. It seemed that they really didn't understand why he called them over. He had no choice but to say, "You should have heard about the homeless street, right?" The two of them nodded quickly. Advertisement. In order to solve the problem of homelessness on the street, I also want to send you two to investigate this time. Hitsugaya's words fell on the ears of the two men, and Hisagi and Matsumoto Rangaku finally understood the meaning behind his words. He immediately nodded to indicate that it was okay. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hisagi went to the wandering streets to investigate a missing person. On the way, they passed by an inn, and Matsumoto Rangaku paused. Hisagi, who was standing nearby, saw Matsumoto Rangaku, who had been following him in a hurry, but now he was confused as to what was going on. His steps suddenly stopped, and Hisagi couldn't help but turn around and glance at Matsumoto Rangaku. "Why did you suddenly stop moving?" Hisagi's words echoed in his ears, and Matsumoto Rangaku's lips curled up slightly. "It's already so late, and we're not in a rush to investigate a missing person's case. Why not just rest up in the hotel?" But, before Hisagi could finish the words on the tip of his tongue, Matsumoto Rangaku interrupted him. "There's no buts. I told you to come in and rest, so just come in." After Matsumoto Rangaku finished saying this, she reached out her hand and tried to pull Hisagi in. When Hisagi saw Matsumoto Rangaku walking towards him, especially trying to reach out and grab him, he tried to dodge to the side, but before he could do so, his hand was grabbed by someone. Hisagi looked at Matsumoto Rangaku, who was holding his hand. At this moment, he had no idea what to say and just stared at Matsumoto Rangaku in a daze. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hisagi finally found his voice again. "What do you want to do?" When he said this, there was a hint of hoarseness in his voice, and he was looking at the hot Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him. All of a sudden, Hisagi, who was usually the most serious, was provoked by Matsumoto Rangaku, and the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly began to ripple. Matsumoto Rangaku smiled. "What do you mean I want to do something? I just asked you to come in and rest." After Matsumoto Rangaku said this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but narrowed at this moment. Advertisement. Are you thinking about something you shouldn't be thinking about? The woman's voice, as sweet as a nightingale, echoed in his ears. When Matsumoto Rangaku said this, Hisagi felt as if her voice contained a hook, which even hooked his heart. He didn't know what to say at this moment. When Hisagi finally realized what had happened, his face suddenly turned red. He couldn't help but cough. "What do you mean I thought about things I shouldn't have thought about? I didn't think about things I shouldn't have thought about. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and go to that street to investigate." After Hisagi finished saying this, he tried hard not to look at Matsumoto Rangaku, who was standing next to him. But for some reason, Hisagi felt as if his eyes were out of control, and his peripheral vision kept glancing at Matsumoto Rangaku next to him. Matsumoto Rangaku could notice that although Hisagi spoke so seriously, his body's instincts still betrayed him, and he was even looking towards him frequently. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. "Aren't you looking at me yet? Didn't you say you wouldn't look at me? Why are you still looking at me secretly?" After Matsumoto Rangaku finished speaking, Hisagi was completely at a loss for words. He just felt that he couldn't control himself for a while. It was unknown how much time had passed before Hisagi finally raised his hand and rubbed his brows with a hint of frustration. "Stop spouting these nonsense. Let's hurry up and investigate this properly." After Hisagi said this, he thought that Matsumoto Rangaku would follow him, but he didn't expect that she would be a little indifferent to him. He even leaned against the door and looked at himself quietly. Hisagi couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had never imagined that Matsumoto Rangaku could be so alluring, nor had he expected Matsumoto Rangaku's words and actions to lead him to indulge in such inappropriate thoughts. He thought he was the most serious person, but this time he didn't know what was going on. He had always been the most serious person, but now he suddenly had improper fantasies about Matsumoto Rangaku. Chapter 117, Disagreement. After Kurosaki Ishin stopped the detention, Kurosaki Ichigo began to talk with Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, a Zanpakuto appeared in front of him. Looking at the Zanpakuto in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were filled with turmoil and anxiety. "I don't know if the decisions I made are right." After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, he noticed that the Zanpakuto in front of him made a clanging sound. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo also continued. "I feel so confused. I have no idea how to go on this road. So, can you tell me?" After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, he also noticed that Zanpakuto in front of him fell down because of his words. He didn't know if it was because of his confusion, but it also didn't react for a long time. His inner world, once filled with hope, was now drowned in a sea of despair, and Tensa Zangetsu had no intention of teaching him. Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more confused. The Shinigami Women's Association is celebrating the arrival of the new year together, and the conference room is filled with joy. But such a joyous atmosphere was suddenly broken by a single sentence. "This greeting card doesn't look very good." Someone in the crowd muttered this, and the originally joyous atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment, and everyone's eyes turned to the greeting card. "I never thought that anyone would dislike greeting cards. What do you mean the card isn't pretty? We all put a lot of effort into designing this, so how can you negate everyone's efforts by just saying it's not pretty? The person in the crowd was just complaining casually. After all, everyone has different aesthetic views. YF2F. However, he did not expect that because of his words, the atmosphere has become frozen, and many people are complaining together. Advertisement. Almost no one expected that the originally joyous atmosphere would now cause disagreements among Yu Yijiao and others because of the greeting card. What do you mean the greeting card isn't pretty? If you think the greeting card isn't pretty, can you just not look at it? Did anyone force you to look at the greeting card? Several people were talking at this time, and the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly chaotic. Hitsugaya on this side was originally looking for Matsumoto Rangaku, but he didn't expect that he accidentally passed by here and was also involved. Looking at the group of Shinigami women with red necks who were constantly quarreling in front of him, Hitsugaya felt that he could not bear to watch for a moment. He blocked his ears with one hand and covered his eyes with the other hand. But what surprised him was that, to put it bluntly, this time it was just because of a small greeting card. Even though it was just a small greeting card, the venue had become so noisy. He couldn't help but shook his head for a moment, and sighed secretly in his heart. It's impossible to say that I'm not disappointed with this group of people. Hitsugaya was extremely disappointed with this group of people. After all, there was nothing to argue about, and there was no need to argue over such a small topic. When Hitsugaya was shaking his head, someone suddenly reached out and grabbed him, wanting this passerby to judge the matter. Tell me, who's to blame for the greeting card incident? These cards were clearly made with everyone's hard work, and they represent everyone's thoughtfulness. So what does it matter if they look good or not? Tell me, was that person overdoing it or not? Hitsugaya looked at the hand that was holding him. He didn't want to answer these questions at all. After all, asking these questions and answering them was simply a waste of time. Hitsugaya wanted to refuse and say that he didn't want to answer the question, but the man reached out and held the corner of his clothes tightly, as if he would not let him go unless he answered. Hitsugaya was tightly grasped by the corner of his clothes, and at this moment he was completely unable to move at all. He could only sigh helplessly. Greeting cards do express everyone's thoughts, but the mouth is used for speaking, and there is nothing you can do about people complaining. The man had never expected Hitsugaya to say that. Not only was he unable to react for a moment, but when he finally realized what was going on, he viciously shook Hitsugaya's hand away. Advertisement. Hitsugaya patted the corner of his clothes nonchalantly. They were still arguing about the greeting cards, and Hitsugaya felt that there was no problem. He also felt that there was no need to argue about this matter, and that there was no need to quarrel about this matter at all. Not to mention that now is the most important day. It was just for the simplest of things, and even destroyed the joyous atmosphere, which was really not worth it. When Hitsugaya thought about this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The next step is to continue searching for Matsumoto Rangaku. But just as Hitsugaya took 2 steps forward, someone suddenly pulled him back. Hitsugaya didn't expect that he had just taken a few steps when suddenly someone reached out and pulled him down. He turned his head to the side helplessly. He noticed that a card game between men and women was going on nearby, so Hitsugaya was pulled over to join in. Hitsugaya looked at the man and woman in front of him and quickly waved his hand to decline. I really don't know how to play any card games. I need to find. Before Hitsugaya could finish his words, a handful of cards was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He sighed helplessly. After all, he had a dozen cards stuffed in his hands. He couldn't leave or stay at this moment. All I can do is wait here for the card game to end. There weren't many people participating in the men's and women's card game, otherwise Hitsugaya would have been just a passerby, and it would have been impossible for him to be directly pulled over or even participate in the game. He threw the cards in his hand to the ground. Hitsugaya was also bored and had a so-called card competition with that group of people. Although there were not many people participating in the card competition, the venue was in a mess. Chapter 118. Return to the Dream. In the modern world, everyone spends the new year happily with their families. Opening the door of each home, one can smell the aroma of food, which makes the new year feel even more special. Orihime was just walking quietly on the road alone. She had originally planned to spend the new year alone, so when she came to the street this time, Orihime also wanted to buy something. She had just taken a few steps forward when she met Renji and Rukia at the corner. They hadn't expected to meet Orihime, and they were a little confused for a moment. When they realized what was happening, they couldn't help but smile. Renji took the initiative to come over and hold her hand. Why are you alone today? Do you want to celebrate New Year's with us? Renji's words rang in Orihime's ears, and for a moment, Orihime felt a little incoherent. She had never expected that she would take the initiative to hold her hand and even invite her to celebrate the new year. Orihime didn't know what to say for a moment. She suddenly felt herself choking up, tears welling up in her eyes, and she looked as if she wanted to cry but couldn't. Rukia, who was standing next to him, looked at Orihime, who was so moved that he almost cried. She was also a little amused and said, "It just so happens that we are planning to find someone to have some fun with us, so why don't you come and have some fun with us?" After Rukia said this, she and Renji directly took Orihime's hand. After spending the new year at the Urahara store, the 3 of them completed the New Year's visit to the shrine with their companions who had come specially for the event. The atmosphere was lively for a while. Orihime never thought that he might have to spend the new year alone, but he didn't expect that he would meet Renji and Rukia when he went out. The two of them also invited me to celebrate the new year together. Finally, I am not celebrating the new year alone, but instead celebrating the new year with so many friends. She sniffed, feeling even more moved in her heart. Thank you for being willing to. Before Orihime could finish her words, Renji, who was standing next to her, reached out and hooked his arm around her neck, interrupting her with a chuckle. It's nothing, it's nothing. As long as we're all happy together, that's all that matters. Advertisement. The atmosphere became more and more cheerful. When Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo came to their senses, they found themselves standing at the edge of the forest, looking at the castle in the distance. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They never expected that when they came to their senses, they would find themselves standing at the edge of the forest, even maintaining a strange posture. What on earth is going on? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but frown. He had no idea why he was standing at the edge of the forest when he opened his eyes, and even now he was looking at the castle in the distance. Lu Jin listened to Kurosaki Ichigo frowning beside him, with a hint of confusion in his tone. Not only was there a hint of confusion in Kurosaki Ichigo's tone, but Lu Jin was also confused. He took a deep breath. I'm not sure. Lu Jin's words fell in his ears, and Kurosaki Ichigo was completely upset at this time. Take a closer look. When he said this, there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. What are you looking at? Lu Jin was a little confused. This is not our own body. Kurosaki Ichigo's tone was still serious. What do you mean this isn't our own body? After Lu Jin finished saying this, he also looked down at his body, and was surprised to find that it was indeed not their body, and his body had been patched up for a while. What on earth is going on? Lu Jin just looked at the body that looked like a rag doll and was patched together. How could it be that it was definitely not their real body? Advertisement. Are we still in a dream now? Kurosaki Ichigo was silent for a long time. Finally, no one knew what he was thinking about, but he just asked directly. It would have been fine if Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't asked this question. When he asked this question, Lu Jin's brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. It took me a long time to find my voice. He just looked down at his patched up clothes, and finally, no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Jin then spoke up, if my guess is correct. When Lu Jin said this, he did not continue speaking, but suddenly paused. Lu Jin paused like this, and Kurosaki Ichigo next to him was almost anxious to death. He never expected that Lu Jin would stop talking halfway through the conversation, and even now he was keeping it in suspense. You know, normally, Lu Jin is definitely not someone who likes to keep people in suspense, but today, for some reason, he even kept people in suspense in front of him. Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and scratched his hair irritably. He knew that he absolutely could not speak to urge him at this moment, so he could only sigh and wait for Lu Jin to speak. It wasn't known how long it took before Lu Jin finally spoke up. If my guess is correct, our strange appearance was created by Shali and Yuzu. Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but ponder his words carefully, and after a while, he finally understood what he meant. Finally, he said, so where are we now? When he said this, he couldn't help but pause, and his eyes widened into the size of copper bells. There was even a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He had never thought that the two of them had originally thought that they had woken up, but that was just what they thought. Even now. You guessed right. We are now in our own dream. We escaped from the dream before, but we didn't expect to be back in the dream again. When Lu Jin said this, his face was full of seriousness. Because of what he said, Kurosaki Ichigo's face turned pale and blue for a while. Chapter 119. There is something I want to get rid of. Several people and a group of familiar companions, wearing strange costumes and playing different monsters, come together to fight against Ishin and Ryujin, who are hunters. Lu Jin didn't even think about dreaming, and even in the dream, they were completely busy. We can only think of a way to break through the dream. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing next to him, could feel that Lu Jin couldn't help but twitch his lips, and knew that he was probably speechless for a while, so he could only reach out and pat his shoulder. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin could only sigh for a moment. There's really nothing we can do now. We can only follow the dream and do what others do. After Lu Jin finished saying this, someone suddenly rushed up to him and immediately pulled the two of them over to the monster. What are you two doing standing there? The man's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but look at each other again, and in the end they could only sigh again. The two of them, along with others, fought against the hunters Kurosaki Ishin and Ryujin. In order to prevent them from obtaining the snow crystal that turns monsters into humans, Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo and others fought hard against the hunters. When will we wake up? Kurosaki Ichigo was really tired. He raised his hand to rub his sore temples and couldn't say a word for a long time. Not only Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little tired, Lu Jin also felt a little tired. Not only was he tired physically, but he even felt a little tired in his heart. When he thought about this, Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, I can only hope to wake up soon. Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting spirit was instantly boosted because of his words. As long as he and others could resist the hunter in front of them, he might wake up by then. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo's biggest wish is to wake up from this absurd dream as soon as possible. Advertisement. As the vice captain of the 9th Division, Hisagi has many responsibilities. He has been working very hard lately, and everyone who passes by him notices a layer of sweat on Hisagi's forehead. However, Hisagi had absolutely no time to care about the sweat on his forehead, let alone the energy to wipe it off. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed. The others, looking at Hisagi's extremely disheveled appearance, knew that he worked diligently every day and had a lot of work to do. He was busy all day long. Either busy or on the way to being busy. The group looked at Hisagi's relentlessly busy appearance and couldn't help but tease him for a moment. Why are you so busy? Why can't you just take a break? Hisagi listened to the people around him teasing him. At this moment, he had absolutely no time and no energy to joke with others. Hisagi simply sighed, raising his hand to rub his aching temple. There's nothing we can do about it. After saying this, Hisagi suddenly felt that he hadn't quite answered the question, and he couldn't help but add, if you don't seize the opportunity now to endure a little hardship, then you won't have the chance to endure a little hardship later. When he said this, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's hard to tell whether I agree with what he said, or laugh at him, or something else. However, Hisagi was too lazy to argue with the group of people about what they meant by their laughter, so he just kept walking forward. It was while walking forward that he happened to run into the group of people from the Girls' Association. Hisagi looked at the head of the Women's Association standing before him, looking as if hesitant to speak. He looked at the head of the Women's Association standing in front of him, looking as if he was about to say something but hesitated. Hisagi had to go to the next job and he wanted to turn around and leave, but the head of the association looked as if he was about to say something but hesitated, and it was obvious that he had something to say to him. Advertisement. At this moment, Hisagi didn't know whether to leave or not. He was torn and hesitant inside, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Hisagi took a long, sharp step towards the person in charge, his thick, dark eyebrows knitted together. Is there something going on? Why do you seem so hesitant to speak? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Hisagi's words echoed in his ears. The head of the Women's Association, who had been hesitant to speak, now relaxed instantly because of his words. I have something I want to ask of you. Hisagi couldn't help but become interested upon hearing this. What is it you would like to ask of me? The people in the Girls' Association had heard long before that Hisagi was a workaholic, but that was just hearsay. No one knew whether Hisagi would agree to their request, so this time they had specifically asked the head of the Women's Association to come and ask. The person in charge looked over and managed to meet Hisagi, but at that moment he was completely at a loss as to how to start the conversation. While she was feeling so conflicted and hesitant, she had no idea that Hisagi would be the first to speak, showing understanding. The head of the Women's Association couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason I came here this time is to entrust the Women's Association's lunchbox to you. The words of the person in charge fell into my ears. Hisagi was a little taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't quite understand why the Girls' Association would entrust him with the lunchbox. Besides being a little taken aback for a moment, when he finally realized what was going on, Hisagi didn't know what was going on. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, of course. The head of the Women's Association hadn't expected Hisagi to agree so readily. She had thought she would have to negotiate for a while, but she hadn't expected that she wouldn't have to forge ahead at all, as Hisagi had agreed straight away. She was a little surprised in her heart, and then she opened her mouth and thanked him quickly. Thank you so much this time. As Hisagi listened to the Women's Association's director's repeated thanks, a faint smile curved his lips. It's all right, no need to thank me. Chapter 121. To no avail. Tensa Zangetsu pulled the hollow power out of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo just looked at Tensa Zangetsu pulling out the energy with a serious expression. At the moment when he pulled out the energy, Kurosaki Ichigo also saw the posture when he defeated Ulquiorra. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank, and he didn't know what to say at this moment. He took a deep breath. He never expected that this time Tensa Zangetsu would actually dig out such a scene from his memory. Kurosaki Ichigo was unable to hollow normally because he was afraid of his existence, but now Tensa Zangetsu has brought the thing he fears to his very eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. He just felt conflicted and uneasy inside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ichigo knew in his heart that if he wanted to complete the final hollow, he had to face his fear and even break through it. But now fear cannot be overcome just by breaking through. When he didn't think of this in his mind, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. I also don't know what to say at all. He faced his fear head on. Although Kurosaki Ichigo looked calm, only he knew that his mood had already been like a roller coaster. It's even full of ups and downs. The others were just standing outside quietly, staring at Kurosaki Ichigo silently. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, whose face was as pale as a piece of white paper. He felt uneasy inside. After all, he is his son, and the two of them are father and son, so Kurosaki Ishin can vaguely feel what Kurosaki Ichigo is going through now. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that he really couldn't sit still anymore. Kurosaki Ishin sat up from his seat and immediately moved closer to Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement. Yoruichi held him back. Are you crazy? You actually rushed forward at this critical moment. Do you know that if you rush forward, not only Kurosaki Ichigo might die, but you might die too? Yoruichi's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ishin naturally knew what would happen if he rushed in rashly. But if I don't rush in, then I can only watch Kurosaki Ichigo being tortured by the nightmare in his heart, and I will be powerless to do anything. Kurosaki Ishin felt that he really couldn't do it. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ishin could only take a deep breath, but I can't just watch him. Before he could finish his words, a painful groan came from Kurosaki Ichigo. While Kurosaki Ishin was playing like this without saying a word, he noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo spit out a mouthful of blood. Yoruichi next to him held Kurosaki Ishin tightly. Kurosaki Ishin absolutely could not bear to watch his son being tortured like this in front of him, but he also knew in his heart that even if he rushed forward, he would not be able to share any of the harm for him. In the end, he could only stare at Kurosaki Ichigo silently. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally noticed that there were so many people outside guarding him, even Kurosaki Ishin's eyes were fixed on him, and he didn't even want to blink. I'm afraid that if I blink, the person will disappear before my eyes. If Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to give up at the beginning, he felt that he really couldn't do it, and he felt that he really couldn't face the thing he feared most. But now there are so many people outside guarding him, even Kurosaki Ishin is looking at him to cheer him up. There were so many emotions contained in that look. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't say anything, he just endured all the pain. Advertisement. He also knew that he had to bear it, so that he could get through this matter. Now he had already carried it, although he had carried all the pain, but in order to learn the final Getsuga Tensho, Kurosaki Ichigo will face the attacks of Tensa Zangetsu and the combined form of Hollow, who were originally one. Kurosaki Ichigo also knew that he had to persevere, no matter how painful it was. I absolutely cannot let the people waiting outside be disappointed in me, not to mention that there are so many people waiting for me over there. When he thought about this, Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I can definitely do it." Located in Karakura town, no one expected Aizen to suddenly appear. Everyone looked at Aizen who appeared in the hall. For a moment, they were unable to react. They were even more confused about what was going on and why Aizen suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and it can be said that no one could say a word for a long time. Aizen's appearance puts Ichigo's companions in a desperate situation. After all, even if Kurosaki Ishin joined forces with the other two, they were already considered to be relatively capable, but the three of them combined could not hurt Aizen at all. Three people with such great abilities hurt him a little, not to mention people like them. Everyone couldn't help but feel panicked for a moment and didn't know what to say. Aizen now looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Everyone watched the demon approaching them step by step, and there was only despair in their hearts. Everyone was praying in their hearts, begging someone to come quickly, no matter who it was, please come quickly. Matsumoto Rangaku rushed over, but when she arrived, she realized that she could not defeat Aizen alone. With his own abilities, it can be said that he cannot hurt Aizen at all. If he cannot hurt him, he may even lose himself. So even if Matsumoto Rangaku rushes over, it will be of no use. At the same time, Kurosaki Ishin was also staring at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had his eyes closed and looked in pain. He knew that the time left for them, and also for Kurosaki Ichigo, was almost running out. Chapter 122, Secret. However, Kurosaki Ichigo has not yet completely completed the final Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Not only are the others anxious for a while, but Kurosaki Ichigo is also a little anxious. But this matter cannot be achieved in a hurry. Kurosaki Ichigo can only take it slowly at this time.
Kurosaki Ishin and the others naturally understood this, so it was absolutely impossible for them to urge Kurosaki Ichigo at this time. Everyone could only stare and wait quietly. At the same time, Aizen had begun to approach his companions in Karakura town, and his companions could not help but feel despair in their hearts. These people are too weak. You guys go ahead. Aizen reached out and flicked his wrist. He was also looking at the person in front of him who looked so scared, and finally turned around to look at Yin. Yin was suddenly called out by name, and immediately lowered his head. I understand. Yin, who pretended to help Aizen get rid of Longgui and others, suddenly turned around at this time, staring at Aizen with a pair of eyes. Aizen saw Yin looking at him like that, and for some reason, he felt a very bad premonition in his heart at this moment. When Aizen thought about this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. What do you want to do? Aizen's words rang in my ears. Yin just smiled at Aizen. What do you mean by I want to do something? Why don't you guess what I want to do? After Jin said this, Aizen was almost unable to react. After he pressed down the blade of Kyoka Suigetsu, Kamishini no Yari went straight through Aizen's chest. Looking at the gun that pierced his chest, Aizen couldn't help but show a trace of confusion in his eyes at this moment. Advertisement. Although Aizen had been able to guess his purpose of approaching him long before, he did not directly expose Yin at that time. After all, Aizen just happened to need a helper. He originally thought that Yin would be so honest all the time. He also knew his purpose, so Yin would not act rashly. Wait until I can find a new subordinate, and then send someone to replace the silver directly. However, what he didn't expect was that not long after Aizen had that thought in his mind, he was suddenly attacked by Yin, and he didn't even hesitate at all. Although Aizen knew Jin's purpose, the sudden betrayal still caught him off guard, otherwise his chest would not have been stabbed. When did you figure out how to crack my Kyoka Suigetsu? Aizen just watched as Jin suddenly broke his Kyoka Suigetsu, and also used the killing Shinso to do the same to him.
He was stunned for a long time, and only later did he finally realize something. Aizen looked at Yin in disbelief. I never thought he would know. Jin saw Aizen was puzzled for a while as to how he could break his Kyoga Suigetsu. Jin just laughed and said, not only do I know how to break your Kyoga Suigetsu, I also know one of your secrets. His words rang in his ears, and Aizen couldn't help but widen his eyes for a moment. What do you mean you not only know how to crack my Kyoga Suigetsu, but also know one of my secrets? When Aizen said this, he trembled for a while. He never thought that Yin would impress him this time. Aizen also felt that he had been wary of him enough, but he did not expect that this time Yin would give him such a big surprise. He had underestimated him. Yes, when Yin first approached me, his intentions could be said to be impure, so he must have been secretly inquiring about me, and even this time he approached me was for this matter. When Aizen thought about this, he couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known that Yin would be able to do this, Aizen probably wouldn't have given him the chance to be his subordinate. The others were also looking at Yin at this time. Advertisement originally, everyone was constantly scolding Jin, and they never thought that their former best friend would now go to Aizen. Even in order to make Aizen trust him, Yin took the initiative to attack them this time. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, but what they didn't expect was that Yin would use such a counter routine this time. Not only was Aizen deceived, but they were also deceived. Everyone couldn't help but feel annoyed. Aizen just stared at Yin quietly. I never thought you would betray me at this critical moment. After Aizen finished saying this, he also looked down at the spear that was stuck in his chest. Yin did not respond to Aizen's words. He just stared at Aizen quietly. After a long while, Yin finally said, I know a secret of yours. When he said this, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Or else, guess what secret I know about you. This secret is related to you, so please guess carefully. Aizen was furious and helpless. What do you mean? What do you mean you know my secret? What do you mean this secret has something to do with me? Aizen usually looks calm and composed, but now he is really irritated by Jin. Firstly, he didn't expect him to betray him, so when he saw him stabbing towards him with the spear, Aizen was really shocked at that moment. Secondly, he didn't expect that Jin could not only successfully break his Kyoga Suigetsu, but was even pretending to be mysterious in front of him. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Aizen glared at Jin fiercely. What do you mean you know a secret about me? What secrets do you know about me? Isn't it enough to know how to break Kyoga Suigetsu? Yin just raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything, just looked at Aizen in front of him quietly. I not only know how to crack Kyoga Suigetsu, I also know the secret you were hiding about Bankai. Yin said this over there. Aizen couldn't help but lower his head to look at the chest where he was stabbed, and unexpectedly found that the toxin that could dissolve cells had left a big hole in his chest. Chapter 123. Spirit Jin successfully took Hogyoku from Aizen's body. After taking Hogyoku, Jin thought everything was over, but this actually led to Aizen's further evolution. He took out the Hogyoku from his body. Jin looked at Aizen, who fell to the ground weakly because he had taken out the Hogyoku. Jin thought that all this was about to end, when Aizen, who had fallen to the ground weakly, suddenly stood up. He looked at Aizen, who suddenly stood up. Yin was a little confused at this moment. You are. Before he could finish his words, Aizen's aura changed drastically at this moment. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Aizen's mouth, and this smile became more meaningful than before. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you very much. Aizen's lips curled up into a smile. He just stared at Yin in front of him, and the words he said were a bit incoherent. Yin noticed that his aura had changed drastically at this moment, and he even said that he wanted to thank himself. A very bad thought surged up in my heart. Yin also looked at Aizen steadily. When he was about to say something, he didn't expect Aizen to show a completely different attitude at this time, and overwhelming power rushed towards him. The people around couldn't help but look at Yin worriedly for a moment. They knew that they couldn't resist such a strong force, and they could only worry for Yin. No one knew what they were supposed to say. They were grateful to Yin for suddenly standing up to block the damage for them. Now, as they watched Aizen attacking Yin, everyone couldn't help but feel worried. Jin saw the force that Aizen was sending towards him. His pupils shrank for a moment, and he knew that he could not resist such a strong force no matter what, and could only run away. But at this time Yin wanted to escape backwards, but everything was already over. The force was coming directly towards him. The overwhelming force caused Silver to suffer fatal injuries. Advertisement Yin just lay on the ground, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Aizen on the other side saw Yin spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. I thought you were so powerful. Although you can break my Kyoga Suigetsu, you are still helpless in front of my true strength. Aizen's words rang in his ears, but Yin didn't respond to him. He just covered his chest with his hands, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. The group of people surrounding him looked at Yin, who looked so badly injured, and they couldn't help crying for a moment. They never thought that Yin had blocked the attack for them before, but now they were helpless. The dying Silver's eyes turned white. Then a figure appeared in front of him. Seeing the figure getting closer and closer, Yin couldn't help but curl up a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand hard, just to catch the figure. But when he stretched out his hand, Yin found that no matter how hard he tried to catch the figure, he could not catch it no matter how he stretched out his hand. A desolate smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Yin couldn't help but recall what happened between him and Matsumoto Rangaku when they were young. so now he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly appearing in front of him. Even if I die, I will be satisfied if I can see you before I die, even if it's not your real person, but a hollow shadow. Yin spoke these words one by one, with a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yin thought a lot at this moment. Yin recalled the things that happened when he and Matsumoto Rangaku were young, and also recalled the days when he and Matsumoto Rangaku spent time together when they were young. The curve of Yin's mouth couldn't help but deepen. He suddenly felt a little desolate. I didn't expect that until the very end, I wouldn't be able to take back what was stolen from you. Yin looked towards Matsumoto Rangaku who was not far away. Advertisement Matsumoto Rangaku did not expect that Jin would be attacked by Aizen and is now on the verge of death. She didn't care about the danger at this moment, and Matsumoto Rangaku hurriedly ran towards the camp. Her tears were falling, and Matsumoto Rangaku was looking at Jin lying in a pool of blood. She didn't say a word for a long time, and she didn't know what she should say. Matsumoto Rangaku reached out her hand and stroked Yin's cheek as well. Why didn't you wait for me? Why are you so stupid? Matsumoto Rangaku's words rang in my ears. Yin opened his mouth to say something, but when the words reached his lips, they were like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and for a moment he couldn't utter a single word. Be careful. Be careful behind you. Yin almost squeezed out these words from his throat, and his voice was extremely hoarse when he said this. Jin's words rang in his ears, and Matsumoto Rangaku turned around to look, only to find that it was Aizen approaching him. Since he's so reluctant to let you go, then I might as well take you to meet him. There was a glint of madness in Aizen's eyes. He laughed heartily and said this. Matsumoto Rangaku never expected that Aizen would actually say these words at this time. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but start to think that if it was like this, then it would really be fine, right? Then I can really meet Yin, right? When she was thinking this in her heart, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Aizen approached the crying Matsumoto Rangaku, and he also raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. When he was about to send Matsumoto Rangaku down to reunite with Jin, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Aizen was a little slow to react. When he finally realized what was happening, he turned around and looked behind him. As a result, when he turned around, Aizen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Liu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo appeared at this time. Chapter 124. Angry out of shame. Aizen looked at the two people who appeared behind him, and especially noticed that he couldn't feel any ryotsu from them. His eyes became very sharp. Aizen ignored the two people and thought they were just Liu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo, two people who were completely insignificant and posed no threat. After all, even if two people were added together, or even if several more people were added together, they would not be his opponents at all. Aizen expressed great confidence in this. He also turned around and said to Matsumoto Rangaku, "Then why don't I take you downstairs to meet Yin and the other one?" Matsumoto Rangaku stared at Aizen intently, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You're the one who hurt Yin. There's no way I'll let you go. I'm going to kill you today, then I'll go see Yin." After Matsumoto Rangaku said this, she directly launched an attack towards Aizen. Her moves were extremely fierce. Aizen had never expected Matsumoto Rangaku to speak so confidently. A smile curved his lips, but his eyes were devoid of any smile as he asked, "Just you?" While Aizen was still talking to himself, Liu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at each other and then began to attack him. Aizen never expected that the two people standing behind him would launch an offensive against him at this moment, and he never expected that they would be so ignorant of their own lives. When Aizen turned around, he looked at Liu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo, a faint smile on his lips. "Do you really think you two can defeat me? Then I can only say that you are wishful thinking?" When Liu Jin looked at Aizen and said this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a sense of confidence on his face. Aizen felt that he was invincible and that no one could defeat him, but he didn't know that the more arrogant he was, the more miserable he would be if he fell from a height. When the two of them thought about this, they couldn't help but look at Aizen quietly for a moment. "Then come over here." Aizen used Zanpakuto, and then activated the skill Kyoka Suigetsu. However, after the Kyoka Suigetsu skill was activated, Aizen unexpectedly discovered that the two people were indifferent to his Kyoka Suigetsu attack. It seemed that his Kyoka Suigetsu could not beat two people. When he noticed this, half of his eyebrows couldn't help but raise at this moment. Advertisement Aizen was even more surprised for a moment and didn't know what to say. "Your attacks on me are ineffective." Aizen couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly when he said that. He had never thought that he would attack the two of them, but the two of them didn't know what was going on. His attacks hit them, but it seemed as if they were ineffective. This was something Aizen had not expected. When Liu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Aizen and said this, his tone was filled with disbelief. The two of them just raised their lips and smiled, and didn't say anything else. The more calm the two of them appeared, the more annoyed Aizen became at this moment. Aizen saw that his Kyoka Suigetsu had absolutely no effect on the two of them. He was a little unresponsive for a while, and when he finally realized what was happening, he immediately chanted Kido. But after Kido finished chanting, Aizen was surprised to find that all of this was easily deciphered by Kurosaki Ichigo. The fragments also fell on him. Aizen just lowered his head, looking at the fragments that hit him and the wounds on his body. Especially noticing that blood was flowing from the wound. Aizen couldn't react for a long time, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. All of this was beyond Aizen's understanding. Aizen felt confused at this moment and didn't know what to say for a long time. How could you two possibly?
How could you two possibly hurt me? You two clearly. When Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Aizen and said this, his tone was filled with disbelief, and when he looked at the two of them, Aizen could be said to be a little shocked and surprised. I didn't know what to say for a long time. Advertisement. Lu Jin looked at Aizen, who was so shocked, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So you didn't expect it? You didn't expect it to be so powerful? Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Aizen felt extremely complicated inside for a moment. He had no idea what he should say, and his face still maintained an expression of disbelief. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing next to him, looked at Aizen, who usually looked calm and composed, but suddenly a different expression appeared on his face. Even now, I still find it hard to believe the two of them. I have to say that when I saw another expression on Aizen's face, he looked so calm, but at this moment he couldn't hold it anymore. Kurosaki Ichigo thought it was a little funny, and he just laughed out loud. I originally thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be just like this. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in my ears. Aizen just stared at Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo. You two must have done something to me, otherwise my Kyoka Suigetsu wouldn't be ineffective. There's no way you two could hurt me. As early as a long time ago, Aizen could be said to have been betrayed by Yin, and he always felt very uncomfortable in his heart. So now, looking at the two people still looking at him provocatively in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo even said some disdainful remarks to him. No matter how calm Aizen was on ordinary days, at this moment, he could not remain calm at all and could not utter a single word for a long time. When Lu Jin saw Aizen's dazed look, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Lu Jin opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he looked at Aizen, who had just looked incredulous and now became angry and embarrassed. Aizen, angry and embarrassed, changed again under the influence of Hogyoku. Chapter 125, Seal Aizen continued to attack the two fiercely. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo allowed Aizen to attack them fiercely, without even blinking an eye from beginning to end. Aizen used to look so calm and composed, but now it's as if the roles have been reversed, and now it's the turn of both of them to be calm and composed. Aizen kept an angry look on his face, and he really didn't know what to say. I never expected that I would be provoked by them like this. Aizen's eyes were red as he launched fierce attacks on the two men, but the two men remained calm from beginning to end and responded with composure. The more composed and at ease the two of them seemed, the more Aizen felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. The attacks of his men became more and more fierce. Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that Aizen would not get any benefit from them, and Aizen obviously knew this as well. But he clearly knew this, and he could be said to be the smartest Aizen on weekdays, but for some reason today, he could be said to be bloodthirsty for a moment. Facing Aizen, who refused to stop, Lu Jin couldn't help but turn his head to look at Kurosaki Ichigo next to him. He also said, Aizen will keep fighting like this, and he will never let go. Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Even without Lu Jin saying this, Kurosaki Ichigo had guessed this by now. He took a deep breath and said, we absolutely cannot continue to delay like this. If we continue to delay like this, then I'm afraid we won't have much time left to deal with these things. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in his ears, and Lu Jin nodded beside him. He touched his chin, and after thinking carefully, Lu Jin said at this time, we really can't drag it on like this. You should hurry up and release your ultimate move. Advertisement. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he reached out and patted Ichigo on the shoulder. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally understood what Lu Jin meant by this. When he thought of this, his obsidian-like black pupils darkened at this moment. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that he really couldn't delay any longer. He was still hesitating in his heart and didn't know whether he should release that power. But now, hearing Lu Jin say this in his ear, and telling him that the time has come, Ichigo released the final, Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Aizen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, and suddenly a powerful force appeared on his body. He didn't react for a moment, and was looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who seemed like a different person at this moment. Aizen's thick black eyebrows couldn't help but knit together at this moment. He felt uneasy in his heart and had some bad thoughts. At this moment it permeated the air. Aizen didn't know what to say for a moment, his eyes could only stare at Kurosaki Ichigo. In the end, Aizen unexpectedly discovered that he seemed to be unable to feel Kurosaki Ichigo's power at all. When he noticed such a tiny detail, Aizen couldn't help but clench his fists. I never thought. When he thought of this, Aizen had no idea what to say. It was unknown how long it took, but Kurosaki Ichigo finally released all his strength. He also noticed that Aizen was looking at him. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly smiled. Looking at his clean and neat teeth, Aizen was a little slow to react for a moment. Advertisement. When Aizen finally realized what was happening, he noticed a tremendous force that was rushing directly towards him. Looking at the tremendous force rushing towards him, Aizen wanted to escape. He knew that if he went against this overwhelming force, he would not gain any benefit. Aizen knew in his heart that he and Kurosaki Ichigo were no longer on the same level. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed like a completely different person. He was no match for him at all. Aizen understood this very clearly in his heart. The strength displayed by Ichigo was no longer on the same level as his. So I have to hurry up and run. If I don't hurry up and run now, then when I want to escape, it will be too late. Such a thought popped up in his mind, and Aizen's pupils widened slightly. He wanted to run, but he didn't know why. Aizen couldn't control his legs at all. He felt as if his legs were nailed to the ground, and for a moment he could not move at all.
Aizen could only watch as such a powerful force rushed towards him. Aizen's eyes widened as a white light flashed before his eyes, and then the power released by Kurosaki Ichigo sealed Aizen. When Lu Jin raised his head, he looked at the power that Aizen had now been released by Kurosaki Ichigo, which could be said to have completely sealed him. When he noticed this scene, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile. Did I really succeed? Kurosaki Ichigo was ecstatic beside him, never having thought that one day he would be able to seal Aizen. Lu Jin smiled at him faintly. Yes, you really succeeded. Aizen was also sealed by you. When Kurosaki Ichigo raised his head, he saw Lu Jin looking towards him with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Noticing this hint of appreciation in Lu Jin's eyes, Aizen couldn't help but smile. The two of them smiled at each other, and then their eyes turned towards the sealed Aizen. Aizen's eyes widened, and before the seal, he kept his hands moving forward to block. After Aizen was sealed, everything calmed down, and the restoration work of Soul Society in the real world was proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 126. The Price. Chapter 126. The Price Paid. Orihime and others also returned from Hueco Mundo. When they came back, they found that Lu Jin and Kurosaki Ichigo had worked together to seal Aizen. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and Kurosaki Ichigo was surrounded by everyone. He looked at everyone who praised him generously. Kurosaki Ichigo's face suddenly turned red. He touched his face and found that the temperature on his face was frighteningly hot. Of course, it was not because he was sick, but because he was praised by the person next to him. He could also be said to be embarrassed for a while. Seeing so many people surrounding him and praising him, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly waved his hands and said, "Victory doesn't just depend on me alone. Victory depends on everyone." There was thunderous applause. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, Lu Jin, who had been standing silently beside him, couldn't help but reach out and applaud him. "You did a great job this time." A cold male voice sounded in his ears, mixed with a hint of appreciation. When Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head, he saw Lu Jin looking at him intently, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He noticed that Lu Jin was looking at him with such admiration, and even now he was actively clapping and cheering for him. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head a little embarrassedly for a moment. When he was about to open his mouth to say something, the words were too late to come out. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his vision suddenly turned white. As he looked at the scene in front of him, it suddenly turned white. He also felt waves of cramps coming from his heart. The waves of cramps that came over him made him hold his chest tightly for a moment, and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. Advertisement. The people who were originally celebrating the victory enthusiastically on the side suddenly noticed that the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo's face suddenly turned as pale as a piece of white paper. He was squatting on the ground, curled up into a ball, and it was obvious that he was suffering from some pain. When everyone noticed this, they couldn't help but look at each other for a moment, not knowing what to say. I don't know how much time had passed, but as time went by, people gathered around. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could share the joy of victory, he found that his body suddenly changed. His pupils shrank, and a bad thought surged from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Lu Jin was standing there. He was talking to Kurosaki Ichigo, but for some reason, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly covered his stomach. What on earth was going on? Lu Jin felt a little confused, and he didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo's body would suddenly change. He squatted down hurriedly. Lu Jin looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's pale face and couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "What's going on? What's wrong with your face? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Jin kept asking these questions in his ear. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned tightly for a moment, and he even covered his stomach, looking extremely painful. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. He just felt his stomach aching again and again at this moment, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Lu Jin was watching Kurosaki Ichigo in such pain, and he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He was about to ask someone to come over to check on Kurosaki Ichigo, but before he could finish the words, Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. When Lu Jin saw him reach out and grab him, he was a little confused for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" After Lu Jin finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo's face remained pale. "Don't go. Everyone is sharing the joy of victory." Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo's words were a bit nonsensical. Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a moment and had no idea what he meant. Seeing Lu Jin's confused look, Kurosaki Ichigo forced himself to stand up from the ground. The moment he stood up, Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that so many people were watching him and caring about him. He forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry to have worried everyone, but I'm fine. It's just some minor illnesses and pains, nothing to worry about." Although Kurosaki Ichigo said this, everyone was still a little worried. After all, he looked so painful and hideous just now, and everyone could see it clearly. But now that Kurosaki Ichigo said this again, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment and could only look at each other. Lu Jin was silent for an unknown amount of time before he finally spoke. "It's really nothing serious. Thank you all for your concern. Today is a good day. Our battle with Aizen is finally over." Lu Jin's words fell into everyone's ears. At this time, everyone looked at each other, with tiny lights flashing in their eyes. Indeed, the battle is finally over, and everything can be said to be over. Everyone looked at each other, and at this moment, they all felt a sense of emotion in their hearts. After all, they had fought with Aizen for so long, and now the battle with him was finally over. Everyone naturally felt relieved for a while, but some people might feel that this was a good thing. Some people would feel a little happy in their hearts,
But some people could not be happy at all. Lu Jin couldn't help but glance at Kurosaki Ichigo who was holding on beside him, his eyes full of worry. Although everyone has different feelings, Soul Society and the real world are still moving in a good direction, and all of this is the result of Ichigo's efforts. Little did he know that the price he paid to win the battle against Aizen would change his future life. Chapter 127. Crisis. After this period of repeated mental and physical shocks, Lu Jin and his team finally won through their wisdom and strong strength. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo seems to be in much better physical condition. After Lu Jin found out, he took Kurosaki Ichigo to the side to prevent others from discovering Kurosaki Ichigo's illness. Lu Jin asked, "What on earth was wrong with you just now? You look so grim." "I'm not really sure. I was just about to talk to you when I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. The pain was unbearable, so I curled up on the ground and found that the pain was actually decreasing. My body is gradually getting better, and now I feel almost no pain. I feel much better. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Look, I'm fine now," Kurosaki Ichigo said, patting his chest. Lu Jin listened to Kurosaki Ichigo say that there was nothing wrong with his body, but Lu Jin felt a little uneasy in his heart. Lu Jin still felt that there was something wrong. The problems with Kurosaki Ichigo's body must be related to the previous battle with Aizen. There must be something fishy about this matter.
This matter is definitely not that simple. Let's observe and see if your body will have any problems again. Do you think I'm a delicate woman? Kurosaki Ichigo said. What should I be afraid of as a grown man? Besides, so many things have happened before, and nothing went wrong. Kurosaki Ichigo continued speaking with an innocent expression. I sensed something was amiss during our previous fight with Aizen. We should be careful and not let our guard down. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that Lu Jin's tone was a bit tough and a little angry, so he gave in. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded in submission. Now everyone was feeling the joy of victory and immersed in the mood of victory. A few hours passed, and Lu Jin saw that Kurosaki Ichigo's body did not show any abnormalities again. Then he asked, "Are you feeling well now, or are you feeling unwell?" Advertisement. No, nothing happened. Well, that's fine. We should go back to Soul Society now. Congren Blade and the others will go back first. Lu Jin said, you and the medical staff should stay here for a few more hours. Although you're in good health now, it's best not to do any strenuous exercise. If you develop any symptoms, they can treat you. You can catch up with us later. Kurosaki Ichigo readily agreed, because everything Lu Jin did was for his own good, there was no doubt about that, and Lu Jin and the others were ready to set off. After a long journey of several hours, Lu Jin and Kong Ren's group returned to their former home before nightfall, Soul Society. Ah, I'm finally back. I'm so happy. Lu Jin also feels really comfortable physically and mentally now. After what he had experienced before, he thought he would never come back, but he finally returned here. For a moment, it was obvious that everyone was very happy. In this area that belonged to them, everyone let go of their previous tension and gradually relaxed. Because what is this place? This is their home. Lu Jin suddenly said, everyone has worked hard in this battle. I suggest we hold a banquet to celebrate. Everyone cheered. Good, good, good. So Lu Jin arranged for the logistics staff to prepare the necessary items, dishes, drinks, etc. for the banquet. Kong Ren also went to look for some materials to make fire and lit a bonfire. Everyone sat down around the blazing fire. The burning flames were like the people's unremitting fighting will, as if they could face all difficulties and solve them easily. This is a flame of life, a flame that will never go out. After a while, the chefs had prepared the meal. They were placed on the tables, looking so delicious, and there was also plenty of wine. Lu Jin walked over and took a look at the dazzling array of dishes. Regardless of whether they tasted good or not, they just looked so beautiful, like a Manchu Han banquet. Lu Jin took the first bite and said, wow, you chefs are really good at cooking. It's so delicious. Advertisement. Lu Jin smiled and said, everyone, please sit down. Our chef is amazing. I just tried it, and it's really delicious. Everyone sat down and tasted the food, nodding their heads. It was obvious that the food prepared by these chefs was indeed delicious. At this time, Lu Jin stood up, picked up his glass, filled it with wine, and said, thank you very much for your continued support and for fighting with me. It's really hard work for you all. After saying this, he drank the wine in the glass in his hand, which shows Lu Jin's heroism. Everyone also said, it's nothing, this is what we should do at this time, this is our responsibility. Everyone stood up and drank the wine in their hands. Of course, this refers to those who can drink well. Those who can drink less also drank about 2/3. Everyone laughed, and at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and his group also arrived. Hey, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Looks like I didn't miss anything, said Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course not. Come on, sit down and have dinner with us, said Lu Jin. Wow, you've prepared so many delicious foods. It seems like you're going to treat us well. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled as he looked at the table full of dishes. Ha ha ha. Not long after, everyone finished dinner and sat around the fire, talking about their experience in the battle. Everyone knew that they still had many shortcomings in this battle and it seemed that they needed more practice to improve in the future. Everyone started chatting and was in a particularly happy mood. After several days of such peaceful days, no one had ever thought that danger would come again. Because this is something that will almost never happen again, everyone is practicing attacking techniques and improving their proficiency. But on this day, there was a problem. The first person to discover the problem was Matsumoto Rangaku. But today there was an abnormal situation, and the person who caused the abnormal situation was Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was standing there with a surprised expression on her face. Everyone looked at her. No one knew what was going on and they just stared at Matsumoto Rangaku's puzzled facial expression. Chapter 128. No response. When Matsumoto Rangaku has nothing to do, he chats with his Zanpakuto, Hinata. But today, when Matsumoto Rangaku summoned Hinata, he found that Hinata did not respond at all. Her delicate eyebrows couldn't help but twist at this moment, and a hint of confusion flashed in Matsumoto Rangaku's eyes, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Normally, when she summoned Hinata, Hinata would come out immediately and had never been a mischievous person. This naturally ruled out the possibility that Hinata was deliberately playing hide and seek with her, as that would be strange. Matsumoto Rangaku felt a very bad thought rising in her heart, but quickly, she shook her head and suppressed this very bad thought. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After Matsumoto Rangaku suppressed this very bad thought, she continued to summon Hinata, but she found that no matter how she called Hinata didn't know what was going on. There has been no response. Could it be because I'm calling too often? Matsumoto Rangaku raised her hand and rubbed her head. She also lowered her head and muttered to herself. In the end, he became more and more certain that he was calling Hinata too frequently. Matsumoto Rangaku waited for a while. After a while, Matsumoto Rangaku continued to call out to Hinata, but Hinata still did not come out. He didn't care at first, until he tried to summon it again, but couldn't. Then Matsumoto Rangaku was really upset. She found her good sister Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo saw Matsumoto Rangaku hurriedly push open the door, and she also walked in with an uneasy look on her face. Hinamori Momo immediately asked, "What happened? Why do you look so uneasy?" When Matsumoto Rangaku heard Hinamori Momo ask this question, there was a hint of worry in her tone. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku looked at her good sister and didn't know where to start. Hinamori Momo poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Matsumoto Rangaku. She said calmly, "Take your time and don't rush." The gentle voice sounded in his ears, suppressing the uneasiness in Matsumoto Rangaku's heart. Matsumoto Rangaku took a sip of water to moisten her dry throat a little, and finally regained some of her thoughts. Then she started to talk from the beginning. A strange thing happened today. Matsumoto Rangaku's words rang in her ears, and Hinamori Momo looked at Matsumoto Rangaku in the same way. Seeing that Matsumoto Rangaku was frowning, Hinamori Momo felt worried. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku is her good sister, and now she is looking at her good sister with a frown. Hinamori Momo was naturally not in a good mood either. What strange thing happened? When Hinamori Momo asked this question, there was a hint of worry in her tone. The thing is, I've been calling Hinata since this morning, but he hasn't come out. Hinamori Momo naturally knew that the Hinata Matsumoto Rangaku was referring to was Zanpakuto. She was stunned for a moment, but soon realized, "You mean you keep summoning your Zanpakuto? But Zanpakuto won't come out." Matsumoto Rangaku put down the water cup in her hand, and when she raised her head, she glanced at Hinamori Momo. Matsumoto Rangaku also nodded and said, "Yes." After she said this, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his eyebrows. She had always felt blocked in her heart before, and Matsumoto Rangaku was even more flustered because she had not summoned Zanpakuto. Now she told this matter to her good sister Hinamori Momo. Matsumoto Rangaku finally felt a little better after telling this story. She was so scared, afraid that something was wrong with Hinata, or that something was wrong with her. No matter which one it was, Matsumoto Rangaku felt that she could not accept it. Advertisement. After Hinamori Momo heard what Matsumoto Rangaku said, she was silent for a long time and didn't say a word. Matsumoto Rangaku took another sip of water, and when he turned around to look at Hinamori Momo, he unexpectedly found that she was frowning. Matsumoto Rangaku patted Hinamori Momo's shoulder. Her tone was still a little depressed. "I really don't know who to tell this to, so I can only come to you. I'm really embarrassed to make you worry about me." When Hinamori Momo raised her head, Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that the worry in her eyes did not dissipate, but instead she kept staring at him. Matsumoto Rangaku was stunned for a moment when she saw a hint of emotion in Hinamori Momo's eyes that she could not understand. Hinamori Momo took a deep breath. She never expected that not only her own Zanpakuto could not be summoned, but even Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku saw Hinamori Momo's brows were so tightly knitted together, and her face was getting paler and paler. Matsumoto Rangaku felt his breathing become disordered. "What's going on? Is there something else you want to tell me?" After Matsumoto Rangaku said this, a very bad idea emerged in his mind. When he thought of this idea, Matsumoto Rangaku's gaze towards Hinamori Momo became complicated for a moment. Hinamori Momo saw Matsumoto Rangaku looking at her, and there was a hint of emotion in her eyes that she couldn't understand. Hinamori Momo took a deep breath. She finally said, "You guessed right, it's just as you imagined." After Hinamori Momo said this, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I don't know what's going on. I can't summon Zanpakuto, but I didn't take it seriously. If you hadn't come to me." Hinamori Momo's words rang in my ears. Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't react for a long time. He never expected that he was not the only one who couldn't summon Zanpakuto. Hinata also didn't respond to him. Matsumoto Rangaku also thought that it was his own problem, but he didn't expect that when he found his good sister, she would say this to him. You mean, your Zanpakuto didn't give you any response? Matsumoto Rangaku's voice was almost trembling as she finally asked this question. Hinamori Momo raised her head and met Matsumoto Rangaku's eyes. Her big eyes flickered, and at this moment, they were tinged with a strange emotion. My Zanpakuto also didn't give me any response. Chapter 129. Sending people to investigate. Both of them were feeling uneasy. Because they couldn't summon Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo felt a sense of crisis. After all, the two of them have not been able to summon Zanpakuto. What does this mean? Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo know it very well. Let's go out and ask. Matsumoto Rangaku looked back at Hinamori Momo, who also had an uneasy expression on her face, and she also made a suggestion. The two of them went to find Lu Jin together. Lu Jin didn't expect that Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo would suddenly come to him. He raised his eyelids lightly and looked at the two people who appeared in front of him. Lu Jin's tone was also somewhat puzzled. Why did you come to me all of a sudden? After he said this, Lu Jin also noticed that the two people had uneasy expressions on their faces, and for a moment his brows couldn't help but frown. Matsumoto Rangaku took a deep breath and said, the reason I came to you this time is because of our Zanpakuto. When Matsumoto Rangaku said this, she suddenly paused, and then turned her gaze to Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo naturally understood what she meant. The current situation is to continue with Matsumoto Rangaku's words, our Zanpakuto is not working properly. Lu Jin didn't quite understand what the two meant by this sentence. What did it mean that Zanpakuto could not be used normally? Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo also noticed the confusion in Lu Jin's eyes, and they immediately summoned Zanpakuto in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin looked at the two people summoning Zanpakuto in front of him, and he finally noticed something was wrong. No matter how Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo summoned Zanpakuto, they didn't get any response. I'll try mine. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately summoned his Zanpakuto. Advertisement. As soon as Lu Jin summoned Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto appeared immediately. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Unlike Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo who were unable to summon Zanpakuto, Lu Jin's response to Zanpakuto's summoning can be said to be a very normal response. Lu Jin narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his confusion at the end of the year became more and more intense. There's something wrong with this. Lu Jin glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo standing in front of him, and he couldn't help but ask, did you do anything to Zanpakuto before? Lu Jin's words rang in my ears. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo both shook their heads. They had not done anything to Zanpakuto and it could be said that they had been using it normally before. But today I don't know what's going on. No matter how they called out to Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto did not respond to them at all. We didn't do anything to Zanpakuto before, and we kept calling out to him, but he didn't respond. Hinamori Momo answered Lu Jin from the side. Lu Jin listened to Hinamori Momo saying this in his ear, and he naturally understood that the two of them would not do anything to Zanpakuto. When he didn't think about this, Lu Jin continued to ask, do you know why your Zanpakuto didn't respond to you? After Lu Jin asked this question, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. If Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo knew about this, they probably wouldn't have come to me now. How should this problem be resolved? Hinamori Momo took a deep breath, her face full of anxiety. After all, if Zanpakuto could not be summoned, what should they do? Not only Hinamori Momo was getting more and more nervous, but Matsumoto Rangaku was also getting more and more nervous. In particular, it was noted that Lu Jin's summoning of Zanpakuto proceeded normally, and his Zanpakuto also gave him a normal response. But she and Hinamori Momo didn't know what was going on, and Zanpakuto hadn't responded to them. So does that mean that Zanpakuto might never respond to them again in the future? Advertisement. When Matsumoto Rangaku thought about this in her heart, she became more and more uneasy. Calm down first. We'll definitely be able to find a solution to this problem. Seeing that Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo both looked nervous and uneasy, Lu Jin couldn't help but speak to comfort them. Lu Jin calmed the two of them down, and he was also going to take them to ask others. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin had not yet taken Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo to ask others. Suddenly someone came to the door. My Zanpakuto doesn't seem to be working anymore. I don't know what to do, so I had to come to you. The man who knocked on the door spoke nervously. Before Lu Jin had time to ask in detail, some people he knew came over. Lu Jin looked at the crowd in front of him, and his thick black brows couldn't help but twist at this moment. What you mean is, your Zanpakuto cannot be summoned and used normally. And no matter how you summon it, your Zanpakuto doesn't give you any response. Lu Jin asked. That group of people looked at each other, and probably none of them thought that not only their Zanpakuto could not be used normally, but even other people's Zanpakuto could not be used normally. For a moment, I felt at ease. After all, it's not just them who have problems, but everyone has problems. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo did not expect that the number of people who could not use Zanpakuto normally would increase, and they could not find a solution. Lu Jin knew he couldn't delay any longer. He looked up and glanced at the crowd, then said, this matter must be reported to the captain. After Lu Jin finished speaking, a group of people rushed to the captain's office. He also quickly reported the news that his Zanpakuto was unusable to the captain. The captain's eyebrows jumped. He had never expected that something like this would happen, nor had he expected that Zanpakuto would not be able to be used normally on such a large scale. The captain was very clear about what this meant and immediately sent people to investigate. Chapter 130. Materialization. The captain sent people out to investigate. Those people questioned almost every team, every captain and vice captain. So there's no movement in your Zanpakuto? The member of the investigation team looked at the people in front of him and asked this question, while filling in information on the questionnaire. Those people summoned Zanpakuto directly in front of the investigation team members, but most of them had no movement. What the hell is going on? Our Zanpakuto has been silent since yesterday. I didn't take it seriously at the time. I thought Zanpakuto was just having a tantrum and didn't want to come out. But I never expected he would stay that way. That's right. How do we resolve this? What if we can't summon Zanpakuto in our lifetime? What should we do then? The members of the investigation team listened to the people in front of them talking back and forth, and they became more and more angry as they talked. The members of the investigation team didn't know how to answer their questions for a moment. After all, they couldn't even use their Zanpakuto, let alone answer these people's questions. He watched as the tempers of the people in front of him grew increasingly irritable, most of them because Zanpakuto couldn't be summoned, and Zanpakuto didn't respond to them at all. Most people are simply too scared. Especially now, it's not just them who can't summon Zanpakuto, most people's Zanpakuto are gradually unable to be summoned. Someone must have done something wrong. At first, when everyone saw that most people's Zanpakuto could not be summoned normally, and they were not the only ones, they might have felt a little comforted in their hearts. But now that little bit of comfort has disappeared. To be precise, it is not comfort, but luck. So many people's Zanpakuto have problems. Someone must have done something secretly behind the scenes. But half a day has passed. The members of the investigation team have been asking and asking, but have not come up with any solution. Of course, everyone's tempers became irritable. The members of the investigation team tried their best to ignore the bad tempers of these people, and he quickly wrote down the records on the questionnaire. Advertisement. After the crowd gradually dispersed, the members of the investigation team couldn't help but look up at the hazy sky, and finally sighed deeply. This matter is becoming more and more difficult. More and more people found that their Zanpakuto could not be used, and they became more and more uneasy. The captain attaches great importance to this matter. He knew that he couldn't put it off any longer, so after much thought, he heard that Lu Jin's Zanpakuto could still be used normally. The captain came to find Lu Jin, and Lu Jin seemed to have guessed that the captain would come to find him. So when Lu Jin saw the captain appear in front of him, there was not a trace of surprise in his eyes. Instead, he looked calm and composed. After all, everyone's Zanpakuto cannot be used normally, and no one can summon Zanpakuto, but only I can summon Zanpakuto. Lu Jin also felt a little strange in his heart. He could summon Zanpakuto very easily, but others didn't know what was going on. He also couldn't summon Zanpakuto. So the captain would definitely come to find him, so when he saw the captain appear in front of him, Lu Jin did not feel the slightest bit of surprise. Now other Zanpakuto can't be summoned normally, why can your Zanpakuto be summoned? The captain stood in front of Lu Jin and asked the same question. After the captain asked this question, he noticed that Lu Jin, who was standing opposite him, had a bad expression on his face, and he belatedly understood something. The captain waved his hand. That's not what I meant. I'm just a little curious. Lu Jin did not misunderstand the captain's intention. He just felt a little strange in his heart. After all, only his own sword was moving. When Lu Jin thought about this in his heart, he didn't know what he was thinking about, and he said quietly, Zanpakuto and the master are the best bond. When Lu Jin heard these words, the captain seemed to understand something. Advertisement. He also looked up at Lu Jin quietly, silently waiting for his next move. Because Zanpakuto and its master form the best bond, Lu Jin can communicate with his own Zanpakuto. Now no one knows how to proceed with this matter. After all, no matter how hard everyone tries, they are trying to summon Zanpakuto. But in the end it all seemed like skipping stones on water. Lu Jin was the only one who could summon his own Zanpakuto, and he knew that he had to do it himself. When he thought of this, Lu Jin immediately summoned his Zanpakuto. After the Zanpakuto was summoned, Lu Jin asked, everyone's Zanpakuto can't be summoned. I wonder if you don't know what's going on. When Lu Jin asked this question, he felt a little uneasy inside. After all, asking his own Zanpakuto was also asking other Zanpakuto what was going on. Lu Jin felt that it was really too ridiculous. After all, if you place your hopes on Zanpakuto, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lu Jin had already prepared himself for Zanpakuto's inability to answer, but he did not expect that after he asked such a question, Zanpakuto, which was floating in the air, suddenly shook a few times. Lu Jin's pupils also shrank slightly. I never thought that after I asked such a question, Zanpakuto would actually respond to me. He took a deep breath, and Lu Jin tried hard to calm his breathing. He finally asked, everyone's Zanpakuto is inoperable. What's going on? Lu Jin's Zanpakuto was floating in the air. After Lu Jin asked this question, Zanpakuto finally answered. Because most of the Zanpakuto have already materialized, there's naturally no response. Zanpakuto's words rang in his mind, and Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand what Zanpakuto meant by this, nor did he have any idea what Zanpakuto meant by materialization. Chapter 131. Attending the meeting. Seeing Lu Jin's bewildered expression, the captain standing nearby pondered for a moment before speaking. Zanpakuto is the manifestation of the Shinigami's spiritual power. It is a comrade who shares a camaraderie with the Shinigami and lives and dies together. The captain's words rang in my ears. Lu Jin felt as if cement was poured into his throat and he couldn't utter a word. Lu Jin did not get any useful information when communicating with Zanpakuto. The people waiting over there became more and more anxious. Just as the captain said, Zanpakuto is the embodiment of Shinigami's spiritual power, and a partner who shares the same mind with Shinigami and lives and dies together with them. But now he is also their partner, and no matter how they summon him, he has never come out. It would be strange if the people waiting over there were not anxious. If Zanpakuto could not be summoned in the future, they really didn't know what to do. Lu Jin waited quietly beside him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally said, "This matter cannot be delayed any longer." After he said this, Lu Jin also turned his gaze to Matsumoto Rangaku over there. Matsumoto Rangaku saw Lu Jin looking at her, and her beautiful brows couldn't help but frown at this moment. "I still can't summon it." After she said this, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but push back her brown hair that was like a waterfall, and her face looked even more impatient. Not only Matsumoto Rangaku was so impatient, but everyone else also looked impatient. Is there really no other solution? Is it true that we won't be able to summon our Zanpakuto anymore? What should we do? Lu Jin listened to the people around him constantly asking questions, and the captain next to him couldn't help but sigh for a moment. We can't delay this any longer. The captain turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin. Your Zanpakuto is working properly now, but everyone else's Zanpakuto isn't. Do you have any solutions? Advertisement. This question stumped Lu Jin. His Zanpakuto could indeed be used normally, and Lu Jin did not feel that there was anything wrong, but other people's Zanpakuto could not be used normally, and Lu Jin did not know what was wrong with them. After all, he couldn't feel it. When Lu Jin thought about this, he shook his head. I don't have any good ideas. Hitsugaya on this side saw that Katetsu Azane was in the same situation. He saw that Katetsu Azane had been trying hard to summon Zanpakuto, but Zanpakuto could not be summoned. When seeing this scene in front of him, Hitsugaya became even less calm. Your Zanpakuto can't be summoned either. Hitsugaya's words fell into his ears, and Katetsu Azane shook his head. I can't summon it. After she finished speaking, Katetsu Azane seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but add, I'm not the only one who can't summon it. I believe you've heard the news over there. Hitsugaya certainly understood what Katetsu Azane meant by that. He nodded immediately and said, I've heard that. After Hitsugaya finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, I originally thought this matter could be resolved, and I also thought the inability to summon would only last for a few days, but I didn't expect it to get worse. When he said this, Hitsugaya couldn't help but look at Katetsu Azane. I didn't even think that even your Zanpakuto would be unusable. When Katetsu Azane saw Hitsugaya sighing, she didn't know what to say for a moment. When Katetsu Azane finally realized what was happening, he said, things are really getting worse now. Do you have any ideas? Hitsugaya has no good solution. So when Katetsu Azane asked this in his ear, he shook his head for a moment. I don't have a good solution. After Hitsugaya said this, Katetsu Azane couldn't help but sigh for a moment. More and more Shinigami are unable to use Zanpakuto. Even if they can use Zanpakuto normally at the beginning, after a few days, those who cannot use Zanpakuto still cannot use Zanpakuto. As for those who can use Zanpakuto normally, they gradually become unable to use Zanpakuto. Advertisement. No one was able to summon their own Zanpakuto. This matter can be said to be becoming more serious. Gotei 13 also knew the news. When they first heard the news, they naturally didn't react and didn't expect that this matter would be so bad. What he didn't expect was that the number of people who couldn't use Zanpakuto was increasing. Even now, there are only a handful of people who can summon Zanpakuto normally. If we continue to leave this alone, we don't know how serious the situation will become. Gotei 13 all had serious expressions. Suddenly, a hell butterfly flew over. Everyone looked at the hell butterfly flying in through the window and was a little unable to react for a moment. When Gotei 13 realized what was happening later, he stretched out his finger and let the hell butterfly stay on his fingertip. The hell butterfly landed on their fingertips and immediately brought them some news. The members of Gotei 13 team let the hell butterfly stay on their fingertips and listened to the news brought by the hell butterfly. Everyone couldn't help but frown for a moment. When they realized what was happening later, they heard the hell butterfly calling them to attend the meeting. Several team members of Gotei 13 lived together, so they naturally heard the news brought by the hell butterfly. For a while, they looked at each other. What meeting? What other meeting could it be? It's just that no one's Zanpakuto could be summoned a while ago, and this time hell butterfly summoned us to attend the meeting just to discuss that matter. Even if we get together, I'm afraid we won't be able to discuss any useful information. But if we don't get together to discuss it, we won't get any useful information. The team members were talking to each other. Later, seeing that it was getting late, everyone packed up and followed the hell butterfly to attend the meeting together. Chapter 132, Materialization. The captains and their lieutenants gathered on Sokyoku Hill. Seeing that everyone was almost there, the captains gathered together to discuss why Zanpakuto could not be summoned. For a while, the discussion was quite lively. Recently, no one has been able to summon their Zanpakuto. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to gather together. We're gathered here to discuss this matter. Do you have any good ideas? If one person couldn't summon Zanpakuto, then it might be possible to solve it, but if everyone can't summon Zanpakuto, this is a very difficult problem. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on right now. No one can summon Zanpakuto. This is really weird. The captains were discussing the situation, while Lu Jin, Matsumoto Rangaku and others just stood there quietly. There was no expression on their faces. Like the other captains, they were all at a loss because Zanpakuto could not be summoned and had also materialized. Lu Jin is usually very calm and composed, but this time he couldn't help but feel nervous. Lu Jin took a deep breath and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" "I'm not sure either." Matsumoto Rangaku's brows were still furrowed. This matter is really too tricky. After Lu Jin asked this question, you noticed that the people standing next to you all fell silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Lu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He felt even more tired inside. Now I can't say a word. When Lu Jin realized what was happening later, he heard that the group of people had finally quieted down. The captains suddenly stopped discussing, and Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku looked over there. They were also at a loss as to what to do with Zanpakuto's materialization, so now they could only place their hopes on the captains of Gote 13. Advertisement. Now hearing the discussion over there stop, Lu Jin and the others looked towards the captains at the same time. Everyone did stop discussing, not because they had reached a conclusion, but because they had wasted so much time and energy, and in the end, it could be said that nothing had been discussed. After all, everyone was at a loss, and no one knew how to deal with this matter. There's nothing we can do about this. It seems we can only wait for the old captain to come. One of the captains raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He also sighed helplessly. After hearing what he said, everyone could only wait quietly for the captain to come. But so much time has passed, and everyone has been waiting for the captain to come. It seems that so much time has passed, but the captain still hasn't come. Didn't the captain know today? A team leader looked at his adjutant next to him and asked this question. The adjutant was about to open his mouth to answer when the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone was looking at a mysterious man in a dark black robe walking towards them step by step. The mysterious man had a black scarf covering his face, which completely covered his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Those eyes were full of wisdom, and when they glanced over, the people who were whispering to each other couldn't help but shut their mouths tightly at this moment. Also waiting for the mysterious man to introduce himself. Who is this guy? Matsumoto Rangaku turned her head to glance at Lu Jin. She suddenly asked, "This momentum and this scene are quite impressive." Matsumoto Rangaku's words rang in my ears after a while. Lu Jin couldn't help but shake his head for a moment. He said honestly, "I don't know him." Matsumoto Rangaku didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, it wasn't just them that he didn't know, he didn't even know the captains and their lieutenants. "I'm here to pick you up on behalf of the captain." As soon as the mysterious man opened his mouth, everyone heard that his voice was particularly young, and they couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Advertisement. After all, when this mysterious man spoke, his voice sounded so young that everyone was a little worried. "So at this time you look at me and I look at you." They had no idea how powerful this person was, nor could they understand his identity, as to how he could actually come to meet them on behalf of the captain. This time the mysterious man was able to meet them on behalf of the captain, which naturally meant that he could solve these problems on behalf of the captain. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but look the man up and down for a moment, and it could be said that they had no idea what to say. The mysterious man could naturally feel that everyone was somewhat distrustful of him, but he did not care about what everyone thought of him. Instead, he took a step forward. "My name is Muramasa." The mysterious man glanced at everyone and finally took the initiative to introduce himself. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It could be said that no one had ever heard of the name Muramasa, so for a moment, everyone became more and more distrustful of this mysterious man in front of them. The mysterious man named Muramasa saw that the group of people in front of him were looking at each other, and everyone's eyes were cast in his direction with a little vigilance. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "This time I will help you solve these problems." After Muramasa said this, the people around him had almost no time to react. Muramasa suddenly jumped forward. No one saw his movements clearly, nor did they have the energy to watch his movements. Everyone's attention was attracted by the materialized Zanpakuto. No one knew why Zanpakuto suddenly materialized, and everyone was looking at the materialized Zanpakuto at a loss. Lu Jin saw that Zanpakuto suddenly materialized, and all the Zanpakuto of everyone materialized at once. He could probably guess something, and when he thought of this, Lu Jin's pupils shrank for a moment. Muramasa just looked at the person in front of him indifferently, and finally his gaze fell on Zanpakuto, who was also materialized under his influence. He suddenly stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the materialized Zanpakuto also fought against the Shinigami at this moment. Chapter 133, Collective Rebellion. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt the unusual Ryutsu, could not keep calm at all at this time. He had never expected that something unusual would happen suddenly, and he rushed to save Rukia in a hurry. Kurosaki Ichigo had just rescued Rukia from danger, and as soon as he raised his head, he saw that he was petrified on the ground. Little did she expect that the one who attacked Rukia was actually her own Zanpakuto Soda no Shirayuki. What on earth is going on? Kurosaki Ichigo never expected that the Shinigami's Zanpakuto would now be against their Shinigami masters, and that the Zanpakuto had also fully materialized. Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't expect that he would only be away from here for a while. In just these few short days, he didn't know what happened. The entire Soul Society has also undergone earth-shaking changes. When he thought about this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. What on earth is going on? Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in my ears. Rukia and others slowly woke up in Urahara's store. When they opened their eyes, they found that it was Kurosaki Ichigo who saved them. Since they couldn't summon Zanpakuto now, they naturally couldn't attack, let alone if their Zanpakuto attacked them, no one knew what to do. He also didn't dare to attack his own Zanpakuto at all. You know, Zanpakuto and they used to be the closest friends, but suddenly one day, the two closest friends suddenly became enemies. Everyone had absolutely no idea what to say. It is natural that they would not attack their closest friends. Even if their friends attacked them, they would not be able to bear it. Everyone could only silently endure Zanpakuto's attack, and Kurosaki Ichigo now saved everyone. Advertisement. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath for a moment, and one could say they were dejected for a moment. After Kurosaki Ichigo asked this question, he noticed that they were dejected for a while. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. When he finally realized what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice. Why did your Zanpakuto attack you? What happened? Where is the captain? Does the captain know about this? Kurosaki Ichigo asked so many questions one after another. After he asked these questions, he realized that Rukia and the others were dejected for a while. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He took a deep breath and said, "Calm down first. Answer my question after you calm down." He naturally understood that Rukia and the others probably still couldn't accept this news, and they never expected that their Zanpakuto would suddenly attack them. Kurosaki Ichigo was also waiting slowly. Wait until they tell him about it themselves. As Kurosaki Ichigo waited slowly by the side, Rukia and the others finally reacted slowly. They looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that everyone had an expression as if they wanted to say something but couldn't. When he noticed everyone's expression as if they wanted to say something but couldn't, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. When everyone reacted later, Kurosaki Ichigo watched as everyone finally looked up at him. During the few days you were away, we first went from being unable to summon Zanpakuto to Zanpakuto materializing and becoming our enemy. It only took half a day. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Rukia's words and couldn't help but take a deep breath. So what's going on? Rukia continued, Soul Society has undergone tremendous changes. Not only can we no longer summon Zanpakuto, but he has also materialized. Even the captain is missing. Kurosaki, Ichigo and the others were unable to react for a moment when they heard Rukia say this. They never thought that things were worse than they had imagined. When he finally realized what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but twist his thick black eyebrows. Advertisement. He was naturally a little bit incredulous, and he never expected that Soul Society would undergo such a change. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but scratch his ears. Is what you said true or false? Are you deliberately lying to us? Or is it a deliberate prank? Rukia looked at Kurosaki Ichigo speaking so seriously in front of her, but she didn't feel offended at all. Rukia also knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was a little bit unbelievable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked like that. But now, no matter how much he dared not believe it, he had to believe it. When Rukia thought about this, she immediately said, "You have to believe it." Rukia's words fell into his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't know what to say. He raised his hand to rub his aching temple. When he finally came to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice. So this is all true. It wasn't just Kurosaki Ichigo who couldn't believe it, even the group of people behind him couldn't believe it. We had only been away for a few days. What they didn't expect was that this happened just a few days after they left. When everyone thought about this, they really didn't know what to say for a moment. After realizing what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo finally asked, so what you're saying is that Soul Society isn't just in chaos right now. Even the captain is missing. When the three words, captain, were mentioned, Rukia couldn't help but grit her teeth for a moment. After all, whenever the captain general was mentioned, Rukia immediately thought of Muramasa. If it weren't for this mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere, Soul Society wouldn't have been in chaos. Originally, Soul Society was in chaos because it couldn't summon Zanpakuto, but unexpectedly, the arrival of the mysterious man made things even more chaotic. Rukia nodded solemnly. The collective rebellion of the Zanpakutos who materialized because of Muramasa was indeed something no one had expected. Chapter 134. Soda no Shirayuki. Shinigami and Zanpakuto were close friends who used to be inseparable from each other, but now because of Zanpakuto's materialization, the Zanpakutos have collectively rebelled. The Shinigami lost Zanpakuto. Everyone had no idea what to do. This also caused the Shinigami who were used to fighting with Zanpakuto to face the attacks of their good friend Zanpakuto, and everyone was caught in a tough battle. Seraite was also in ruins. Lu Jin, who came to rescue Rukia, also disappeared in Senbon Sakura. All of this was developing in a bad direction. Rukia hurried back to Soul Society. She knew that so many changes had taken place in Soul Society. Lu Jin will definitely come to save me when the time comes. When she was thinking about these things, Rukia had no time to waste talking to Kurosaki Ichigo. She told Kurosaki Ichigo everything she knew, including the changes in Soul Society. Rukia just hurried back to Soul Society. She searched the entire area, but Rukia found nothing. All she saw were tired Shinigami and a mess everywhere. In such a mess, Rukia searched almost every little corner where Lu Jin could be found, and asked everyone she could. But after searching around and asking around, Rukia still didn't get any information, let alone finding Lu Jin. Rukia knew that she couldn't delay any longer. After all, if she continued to delay, time would become more and more urgent. There is not much time left for myself. When she thought about this, Rukia became increasingly restless. She walked straight into the captain's office of Squad 6. Rukia pushed open the door of the captain's office, but when she pushed the door open, Rukia found that the captain's office was empty and there was no one there. Advertisement. Noticing this, Rukia couldn't help but scratch her head. If Lu Jin wasn't in the captain's office, where else could he go? When Rukia thought about this, she didn't know what to say for a moment. What happened before is still fresh in my mind. Rukia also knew that Lu Jin would come to rescue her this time, but she was saved by Kurosaki Ichigo. Even now when she came back, Rukia searched every place she could, but she had tried hard enough to find Lu Jin. But the person was never found. Could it be that something happened to him? When Rukia thought about this, she couldn't calm down at all for a moment. Rukia didn't know what to say, nor did she know what to do. If something really happened to Lu Jin while he was looking for her, Rukia felt that even if she had 5 or 6 heads, it would still not be enough to compensate him. When she thought of this, Rukia couldn't help but take a deep breath. I don't even know what I should say. What happened between the two of them was still fresh in her mind, and it was impossible for Rukia to say that she couldn't find Kurosaki Ichigo, and she gave up looking for him. We must find him. When Rukia didn't think about these things, she stomped her feet hard on the spot, not knowing what she should do, and had no idea where she should go to find Lu Jin. It is definitely impossible to give up. But if I didn't give up, where could I find Lu Jin? Where was Lu Jin? Where could I find him? Rukia only felt that many question marks and problems emerged in her mind at this moment, which made her feel entangled and hesitant for a while. She hurriedly opened the door of the captain's office again, and Rukia finally figured it out at this moment. Instead of hesitating here, I might as well seize the time and go outside to take a look. Maybe if I'm lucky enough, I can meet Lu Jin. Advertisement. When Rukia thought about this in her heart, she became more and more certain. Maybe if I go out and look for him, or try my luck, I might be able to find Lu Jin. Rukia pushed open the door of the 6th squad captain's room and strode out. When she walked outside, Rukia realized that the outside was in ruins. Because she had been busy looking for Lu Jin, Rukia's whole heart was on Lu Jin, so naturally she didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. But now when she opened the door, she saw the devastation outside. Rukia didn't react for a long time. When she finally realized what was happening, her eyes were filled with confusion. They never expected that because of the influence of Muramasa, their good friend Zanpakuto would continue to hurt people after materializing. Now Soul Society has been devastated by these collective rebellious Zanpakuto. Soul Society is nothing but chaos. Rukia thought about this in her heart. She didn't know what she sensed, she just chased towards the alley in front. Rukia didn't know how long she had been chasing him. When she was exhausted and out of breath, she realized that the bad premonition in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Rukia felt a bad premonition growing stronger in her heart, and her beautiful brows furrowed at this moment. She could actually sense her own Zanpakuto. Although the Zanpakuto have now collectively rebelled, there is still some connection between them and their master. After all, Shinigami and Zanpakuto are almost indistinguishable from each other, and Rukia didn't expect that she would be able to feel the power of Zanpakuto when she walked out. Is it your own Zanpakuto? When she thought about this, Rukia couldn't help but walk towards the end of the alley. As she walked towards the end of the alley, Rukia's eyes widened for a moment. I never thought that my Zanpakuto, Soda no Shirayuki, would actually commit a crime against someone. Rukia's eyes fell on the bloody mouth of Zanpakuto. She could probably guess what happened, but she never expected that Zanpakuto would actually commit murder. Chapter 135, Muramasa. Rukia couldn't help but exclaim. And here, Zanpakuto Soda no Shirayuki, who has already materialized, suddenly noticed a cry of surprise coming from the side. When Soda no Shirayuki looked to the side, he realized that the person who couldn't help but exclaimed was actually his master. To be more precise, it was the previous owner. Today's Soda no Shirayuki, today's Zanpakuto, Soda no Shirayuki doesn't know that she is no longer someone's Zanpakuto. Soda no Shirayuki is Soda no Shirayuki, she is herself, no one can stop her. When Soda no Shirayuki didn't think about these things, she also glanced at Rukia who exclaimed. Soda no Shirayuki's lips curled up into a smile. How about it? Didn't you expect it? Rukia looked at Soda no Shirayuki, who was dressed in white, and especially noticed that her hair was also snow white, and her eyes couldn't help but become confused for a moment. Soda no Shirayuki had been with her for so many years. Rukia had never imagined that the Zanpakuto that had accompanied her for so many years would materialize, especially since Soda no Shirayuki. While Rukia was lost in thought, Soda no Shirayuki was already approaching step by step. Rukia looked at the Soda no Shirayuki approaching her, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. What do you want to do to me? Rukia took a deep breath, her eyes just staring quietly at the snow-white figure in front of her, her words filled with anxiety. Soda no Shirayuki approached this side step by step. What do I want to do to you? Otherwise, guess what? After she said this, the smile on Soda no Shirayuki's face suddenly faded, and she reached out and grabbed Rukia's wrist. Rukia noticed Soda no Shirayuki reaching out and grabbing her wrist, where she also felt a burning pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. Looking at the most familiar stranger in front of her, Rukia was speechless. Advertisement. She couldn't use the power of Zanpakuto, and Rukia was now a lamb to be slaughtered. Soda no Shirayuki didn't need to use any power at all to force Rukia into a desperate situation. Rukia was more heartbroken. She looked at the most familiar stranger in front of her, also Soda no Shirayuki, and Rukia was speechless. She had no idea what to say. When she finally realized what she was saying, she breathed a sigh of relief. Do you still remember who you are? It would have been fine if Rukia hadn't said this, but when she said this, Soda no Shirayuki became even angrier. You actually remind me of my identity. After Soda no Shirayuki said this, two small flames appeared in her eyes and her words were extremely angry. Just as Soda no Shirayuki was about to attack Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly appeared. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo appeared, Soda no Shirayuki's hand, which was about to attack Rukia, also stopped at this moment. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his eyebrows and glanced at Soda no Shirayuki, then immediately set his sights on Rukia beside him. If you dare to say that to her, it will be too late for you to regret it later. His words rang in my ears. Rukia and Soda no Shirayuki both froze in shock almost at the same time. Rukia didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo would come out at the critical moment again this time to save her. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't say. After Rukia said this, she immediately turned her head to the other side. Kurosaki Ichigo was watching Rukia from the side, and noticed that after she said this, Rukia suddenly turned her head to the other side. Kurosaki Ichigo just raised his eyebrows again. Don't you want to take action against Soda no Shirayuki? Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in Rukia's ears, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. I don't quite understand what Kurosaki Ichigo means by this. When Rukia realized what was happening later, she finally found her voice and said, I don't know what you mean. Advertisement. Rukia's words rang in my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his brows again. Don't you understand what I mean? Are you worried? Why would you be worried? Why don't you want to take action against Soda no Shirayuki? After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, his gaze fell on Soda no Shirayuki again, and he looked her up and down. Or are you completely unwilling to let Soda no Shirayuki go? Even if Soda no Shirayuki attacks you, you still can't bear to attack Soda no Shirayuki. Soda no Shirayuki listened to Kurosaki Ichigo speaking word by word in her ear, and she couldn't help but fall into confusion for a moment, pausing in midair and then drooping. Soda no Shirayuki ran for a long time without reacting. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Soda no Shirayuki suddenly became confused, and Rukia next to him also lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about, nor whether she had heard what he said. However, Kurosaki Ichigo was not interested at all in whether Rukia listened to what he said or not. After all, he just had to wait for the result. Rukia just kept her head down, and she felt a splitting headache. She never expected Kurosaki Ichigo to say this in her ear. However, his words were like a wake-up call, and Rukia felt like she had just been enlightened. She took a deep breath. Later, Rukia finally found her voice and said, I think I understand. After Rukia said this, Kurosaki Ichigo also looked at Rukia and walked forward. His eyes fell on Rukia. Finally, looking at Rukia's conflicted expression from the beginning, she finally cleared up the confusion in her heart, and she walked towards Soda no Shirayuki so decisively. Kurosaki Ichigo just watched silently from behind. It was unknown how much time had passed before he turned his head and said, Come out. I've noticed you for a long time. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, the man who had covered his face with a black scarf also appeared in front of him. The man is the culprit of this incident, Muramasa. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the mysterious man who appeared in front of him, and for a moment his brows couldn't help but frown. It took him a long time to react, and he had no idea that the mysterious man in front of him was not a human, to be more precise, but a materialized Zanpakuto. Chapter 136. Zangetsu materializes. What exactly is your purpose? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the man in front of him. He pondered for a while before finally asking. Muramasa listened to Kurosaki Ichigo's question in his ear, and a smile appeared on his lips. My goal is naturally to liberate all Zanpakuto from all Shinigami. After he finished speaking, Muramasa's eyes fell on the Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. Yours is no exception. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank. I never expected that Muramasa would be so bold as to say such harsh words. Don't talk too early. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Muramasa in front of him and snorted coldly. Muramasa did not continue to talk nonsense with Kurosaki Ichigo, but instead attacked Kurosaki Ichigo directly. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw Muramasa attacking him, he calmly summoned his Zangetsu and fought fiercely with Muramasa. The two men fought fiercely for a while. When the battle was going on fiercely, suddenly the surroundings started to spin and Kurosaki Ichigo thought to himself that something was wrong. Rukia, who was watching the whole scene from the side, couldn't help but warn, "Be careful, Muramasa." Rukia felt a very bad premonition in her heart. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but she always felt that Kurosaki Ichigo might really be no match for Muramasa this time. Muramasa was transformed by Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Rukia naturally believes in Kurosaki Ichigo, but now, her palms were sweating and she felt uneasy. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Muramasa attacking him, and then he felt dizzy. He was a little unable to react for a moment, and then he heard Rukia reminding him to be careful in his ear. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. Advertisement. He suddenly felt a strange power running around in his body. When Kurosaki Ichigo raised his head, he saw Muramasa staring at him with a smile on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Muramasa's lips curled up into a half-smile, and he also said, "What do you think?" Didn't expect it. Muramasa's words fell into his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a strange power flowing through his body. He pursed his lips tightly. "What on earth did you do to me? Why do I have such a strange power?" After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, a sweet feeling suddenly surged in his head. He swallowed the sweet feeling forcefully. His pair of deep black eyes, shining, stared at Muramasa quietly. Muramasa heard Kurosaki Ichigo ask this in his ear, and even asked himself what he had done to him. He simply raised an eyebrow. "You're asking me what I did to you? How can such a noble person forget things? I just told you that even you are no exception. Have you forgotten what I said?" Muramasa's words fell into his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little slow to react for a moment. He never expected that what Muramasa said to him was actually true. Even myself is no exception. As he thought about this, Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his hands into fists. "How dare you?" After he finished saying this, Kurosaki Ichigo summoned his Zanpakuto again, and then rushed towards Muramasa. Muramasa looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with an angry face. He was holding Zangetsu in his hand and rushing towards him. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's angry face, Muramasa was extremely calm. He watched the man gradually approaching him without even blinking. As Kurosaki Ichigo gradually approached this side, he finally discovered something was wrong. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to take back his Zanpakuto, but he didn't expect that Muramasa would suddenly take action. The power flowing in his body became stronger and stronger, and Kurosaki Ichigo could only feel that power constantly crashing into his body. After he put his Zanpakuto back, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Muramasa rushing towards him. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to defend himself, but he found that he was unable to move at all under the influence of the power in his body. It seemed as if his hands and feet no longer belonged to him. Kurosaki Ichigo was suppressed by a strange force. That force directly suppressed him, and Kurosaki Ichigo could not move at all for a while. He could only watch helplessly as Muramasa rushed towards him, and then his Zanpakuto Zangetsu was pulled out directly from his suppressed body. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, he saw that his Zanpakuto had been pulled out of his body by Muramasa. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened. He had never expected that his Zanpakuto would actually come out of his body without his summoning. Even now, since you didn't believe it before, I wonder if you believe it now after seeing this scene. Muramasa's words fell into his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but frown his thick black eyebrows. He didn't quite understand what Muramasa meant by this. But when he noticed that Zanpakuto, who used to be of the same mind as him, was standing against him, Kurosaki Ichigo reacted immediately. How could this be? Why not? I said before that your Zanpakuto is no exception, so I will definitely not make your Zanpakuto an exception. Now that I'm helping you, I'm also allowing your Zanpakuto to materialize directly. I wonder if you are happy. When Muramasa said this, he also cast his gaze on the side and the materialized Zangetsu, with an amused smile on the corner of his mouth. There was no other expression on Muramasa's face. He just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly, and his tone was full of endless provocation. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo looked down on him before, and Muramasa also wanted him to see his true strength. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his Zanpakuto, who was not summoned by him but was actually separated from him. He also looked at Zanpakuto and Muramasa standing together. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't react for a long time. Before he could react, Uncle Zangetsu, who had already materialized, attacked Kurosaki Ichigo directly. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Uncle Zangetsu attacking him and he was stunned for a long time. Chapter 137. News from the Development Bureau. Meanwhile, in Gote 13, Harusui and Jashiro Yukitaki are still searching for the captain's whereabouts. The captain's whereabouts are unknown. It was clearly the captain who came that day, but for some reason, it was Muramasa who came. Muramasa made things worse. Everyone knows that things are now beyond their control, and everyone must hurry to find the whereabouts of the captain. Only by finding the whereabouts of the captain can this increasingly worsening situation be brought to an end. Hasn't the captain been found yet? Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki went their separate ways to look for it, and this time they met at Gote 13. Jashiro Yukitaki glanced at Shunsui in front of him, and asked the same question with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Shunsui didn't know how to answer. He was stunned for a long time. When he finally reacted, he shook his head and said, "We haven't found the captain yet." Chunshui's words fell into his ears. Jashiro Yukitake raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't expect that the captain had not been found yet. Although he had tried his best, Jashiro Yukitake still couldn't find any clues about the captain, let alone find the person. This time back at Gote 13, Jashiro Yukitake also placed all his hopes on Chunsui. But now, looking at Chunshui's terrible look and when he whispered those words to her, Chunshui kept shaking her head. Jashiro Yukitake immediately realized that the captain-in-chief might really be nowhere to be found. Otherwise, if they had tried so hard to search, and the captain could have helped them find him, they would probably have found him by now. If the captain hasn't been found yet, this matter will never be resolved. So, what should we do about this situation that is getting worse and worse? Shunsui asked this in his ear, but Jashiro Yukitake didn't have the energy to answer this question, mainly because he didn't know how he should answer this question. Finally, he could only say, "Continue to search for the captain's whereabouts. As long as we can't find him, we will continue searching." The two of them were hurriedly looking for the whereabouts of the captain. As for the other teams, it was certainly impossible for them to be so idle. Advertisement. Each team has launched an investigation and hunt for the materialized Zanpakuto. Everyone also wants to figure out why their own Zanpakuto suddenly materialized. It's not just materializing, but why has its personality changed so drastically? And why is it refusing to obey their commands? And now it's not just attacking its owner, but even passers-by. Gote 13 was busy all of a sudden. Everyone was looking for people who needed to be found, and investigating what needed to be investigated. For a while, it could be said that they were getting busier and busier. At the same time, news came from the Technology Development Bureau. When Jashiro Yukitake heard the news from the Technology Development Bureau, he called everyone back and discussed it together. Jashiro Yukitake heard someone from the Technology Development Bureau say in his ear, "The reason why the Zanpakuto can materialize is because they have become independent souls." The words from the Technology Development Bureau rang in my ears. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, and no one understood what the Technology Development Bureau meant by this sentence. Although everyone can understand what the Technology Development Bureau means, the reason why Zanpakuto can materialize is because they have become independent souls. What is an independent soul? When everyone thought about this, they became increasingly confused and puzzled. They looked at each other in confusion for a while. Jashiro Yukitake noticed the confusion among the people around him, and he spoke up at this point. "Don't panic, listen carefully to what the people from the Development Bureau have to say." As Jashiro Yukitake's words reached their ears, the team captains and members, who were originally a little anxious, suddenly quieted down. Everyone listened as the person from the Technology Development Bureau continued, "We still haven't figured out why the Zanpakutos became independent souls." Everyone sighed in unison. "I originally thought that the people from the Technology Development Bureau would bring some good news this time, but I didn't expect that what they brought was not good news. It makes no difference whether this news is brought or not." Advertisement. Jashiro Yukitake was different from the others who sighed. Instead, he continued to ask questions. "We're not particularly interested in why Zanpakuto materialized. Our only concern now is how this matter will be resolved. If things continue this way, will Soul Society truly be in ruins?" About this, the people at the Technology Development Bureau didn't know whether they should say it or not for a moment. Jashiro Yukitake felt that the people from the Technology Development Bureau fell silent for a moment. He also looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, and he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Jashiro Yukitake simply said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Jashiro Yukitake's words echoed in my ears. The staff from the Technology Development Bureau also sighed helplessly, knowing that everyone was waiting anxiously. This time they had finally figured out these things. This information was also passed on to Gote 13. Gote 13 must be eager to know what is going on. As he was thinking about this, the staff from the Technology Development Bureau also said, "If this matter is not handled properly, then..." So what? Everyone felt like their heart was in their throat, and they were all waiting silently. The staff of the Technology Development Bureau took a deep breath, knowing that even if they didn't say it now, they would probably have to say it in the future. It was just a matter of time. Besides, there are so many people with them, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After he figured this out, the Technology Development Bureau staff member said directly, "If this matter isn't handled properly, it might disappear forever." What will be gone forever? What I mean is that if this matter is not resolved, the Zanpakuto who already have independent souls and have materialized may disappear. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 138. Muramasa's Temptation. Meanwhile, within Seraite, Hisagi, who was in charge of hunting down Zanpakuto, and Renji, who was searching for his captain, suddenly meet by chance. Before he could even say hello, Hisagi suddenly rushed towards Renji. Renji saw Hisagi suddenly rushing towards him and throwing him to the ground. Renji was a little confused for a moment. On his part, Hisagi didn't even wait for Renji to speak before clapping his hands and standing up. His face was very serious. "The enemy is coming." Hisagi's words echoed in his ears, and Renji finally raised his head, following Hisagi's gaze to the side. It was discovered that the materialized Zanpakuto had been following the two people quietly all the way, and just now Renji Zanpakuto was planning to attack Renji. What they didn't expect was that Hisagi, who was standing nearby, reacted in time and also saved the man. Renji's eyes were filled with gratitude. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been hurt by my Zanpakuto. When Hisagi saw Renji say this, a complex expression crossed his face, and he immediately shook his head. Let's not discuss this for now. Resolving the current difficulties is the most important thing. After Hisagi finished saying this, Renji noticed that the two Zanpakuto were attacking them once again, and he couldn't help but dodge backwards. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also slowly woke up. He sat up from the ground, and when Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, he found that it was pitch black in front of him. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that he could even hear his own shallow breathing. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that he was knocked unconscious by his own Zangetsu attack, but what he didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes again, he also came to his inner world that he had not been to for a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up from the ground and looked at the pitch-black darkness in front of him. Advertisement. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know why he suddenly came into his inner world. Looking at the tranquility around him, he became more and more distressed. I don't know why I was pulled into my inner world. When Kurosaki Ichigo was worried, he suddenly heard a series of light footsteps in his ears. Hearing the footsteps ringing in his ears, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little slow to react. When he turned around, he found that he was not the only one in his inner world. Even the mysterious man Muramasa was seen. Seeing that familiar face, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but frown his thick black eyebrows at this moment. He never expected that Muramasa would appear in his inner world. The thought of Muramasa pulled his Zangetsu out of his body. He even changed his Zangetsu into that appearance, and his Zangetsu was also under the influence of Muramasa, and it could be said that it was constantly attacking him. It wasn't just him. Under Muramasa's influence, all the Zanpakuto had changed their temperaments. They didn't obey their master's call, nor did they treat their master as their master. Instead, they attacked their master. Soul Society is now in complete chaos. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I really didn't expect you to have the nerve to appear in front of me. Kurosaki Ichigo's words rang in my ears. Muramasa looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with such interest. He automatically ignored his angry words. Muramasa looked at him up and down with interest in his eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Muramasa yelling at him for his incompetence, he didn't even blink, and even automatically ignored his words, and now he was looking him up and down. He successfully caught the interest that flashed in Muramasa's eyes, and for a moment Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused as to why Muramasa was looking at him in that way. Advertisement. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a step back. The look he gave Muramasa was filled with a hint of caution. Muramasa could feel some vigilance in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. He was really on guard against him, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to look at him with such a defensive look in his heart. Muramasa didn't feel anything was wrong, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Muramasa also looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with an amused expression. He said slowly, "You really surprised me this time." Such a sentence fell into my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. "You surprised me too, but please get out of my inner world. If you don't get out on your own initiative, don't blame me for attacking you directly." The smile on Muramasa's face became a little strange. He never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo would actually speak to him like this, and even told him to get out of here on his own accord, otherwise he would attack him. He shook his head with a smile on his face. "I can only say that you are still too young, young man. I am very interested in your abilities. As long as you are willing to submit to me." When Muramasa said this, he paused deliberately, obviously waiting silently for Kurosaki Ichigo to express whether he was willing to submit to him. Kurosaki Ichigo just sneered. "Am I willing to submit to you? How about you guess it yourself?" Kurosaki Ichigo said this in his ears. Muramasa didn't know what to say for a moment, and the words on his lips suddenly stopped. Muramasa's eyes fell on him, and he finally found his voice. "As long as you are willing to submit to me, you will definitely get the benefits. This is a win-win situation." After Muramasa finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, "Besides, now that even your Zanpakuto has betrayed you, how do you think you can disobey my orders?" Kurosaki Ichigo just felt that the village little boy in front of him was naive. Kurosaki Ichigo now has the power of Hollow in his body, so when faced with Muramasa's instigation, he was not affected at all. Instead, he attacked without saying a word. Chapter 139. Forced into a desperate situation. When Muramasa saw Kurosaki Ichigo attacking him, he dodged to the side with a calm expression. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect that Muramasa's strength was even more unpredictable than he had imagined. He was planning to attack again, but he didn't expect Muramasa to speak at this time. "Don't you want to know that Zanpakuto has become an independent entity after materializing? Don't you also want to know whether they will disappear?" Muramasa's words rang in his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little slow to react when he heard his words that came out of nowhere, and he didn't quite understand what he meant. "What do you mean by that?" Kurosaki Ichigo's attack towards Muramasa suddenly stopped, and he also asked Muramasa. Muramasa just raised his eyebrows. "I don't know if you are willing to attack your Zanpakuto, but I can only say that if you attack your Zanpakuto will be defeated by you." When Muramasa said this, he suddenly paused, and he also deliberately piqued Kurosaki Ichigo's curiosity. Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that Muramasa would stop talking halfway through every time he spoke, and he was deliberately trying to arouse his curiosity. He took a deep breath. What do you mean? What will happen to Zanpakuto after we defeat him? Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to talk nonsense with Muramasa, but now he didn't want to talk nonsense because he heard Muramasa mention the matter of Zanpakuto in his ear. Kurosaki Ichigo certainly didn't know what would happen after Zanpakuto was defeated by them, so he was staring at Muramasa in front of him and asked. Muramasa burst into laughter. Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. As he said this, the smile on his face faded, and Muramasa's expression grew serious. If you defeat Zanpakuto, they will be in danger of disappearing. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused when he heard Muramasa say this in his ear. He had never thought that if Zanpakuto was defeated, he would be in danger of disappearing. What if Zanpakuto really disappeared? He really didn't dare to think any further. Kurosaki Ichigo just covered his head tightly, and his whole body could be said to have collapsed at this moment. Advertisement. Muramasa saw Kurosaki Ichigo gradually collapse, and he just smiled. If the other Shinigami knew this little bit, do you think they would still be able to fight him without distraction? Of course it's impossible, it's just like killing one's own child. Originally, the Shinigami were reluctant to kill their own Zanpakuto, and if they knew this, they would probably be even more reluctant. Hisagi and Renji stood back to back. They looked at their Zanpakuto who was now standing opposite them and attacking them. This is something neither of them can accept. Renji took a deep breath. Do you think you might do something to your Zanpakuto? Renji's words echoed in his ears, and Hisagi raised his head to glance at his own Zanpakuto, Fushi. When he raised his head to look at Fushi, Hisagi also noticed that Fushi was staring at him so closely. The two looked at each other for a moment. Hisagi was also stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Hisagi noticed that his Zanpakuto Wind Death was attacking him directly. Hisagi is indeed unable to summon his own Zanpakuto to fight at the moment, not to mention that his own Zanpakuto is currently hostile to him. The Shinigami are without Zanpakuto, which is like a person losing a hand, and now only has one hand left. Hisagi dodged to the side, trying his best not to attack his Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, when he didn't attack Fushi, he kept clinging to him. Hisagi didn't dare to attack his own Zanpakuto, as he couldn't let it go after all. However, even though he didn't attack Fushi, Fushi continued to cling to him tightly. The two men's fighting styles are very different. Even though the two of them had previously been the most tacitly matched combat partners, now that they were separated, Hisagi discovered that Fushi's fighting style was different from his own, and that he was even more despicable and brutal than he had imagined. Hisagi continued to retreat. He wanted to have a good talk with his Zanpakuto, but Fengxi was not willing to talk to him at all and just kept attacking. Advertisement. Besides attacking, he also launched sneak attacks on Hisagi. Hisagi didn't care how much his own Zanpakuto attacked him, nor how shamelessly his own Zanpakuto attacked him. He tried his best not to hurt him at all. Meanwhile, Renji saw Hisagi being attacked by his own Zanpakuto and wanted to rush over to help. Hisagi saw Renji coming towards him, clearly wanting to help him. He couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. Don't rush over, this is a matter between me and my Zanpakuto, I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Renji had not expected Hisagi to say this at all, and for a moment he was a little slow to react. When he finally came to his senses, Renji was looking at Hisagi, who was clearly struggling under Zanpakuto's fierce attack. This time he was completely unable to care about anything. Renji wanted to rush over to help, but then he noticed that Hisagi wouldn't let him. And the Zanpakuto who was watching the battle at this time was also Renji's Zanpakuto Zabumaru. At this moment, he suddenly rushed up. Renji was originally in a dilemma and didn't know whether he should help or not. While he was so troubled, Renji certainly didn't notice his Zanpakuto rushing towards him, causing a burning pain in his shoulder. When Renji turned his head to look, he found that his Zanpakuto had attacked him at some point. He was already feeling a little confused and helpless, and now he saw his Zanpakuto attacking him. Renji didn't know what he should do, and had no idea whether he should fight back. When he thought of this, Renji couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why don't you attack me? Zabumaru just looked at Renji, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and then he forced Renji into a desperate situation. Chapter 140. His growth. Regardless of whether it was Hisagi or Renji, they both made it impossible for anyone to attack their Zanpakuto, and the two could only keep dodging. I have no idea what to do. The more the two men didn't fight back, the more fiercely Fengxi and Zabumaru attacked them. The two of them could only keep backing away like this. Meanwhile, Kira also hurried over. When he arrived, he discovered that both Hisagi and Renji were in a bad situation. Especially Hisagi at this moment, he had been lifted up by Fengxi's hands, and his whole body was struggling non-stop in midair. Kira's pupils shrank. She never expected to see such a scene when she came here. He was a little slow to react for a moment, and when he finally reacted, Kira hurriedly walked up and attacked Zanpakuto Fengxi. Hisagi couldn't bear to hurt his Zanpakuto. But this was Hisagi's Zanpakuto, not Kira's Zanpakuto, so Kira naturally didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, and instead attacked Fengxi directly. Kira knew clearly in her heart that if she didn't take action now, she would probably be left with only Hisagi's cold corpse. Fengxi never expected that someone would appear and attack him. When he was not paying attention, Hisagi, who was originally in his hand, was thrown down by him. Kira hurriedly rescued Hisagi from Fushi, who was also seriously injured. Renji was right next to him and saw the whole scene. His eyes widened, and Renji finally came to his senses at this time. He knew that he absolutely could not continue to waste time like this. Hisagi's fate is his own fate. If Kira had not arrived in time this time, Hisagi might have actually died at the hands of his Zanpakuto. Advertisement. Here is Renji, who finally came to his senses. Before he could escape from Zabumaru, he had to face Zabumaru's Bankai. The situation is getting worse and worse. Kurosaki Ichigo was confronting Muramasa. Kurosaki Ichigo heard Muramasa constantly trying to persuade him in his ear. His voice was low, like a demon crawling out of hell. Muramasa whispered in his ear, but Kurosaki Ichigo did not fall for his trick. Instead, he drove Muramasa out. After Kurosaki Ichigo finally drove Muramasa out of his inner world, Kurosaki Ichigo finally regained consciousness slowly. When he opened his eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo also found that Uncle Zangetsu was standing in front of him. Kurosaki Ichigo felt he was ready. He also thought that Uncle Zangetsu would continue to attack him the moment he opened his eyes, but he didn't expect that Uncle Zangetsu didn't attack him at all. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Uncle Zangetsu, why don't you attack me? Uncle Zangetsu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was puzzled. A peaceful smile appeared on his face. Why would I really attack you? Uncle Zangetsu's words fell into my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand what Uncle Zangetsu meant by this. But you're not. Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if his throat was filled with cement, and for a moment he had no idea how to speak. When the words came to my lips, they circled around the tip of my tongue, but in the end I couldn't utter a single word. Uncle Zangetsu just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, still looking kind and friendly, and said, I don't really want to leave you. His words fell in his ears, and Kurosaki Ichigo originally felt that all the doubts and puzzles in his heart had found answers at this moment because of Uncle Zangetsu's words. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little surprised. He never thought that Uncle Zangetsu didn't actually betray him, nor did he ever think that Uncle Zangetsu didn't really want to leave him. It turned out. So why did you pretend to leave me? When you materialized and stood with Muramasa, and when you took the initiative to attack me, I really thought you betrayed me. I still believed in you, so when I heard you say you didn't really want to leave me, I was really happy. Kurosaki Ichigo sat up from the ground, his dark eyes shining at this moment. So, Uncle Zangetsu, why did you pretend to betray me? Uncle Zangetsu still smiled. Actually, this time I want to see if you have grown to the point where you can surpass my strength. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Uncle Zangetsu's answer again, and even said that he wanted to see if his power was superior to his. He immediately understood what Uncle Zangetsu meant. He had to be powerful enough to make Uncle Zangetsu recognize him as his true master. So that's how it is. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his head and glanced at the palm of his hand, muttering the same words to himself. So I hope you won't let me down too much this time. I want to see your true growth. Uncle Zangetsu continued to speak in his ear, and Kurosaki Ichigo finally understood what he meant. He nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Uncle Zangetsu, I will definitely not let you down. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, he raised his hand again and gently patted the dust off his body. At this moment, his pair of sparkling eyes fell directly on Uncle Zangetsu. Uncle Zangetsu can see that Kurosaki Ichigo is now very confident and full of confidence. As he was thinking about this, Uncle Zangetsu asked, so you really have the confidence? Are you really determined to fight me? Uncle Zangetsu's powerful words fell into his ears, and Kurosaki Ichigo nodded for a moment. I have confidence, and I have decided to fight you for real. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't want Uncle Zangetsu to look down on him, and he also wants Uncle Zangetsu to take a good look at his strength. After all, he has been through so much time, and Kurosaki Ichigo feels that he has grown up now. He decided to have a good fight with Uncle Zangetsu. Chapter 141. There is only one way. Kurosaki Ichigo knew deep down in his heart that only if he defeated Uncle Zangetsu would come back to him again. After he figured this out in his mind, Kurosaki Ichigo decided to go all out this time in order to get Uncle Zangetsu back to his side. With the help of the hollow in his body, Kurosaki Ichigo also released the new Getsuga Tensho. The two fought for a long time, and no one knew how long it had been. Kurosaki Ichigo finally collapsed while looking at Uncle Zangetsu in front of him. Uncle Zangetsu was defeated this time. But he had a faint smile on his face and was looking at Kurosaki Ichigo steadily. Uncle Zangetsu just smiled and said, it seems you have really grown up. You are much more capable than I imagined. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Uncle Zangetsu praising him in his ear. He knew that he had subdued Uncle Zangetsu this time, and that Zanpakuto could be used normally again. Kurosaki Ichigo Wei Dao Gote 13. Shunsui and others hurried over. They could see that Kurosaki Ichigo had a smile on his face and he seemed to be in a good mood. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, completely unsure of what to say. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that everyone was looking at him, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo simply said, I know what you want to ask me. After he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the people standing in front of him and nodded, and Kurosaki Ichigo also spoke to the people below. Muramasa is actually awakening the instincts of the Zanpakutos and inciting them, using the resentment accumulated by the Zanpakutos in their daily lives to control them. This is why the Zanpakutos materialized this time and also attacked their masters. Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into everyone's ears. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what to say. Later, they carefully thought about Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at everyone exclaiming in shock and sighed for a moment. Advertisement. So how do we resolve this matter? Shunsui could feel that something was wrong with Kurosaki Ichigo. When he thought of this, his brows couldn't help but twist into a chuan shape. Did you take your Zanpakuto back? Shunsui's words fell on everyone's ears. No one reacted for a moment, and no one understood what Shunsui meant by these words. What does it mean that Kurosaki Ichigo has already taken back his Zanpakuto? But isn't Zanpakuto ignoring its master? And is Zanpakuto also hostile to its master? How could Kurosaki Ichigo possibly take back his Zanpakuto? When everyone thought about these things, they all started talking at once. What on earth is going on? What do you mean by Zanpakuto has been taken back? Ichigo, did you really take back your Zanpakuto? Kurosaki Ichigo listened to everyone talking in his ear and asking questions, some even asking whether his Zanpakuto had been taken back. He just smiled faintly. I've taken it back. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he noticed that everyone was looking at him in disbelief, but he didn't care about the disbelief. After all, at this time everyone's Zanpakuto was against the master, and no one could take back their own Zanpakuto. It was already good that the Zanpakuto did not actively attack the master, and did not attack the master. Not to mention being able to take Zanpakuto back. Everyone naturally agreed that Kurosaki Ichigo must be bragging this time. Kurosaki Ichigo could of course see the disbelief in everyone's eyes, and he knew that they were probably thinking in their hearts that he must be bragging. The present moment is to summon your own Zanpakuto. Shunsui watched as Kurosaki Ichigo summoned his Zanpakuto Zanjetsu, and for a moment he was a little dazed. Long before, Shunsui also noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be in a good mood. Advertisement. Seoul society is in a mess right now, and everyone has a sad look on their face, but only Kurosaki Ichigo has a faint smile on his lips. When observing such a small detail, Shunsui could roughly understand something. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo was so happy must be because he got his own Zanpakuto back. As for what other reasons made him so happy, Shunsui couldn't think of them for a moment. While he was thinking about this, Shunsui also asked directly, how did you get your Zanpakuto back? Shunsui took the initiative to ask about Kurosaki Ichigo, and those who were whispering nearby couldn't help but shut up at this moment. Even the breathing became lighter. Everyone turned their eyes towards Kurosaki Ichigo, waiting for him to answer. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how long it had been quiet. Kurosaki Ichigo also noticed that everyone was looking at him, and when he noticed that there was a desire for knowledge in everyone's eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly. It's actually very simple. There's only one way. When everyone heard Kurosaki Ichigo say that it was very simple, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What was unexpected was that after Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he suddenly added that there was only one way. Everyone thought Kurosaki Ichigo was joking. When you first said it was simple, I was relieved. But I didn't expect you to be so quick and say there was only one way. How can a solution be simple? Before Kurosaki Ichigo could finish his words, he heard the people around him whispering. He even asked himself how a solution could be so simple, and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how to answer. After a few seconds of silence, Kurosaki Ichigo finally spoke. Just listen to me first, and you'll know whether it's simple or not. Everyone shut their mouths again. Kurosaki Ichigo continued, if you want to seize the Zanpakuto, you must fight your own Zanpakuto and subdue them, making them willingly accept you as their master. This is the only way. It's that simple. Chapter 142. I'll talk to you when I have time. Omaeda, who went to look for the Muramasa records, had not yet found them. Suddenly, two shadows were cast in front of me. Looking at the two shadows that suddenly fell in front of him, Omaeda was a little slow to react for a moment. When he suddenly raised his head with trembling hands, he was also looking at the five-shaped head and Hozukimaru in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Omaeda never thought that he would be so unlucky. He didn't even have time to take a few steps, nor did he have time to investigate the news. It would be a shame to meet these two people. Omaeda took a step back. He looked at Goksingtu and Hozukimaru approaching him step by step, and his heart was filled with despair for a moment. Just one five elements head was enough to make him feel uncomfortable, but he didn't expect that two more would come at this time, not to mention that there was also a Hozukimaru next to him. Looking at the two people with smiles on their lips, Omaeda felt more and more desperate. He knew that this matter would become more and more difficult. He also knew that this matter would definitely be difficult to handle. Omaeda was in despair. He was silently shouting in his heart, not knowing who could come and save him. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Madarame Makaku happened to pass by. When the two of them passed by, Madarame Makaku also saw someone in a desperate situation, and his steps, which seemed to be powered by wind, suddenly stopped. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Madarame Makaku's steps suddenly stop. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and only realized it later. Kurosaki Ichigo then spoke up. Do you have time? Or do we too need to take care of it? Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into my ears. Madarame Makaku nodded. Why don't you care about these things? Why don't you help? Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't say whether to help or not, but now that he heard Madarame Makaku say this in his ear, he was silent for a moment. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and then the two of them walked towards Omaeda. Someone who was originally in deep despair heard a series of footsteps in his ears. When he turned around, he saw two people walking towards him. Omaeda couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for a moment. Madarame Makaku raised his head and glanced at Hozukimaru. He also noticed that Hozukimaru was glaring at him, and it was obvious that he was annoyed at Madarame Makaku and Kurosaki Ichigo for being so blind. He actually came when they were about to succeed. Madarame Makaku raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can do it? After Madarame Makaku said this, Hozukimaru was also provoked by his words and immediately rushed towards Madarame Makaku. Just as Madarame Makaku and Hozukimaru were fighting, Soi Fon, Jashiro, and Captain Kiraku hurried over with their subordinates. Goxingtu and Hozukimaru never expected that there would be an ambush, nor did they think that they could have dealt with Kurosaki Ichigo and Madarame Makaku. To be more precise, they might have had a chance of winning against these two people. But what they didn't expect was that the other people would suddenly bring their subordinates and surround the people. Madarame Makaku looked at Hozukimaru who was entangled with him, and when he noticed that other people came over at this time, Hozukimaru also reacted immediately. Then he fled in a hurry. Madarame Makaku looked at the fleeing Hozukimaru and couldn't help stamping his feet for a moment. He never expected Hozukimaru to be so insidious and cunning. While he was thinking about this, Madarame Makaku originally planned to catch up with Hozukimaru in a hurry, but he didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo next to him had already caught up with him. Madarame Makaku saw that Kurosaki Ichigo had caught up with him. He wanted to say something, but he didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo just waved at him. It's okay, I'll just go after him. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he hurriedly caught up with Hozukimaru. Hozukimaru had no idea that he had finally gotten rid of Madarame Makaku and thought he could just relax, but he didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo would catch up with him again. Hozukimaru frowned as he looked at a group of people chasing after Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement. I didn't know what to say for a moment. When Kurosaki Ichigo was about to catch up with Hozukimaru, he didn't expect that a person would suddenly appear in front of him. He looked at Senbon Sakura who suddenly appeared in front of him, and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't react for a long time. I never expected Senbon Sakura to suddenly appear in front of me. Except for being unable to react for a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice when he realized it later. Why are you blocking my way? After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he couldn't help but look at Hozukimaru over there. He watched as Hozukimaru was about to disappear from his sight. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care about anything else at this time, he was just trying to get rid of Senbon Sakura in a hurry. But what he didn't expect was that when Kurosaki Ichigo tried to get rid of Senbon Sakura grabbed his hand and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Senbon Sakura and heard him say this in his ear, and even asked himself why he was in such a hurry to leave. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what he was saying, Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and said, "I'll tell you when I have time." After he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo originally thought that Senbon Sakura would let go, but he didn't expect that Senbon Sakura still stopped him from leaving. Kurosaki Ichigo was really helpless. Just as he was about to say something, he heard footsteps behind him. Senbon Sakura also spoke at this time. Don't rush to leave. Even if you want to catch up with Hozukimaru now, he is so insidious and cunning that no matter how hard you try, you will never catch up with him. Kurosaki Ichigo ignored Senbon Sakura. He just suddenly felt that the footsteps behind him were very familiar. When he thought about this in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but turn around and look. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised to find that the person who appeared behind him was Lu Jin, who had not appeared for a long time. No wonder he felt the footsteps were so familiar. It turned out to be Lu Jin. Chapter 143, Hiranmaru. Hinata and Tobime, who started arguing as soon as they met Kurosaki Ichigo and attacked him without saying a word. Lu Jin didn't expect that Hinata and Fime would suddenly appear in front of him, and attack him without saying a word. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to get entangled with the two of them at this time. Lu Jin had just appeared in front of him, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't have time to speak. It was just a blink of an eye. Kurosaki Ichigo noticed Lu Jin standing behind him, but at this moment he suddenly disappeared. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little confused for a moment. He had no idea what was going on. Lu Jin had just appeared in front of him, and it was only a blink of an eye that passed. Lu Jin suddenly disappeared again. Kurosaki Ichigo was filled with nothing but anxiety, and he had no idea what to do. When he was anxious, these two Zanpakuto came to him again and attacked him. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't have time to bother with them. He turned around and glanced at Hinata. Kurosaki Ichigo also said, "I don't have time to bother with you right now." After Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this, Hinata snorted coldly, "You don't have time to bother with me. But I have time to bother with you." After Hinata said this, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Hinata attacking him directly. He rubbed his brows helplessly for a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to attack these two Zanpakuto. After all, these two Zanpakuto were not his own. If I hurt these two Zanpakuto, I'm afraid their master will never let me go. Not to mention that I don't have time now. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he felt that no one could help him. Kurosaki Ichigo tried hard to get rid of the two people's entanglement, but Hinata and Fime kept pestering him. Kurosaki Ichigo was in desperate situation, but fortunately Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori arrived in time. Advertisement. Seeing the two people finally arriving, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Take your Zanpakuto away quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into the ears of the two people. Matsumoto Rangaku scratched his head a little embarrassedly for a moment. Sorry to trouble you. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Matsumoto Rangaku and the other's sincere apologies to him, and he couldn't pursue the matter any further. After all, the two Zanpakuto didn't hurt him. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he couldn't help but waved his hand. It's okay. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, Matsumoto Rangaku called him and asked, "What do you want?" Kurosaki Ichigo heard Matsumoto Rangaku ask this in his ear, and he immediately said, "I'm going to look for Lu Jin, so if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After he got rid of Hinata and Fime, he also said goodbye to Matsumoto Rangaku and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly chased after Lu Jin. But before he could take a few steps forward, Kurosaki Ichigo was attacked by Hiranmaru again. Kurosaki Ichigo just felt that he was so unlucky today. He never expected that he had finally avoided the attacks of those two people, but now he was attacked by Hiranmaru after taking only a few steps. He was attacked from behind by Hiranmaru, and Kurosaki Ichigo was a little slow to react at this time. The whole person fell to the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo felt like his head was about to explode, and he struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Hiranmaru in front of him. Kurosaki Ichigo rubbed his temples and felt a headache. What's the matter? Why are you attacking me for no reason? Kurosaki Ichigo just asked this casually, and he didn't expect Hiranmaru to answer his question. What he didn't expect was that Hiranmaru would answer his question after he said this. I am looking for my master. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Hiranmaru, who was answering his question seriously with a serious look on his face. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but cough. You lost your memory. His words fell into my ears. Advertisement. Hiranmaru also spoke up. I did lose my memory, so I don't know who my master is, and I don't know where to find my master. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly felt that Hiranmaru in front of him was a little aggrieved. When he thought so in his heart, he was also shocked by this idea that popped up in his mind. Kurosaki Ichigo shuddered. Have you found your master now? If you haven't found your master, can I take you to find him? Why should I believe you? Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he really had nothing to say. Yes, why should he believe himself? Not to mention that I have important things to do, and I have absolutely no time to take him to find an owner. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought of this, he finally rubbed his brows helplessly. Since you don't want me to help you find your master, and since you don't believe me, then you have to go find him yourself. After he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked deeply at Hiranmaru in front of him. After confirming again and again that he would not attack him, Kurosaki Ichigo turned around with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, when Kurosaki Ichigo turned around with peace of mind, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his shoulder. When he turned his head and looked behind him, Kurosaki Ichigo also found that Hiranmaru had attacked him again. What exactly do you want me to do? Kurosaki Ichigo sighed deeply. He was about to say something else, but he didn't expect that Hiranmaru standing in front of him suddenly moved. His gaze also looked behind him. What are you looking at? Is there something behind me? Could it be that your master has arrived? When he noticed this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but look behind him while muttering to himself. Only then did I finally understand. No wonder Hiranmaru looked back. It turned out that his master Hitsugaya came at this time.